Upon their initial encounter, she nearly thwarted his endeavors, delivering a swift kick as a thief would. He, aloof and dignified, was the esteemed young official of the Dali Temple. Their first meeting was marked by an atmosphere of tension and hostility. Lacking sufficient internal strength, she was bested by him, who merely remarked, with a slight furrow of his brow, "Why is she a woman?" When they met again, she brazenly boarded his boat to sneak into Hangzhou, uninvited, and upon being caught, she maintained her composure, smiling as she proposed a transaction. A sudden interloper in his life, this bold thief, who shamelessly sought to indulge in food and merriment, stirred feelings within Jinan Heng that he had never anticipated. He had once told her, "I will hold your hand and grow old together." Yet, the burdens of their past and the weight of their respective duties rendered their harmonious existence a formidable challenge. The capital city, known for its opulence, transformed as twilight descended. The streets of Chang'an glimmered with light, vibrant and lively, surpassing the beauty of daylight. Within this bustling atmosphere, the Baimeigu stood out as the center of attraction. In this thriving metropolis, where the essence of life thrived amidst revelry, Baimeigu was the largest tavern, renowned throughout the realm. True to its name, it offered wine, meat, and beautiful maidens. Today, the tavern buzzed with excitement as the coveted courtesan, Qing Su, who had long been elusive, announced that she would select her first patron through a bidding process, drawing countless nobles eager to bask in her allure. Rumored to master both the guqin and dance, her beauty was said to rival that of a lotus in bloom. Notably, she did not engage in selling her body. Rather, she valued the thoughtfulness behind gifts, regardless of wealth. This principled stance, especially in such a worldly venue, only heightened her allure, capturing the admiration of many. Though numerous suitors sought her favor, few had ever glimpsed her true visage, as those fortunate enough to meet her were often met with her face veiled in purple gauze, revealing only her enchanting, autumn-like eyes. Speculation abounded regarding her appearance, with detractors claiming she bore unsightly blemishes, while admirers insisted her beauty mirrored her artistic talents. This ambiguity only served to heighten her mystique and desirability. Today, the news of her bidding event had spread, prompting throngs of both high-ranking officials and commoners to flock to the tavern, creating an atmosphere of palpable anticipation. The main hall was packed with people, each representing diverse backgrounds. Those who arrived early vied for front-row seats, sipping tea and casting furtive glances to catch sight of the esteemed courtesan, while later arrivals jostled for space, eager to glimpse her debut. The cacophony grew as the crowd swelled, while the quieter second floor hosted more reserved patrons engaged in subdued conversations, exuding an air of elegance distinct from the lively first floor. The third floor was particularly exclusive, with only 5 seats behind draped curtains, guarded by sword-bearing attendants. Those seated beyond the fabric remained concealed, their identities shrouded in mystery, yet their presence exuded an undeniable aura of superiority. "I hear this bidding event has attracted quite a few prominent figures," whispered a patron on the first floor, casting glances upward. "The 5 seats on the third floor are filled, which is unusual. Typically, only 2 are occupied. Those here on the first floor merely wish to catch a glimpse of the courtesan, while actual bidders are unlikely to compete with the elite on the third floor." Indeed, another chimed in, nodding in agreement. "This Qing Su possesses remarkable allure, as evidenced by the throngs gathered here." Ah, it seems the show is about to begin. Suddenly, the sound of a gong resonated, and the crowd quieted in anticipation. The tavern's matron, adorned in vibrant makeup, took the stage, her voice dripping with charm. "Esteemed guests, thank you for your patience. The illustrious Qing Su will soon grace us with her presence." Murmurs of impatience rippled through the crowd, one voice rising above the rest. "We've waited long enough. When shall we see Qing Su?" "Patience, dear guests," the matron replied with a smile. "As the saying goes, haste makes waste. Our Qing Su is preparing to unveil herself for the first time before such a grand audience, and it requires meticulous preparation." With that, she left the stage, ignoring the chorus of complaints that followed. In stark contrast to the bustling first floor, the third floor remained eerily quiet, the stillness lending an air of gravity to the proceedings. "How much longer?" a deep voice inquired, low yet commanding. Approximately the length of a stick of incense, a figure shifted behind the curtain, slipping inside. "Ensure he does not escape. We must retrieve the item today." The authoritative tone brooked no dissent. "Yes," came the reply, punctuated by a nod, before the figure swiftly exited. Unbeknownst to the first-floor patrons, Oblivious to the tension brewing above, they continued their animated conversations. Among the lively throng on the first floor were two individuals clad in pale blue garments. One, diminutive and frail, possessed a keen spark in his eyes, while the other appeared more robust, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. They settled in a quieter corner, sipping tea and cracking peanuts, engaged in light-hearted banter. Qingsu certainly knows how to create an atmosphere. We've waited nearly 2 hours, yet not a glimpse of her, said the slender man. You misunderstand, the more delicate figure replied, popping a peanut into his mouth. Regardless of whether Qingsu is as beautiful as rumored or bears scars, the anticipation heightens curiosity. In the end, it's the allure of mystery and exclusivity that captivates. The matron is shrewd, selling both intrigue and rarity. If Qingsu is indeed stunning, the patrons on the third floor will surely pay handsomely. If not, she can still enchant with her veiled presence and earn a fortune. Ah, I see, the scholarly man nodded in understanding before shifting the topic. But do you think that rotund fellow will actually show up? Of course he will, the slender man replied, chewing thoughtfully. He understands the transaction clearly. Look, the bidding has commenced. Chapter 2. Who are you? With a resounding clang, 3 echoes reverberated through the air. Song Jin and Mu Chang'an turned in unison to investigate. Tall reeds stood against the backdrop of a pale frost. The beloved one is but a distant dream, drifting across the water. Pursuing her leads to a long and arduous path. Following her current, she appears to float serenely in the center of the waters. The lush reeds, still damp with dew, sing of the one who resides by the water's edge. Pursuing her leads to a path both obstructed and treacherous. Following her current, she seems to linger on a small isle amid the waters. Before the figure could be seen, the melodious strains of a guqin harmonized with the gentle flow of water, emanating mysteriously from behind a screen on the stage. The previously raucous by May Pavilion fell silent in an instant. Every soul captivated by the celestial recitation and the enchanting sounds of the instrument. What a beautiful rendition of Jianjia, lamented Mu Chang'an. Too bad we cannot see the performer. Ah Jin, let us depart. She patted Song Jin's shoulder and, in an effort to avoid attracting attention, crouched slightly and took a few steps away, only to realize there was no sound of anyone following her. Upon glancing back, she found Song Jin still entranced by the musician's performance, his face alight with admiration. With a sigh of exasperation, Mu Chang'an thought to herself how disappointing it was, then returned to give Song Jin a playful smack on the back of the head. Still listening? Let us go. We can't leave without our belongings. Only then did Song Jin snap back to reality, sheepishly rubbing the back of his head and grinning that of course we need to take it. Let us go. Mu Chang'an shot him an eye roll, continuing to crouch as she led the way forward, gesturing for him to hurry up, after winding through the crowd and maneuvering through narrow paths. The two, being slender, managed to slip through the throng with relative ease. Once they reached a secluded area, Mu Chang'an scanned the surroundings, ensuring no one was watching them before guiding Song Jin towards a private room upstairs. It was rumored that the enigmatic Qingsu maiden was shrouded in mystery, with some claiming she was merely a fraught. However, after hearing the heavenly voice moments ago, Song Jin felt convinced of her authenticity. You agree, don't you, Chang'an? Indeed, Mu Chang'an replied absent-mindedly, her mind focused on swiftly acquiring their items. Upon reaching a door, she paused to glance around, satisfied that they remained unnoticed, before pushing it open. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of cosmetics. Mu Chang'an wrinkled her nose at the overwhelming fragrance, surveying the room until her gaze landed on the screen behind the bed. We have arrived, she declared directly to the screen. Where are the goods? Where is the silver? There was a moment of silence before a voice replied. We are here to purchase items, naturally with silver in hand. Why do you hide behind the screen as if we have never seen your face? A short, rotund figure emerged from behind the screen with a smirk. I just wanted to ensure you hadn't brought anyone else along, if we intended to bring others to rob you. We wouldn't be foolish enough to let you see them. Mu Chang'an retorted, casting a disapproving glance at him. Show me the money, the figure demanded. Song Jin, with a nod, produced a pouch of coins from his waist. First, let us see the items. No problem, the rotund man replied, his belly jiggling as he grinned. As per our agreement, it's payment upon delivery. Song Jin nodded again, handing over the pouch while receiving a box in return. Open it quickly. Mu Chang'an leaned closer, but before she could finish her sentence, an arrow shattered the window, narrowly missing her. You dare to break your promise and bring people with you. Before the arrow could reach him, the rotund man, Chao Chiu, hastily retreated behind the screen, disappearing through some hidden passageway. Mu Chang'an and Song Jin, bewildered and indignant, opened the box only to discover that the expected Qing Jin was conspicuously absent. What the hell? He dared to deceive me. Mu Chang'an fumed, ready to unleash her anger. We must find him quickly. That money was earned through my jade pendant. Song Jin looked forlorn. We have little money left. Mu Chang'an took a few steps forward and kicked over the screen, but Chao Chio's figure had already vanished. That fat fool has tricks up his sleeve, slipping away so swiftly. Just as they contemplated the hidden passage, they heard commotion from upstairs. Both Mu Chang'an and Song Jin, keenly attuned to sounds, clearly heard the voices above. Sir, we have captured the person, but the goods remain elusive. The goods are missing? Yes, Yang Tong said. He handed them to Chao Chio. The mention of Chao Chio's name made them halt in their tracks, exchanging glances. They listened intently to the conversation above. Chao Chio? A deep voice responded, tinged with concealed anger. It appeared the speaker was the leader. Likely an official given the tone of authority. Mu Chang'an thought to herself. Sir, another voice interjected, footsteps approaching swiftly. We found a set of clothes in the back courtyard. They still carry warmth, judging by their size. They must belong to Chao Chio. Pursue him to the back courtyard, commanded the leader. The sound of footsteps resuming and fading away. Mu Chang'an and Song Jin exchanged a knowing look and nodded before leaping through the window to take a shortcut to the courtyard. Bai Mei Pavilion was not situated in the bustling heart of the capital, but rather in the quieter, slightly remote Yishang Alley near the city outskirts. Thus, while the pavilion was lively by night, the surrounding area lacked many shops, rendering it rather desolate and serene. Despite the tranquility, the atmosphere held a certain charm, and as they stepped into the empty alley after a night of revelry, the refreshing breeze washed away the remnants of wine, invigorating their spirits while enhancing the solitude that intoxication often craved. The alley behind Bai Mei Pavilion was a labyrinth of winding paths. Seemingly straightforward, it was akin to a maze. Beyond the alleys lay the city walls, and beyond that, the woods of the outskirts. As they entered the back alley, Mu Chang'an spotted the rotund figure of Chao Chio darting ahead, only to vanish around a corner. Just as she prepared to pursue using her lightness technique, a voice called out from behind. Who are you? Chapter 3. The prisoner. It was the voice of the man who had reported sighting Chao Chio earlier. Concerned that Chao Chio might be apprehended by the approaching group, Mu Chang'an and Song Jin exchanged glances, realizing they had no time to explain. Without a second thought, they sprinted away, ignoring the inquiry behind them. Unfamiliar with the alleys, they searched for some time without catching sight of Chao Chio and were unsure if he had exited the alley and crossed over the city wall into the woods. They decided to split up in their search. You stay here and search the alley. I'll head into the woods, Song Jin suggested. Let us meet at Bai Mei Pavilion at the hour of Su. Recognizing that Song Jin's agility surpassed her own, Mu Chang'an nodded in agreement. They parted ways at one of the alley's entrances, and Song Jin quickly vanished from sight. After wandering for a while, Mu Chang'an contemplated jumping onto a rooftop for a better view. Suddenly, she spotted one of the men they had encountered in the alley, pinning someone to the ground, pressing herself against the wall. She peered out to observe. Unfortunately, both the assailant and the victim were turned away from her, obscuring their faces. She could only discern their figures. The person being restrained wore brown clothing and was somewhat stout, while the individual apprehending him donned black attire, tall and slender, with a sword at his side and a badge that bore the faint inscription of the Dali Temple. Mu Chang'an, with her keen hearing, realized that the stout figure bore a striking resemblance to Chao Chio. Dali Temple? Isn't that a government institution? She pondered. If he were captured by the authorities, retrieving the Qing Jin would be impossible. Biting her lip, she decided that regardless of the consequences, she couldn't allow this rotund fool to face such a fate. Drawing a handkerchief from her waist to cover her face, she rushed forward and delivered a swift kick, sending Jinan Heng sprawling, who had just caught Chao Chio and was preparing to flee over the wall. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Jinan Heng had been so focused on interrogating Chao Chio that he failed to notice the masked assailant approaching. Although the kick was not particularly forceful, he stumbled, surprised by the nimbleness of his opponent. Without hesitation, Jinan Heng drew his sword, adopting a half-kneeling stance, and aimed it at the masked figure and Chao Chio. As Chang'an prepared to lift the fallen Chao Chio from the ground, she was taken aback by the swiftness of Jinan Heng's counterattack. She barely evaded the blade that swept toward her, but could not muster the strength to lift the already heavy Chao Chio. A muffled grunt escaped her as Jinan Heng kicked Chao Chio, causing him to be thrown back to the ground by Chang'an, leaving him feeling as though his bones might shatter. Yet, he had no time to wallow in pain. Casting a glance at the ongoing skirmish between Mu Chang'an and Jinan Heng, he crouched low, turned the corner, and swiftly slipped into the hidden passage he had prepared earlier in the narrow alley. Only the two combatants remained entangled in their fierce exchange. Both possessed formidable skills, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Chang'an found herself at a disadvantage against Jinan Heng, whose profound inner strength and mastery of the sword left her struggling to defend herself. A quick glance revealed that Cao Qiu, who should have been subdued on the ground, had mysteriously vanished. Realizing that she was losing ground and that Cao Qiu had escaped, panic surged within her, prompting her to launch a desperate strike at Jinan Heng's face. This move was a gamble. Chang'an's skills paled in comparison to Jinan Heng's, and this all-out effort was merely a final attempt to extricate herself from the conflict. She poured all her strength into the blow. Fierce though it was, it inevitably exposed her vulnerabilities. Just as she hoped to catch Jinan Heng off guard, he executed a graceful counter, sidestepping her strike and deftly severing the hairpin that held her hair. Allowing her long locks to cascade down, he also dislodged the scarf that covered her face, revealing her delicate features. With another swift motion, he seized Chang'an's approaching hand, pivoted, and immobilized her right arm behind her back. Ouch! Chang'an cried out in pain as her shoulder dislocated from the twist. How can you be so rough with a girl? Jinan Heng, noticing her attire and the cascading hair, finally recognized her femininity and frowned. His tone tinged with irritation. Despite her protests, he continued to grip her arm firmly. Refusing to relent, Chang'an found herself unable to break free and could only glare at him, thinking, now that you know I am a girl, should you not be gentler? Have you no sense of chivalry? Unfazed by her pleas, Jinan Heng maintained his hold, and Chang'an, unable to escape, directed her ire towards Yang Rui, who rushed in at my lord. Yang Rui halted. Bowing, his eyes widening in surprise at the scene before him, he was perplexed, having expected to find Cao Qiu apprehended, not a girl being held captive. Did you capture anyone? Jinan Heng cast a sidelong glance at him. I wonder if this counts as capturing someone. Yang Rui pondered for a moment before giving a vague response. Jinan Heng dismissed further inquiries, saying, let us return and examine the situation. Realizing Chang'an's shoulder was dislocated, he adjusted her position and tossed her towards Yang Rui, who caught her injured arm and restrained her in the same manner Jinan Heng had. Then what about this one? Yang Rui asked, glancing at Jinan Heng, who was already striding ahead. Take her back with us. Chapter 4. Do you know each other? Having been bested by Jinan Heng and now feeling embarrassed, Chang'an winced in pain as her arm throbbed. Angered by the humiliation, she turned her glare towards Yang Rui, who awkwardly returned her gaze. After a moment, she noticed Song Jin, who had also been captured, and her eyes widened in surprise. What are you doing here? You were captured too? Both spoke simultaneously, astonished to discover their shared predicament. The rest of the onlookers were taken aback, though they maintained their composure. Yang Rui, who had been subjected to Chang'an's glares, finally released her, and the guards promptly held a knife to her neck. Chang'an frowned at the threat, but had no time to dwell on it, as she edged closer to Song Jin. How did you end up here? Your sleeve is torn too. I fell into a trap set by a careless hunter, Song Jin replied, irritation evident in his voice. That it caused me to stumble and rip my clothes. Surely, falling into a trap shouldn't lead to being captured. How could you allow yourself to be caught by just two people? Chang'an remarked, incredulous. Who said there were only two? There's a whole gang outside. Song Jin explained, his expression troubled. They caught me off guard while I was trying to avoid the spikes in the trap. I am not their prey. Chang'an shook her head, sighing. And you? Song Jin asked her that I couldn't defeat him, she confessed, glancing at Jinan Heng, who stood nearby. Song Jin nodded, understanding her predicament, and they both sighed in unison. Sharing their mutual frustration, Jinan Heng watched the two converse. Bemused by their nonchalance amid their capture, he subtly signaled to Yang Shi, who stepped forward to interrupt their idle chatter. However, Chang'an's voice rang out again. Lamenting their misfortune. How unfortunate, she sighed, turning to Song Jin, who mirrored her expression. Yang Shi, caught off guard, attempted to regain control, raising his voice. Who are you? Chang'an, momentarily disengaged from her conversation with Song Jin, looked at Yang Shi, puzzled by his question. This is quite the odd inquiry. You capture us without explanation, yet you ask us who we are. Shouldn't it be us asking you? Yang Shi faltered, unable to respond to her barrage of questions. I ask you again. Who are you? Why should I tell you if you want to answer me first? Chang'an countered, maintaining her defiance. Yang Shi, taken aback by her tenacity, fell silent, unable to formulate a response. Impatient, Jinan Heng interjected. Where's the map? The map? What map? Chang'an was bewildered, realizing that this man was not someone she could easily mislead. Did you obtain a map from the fat man? Of course not. I only received a broken box. There was nothing inside. Song Jin protested. Chang'an turned back to Jinan Heng, her expression earnest. We have no idea. We didn't take anything. Jinan Heng's impatience deepened. Chang'an observed him closely, noting that he seemed to perpetually wear a frown. She couldn't help but think how striking he was, with his sharp features and garments that elegantly accentuated his stature. In her musings, she found herself comparing him to her brother, ultimately deciding that her brother's presence was unmatched. With a sigh, she lamented the unfortunate circumstances of their encounter, her sigh escaping louder than intended, drawing curious glances from all present. Chang'an, Song Jin called, snapping her from her reverie. Why are you sighing? He possesses a commendable appearance, yet regrettably, he is rather fierce and has a rather poor temperament. After a brief pause, he added, I was just contemplating who is more handsome, him or my elder brother. Humph, Song Jin responded swiftly with an air of disdain, answering as if it were a matter of course. Why even ponder? Surely, it must be master who is more handsome. His celestial demeanor is beyond comparison. I concurred, long and nodding in agreement, noting that his temperament already surpassed several notches. Jinan Heng. Yang Shi, the Yang Rui. The crowd. Chapter 5. The map of the hidden river. These two truly seemed oblivious to the impending calamity, boldly discussing the looks of their esteemed master. After all, their master was dignified and striking. How could he possibly be compared to the elder brother they spoke of? Yang Rui felt that these two were indeed excessively arrogant and had insulted their master. A flicker of anger igniting within him, just as he intended to reprimand them, a sound from the door interrupted him. My lord. The guards who had been waiting outside pushed the door open, announcing that the Grand Marshal requested your immediate return. Father? Jinan Heng pondered for a moment, then nodded in acknowledgement. He glanced at Long Un and Song Jin, still restrained, and was about to motion for their release when he recalled their earlier conversation, hesitated, and chose not to speak. Turning to leave, Yang Shi followed closely behind, inquiring, what shall we do with these two? Take them back to the Dali Temple and detain them for now, that we shall interrogate them tomorrow. With that, he continued on without pause. Understood, Yang Shi responded, instructing the guards who were holding the two to escort them back to the G residence. Young master, you have returned. The steward awaited at the entrance, clearly having been there for quite some time. Where's father? Jinan Heng did not slow his pace, continuing into the estate. He has been waiting for you in the study. The steward bent slightly while walking beside him. He inquired, shall I prepare tea and warm water as usual? Jinan Heng merely nodded in response as he proceeded to the study. The room was dimly lit with only 2 candles flickering on either side of the desk, creating a somewhat shadowy atmosphere. Ji Lian sat at the desk, perusing some documents, seemingly engrossed yet lost in thought, his index finger tapping rhythmically against the edge of the table. Jinan Heng entered the room. He softly said, Father, I have returned. Welcome back. Ji Lian glanced up, nodded in acknowledgement, gesturing for him to come closer and to sit. My eyes grow weary from reading. He sighed. Indeed, I am aging. Father has always been in good health. There is no sign of aging, Jinan Heng replied with a smile, though he instinctively furrowed his brow, stating, it would be better to light a few more candles. The room is rather dim, which may strain the eyes. I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. It does seem darker now. Ji Lian chuckled lightly. Let us ask the servants to light a few more. Just as Jinan Heng was about to call for the servants, Ji Lian interjected, never mind, and shifted the topic. Have the maps been retrieved? They have not yet been found. As the conversation turned to the case, Jinan Heng's brow furrowed once more. I had tasked Yang Tong with it, but he had already given the map to Chao Qiu, who has yet to locate it. Why do you inquire about this matter so suddenly? Ji Lian replied coolly, Zalilu is dead. He extended his hand to offer a letter. Zalilu is dead? Jinan Heng stepped forward to take the letter. Bewildered, Ji Lian remained silent, merely urging him to open the letter. It contained only a few terse lines. Zalilu took his own life in the study after the banquet on March 17th. March 17th. Today is the 21st. He has been dead for 4 days. Suicide. Zalilu was originally a prince from the northern desert, sent to Dashuan 5 years ago as a hostage following the failed invasion of Dashuan. To signify a cessation of hostilities, he pledged to pay tribute annually to Dashuan as a gesture of respect. Many hostages have come to Dashuan, yet none have been treated as well as Zalilu, who was granted the title of Marquis and resided in the fertile region of Hangzhou. Ordinarily, hostages, despite their noble status in their homeland, must tread carefully and behave submissively. However, Zalilu enjoyed the privileges of a Marquis. This was indeed a boon for the northern desert. Although Zalilu was not favored by the northern desert king, he alone among the royal family possessed knowledge of all the hidden rivers in the western desert. In recent years, Dashuan has grown weak. The emperor is preoccupied with alchemy, and should the northern desert invade, the outcome of the battle would be uncertain without the map of the hidden rivers. Even in victory, the cost would be substantial. Thus, Zalilu's knowledge became crucial. They needed to safeguard him from the northern desert's machinations while ensuring he could draw the map of the hidden rivers for Dashuan when war broke out. Yet now, Zalilu is dead. The next day, when the servants found him, his body was already cold. Does the emperor know? Jinan nodded. This matter could be significant or trivial, but an investigation is necessary. Jinan Heng also nodded in agreement. Zalilu's death would not ordinarily be considered a grave matter, but he was the only one in Dashuan who knew the locations of the hidden rivers in the desert. This situation is indeed precarious. If it were the northern desert's doing, it would imply an imminent invasion, having murdered Zalilu to prevent the information regarding the hidden rivers from reaching Dashuan. However, during the recent tribute ceremony, the northern desert had shown no signs of delay in presenting their offerings. The tribute from the northern desert was substantial. If they had intended to invade, they would not have adhered to the customary tribute schedule so meticulously. Furthermore, if it were indeed the northern desert's doing, the assassination of a marquis, especially one under tight security, would not have occurred without leaving traces. Jinan Heng pondered. Could it be the Prince of Cheng? Ji Lian neither confirmed nor denied, stating only, "This is what you must investigate." The gravity of the situation lies in the potential motives behind Zalilu's death. If it were orchestrated by the Prince of Cheng, it would suggest that Zalilu held something of value to him. Primarily his knowledge of the hidden rivers' locations. The Prince of Cheng might have killed Zalilu to acquire the map, and then leaked the information to intimidate the northern desert when they attempted to invade, thereby achieving a victory without battle. Such an act would undoubtedly earn the Prince of Cheng the emperor's favor, positioning him as the rightful heir to the throne, which has remained vacant since the previous prince's death 5 years ago. Following the prince's death, the emperor became consumed with alchemy and neglected state affairs, leaving governance to the Prince of Cheng and the Prince of Qin, although they appeared to support each other. The court was divided, each vying for the throne. Chapter 6. Rest for now. He hesitated before rephrasing. What does His Highness the Prince of Qin say? This matter is certainly for you to investigate. Ji Lian set aside the documents he had been reviewing, saying calmly, "It is of little consequence how Zalilu died, but we must obtain the map." The map? Zalilu had a backup, marking the locations of the hidden rivers. Yet the whereabouts of this map remain unknown. The Prince of Cheng has yet to acquire it? Ji Lian nodded. The Prince of Cheng has already dispatched someone to Jiangnan. You should prepare to depart soon. His Highness has already sought an edict for you, so get ready. You may leave in a few days. Jinan Heng acknowledged with a simple, "Yes, you should rest early." Ji Lian leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes and rubbing his brow. "I too am weary and will need to rest soon." Understood, Jinan Heng replied, bowing respectfully and preparing to take his leave. However, he turned back to say, "Father, the weather is turning cooler. Please add more clothing. If I am not back at this hour in the future, there is no need to wait. Just let someone inform me, and I will come early to await you." "Your health is paramount," Ji Lian chuckled. "Are you concerned about my age?" Jinan Heng merely furrowed his brow. "Father, go on. I am aware of my own health." Jinan Heng said nothing further, simply acknowledged with a yes and departed. As he walked through the courtyard, Yang Shi and Yang Rui had already returned, both bowing and greeting in unison. "My lord," Jinan Heng replied with a subtle nod. Suddenly recalling, he asked, "What of those two?" Yang Rui remained silent, a look of embarrassment on his face, burying his head lower. Noting his younger brother's reluctance to speak, Yang Shi stepped forward, stammering, "Well, just say it." Jinan Heng urged impatiently. "They've escaped." Yang Shi blurted out quickly, lowering his head as if bracing for Jinan Heng's wrath, and Jinan Heng's reaction was surprisingly calm, simply responding with a muted The calm demeanor of Jinan Heng astonished the young brothers, who secretly believed that a storm was brewing. But their master remained unperturbed, waiting to settle the accounts for the failure to capture Cao Qiu along with the map the following day. Their anxiety heightened. They lowered their heads further, almost in a posture of kneeling. "My lord, it was my subordinate's oversight. Please punish me." Yang Shi gritted his teeth and stepped forward. "No need," Jinan Heng replied as he walked towards the room. "I had intended to release them. They are unrelated to the map." "Unrelated?" the young brothers inquired. Following closely, Jinan Heng pondered for a moment. "Both of them possess considerable martial skills. That young lady has sparred with me. Her inner strength may not be profound, but her lightness of foot is remarkable." She approached me without my noticing. I asked for the man accompanying her. I cannot ascertain his abilities, yet he managed to escape even when captured and guarded by your men. Stands to reason that his skills are not inferior to yours. With such capabilities, if he were allied with Chao would not be foolish enough to part ways with them and risk capture. Jinan Heng cast a sidelong glance at Yang Shi. Your success in capturing him today is solely due to the hunter's trap. Hearing this, the Yang brothers felt embarrassed and immediately bowed their heads in contrition, acknowledging their inferiority in skills and vowing to train diligently to alleviate their master's concerns. Enough, Jinan Heng waved his hand. You have worked hard. Go rest. Yes, they nodded in unison before withdrawing. Brother, what do you make of those two? Yang Rue asked, feeling frustrated after witnessing the girl glaring at them and then allowing the two to slip away right under their noses. Earning their master's disdain. I am unsure, Yang Shi sighed. It is indeed a fact that we are outmatched. What the master said is true, let alone that man. Even that girl exceeds our abilities in lightness of foot. Humph, Yang Rue disagreed. That may be so, but mere lightness of foot does not determine their overall prowess. We have yet to ascertain their inner strength and skills. How dare they belittle our master? His appearance, not only in the capital but indeed across the realm, is unparalleled. Enough, Yang Shi urged. It is late. Let us return and rest. In the courtyard of the 100 Charms Pavilion, two figures leaped down from a wall. A slender girl with disheveled hair tying back her loose strands, and a tall young man yawning incessantly. They landed gracefully before scouring beneath a window. These two were Mu Chang'an and Song Jie. Mu Chang'an. Song Jin yawned, his eyes watery with fatigue. Have you lost your mind? Why are we out here in the dead of night searching for darts? If you aren't tired, I am utterly exhausted. Bear with it. Once we find it, we can return, Mu Chang'an replied dismissively, absorbed in her search. I found it, she whispered excitedly, tapping Song Jin's shoulder. Let us go back to sleep. With that, she leaped up and climbed the wall. Startled by her sudden action, Song Jin's drowsiness faded slightly, and he hurried after her. The next day, both Song Jin and Mu Chang'an rose late, barely making it in time for lunch. Waiter, bring me a plate of sweet and sour shrimp dumplings, Mu Chang'an called, still dressed in her male attire, her hair casually tied back as she descended the stairs. Chang'an, Song Jin, having already eaten, hurried over. His clothes changed from those torn by traps the previous day. The 100 Charms Pavilion was attacked yesterday. I know, Mu Chang'an replied, sounding weary, as if she had only just woken up. You know, how? Song Jin asked. Surprised. Just then, the dumplings were served, and Mu Chang'an inhaled their aroma before ignoring Song Jin's question and indulging in her meal. Hey, stop thinking about food and explain what's going on, Song Jin urged. Growing impatient as he moved closer. You're teasing me. Why are you in such a rush? Mu Chang'an asked, finishing her last dumpling and then reaching into Song Jin's pocket for a handkerchief to wipe her mouth. First, tell me who was injured during the attack at the 100 Charms Pavilion. Unfazed by her rummaging, Song Jin let her take the handkerchief, though he frowned slightly when she attempted to return it. It's a pity, he began, during the auction of the maiden Qing Su, just after the performance. Her bidding reached 500 taels. Suddenly, a dart came flying through the screen, injuring her in the shoulder, though it was not life-threatening. She fainted and had to be carried away. And who else was injured? Mu Chang'an pressed point. One other, Song Jin replied, taking a sip of tea. The esteemed governor of Dexian fell from the 3rd floor. Also struck by a dart. So, the dart that struck Qing Su lodged in her shoulder, while the one that killed the governor pierced his neck? Mu Chang'an asked, contemplating the implications. Exactly, Song Jin confirmed. Then we must return to the 100 Charms Pavilion. Mu Chang'an declared. How can we? It has been sealed since the incident, and the governor is sending people to investigate. Song Jin protested. That we will simply take a look. Mu Chang'an insisted. If Chao is there, we can seize the opportunity. How do you expect to get in? Song Jin asked, exasperated. Tonight, we will climb over the wall, Mu Chang'an replied with renewed enthusiasm. Waiter, another plate of sweet and sour shrimp dumplings. That night, they stealthily scaled the wall of the 100 Charms Pavilion. It was eerily quiet, a stark contrast to the usual revelry, with only a few rooms lit by candles. What a change from the lively atmosphere it used to have. Song Jin remarked as they entered. Can you keep your voice down? Are you foolish? Mu Chang'an scolded, rolling her eyes. Wait here. What is it? Song Jin inquired. Song Jin approached her, following her gaze. Qing Su. Is it? Shu. Keep your voice down. Mu Chang'an patted him, but before he could finish his sentence, it was too late. Inside the room, Qing Su had already gracefully turned around, though her profile did not face the window where they stood. Her words were evidently directed at them. Since you are here, Why not come out for a meeting? Song Jin, puzzled, glanced at Mu Chang'an and quietly inquired, does Ching Su know martial arts? Both of them possessed remarkable lightness in their movements. Despite their whispers, their voices were barely audible. Without a touch of martial prowess or inner strength, it would have been impossible to detect their presence. Mu Chang'an rolled his eyes at him, exclaiming, "You fool! How could you be so dim-witted?" With that, he nimbly opened the window and leapt inside. Ching Su has sharp hearing, he remarked, brushing off the dust that clung to him from the wall he climbed over. After catching a whiff of the faint scent of turpentine in the air, he smiled lightly. Not at all. It's just that you too. Ching Su chuckled, glancing at them. It hardly seems appropriate for you to enter through the window at this late hour. How did she know you are a lady? Song Jin, one step behind, jumped down from the window and approached Chang'an, asking. Although she wore male attire, her rosy lips and bright teeth, along with her melodious voice, could not conceal her feminine charm. That it was not difficult to recognize her as a woman. Ching Su, her face veiled in purple gauze, moved to the table, poured out 2 cups of tea, and said, "Please, have a seat." Chapter 8. The courtesan of the brothel with a smile, Mu Chang'an reached out to accept the tea Ching Su offered. As his finger brushed against her middle finger, he caught sight of calluses on her fingers and raised an eyebrow. Remarking, "Miss Ching Su, you are perceptive. It seems my brother and I have inadvertently intruded. It hardly counts as an intrusion. There seems to be a connection between us," she replied, rising from her seat and walking to a dressing table. Pulling open a drawer, she retrieved a pouch of coins and returned to hand it to Mu Chang'an. "For your cleverness, consider this a token of gratitude." Mu Chang'an opened the pouch, and Song Jin leaned in to take a look. Gasping at the sight of the silver inside, which was more than what they had lost to the corpulent man, he waved his hand, intending to refuse, but saw Mu Chang'an cheerfully tighten the string of the pouch. Showing no inclination to decline. "Chang'an, what are you doing?" "Then this is a thank you to Miss Ching Su," Mu Chang'an replied, tucking the pouch into his garment. He then pulled out the dart he had found in the bushes yesterday, placing it on the table in front of Ching Su. "This is a fine dart, but you must be cautious in its use. Injuring innocent people is never a good thing. I will keep that in mind." Ching Su smiled. "If I am to head to Hangzhou, it will require some silver." Song Jin finally raised his gaze to meet Ching Su's. He was momentarily struck dumb by her radiant smile. A smile that captivates the city, another that enchants the nation. He recalled 2 lines of poetry from different verses, feeling how aptly they described Ching Su's smile at that moment. He had no doubt about the rumors regarding her beauty. Her smile was like a blooming flower, enchanting all who beheld it that moment. Ching Su also happened to lift her gaze, meeting Song Jin's mesmerized eyes. Hesitating briefly, she lowered her gaze to avoid his stare. Noticing her retreat, Song Jin quickly regained his composure and turned away, though his peripheral vision remained on Ching Su. Mu Chang'an, blissfully unaware of their silent exchange, cheerily sipped his tea. "Miss Ching Su's assistance makes me particularly glad. As being unfamiliar with the capital, it is always better to have a friend than an enemy. Miss Chang'an is so perceptive. It is an honor for me to befriend you," Ching Su replied. "I too am greatly honored," Mu Chang'an said, finishing his tea, then stood up. "It is getting late. I will not impose further. We shall take our leave." "Safe travels," Ching Su said, bowing slightly and gesturing for them to depart. Mu Chang'an, no longer feeling the need for pleasantries, turned to leave. However, after a couple of steps towards the window, she realized Song Jin had not followed. Turning back, she tapped his shoulder. "Ah Jin, let us go." "Why are you dazed?" "Oh," Song Jin snapped back to reality, responding, yet he remained rooted in place, a flush creeping up his cheeks. "What's wrong with you? Why are you blushing?" Mu Chang'an asked, her curiosity piqued. Ching Su, standing nearby, let out a soft laugh. Though her face was veiled, the amusement in her eyes was easily caught by Song Jin. Deepening his blush to the tips of his ears, he dared not look at Ching Su again. Instead, pushing Mu Chang'an toward the window. Let us go, it's time for bed." Confused, Mu Chang'an was pushed forward while glancing back at him. "Why are you rushing me? I can walk on my own." "You still haven't answered me. Why are your ears red too?" After a moment of noisy chatter, they finally quieted down. Once they had vanished into the night, Ching Su slowly closed the window. "Why were you so eager to push me away?" After exiting the brothel and walking along the bustling streets of the capital, Mu Chang'an cast a glance at him, noticing the lingering flush on his face. It was too hot inside. Song Jin deflected, hastily changing the subject. "How did you know that dart belonged to Ching Su?" "Quite simply." Mu Chang'an tossed the pouch of coins in her hand. The dart first struck Ching Su, embedding itself in her shoulder without penetrating through. However, The dart that struck that officer went straight through his neck, resulting in his death. This indicates that the shooter was either not the same person or deliberately targeted Qing Su. Could it be that the dart aimed at Qing Su missed its mark? Missed its mark? Mu Chang'an shook her head. That's unlikely. Anyone capable of piercing the neck would not miss to such an extent. Even if they were to miss, the force would not differ so greatly. If it were the same person, he would not allow Qing Su to survive after aiming at her. And what about the dart aimed at us? How can you be so sure it was Qing Su's? That dart carried the scent of turpentine, which was present in Qing Su's room. As they approached the tavern, Mu Chang'an's eyes brightened. She patted Song Jin's shoulder. Let us eat. I haven't had anything to eat tonight. Knowing her usual appetite, Song Jin did not protest and followed her inside. Mu Chang'an chose a window-side seat on the second floor, casually placing the pouch beside her. This was indeed a splendid spot, offering a view of the Yaotao River, bustling with boats and glimmering lamps, creating a lively atmosphere. What would you like to eat? Asked the waiter as he arrived promptly with tea. Grilled shrimp, milk-fed fish, kung pao rabbit, sesame rolls. Mu Chang'an cheerfully ordered, her spirits high, adding, and a plate of sweet and sour shrimp dumplings. Certainly, the waiter replied loudly. Please wait a moment. How can we finish all this food? Song Jin frowned, urging her to continue. Earlier, when I accepted the tea Qing Su poured for me, my finger brushed against hers, and I noticed calluses on her fingertips. It seems she is adept with both sword and dart, Mu Chang'an continued, sipping her tea. The dart aimed at us was not meant for us, but rather a diversion. Qing Su was injured, which would naturally draw the attention of ordinary folks to her. However, someone of the officer's stature, upon witnessing the commotion, would suspect the source of the darts. Our room was directly facing the direction where Qing Su was carried away. So when that dart flew in, they would assume someone inside our room had also been wounded. With 2 darts fired, chaos would ensue within the tavern, creating confusion and mistakes. Qing Su's tactics of diversion were executed splendidly. Song Jin nodded, understanding the situation without further questions. Qing Su was undoubtedly clever. When they came looking for her, she likely realized they had seen them leap from the window, knowing the dart had not harmed them at all, and understanding that since they sought her out, they would not report to the authorities. Chapter 9. All are clever individuals. I cannot involve myself in their affairs in the capital. The officer's death has little to do with me. So I might as well engage in a transaction. As dishes were served one by one, Mu Chang'an smiled brightly, shoving a shrimp dumpling into her mouth. This transaction benefits Qing Su, and me as well. Engaging in transactions? You can't just take Miss Qing Su's silver, Song Jin replied, still frowning. Take it? Mu Chang'an shot him a glance. Do you have any money at all? Because I certainly don't. Neither do I. But how will we get to Hangzhou? Still, we cannot take such a large sum of money. He hesitated, recalling that he had little silver left after giving most to Cao Qiu, and the remainder wouldn't last long. After a pause, he suddenly recalled something, asking, Hangzhou? Why are we going there? That's the second part of the transaction. Qing Su will tell us where that fat man Chao is. As Mu Chang'an continued to eat while her hands were busy. She remarked, Chao has gone to Hangzhou. Why aren't you eating? There's so much food. I can't finish it all by myself, Song Jin replied. Just what does Qing Su have against that officer? He asked, picking up some food. Do they have a grudge? How would I know? It's none of our business. Mu Chang'an continued to eat while glancing at the scenery outside. Just then, it seemed more guests arrived, and the waiter's voice rang out, drawing Mu Chang'an's attention. It was of little concern not to look closely, having merely cast a cursory glance. The vinegar shrimp dumpling that Mu Chang'an had yet to swallow lodged in her throat, prompting a fit of coughs. Take it easy. I am not here to compete with you. Upon witnessing her choking, Song Jin immediately stood to pat her back. However, Mu Chang'an rebuffed his kindness, seizing his hand and pulling him down to squat beside her. Then reaching for her teacup to down its contents, which quelled her cough. It's those people from yesterday, she murmured. Following her gaze, Song Jin indeed spotted Jinan Heng and Yang Shixiang ascending the stairs, in search of a place to sit. Quick, let us leave. How do we escape? Jump out the window. With a determined expression, Mu Chang'an declared, on the count of 3, we jump together. Song Jin nodded in agreement. 1, 2, 3. Before the last word escaped his lips, Song Jin sprang to his feet, ready to leap out at Mu Chang'an. However, failed to notice the table and bumped into its edge, wincing in pain. Yet, disregarding her discomfort, she hurriedly followed Song Jin out the window. Ignoring the calls of the waiter behind them, both adept in agility, Song Jin and Mu Chang'an swiftly returned to the inn they were staying at. Inside the tavern, Jinan Heng settled into his seat, not rushing to order, while his eyes subtly drifted toward a window seat. a faint smile gracing his lips. Goodness, that hurt. Mu Chang'an only realized her pain upon returning to the inn, rubbing her forehead and grimacing. Who told you to be so careless? Song Jin, at a loss for words, inquired. Shall I ask the waiter to have the kitchen boil an egg for you? No, no. Mu Chang'an waved her hand dismissively, yawning as she walked further inside. That I've been running and jumping all day. I'm utterly exhausted. You should rest early too. We're heading to Hangzhou tomorrow. The next day, Mu Chang'an surprisingly rose early, packed her belongings, and knocked on Song Jin's door. Still drowsy, he donned his inner garments and outer robe, yawning as he opened the door. Still asleep? Mu Chang'an feigned anger, tugging at his ear. I've already gotten up. And you're still in bed. Hurry up and get ready. We need to hire a boat to Hangzhou. It's urgent. Let go of my ear, Song Jin protested, freeing himself while rubbing his ear. Frowning. How can you be up so early today? I'll get ready now. Within the king's manner, Jinan Heng had just entered when a long sword flew toward him. He quickly bent backward and, with a swift turn, grasped the hilt, standing firm. Your Highness, he greeted, lifting the sword before him and stepping forward to bow without a hint of subordination. After the formalities, he looked up with a smile. Your Highness seems to be in high spirits. Jingji, I heard your footsteps before the announcement, so I knew it was you, Lin Yu said, reaching out to take the sword, chuckling as he threw an arm around Jinan Heng's shoulder. Come, let us have some tea. As they proceeded toward the study, Jinan Heng playfully stepped back, smiling brightly. Your Highness, that one tea do. My father would scold me if he saw. Lin Yu's hand fell empty. But he was not annoyed. Instead, he lightly punched Jinan Heng's shoulder, still smiling. You call me your Highness, but it sounds so forced. It gives me goosebumps that I have some newly acquired by Luo Chun tea. Since you're fond of good tea, come and taste it. Jinan Heng did not speak further, smiling as they entered the study. Seated at the table, Lin Yu summoned someone to bring the tea. Then proceeded to brew it leisurely. He warmed the tea ware, placed the tea leaves, poured hot water, and filled a cup, extending it to Jinan Heng. Try this. It's the first batch of early spring by Luo Chun from Dongting. Made from tender buds, they say it has a floral and fruity aroma. Though I'm not well versed in tea, I can't discern its nuances. Jinan Heng chuckled, first inhaling the fragrance before savoring 3 sips. Well, Lin Yu, eager for his response, asked. The first sip is light, with a subtle fragrance. The second is vibrant and rich. The third, clear and aromatic, leaving a sweet aftertaste. One can truly appreciate its unique natural tea aroma and fruity notes. Jinan Heng nodded. Indeed, it is excellent tea. Naturally, Lin Yu beamed at the compliment, sitting upright, lifting his cup to imitate Jinan Heng, inhaling and sipping 3 times. That I wonder how you discern the first, second, and third sips. I can't taste anything. Your mind is not focused on this, nor do you pay attention. How can you discern the nuances? Jinan Heng poured another cup and took a sip. Has there been any news from the Qing Wang side? There hasn't been much movement, but his expression has certainly darkened, Lin Yu replied, his playful demeanor fading as he addressed serious matters. Didn't he receive the map? So he is likely quite troubled. Everything is prepared. I plan to set off this afternoon. Yes, be cautious on your journey to Hangzhou. The Qing Wang is not a benevolent man. While swords are easy to confront, hidden arrows are difficult to guard against. Once you pass Hangzhou, it will be hard for the Ji family and me to assist you. I understand. The map and the case of Zali Lu must be investigated, but do take care. Jinan Heng chuckled. You're sounding just like my mother, nagging away. Lin Yu, realizing this, laughed. I know you well. When you undertake matters, you act recklessly and expect me not to say a word. Chapter 10. Off to Hangzhou. Both laughed and chatted about affairs in the court. And only then did Jinan Heng take his leave. Lin Yu did not accompany him, but watched as he departed alone. As Jinan Heng moved further away, his figure gradually fading, Lin Yu's gaze shifted, reflecting on the great fire that had blazed 5 years prior. Thankfully, he silently sighed. That fire no longer exists in Jing's heart. 10 taels of silver. Mu Chang'an inquired about the boat rental price, agreeing without haggling, sealing the deal. The boatman, pleased with such a generous patron, prepared to fetch the boat. Yet, the two who had hired the boat merely stared at him, neither reaching for their silver. Gentlemen, what about the boat fee? Mu Chang'an glanced at Song Jin beside her, noticing his lack of action, and could not help but turn back. What are you waiting for? Get the silver out to hire the boat to Hangzhou. Song Jin's eyes widened. What do you mean by that? Isn't the silver in your possession? I don't have it. Her words trailed off. Mu Chang'an suddenly recalled that she had indeed held it during their meal at the tavern yesterday. While she had seen it at the tavern, it had since vanished. After a moment of contemplation, she realized that upon entering the tavern, She had carelessly placed the money pouch on the table when ordering. In her haste to leave after encountering that official, she had forgotten to take it with her. No wonder the waiter hadn't pursued her for payment. She had run too swiftly for them to catch up. She hadn't realized she had left behind enough money to dine at that tavern for 100 days. That was all that official's fault. With a sigh, Mu Chang'an slapped her forehead. Grimacing at Song Jin, the money pouch is left at that tavern. What shall we do? Should we go back to retrieve it? Retrieve it? What grounds do we have? They certainly wouldn't admit to it. The boatman, sensing their predicament, remarked, "It seems these two have no money to pay for the boat. So, are we hiring or not? Of course, we must hire it. How much silver do you still have?" Mu Chang'an exchanged a smile. But the latter part of her statement was directed at Song Jin. "That I have no silver left. It was all taken by that fat chow. I checked yesterday, and I barely have one tael left." "Only one tael?" Mu Chang'an exclaimed. The boatman's impatience was evident. "If you're not hiring, I still have to conduct business. We'll hire it. We'll hire it." Mu Chang'an maintained her smile, though embarrassment colored her face. "But can we negotiate the price?" 8 taels. "Can we negotiate again?" 6 taels. The boatman's expression soured. Again, Mu Chang'an pressed on 0.5 taels. The boatman gritted his teeth. Again, 0.4 taels is the lowest. The boatman's irritation was palpable. "You can ask around. For taels is the lowest price." Mu Chang'an, having failed in her bargaining, frowned at Song Jin, who waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not good at verbal sparring." The boatman had already boarded and was rowing away. Mu Chang'an could only helplessly watch as the boat drifted away, her face contorted in frustration. What now? One tael is barely enough for meals along the way. Song Jin mirrored her expression, let alone going to Hangzhou. At this rate, returning to Shu would be challenging. They both sighed in unison as Mu Chang'an turned. Intending to suggest returning to the inn to discuss, she suddenly spotted several familiar figures. She hurriedly pulled Song Jin to hide behind a stack of goods and peeked out. "What is going on?" Song Jin asked, confused by her actions. "Shh, look over there." Mu Chang'an pointed toward a group helping to load goods onto a large boat. Song Jin followed her gaze, furrowing his brow. Why are they here? The group consisted of the Yang brothers, Yang Shi and Yang Rui, who were preparing to set sail for Hangzhou that afternoon. Yang Shi and Yang Rui stood to the side, directing their subordinates to load food and clothing onto the ship. They too were bound for Hangzhou. Mu Chang'an rolled her eyes, her beautiful gaze sparkling like stars. "I have a way for us to reach Hangzhou without spending a dime." Noticing her mischievous demeanor, Song Jin felt a twinge of unease and asked, "What do you intend to do?" Mu Chang'an glanced at him with a smile. "Follow me." A quarter of an hour later, Song Jin sat restlessly in the rear cabin, anxiously glancing around, his unease palpable. "Chang'an, I've thought it over, and I still believe it's unwise. They might capture us instead. We would be delivering ourselves right to them." "Relax," Mu Chang'an replied, seemingly at ease. She patted his shoulder, indicating he should calm down. "Apart from sneaking onto this ship, do we have any other options?" Just as she suggested, they were indeed hiding in the spacious rear cabin of Jinan Heng's grand vessel. Song Jin still felt uneasy, while Mu Chang'an comfortably nestled among the clothes, finding a soft spot to recline. Despite her calm demeanor, he worried about what would happen if they were discovered. It's nothing to worry about. They want to capture us. The leader already knows we don't possess what they're searching for, and we are not associated with that fat chow. How can you be so sure? Song Jin asked curiously. "Have you seen anyone putting up notices to capture us in the streets?" Mu Chang'an raised an eyebrow. "Not that I've noticed." "Well then," she interrupted. "A couple of days ago. It didn't cross my mind. I only remembered after seeing them at the tavern yesterday that if Fat Chow has committed a crime, and they think we are working with him, why wouldn't they issue a warrant or send someone to apprehend us? Instead, they let us roam freely in the streets. Moreover, when I created such a commotion while fleeing yesterday, he surely heard it, but didn't send anyone after us. The only explanation is that he knows we are not in cahoots with Fat Chow and has no need to bother with us." "That makes sense. Even if what you say is true, how could he allow us to tag along for food and drink? If discovered, he might just toss us overboard." Song Jin still felt apprehensive. "There won't be any fighting," Mu Chang'an chuckled, a glimmer of cunning in her eyes. "If worst comes to worst, we can always offer him a gift." She yawned, closed her eyes, and softly murmured, "I woke up too early. I am quite tired. I'll take a nap. You should rest too." With that, she eased her breathing as if truly asleep. Song Jin knew that though Mu Chang'an acted recklessly, she was not one to embark on ventures without assurance. While he still felt uneasy, he noticed her apparent fatigue, realizing she had risen early. Thus, he refrained from questioning her further and leaned against the clothing to close his eyes as well. Their slumber deepened until the vessel darkened, and the sounds of footsteps in the rear cabin stirred them awake. By the time Mu Chang'an fully emerged from her dreams, The cabin door had swung open, and candlelight spilled in, illuminating their faces. It was Yang Rui. Chang'an, Song Jin exclaimed, startled, sitting up abruptly. Someone's coming. I've noticed, Mu Chang'an replied, far more composed, standing leisurely and smiling at Yang Rui. It's good to see you again. Yang Rui widened his eyes, convinced he must be imagining things. How could they be here? Had they been sleeping? What are you doing here? He exclaimed, regaining his composure. The commotion drew the attention of others aboard, filling the small cabin with chatter. Mu Chang'an remained silent, observing, while Song Jin, unable to speak, stood alongside her, exchanging bewildered glances with Yang Rui. Arrest them all, Yang Rui commanded, and when they remained silent, he waved his hand. Issuing the order, Mu Chang'an allowed herself to be captured without resistance. Though she frowned slightly as they pressed the blade against her throat, Yang Rui escorted Song Jin and Mu Chang'an to meet Jinan Heng. He sat in his cabin reviewing documents related to the Zalilu case. Suddenly, he heard a commotion outside, followed by a knock at the door. Sir, it's Yang Rui. Have you rested? Jinan Heng hesitated, cleared his throat to suppress a cough, and replied, What is it? I have something to report. Yang Rui continued. I've captured. It seems I should choose my words carefully. He paused, then said, Bandits. Jinan Heng frowned, but before he could respond, a familiar female voice interjected. What do you mean, bandits? My brother and I hardly resemble thieves. A striking figure with flowing hair and an indignant expression appeared before him. Her again, Jinan Heng mused, rising to open the door. Upon opening it, he found Yang Rui's guards restraining two familiar figures. Jinan Heng glanced at Mu Chang'an, who was smiling in response to his gaze, then turned to Yang Rui and asked, What is going on? Sir, Yang Rui began, bowing respectfully. I went to the rear cabin to collect materials for dinner and found these two sleeping. Yang Shi arrived a moment later, surprised to hear Yang Rui's claim that Mu Chang'an and Song Jin had been sleeping. Staring at the pair in disbelief, Jinan Heng regarded Mu Chang'an again. His expression neutral, though he felt puzzled. Sleeping? It's no wonder everyone misinterpreted the situation, given that they are a man and a woman together in the dark rear cabin. Yang Rui's use of the term sleeping certainly invites speculation. Mu Chang'an, slightly embarrassed, corrected him. It was merely a short rest. He was resting on his own. I was resting on my own. She shot a glare at Yang Rui, who finally met her gaze, returning her displeasure. Jinan Heng, lacking the time to unravel their semantics, directly asked, How did you come aboard? Mu Chang'an teased. I came to deliver a gift to you. A gift for me. Jinan Heng raised an eyebrow and Mu Chang'an nodded with a smile. Yang Rui interjected, What is so funny? Just answer honestly. Unfazed, Mu Chang'an shot him another glare. Yang Rui, feeling inexplicably guilty under her scrutiny, turned away, falling silent. Jinan Heng narrowed his eyes and said, The last time you slipped past me was my oversight. I hadn't captured you yet you've come to me willingly. Are you offering yourself as a gift? Mu Chang'an maintained her smile. Your words are not entirely sincere, whether we escape or not. You would eventually release us. It was only a matter of time. Acknowledging her point, Jinan Heng showed no sign of embarrassment, raising his brow to indicate she should continue. Thus, we need not regard this as a confrontation between the government and bandits. We can peacefully negotiate a transaction. Intrigued, Jinan Heng asked, A transaction? I possess the map of the Suzhou city defenses you sought the other day, Mu Chang'an stated, looking directly at him. You take me to Hangzhou, and I will provide you with the map. Jinan Heng discerned the dual meaning in her words and inquired. Go on. Firstly, I have the city defense map on me. As for how I acquired it, I cannot elaborate. Secondly, given the substantial force accompanying you, being a person of the government, I remember your insignia indicated a position of some authority, suggesting you wouldn't travel to a small place. The only significant cities accessible from this ferry are Jiangzhou and Hangzhou. It takes 10 days from the capital to Jiangzhou and only 6 days to Hangzhou. The provisions in your rear cabin would suffice for those aboard for over 6 days. But 10 days would necessitate rationing. I assume you, as a nobleman, would not wish to endure such privation, nor would you allow your subordinates to go hungry. Therefore, your destination must undoubtedly be Hangzhou. Jinan Heng pondered for a moment. How do you know I would engage in this transaction with you? I do not know. Mu Chang'an pouted, feigning grievance. It's a gamble. We have no other options if you intend to throw us into the water. We would be utterly powerless. Jinan Heng met her gaze. At that moment, Mu Chang'an also looked up, locking eyes with him. Though her appearance was unremarkable, Jinan Heng couldn't help but acknowledge the brilliance of her eyes. Shining like stars, gazing into those bright eyes, he felt an inexplicable sense of trust and reluctance to refuse her. Take them away. The male will stay with Yang Rui and the others, and the female will be housed in the rear cabin. After a moment, Jinan Heng averted his gaze and turned to return to his quarters. Yang Rui, bring me the map later. Yang Shi was taken aback by how quickly his superior had agreed. Feeling somewhat puzzled but maintaining his composure without further comment, Yang Rui, however, lacked his brother's restraint, his dissatisfaction and astonishment evident as he glared at Mu Chang'an. Mu Chang'an met his fierce gaze without a hint of embarrassment or trepidation. Unlike her usual defiance, she instead smiled brightly at him and inquired, "Dear brother, could you please ask the young man beside me to move his knife?" Yang Rui, expecting her to retaliate as she often did, was taken aback by her cheerful demeanor amidst his glare. After a moment of surprise, he shook his head and gestured for them to be released. Yang Shi stepped forward, first nodding respectfully to Mu Chang'an and the others, then instructed one of the guards, "Take this young lady to the cabin and prepare a place for her to stay." He then turned to Song Jin, saying, "Young master, please follow me to go ahead. I will find you once I am settled." Mu Chang'an replied with a smile, gesturing for him to proceed. Song Jin nodded, "Be careful." With that, Mu Chang'an followed the guard into the cabin. Once inside, she set about arranging the bedding, smoothing it out on the floor. And after testing its comfort by rolling around on it, she finally stood up, satisfied. The guard, seeing she had everything in order, stood by quietly, observing her. After tidying up, Mu Chang'an dusted off her clothes and noticed the guard's gaze upon her. She smiled and asked, "Why do you stare at me, young sir?" The guard, averting his eyes, hesitated before asking, "You appear to be a man, yet everyone refers to you as a young lady. Is that not true?" Mu Chang'an nodded, walking closer to him with a serious expression. "I am merely slight in stature and delicate in features. Thus, they assume I am a girl. That it seems your lord's judgment is rather poor." Though confused, the guard felt compelled to defend his master. Just as he was about to retort, Mu Chang'an had already moved on, striding away to find Song Jin. Jin, she called out upon spotting him. Song Jin had just finished arranging his belongings and was waiting on the deck. He quickly approached and handed her the fruit Yang Shi had given him. "Why did he so readily agree to let us accompany him?" "How would I know?" Mu Chang'an replied, nonchalantly wiping the fruit on her sleeve. "Perhaps he believes this arrangement is advantageous for him. I forgot to ask you earlier, but how did you know this dock only connects to Jiangzhou and Hangzhou? And how did you know that man is an official from the Dali Temple?" "I do not know," she said, taking a crisp bite of the fruit. "Then what about earlier? I made it up." "Both were fabrications?" Mu Chang'an nodded. "That day, I merely saw the sign for the Dali Temple and remembered there is a position called the Dali Temple Shaoqing, so I spoke without thinking that I did not expect it to be accurate." "How did you know they were heading to Hangzhou?" Mu Chang'an turned to him, grinning. "I overheard Yang Rui mentioning at the dock that there might be an opportunity to see West Lake." "But where did you acquire that map?" "I stole it." "From where?" "I cannot reveal that," she said, casting him a sidelong glance. "What would you understand with your dull mind? Jin, with your lack of insight, you will never find a wife, let alone one as worldly as Miss Qingsu. Song Jin felt embarrassed, his face reddening. "What nonsense are you speaking? I grew up alongside you," Mu Chang'an laughed, "though I may not remember many things. Having spent these last 5 years with you, your little thoughts are not concealed from me." Song Jin flushed deeper, his face nearly crimson. Mu Chang'an laughed heartily, and seeing his embarrassment, she ceased her laughter. With a beautiful sister-in-law who was talented in song and dance, she felt delighted, but she did not finish her thought. Instead, she leaned against the ship's railing, gazing at the bright moon, and abruptly changed the subject. "The moon is particularly luminous tonight." However, Song Jin did not pay much attention to her words. He remained bashful, lowering his head with a sigh, lamenting, "I do not know when we shall see the capital again." Mu Chang'an did not respond, continuing to gaze at the moon, seemingly lost in thought. Song Jin also appeared disinclined to jest further, leaning against the railing with downcast eyes, lost in memories of a pair of eyes that resembled clear springs. For a moment, silence enveloped them. After a while, Mu Chang'an turned to observe Song Jin, who was deep in thought. She sighed softly, deciding it best not to disclose her escapade of sneaking into the Qingsu residence to steal the defensive map of Suzhou. He was always absent-minded and stubborn. If he learned of her connection with the authorities and that she had taken a map they were seeking, it would surely trouble him. Chang'an. Song Jin finally called her name hesitantly, after a lengthy pause. "Yes?" Mu Chang'an turned to face him. He hesitated, about to speak, when suddenly a male voice interrupted them. "Young ladies, young master." They both turned to see Yang Rui approaching. "You two seem to be in high spirits." "Enjoying the moonlight," he remarked, his tone laced with sarcasm directed at Mu Chang'an. Unperturbed, she responded with a smile. "Indeed, the moonlight is splendid. It would be a shame not to appreciate it." Humph. Yang Rui remained unfazed by her cheerful demeanor, his dissatisfaction evident. "I cannot afford to waste time feasting and lounging around like you." Mu Chang'an continued to smile. "Of course, dear brother, you are a busy man. unlike us who have the luxury of idleness. Yang Rui eyed her suspiciously, noticing her unwavering smile and lack of retaliation, ultimately deciding against further confrontation. The Lord has sent me to retrieve the map. Da-da. I see, Mu Chang'an said, lowering her gaze to retrieve the map from her robes. I initially thought you had come to seek me out for some unpleasant reason, but it turns out it is for official matters. Yang Rui snatched the map from her hands, slightly irritated. Are you implying I am a troublemaker? How could I dare? Mu Chang'an feigned innocence that I merely meant to say I am the one idling about. Dear brother, how could you take it otherwise? There is nothing you would not dare. Yang Rui sneered. You returned after running away right under our Lord's nose. Your audacity is remarkable. This is all due to your Lord's magnanimity, Mu Chang'an flattered. If I were not aware of your boundless generosity and ability to overlook past grievances, I would not be so bold. Though she was insincere, Yang Rui's expression softened slightly, and he huffed. That is certainly true. Indeed, Mu Chang'an agreed, secretly thinking how she had accurately flattered his loyalty, before Yang Rui could respond. Another voice interrupted them. Young lady, young master. It was Yang Shi, 2 years older than Yang Rui, possessing a calm demeanor. He was far more composed and courteous, addressing them with care. Lady, young master, please follow me. Dinner is ready. Before Mu Chang'an could respond, Yang Rui interjected with annoyance. Brother, why must you be so polite with them? Yang Shi glanced at him. Rui, do not be rude. These two are guests and must be treated with respect. Seeing Yang Rui's expression darken, Mu Chang'an sought to ease the tension, smiling. It is nothing. This brother is merely being courteous. You may call me Mu Chang'an. She then signaled to Song Jin, who understood her intent and stepped forward. Performing a respectful bow. I am Song Jin. No need for formalities, just call me Song Jin. Yang Shi, however, chose to introduce himself properly. I am Yang Shi, and this is my younger brother Yang Rui. Please, Lady Chang'an and young Master Song. This way. With his brother's words, Yang Rui merely pouted but refrained from further comment, following them. During dinner, they did not see Jinan Heng, and Mu Chang'an paid little attention, finishing her meal and returning to the cabin to rest. That night passed uneventfully. Mu Chang'an had slept longer than usual after sneaking into the cabin, and thus, she found it hard to fall asleep again. She only drifted off when dawn began to break. Naturally, she rose later than usual, although this was still early by her standards. The boat had traveled for a day, leaving the capital and entering a landscape filled with trees and reeds, with the wind blowing against the riverbank, creating a picturesque scene. Stretching lazily, Mu Chang'an strolled out of the cabin, taking in the beautiful scenery with a contented sigh. You were up quite early, a dissatisfied voice called from nearby. Turning, she saw Yang Rui. A young lady like you can sleep so soundly. Yang Rui was on his way to Jinan Heng's cabin when he encountered Mu Chang'an, who was in a jovial mood. Yang Rui, unable to resist a jab, remarked sarcastically. Mu Chang'an, however, chose not to engage in a quarrel, smiling lightly as he replied, I find myself with ample leisure time, unlike the busy affairs that preoccupy you, Master Yang. A little more sleep never hurt anyone. Besides, I have always been somewhat indolent. You needn't mock me. Yang Rui huffed, choosing silence as he strode ahead. As he continued, he crossed paths with Song Jin, who was bringing lunch to Mu Chang'an. Having assumed that she was awake, Yang Rui acted as if he had not noticed them, striding forward, but Song Jin paused, glancing at him. Has he troubled you again? She inquired, frowning as she handed over the steamed bun and soybean milk. Mu Chang'an accepted the food eagerly, taking a hearty bite of the bun and a generous gulp of the milk, closing his eyes in satisfaction. Let him be. One must bow their head when under a roof. I am magnanimous enough not to hold a grudge against him. Yang Rui, despite being a distance away, could still hear Mu Chang'an's response. He halted briefly, casting a fleeting glance at the smiling figure enjoying his meal before resuming his pace. Upon reaching Jinan Heng's cabin door, Yang Rui knocked. Come in, came Jinan Heng's voice from within. Yang Rui entered. Everything is in order aboard the ship? Jinan Heng asked without looking up from the documents he was perusing. Yes, the vessel has departed from the capital, Yang Rui replied, then hesitated before asking, Sir, there is a matter I am uncertain whether to raise. Feel free to ask. Sir, Mu Chang'an and Song Jin arrived under mysterious circumstances. Why did you allow them aboard? If they were. They are not, Jinan Heng interjected, closing the file and fixing Yang Rui with a steady gaze. If they were agents of the Crown Prince, they would not be so conspicuous, captured under our very noses and brazenly boarding with the defense map of Suzhou in hand. Such audacity would not belong to a spy. Moreover, who but a spy would be so conspicuous without any ulterior motive? Yang Rui remained silent for a moment before continuing. But we searched for that Suzhou defense map for days without success. How could it have come into her possession? Furthermore, on that day, Jinan Heng pondered for a while before stating, "We will know more once we receive news from the capital that I suspect they are also searching for Cao Qiu, who seems to have deceived them for money." Yang Rui paused, then asked, "Sir, is Cao Qiu still sending people to look for it?" "Let the constabulary handle that. The map has been located, so there is no need to expend further effort," Jinan Heng said, shifting the topic. "Are there any updates from Hangzhou?" "None as of yet." "I believe the Crown Prince is still en route," Yang Rui replied. "The Crown Prince is ahead of us. We must expedite our journey." "Yes, I have already given the necessary orders." Jinan Heng nodded. Returning to his documents, having served Jinan Heng for many years, Yang Rui understood that he had finished his instructions and prepared to take his leave. Just as he reached the door, Jinan Heng's voice called out, "Keep a closer watch on those two." Yang Rui contemplated briefly, understanding the intent, and turned to affirm, "Understood," before departing. Once outside the cabin, Yang Rui lingered for a moment. Over the past 5 years, especially since that battle, Jinan Heng had increasingly preferred solitude within his quarters. Though Jinan Heng had never been particularly talkative, he used to occasionally step outside or call for Yang Rui and his brother to await his instructions, sometimes soliciting their opinions. However, in these last 5 years, apart from official duties or visits from the Crown Prince, he rarely left his chamber, preferring to remain inside, with servants instructed to prepare tea and hot water. Leaving little opportunity for them to change the tea, his brow remained perpetually furrowed, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Yang Rui did not dwell on it further and turned away, after Yang Rui's footsteps faded into the distance. Jinan Heng set his documents aside, exhaling softly as he rubbed his temples while leaning back in his chair. The cabin was silent, and he could hear the oars slicing through the water. After a moment of stillness, an itch arose in his throat, prompting him to cover his mouth with the back of his hand as he succumbed to a fit of coughing. Each cough brought a metallic sweetness to his throat. And as he coughed, veins bulged on his forehead, his face reddening from the exertion that he stifled the coughs, wary of disturbing anyone outside. After a protracted bout, he finally ceased, furrowing his brow as he exhaled deeply. Appearing utterly drained, the atmosphere within the cabin grew heavy with his labored breathing. Jinan Heng's brow remained tense, his head throbbing faintly. 5 years had passed, and despite the countless medicines consumed, his ailment showed no sign of improvement. If anything, the fits had grown more frequent. He pressed a hand to his chest, as though the scar there throbbed with a dull pain. "It's all in the past. Let bygones be bygones," he mused quietly, attempting to console himself. After a while, he resumed reading the documents on the table. Meanwhile, Mu Chang'an found himself restless once more. After tossing and turning, counting sheep, he ultimately conceded defeat in his battle against sleep. Throwing off the covers, he sat up. The rear cabin was slightly lower, making it difficult for him to stand fully upright. Not bothering to tie his hair, he merely donned a robe and stepped out into the night, which had grown late. Calculating in his mind, he realized it must be the early hours of the morning. It was still late winter, and coupled with their position on the river, the chill was biting. Mu Chang'an shivered, his skin prickling with goosebumps, and sneezed. The cold was unbearable, prompting him to turn back to the cabin for warmth. Just then, he heard a faint fit of coughing, fearing to disturb those on board. The coughs were subdued, yet Mu Chang'an's keen hearing allowed him to catch the sound. After a moment's contemplation, he chose to investigate. Moments later, the coughing persisted, prompting him to step out once more, this time wrapped in a thin quilt. Feeling much warmer, he silently praised himself for his cleverness as he followed the sound of the coughs. After a few steps, he turned a corner and found Jinan Heng, who seemed to be nearing the end of his coughing fit. His hand lightly pressed against his mouth as he coughed a couple more times before stopping and turning to face Mu Chang'an. Mu Chang'an initially thought he had interrupted Jinan Heng's coughing, making him self-conscious, and quickly waved his hands. "It's nothing, really. Please, continue. Don't mind me." Jinan Heng, after regaining his composure, asked in a low voice, "What brings you out here?" "I slept rather long during the day," Mu Chang'an admitted, moving closer and glancing down at the shimmering river. "And I couldn't fall asleep tonight." Jinan Heng observed the unbound hair and quilt draped over Mu Chang'an's shoulders, asking, "Are you particularly sensitive to the cold?" "Indeed," Mu Chang'an replied, lifting her gaze to him. The quilt obscured her view, leaving her only with the sharp outline of his profile against the moonlight. "The wind is too strong. I cannot bear the chill." "Then why not stay in the cabin? What purpose does it serve to be out here?" Jinan Heng asked, turning his gaze to the moon. "I was on my way back when I heard your cough," Mu Chang'an admitted, "and thought to check on you. It's merely a small cough." Jinan Heng dismissed lightly. "Besides, what can you do? You are not a physician." "That is true," Mu Chang'an acknowledged, nodding as if realizing her oversight. Had I known, I would have simply returned to my cabin. Jinan Heng fell silent, gazing at the moonlit sky. The two shared a comfortable silence. The surroundings enveloped in tranquility. Mu Chang'an stole another glance at him. What should have been an awkward moment felt profoundly serene. Suddenly, an unlikely thought crossed her mind. She felt an inexplicable familiarity with this quiet man before her, as if they had known each other for ages. Sir, Mu Chang'an began hesitantly. Jinan Heng waited for her to continue, but, hearing nothing further, frowned slightly. What is it? Mu Chang'an bit her lip, suppressing her initial thought, and instead jested. You know, up close, you are quite handsome, master, like a jade tree in the wind, radiating charm and grace. After a pause, Jinan Heng was taken aback by her unexpected compliment, feeling somewhat exasperated yet maintaining his composure. That is indeed the case, he replied nonchalantly. How unreserved of you. You are still a notch below my brother, Mu Chang'an thought to herself, recalling her brother with a tinge of melancholy, wondering how he fared in Shu province. She and Song Jin had slipped away without a word. He and Aunt Song must be quite worried. With a soft sigh, she released her breath, the sound barely audible, yet sharp enough for Jinan Heng's keen ears to catch. What troubles you? He asked, glancing at her curiously. Nothing, Mu Chang'an waved her hand dismissively, thinking it unnecessary to explain. However, she found herself losing interest in further conversation, simply stating, I am tired. I shall return to sleep. Chapter 15. The plunge into the Chang'an River. Upon finishing her words, Mu Chang'an turned to leave, but suddenly recalled something, pivoting back to perform a respectful bow. I shall take my leave now. I hope you rest well, esteemed Sir. Jinan Heng, puzzled and furrowing his brow, contemplated asking if she had taken leave of her senses, only to see her rise with a playful grin. Is this how one should conduct themselves? He mused silently, regarding her with an expression that questioned her sanity. Unperturbed by his gaze, Mu Chang'an tightened the thin blanket around her and turned to walk back. In an instant, two darts sliced through the air, aimed directly at them. Both Jinan Heng and Mu Chang'an stood frozen for a brief moment before snapping back to reality, swiftly evading the attack. In her haste to turn around, Mu Chang'an forgot that she was still wrapped in a blanket. Stumbling slightly as her foot caught the edge, nearly toppling into the river, Jinan Heng, quick on his feet, seized her and pulled her back just in time to prevent her fall. Yet, as he released her to regain her balance, he scanned the surroundings with a furrowed brow. Inside the boat, aside from a few night watch guards, most were fast asleep. The hour was late, and Jinan Heng listened intently, noting the absence of the guards' steady breathing. They had likely succumbed to a deep slumber, never to awaken. His mind was clear and alert, yet he sensed no disturbances. His skills were indeed commendable. Squinting slightly, Jinan Heng's expression grew more serious, though he showed no sign of fear. Mu Chang'an, calming herself, also listened intently. Although her hearing was not as acute as Jinan Heng's, she noticed a shift in his demeanor and felt her own alertness heighten. Moments later, the sound of whistling darts pierced the air again, and several silver projectiles came flying from behind, prompting both to bend low and evade the attack. The silver darts grazed past, embedding themselves into the wooden floor of the boat, just as Mu Chang'an regained her composure. She caught a glimpse of a silver soft sword aimed at her from behind. In a reflexive motion, she kicked out at the assailant's hand, but was unprepared for a few more silver darts that were thrown in her direction. One struck her right arm, embedding itself deeply and nearly reaching the bone. Mu Chang'an could not suppress a pained groan. She attempted to muster strength, only to find her right arm felt as if it were filled with lead. Utterly immobile, the masked assailant, clad in dark clothing, recognized her incapacitation and lunged towards Jinan Heng with lethal intent. Jinan Heng cast a glance at Mu Chang'an, his expression unwavering and unperturbed. He countered with calculated precision, exchanging blows with the attacker. In a flurry of moves that felt like an eternity, they engaged in a fierce battle. Jinan Heng, possessing profound internal strength, executed each strike with stability, and the assailant began to falter under the pressure. The adversary leapt into the air, bringing the soft sword down towards Jinan Heng's face. Yet, Jinan Heng neither dodged nor flinched. At the last moment, he extended his arm to redirect the sword's path with his sleeve, then struck the assailant squarely in the chest. The attacker emitted a muffled grunt, propelled backward, and lodged the soft sword into the boat's floor to stabilize himself. In that moment, the assailant seized Mu Chang'an, pressing the sword against her neck. Do not approach, he warned in a hoarse voice, evidently affected by Jinan Heng's strike. Otherwise, I will kill her. Mu Chang'an internally rolled her eyes, recognizing the unfortunate connection she had developed with blades over the past days. The first to hear the commotion and emerge from the cabin was Song Jin. Chang'an, he exclaimed, his sleepiness vanishing upon witnessing the scene. He rushed forward, Your arm. His gaze then shifted to Jinan Heng, who appeared indifferent, glaring at him as if to say, "What concern is it of mine?" Yang Rui and Yang Shi were also roused. Emerging from the cabin, "Sir." Yang Shi stepped forward, anxiety etched across his face. "Are you injured?" "Injured? What do you mean?" Song Jin snapped, his voice rising. Chang'an is the one hurt. Mu Chang'an, watching the unfolding chaos, sighed softly, thinking to herself that by the time they figured out who was injured, she might already be dead. The river wind picked up, biting cold against her skin. Unable to withstand the chill, Mu Chang'an trembled, her voice quivering as she spoke. "You see, aside from that foolish lad in blue, no one cares about my life. You captured me, but you pose no threat to them." The masked assailant's grip on the sword remained steady as Jinan Heng's group stepped forward cautiously. The assailant, now on high alert, began retreating slowly with Mu Chang'an. "Do not act foolishly," she warned, sensing the faint scent of turpentine. Lowering her voice, she added, "If you jump into the water now, you might save yourself. You cannot defeat them." Seemingly considering her words, the assailant retreated step by step until he reached the edge of the boat, leaning against the railing. "What do you intend to do?" Song Jin inquired. Following closely, his tone urgent. "You have grievances to settle. Do so with the right people. Let this girl go, and we will remain passive. You can do as you wish. It won't concern us." Yang Rui, standing nearby, shot him a disdainful glance. "Do not come any closer. Step back." The masked figure, now steadied against the railing, spoke with more assurance, having regained his composure. The cold wind rustled Mu Chang'an's outer robe, tangling her hair. Blood continued to flow from her right arm, and the poison from the dart left her utterly drained of strength, even the ability to shiver escaping her. "You must hurry," Mu Chang'an said weakly. "I cannot withstand the cold. My body is frail. If I die from this chill, you will have no chance to escape." The sword pressed against her neck relaxed slightly, and then, in a swift motion, the masked assailant spun and leaped into the icy river. Mu Chang'an's heart sank. "You may jump into the river, but why take me with you? Is it not enough that you want me dead?" "On the boat," Song Jin shouted. Chang'an. Moments later, the sound of splashes echoed as he jumped into the water. Jinan Heng followed suit, and soon Yang Rui and Yang Shi called out, "Sir," before also diving in. In mere moments, Yang Rui resurfaced, clumsily bringing Song Jin back aboard. "Why did you jump in so recklessly? You cannot swim," he scolded, shaking off the water. Song Jin, coughing and sputtering, exclaimed, "Chang'an has fallen into the water. Did you not see?" He stood and leaned over the railing, searching for her, but found nothing, his anxiety causing him to stomp his feet in frustration. Yang Rui shot him a warning glance. "Do not jump again. I cannot split my focus to save you." With that, he plunged back into the water. Though anxious, Song Jin understood that diving in would only complicate matters, so he paced back and forth on the boat. After a short while, the surface of the water began to stir, and Jinan Heng emerged, cradling the unconscious Mu Chang'an in his arms as he swam back toward the boat. Song Jin immediately reached out to assist, helping to lift Mu Chang'an onto the deck. Yang Rui and Yang Shi soon surfaced as well, climbing aboard. Jinan Heng, still cold from the river, had no time to check on Mu Chang'an, while Yang Shi hurried to fetch blankets from below deck. Entirely preoccupied with his brother's safety, only Song Jin remained by Mu Chang'an's side, his concern palpable. She was overwhelmed with cold, her right arm injured and poisoned, causing her to tremble even in unconsciousness. Her face was devoid of color, lips pale, and her breath exhaled icy vapor. Curling into herself, her features contorted in distress, Song Jin cradled her gently, calling her name repeatedly. "Chang'an, Chang'an." Yang Rui returned with blankets, glancing at her with a pang of sympathy. Though his face remained impassive, she usually seemed so lively. "Why is she so frail now?" Before he could finish, Song Jin's ire erupted. "What do you know? You only concern yourself with your own affairs. Chang'an is frail. She cannot withstand this bitter cold. She has risen late these past few days, and now, due to the enmity your family has stirred, she is injured, poisoned, and has fallen into the river. The weather is frigid, and the water is icy. If she is not careful, she may lose her life." Song Jin's voice grew increasingly heated, fearing for her well-being. "You may not want to help, but do not speak lightly of this situation." Chapter 16. No need for your concern. Typically seen as a sincere and composed individual, Song Jin's sudden outburst left Yang Rui taken aback, momentarily speechless before mumbling an apology. "That was not my intention." Jinan Heng stood, approaching Song Jin, and crouched down to examine Mu Chang'an, but he suppressed the urge to cough, asking, "What is wrong with her?" With a huff, Song Jin cradled Mu Chang'an, declaring, "No need for your concern." Jinan Heng frowned slightly. "Miss Mu was injured due to my actions. There are those aboard with some medical knowledge. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Initially, Song Jin intended to refuse, but after a moment's thought, he lowered his tone, albeit still irritable. Please prepare some warm stoves or soup pots. After a brief pause, he added, thank you. Upon returning to the rear cabin, Song Jin hurriedly took some bedding to wrap Chang'an completely. Then stepped outside to fetch the medicine and silver needles from his own cabin. Fong Fong opened the door, startled to see Yang Rui standing outside. What are you doing? She asked. Yang Rui hesitated but finally said, may I be of assistance? After a moment of contemplation, Song Jin asked, is there a woman aboard this ship? His expression was somewhat awkward. Yang Rui suddenly realized that Mu Chang'an was a girl who had fallen into the water and would obviously need to change. He nodded. There is an aunt who specializes in cooking. I will call her over. When Song Jin returned with the silver needles and herbs, the aunt had already dressed Mu Chang'an in clean clothes. Song Jin expressed his gratitude and escorted her out of the cabin before sitting cross-legged in front of her, spreading out the pouch of silver needles on the floor. At that moment, another knock sounded at the door. Without turning his head, Song Jin simply said, come in. It was Jinan Heng. I've sent for a bowl of soup. He informed. He handed over the soup bowl to Song Jin and then produced a delicate porcelain vial from his pocket. This medicine can protect the heart and counteract various poisons. It may prove useful to her. Though Song Jin felt a flicker of anger towards Jinan Heng's earlier indifference during Mu Chang'an's abduction, he acknowledged the value of the medicine and accepted it with gratitude. Placing it aside, Jinan Heng glanced at the unconscious Mu Chang'an, who was frowning even in her sleep, said nothing further, and quietly left. Song Jin busied himself tucking the soup bowl into Mu Chang'an's bedding and did not rise to see him off. As Jinan Heng exited the rear cabin, he found Yang Rui waiting outside. Upon seeing him, Yang Rui hurriedly asked, is Miss Mu feeling better? Jinan Heng walked ahead, replying coolly, she will be fine. Yang Rui sighed in relief, but mumbled, it's hard to believe such a spirited person could be so weak. I never imagined her late rising was due to her frail health. It was indeed quite alarming to see her in that state. Jinan Heng did not wish to continue this line of conversation and instructed, we must uncover who was responsible for tonight's incident. Yang Rui acknowledged the order. With the exception of Mu Chang'an and Song Jin, the remainder of the night passed uneventfully. However, few managed to sleep soundly. The masked intruders' commotion had resulted in several casualties among the night watch, leading to an increased number of guards. Those not on duty in their quarters also found it difficult to rest. Yang Shi and Yang Rui took their turns on watch, while Song Jin remained in the rear cabin, vigilant over Mu Chang'an, not daring to close his eyes. Jinan Heng returned to his cabin. But after lying down for a short while, he sat up, covering his mouth as he coughed persistently. It took some time for him to recover. He retrieved a pill from his pocket, swallowed it, released a long breath, and sat upright to regulate his breathing. After a while, he opened his eyes, his breathing now steady. A pale, bloodless face floated to his mind. Mu Chang'an. He furrowed his brow, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with her. Lying there, her face pale and brow furrowed, evoked a sense of deja vu the moment she fell into the water. Without a second thought, he had plunged in after her. Such impulsive actions, driven by instinct rather than rational thought, had never occurred before. Yet, he had no recollection of having met her prior to this. Jinan Heng pondered the events of the past few days. It was certain that Mu Chang'an and Song Jin were not affiliated with the Prince of Chang. But were their appearances intentional or coincidental? If intentional, what was their aim? If coincidental, how could so many anomalies arise? And then there was the masked intruder. Jinan Heng frowned, considering the implications of the poison darts and the skilled swordplay. According to the intelligence he possessed, there were no such individuals under the Prince of Chang's command. If they were indeed his subordinates, such skills would not have been squandered on a reckless attack. As he contemplated, he suddenly remembered something. Rising from the bed to search for a document, his gaze fell upon several key phrases from the second-grade military governor of Shu, Li Shi, assassinated at by Mei Pavilion. A silver dart pierced through the neck, a fatal blow. They both employed darts. Jinan Heng lowered his eyes, recalling that the dart that struck Mu Chang'an had nearly embedded itself within her flesh. Judging by the force behind it, it seemed to be the same assailant. Therefore, regarding the death of Zali Lu, aside from the Turkic people and the Prince of Chang, was there a possibility of a third party involved? He pondered for a while longer, but found little clarity. These events were still too tangled to connect at this moment. It seemed he would need to expedite the investigation's responses from the imperial capital. In the rear cabin, Song Jin used scissors to cut away a portion of Mu Chang'an's sleeve, revealing the wound where the silver dart had penetrated. The injury had become festering, having bled due to exposure to the frigid river water. Now, with her body warming, it began to ooze blood anew. The silver dart had only a small portion protruding from her arm, with the majority embedded deep within her right arm against the bone. Upon seeing the already festering wound, Song Jin couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Damn it, he cursed under his breath, shocked by how deeply it had lodged. He heated a silver knife over the candle flame and then gently pressed it against Mu Chang'an's right arm. Whispering, "Chang'an, bear with me. You must endure." Steeling his resolve, he took a deep breath and used the heated silver knife to carve along the festering wound, extracting a small piece of rotten flesh. Then Mu Chang'an moaned in her sleep, her face glistening with a fine sheen of sweat. Upon seeing her pale visage, Song Jin felt a pang of compassion, but knew that if he did not remove the silver dart and excise the rotten flesh promptly, no amount of good medicine would save her right arm. That he could only act swiftly, hoping to minimize her suffering. The following day, as dawn broke, Jinan Heng rose just as the sky began to lighten. The fog was thick, and the ship moved through the river, enveloped by mist, presenting an ethereal, otherworldly sight. Jinan Heng emerged from his cabin, glanced at the sky to estimate the time, and returned to his quarters to retrieve several bottles of pills before heading to the rear cabin. The changing of the guard was underway, leading to numerous attendants bowing and greeting him as he walked through the ship. Jinan Heng's steps did not falter. He proceeded directly to the rear cabin, lightly knocking on the door, but received no response. After a moment's hesitation, he pushed the door, which was slightly ajar, and entered. Song Jin was absent, leaving only Mu Chang'an lying on the bed, deep in slumber. The silver knife used to extract the dart and rotten flesh rested on the table, immersed in a small basin of congealed blood. Several silver needles were inserted into Mu Chang'an's head. Her brow furrowed, and a sheen of sweat glimmered on her face. Jinan Heng glanced at the cold blood in the basin, then gently lifted the quilt covering her right arm, examining the bandage that was slowly seeping blood. He instinctively frowned, standing silently by the bed for a moment. Suddenly, he heard faint footsteps outside the door. Jinan Heng lowered his head, considered for a moment, withdrew his hand from the quilt, placed the porcelain vials he had brought on the table, and stepped outside. Just as he exited, he collided with Song Jin, who was carrying a basin of hot water, several towels draped over one arm, and a steaming bowl of congee in the other hand, along with some rolls of bandage. With his hands so occupied, it was no wonder his footfalls were heavier than usual. Jinan Heng mused. "What brings you here?" Song Jin asked, glancing at him curiously, his tone still somewhat brusque. "I've brought some medicine," Jinan Heng explained. "They are high-quality pills. I hope they will be of assistance." "You do have a conscience," Song Jin remarked, his tone softening considerably upon hearing Jinan Heng's response. However, his words sounded more like sarcasm at that moment. So Jinan Heng did not perceive the sincerity behind them and assumed it was merely a retort. He chose not to dwell on it, offering a faint smile as he said, "I apologize for the trouble." At that moment, a chilly breeze swept through, carrying the warmth from the basin of hot water against Song Jin's face. Startled by the warmth brushing his skin, he suddenly remembered to hurry and bring the congee and hot water inside. Exclaiming, "I still need to feed Chang'an and wipe her face. I can't afford to delay. Although Chang'an was injured because of you, I still appreciate your help," he added before hastily entering the room with his load. Jinan Heng did not stop him, turning back to his own cabin. The remaining days passed uneventfully. The waters shimmered pleasantly in the clear weather, and the mountains appeared ethereal in the rain. Compare West Lake to Shizi. Whether lightly adorned or heavily made up, both are equally enchanting. The mist hung thickly, the willows remained bare, their branches gently caressing the the Hangzhou ferry. A large ship slowly approached the shore. Jinan Heng stood at the bows. The vessel steadied. He stepped down, taking a few steps forward, scanning the area for anyone to greet him, but saw no one, causing him to frown slightly. Yangshi followed closely behind and quickly disembarked. Standing before him, T2 surveyed the surroundings and asked, "Sir, why is there no one here to welcome us?" Jinan Heng continued to frown, sensing that all was not well. Yang Rui had given orders regarding the ship's matters and was just in time to see Song Jin carrying Mu Chang'an from the rear cabin. He hesitated, wanting to assist, but upon catching a glimpse of Jinan Heng standing nearby, he turned and approached him instead, saying, "Sir, I've instructed that everything on board be packed and organized." "Good," Jinan Heng replied coolly, observing Song Jin as he carried Mu Chang'an down the gangway. Song Jin was still clad in his blue attire, while Mu Chang'an, bundled in heavier clothing suitable for winter, wore a thick quilted garment to shield her from the mist. He had even draped a hooded cloak over her, thoroughly concealing her. Jinan Heng slightly turned his head and instructed Yangshi, "Go lend them a hand." Yangshi acknowledged and stepped forward to inquire, "Where is young Master Song headed?" "I need to find an inn," Song Jin replied cautiously, shifting the weight of Mu Chang'an on his back. "Then I must procure some medicine. Although your lord's pills are effective, they cannot remedy her ailment with just a few doses. Proper medicine is necessary. Then why not travel with us? Yang Shi suggested that we have already secured an inn, and accompanying us would alleviate many troubles. Just provide a list of the medicines you require, and we can send someone to fetch them more swiftly. His reasoning was indeed sound. Song Jin lowered his head in contemplation, realizing that he had little money left, merely a few coins. Hardly enough for medicine, let alone lodging at an inn. Just heed my elder brother's advice. Yang Rui chimed in as he approached with Jinan Heng. Besides, you likely lack funds as well. Otherwise, you wouldn't need to hitch a ride on our boat. 5 days, Song Jin emphasized, his tone heavy. 5 whole days. You nearly scared me to death. I have never slept so long, not even in the coldest winter. My headache has been persistent for 2 days. And even in sleep, my brows remained furrowed that I almost thought you wouldn't survive. But I did survive, didn't I? Mu Chang'an replied, sipping her porridge and glancing at him. Thank goodness you are recovering. That I was genuinely afraid that something might go awry. Song Jin admitted, his brows knitting in worry that if master and my mother were to learn of this, they would surely scold me severely. Do not fret, Mu Chang'an assured, finishing her bowl of porridge with satisfaction and wiping her mouth. Look at me now. I am perfectly fine. Rest assured, by tomorrow, I shall be lively once more. Song Jin took the bowl from her hands and set it aside. Do not flaunt your recovery before me. I am well aware that while surviving is one matter, the fear of not making it through is another. It is still not spring. The weather remains harsh. You must take care, for I cannot endure another episode like this. I understand, and I will be cautious, Mu Chang'an replied cheerfully, patting his shoulder. How fortunate I am to have you with me. You still dare to say that. Had I known, I would have refrained from accompanying you on this escapade. After all this time, I wonder how master and my mother are faring. They must be frantic with worry. One cannot place all the blame on me. Besides, descending the mountain may lead you to your beloved. Is that not a blessing? Mu Chang'an teased. Once we locate Qijin, I shall accompany you back to the capital to visit Miss Qingsu. If that pleases you. To return to the capital and then back to Shu is quite the detour. Song Jin confessed, revealing his thoughts to Mu Chang'an without reservation. Yet, what difference does it make? If there is no fate, then it is all for naught. How do you know that you lack fate with Miss Qingsu? Mu Chang'an asked, noticing his gloomy expression. Do not be disheartened. Let us first locate Fatty Chow, as that is of utmost importance. Though we know he is in Hangzhou, this city is vast. How shall we find him? That group led by Ji has already acquired what they sought, so they are unlikely to come to Hangzhou specifically to capture him. Since they have discarded the hot potato, he will not fear being caught, and will likely indulge in good food and drink with all that silver. Mu Chang'an deduced we shall search in the inns and taverns we can name. Chapter 18. A mix of laughter and tears. Song Jin found her reasoning sound and nodded in agreement. Mu Chang'an paused and then asked, what of that group led by Ji? I do not know, Song Jin shrugged, adopting a secretive demeanor. Let us not concern ourselves with the affairs of the officials. What would you like to eat? How about a bowl of dompa pork? Mu Chang'an asked with a smile. Not possible, Song Jin replied without hesitation. Then how about some sweet rice balls? She suggested, feigning difficulty. Also not possible, he thought for a moment and then declined. You have just awakened. While you are recovering, you cannot overindulge and harm your stomach. What about shrimp dumplings? Mu Chang'an pleaded, her expression one of grievance. Song Jin was still pondering. That I do not want porridge any longer, she whined. Very well, he hesitated before finally relenting. Rest here. I will have someone prepare it for you. Upon hearing his acquiescence, Mu Chang'an beamed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Hurry, hurry. As Song Jin exited with the remnants of her bowl, Mu Chang'an let out a satisfied breath, pleased with her strategic maneuvering. This tactic had proven effective for many years. The day passed uneventfully. The next morning, Mu Chang'an rose, her health significantly improved, and her spirits high. Just in time for lunch, Song Jin assumed she would still be asleep and refrained from waking her. To his surprise, she descended the stairs, yawning, and when she spotted Jinan Heng and Song Jin dining downstairs, her drowsiness vanished. She dashed down the stairs and plopped into a chair, shooting a glare at Song Jin. Why do you glare at me? He asked, perplexed. You had food and didn't call me, she exclaimed, indignant. How was I to know you were awake? Song Jin retorted, speechless, and returned to his meal. Miss Mu, is your health truly restored? Jinan Heng inquired, pausing his chopsticks. Humph. Mu Chang'an grunted, remembering how he had been indifferent when she was abducted, igniting her ire. She waved her hand to summon the waiter, asking for additional bowls, chopsticks, and rice. Yang Rui, noticing her silence, prodded, Why are you not speaking? Mu Chang'an shot him a glance. That I did make a sound, did I not? Is that a response? He challenged. He is your master, not mine, she replied, accepting the bowl from the waiter. My mouth is mine to use as I please. Regardless, he has assisted you, and it was he who brought you to Hangzhou. You could at least express your gratitude, Yang Rui complained. Mu Chang'an remained focused on her food, replying nonchalantly with an "oh." Yang Rui was about to retort when Jinan Heng interrupted. Rui, go retrieve the items. We must prepare to depart. With his superior's orders, Yang Rui had no choice but to acquiesce. Swallowing his words and heading upstairs for the items, Mu Chang'an then glanced at Yang Rui, making a face and gesturing for him to leave. He shot her an annoyed look, but merely glared before heading upstairs. Jinan Heng observed her antics but remained unsure of her grievances, ultimately returning to his meal. When Yang Rui came downstairs with the documents, Jinan Heng paused, standing with Yang Shi, and said, "Please enjoy your meal." Just as Song Jin was about to respond, Mu Chang'an pressed her hand against his mouth. He turned to her in confusion, only to see her waving her hand dismissively at Jinan Heng and his companions, indicating they were not to be seen off. Jinan Heng, bewildered by her sudden mood, furrowed his brow and walked away. Once Jinan Heng and his group had departed, Song Jin turned to Mu Chang'an, asking, "Why were you so irritable with them?" "First, I suffered greatly due to that Ji's actions. Should I not be upset?" Mu Chang'an replied, pouring herself some tea. "Second, when I was captured by the masked assassin on the boat. He acted as if it were none of his business, and the thought of it frustrates me." As Jinan Heng exited the inn, having overheard Song Jin's inquiry, he slowed his pace, intently listening. Upon hearing Mu Chang'an's response, he found it both amusing and exasperating, but he quickly resumed his path. Upon arriving at the Hangzhou government office, they presented the order from the Dali Temple and proceeded directly to the document room. As they entered, a clerk promptly approached to guide them, explaining that ever since the governor's departure, the document room had been under the watch of the constables, and no one had been allowed entry. Jinan Heng simply acknowledged with a nonchalant "hm" and entered the document room. The clerk intended to follow but was halted by Yang Rui, who gestured for him to wait outside. The clerk, clearly embarrassed but respectful, complied and retreated. Inside the document room, the files were meticulously organized, each case categorized neatly. Jinan Heng glanced around and soon spotted the files related to the Zalilu case. He approached to retrieve them. As he examined the documents closely, he furrowed his brow. The details recorded were not as precise as those in his possession. However, this was to be expected. Jinan Heng set the files down and looked around. Finally squatting by the table was orderly, with the ink, paper, and brushes arranged in proper sequence. The ink brush rested against the inkstone, its tip soaked with ink, though it had dried long ago. The inkstone lay at an angle, and not far from it on the table, a small blot of ink remained, appearing as though it had been carelessly brushed against the surface. Jinan Heng reached for a pen, twirling its tip thoughtfully, his gaze drifting to a small blot of ink that reminded him of the ink stains on Linju's sleeve. The arrangement of items in the archive suggested that Linju was a person who valued cleanliness highly. According to his companions, Linju was always impeccably dressed, with hardly a wrinkle to be seen. Such a meticulous and cleanliness-loving individual, how could his sleeve have brushed against the inkstone, staining his garment and leaving marks on the table? Holding the pen, Jinan Heng pondered for a moment, his eyes sweeping across the desk until they landed on a document that protruded slightly from a stack. He set the pen down, shifted his posture, and carefully extracted the document for inspection. After flipping through a few pages, he paused. There was also an ink stain in this book, faint yet obscuring one or two characters. He pressed down on the spine, his long middle finger brushing against some red marks. Jinan Heng pinched the marks between his thumb and forefinger, bringing them under his nose to sniff. It bore a resemblance to red earth. He mused quietly. He turned to the front of the document, revealing a case of theft from the Jin family in the eastern part of Hangzhou. An unrelated case. Jinan Heng furrowed his brow, grasping the document as he stood and surveyed the surroundings before striding toward the door. "Sir." Yang Rui and Yang Shi immediately followed him out. To check on the body again. Jinan Heng walked briskly ahead. Inside Phoenix Tower, Mu Chang'an and Song Jin had visited all the well-known inns in Hangzhou, but had yet to catch sight of Chao Chiu. "Waiter, bring a pot of tea," Mu Chang'an declared as he plopped down, pouring himself a cup and draining it in one go. "Damn it, where could that fat man be hiding?" "I wouldn't know," Song Jin replied, equally parched, also finishing a cup of tea. "We've searched for so long without a trace." "Waiter, bring a jug of wine and 3 pounds of beef." Just then, 2 figures entered, sitting at the table next to Mu Chang'an. He instinctively glanced over and recognized them as 2 officers clad in dark red uniforms, placing their swords on the table and loudly ordering food, their voices dropping as they complained about the day's fruitless search for a coroner to conduct a re-examination of the body. An official from the capital, Mu Chang'an contemplated, recalling that he knew one such person. The thoughts of these high-ranking individuals are beyond the grasp of us lowly subordinates. However, I hear this official is quite significant. One officer remarked, "This governor and he share the same rank, yet he has taken on the investigation of 2 major cases in Hangzhou. I heard from Li Shirya that this official's surname is Ji, the son of the great General Ji. Even if we do not see him personally, we must respect his father's reputation." The other officer nodded in understanding, and Mu Chang'an silently agreed, realizing the source of the young man's arrogance. It was indeed due to the stature of his father. But wasn't the murderer of the governor already captured? One officer asserted that with both material and testimonial evidence, they could simply proceed with the case without further ado. True, but have you seen the captured murderer? The other inquired. That it's a girl, truly stunning, like a beauty from the legends. The larger officer nodded eagerly, recalling, "I had the fortune to see her when she was caught, draped in purple garments and veiled in silk. A breathtaking sight, purple garments and a veil, a breathtaking beauty." Song Jin's ears perked up as he realized he knew someone fitting that description. "Her name is Qing Su," the speaking officer recalled. "Qing Su?" Song Jin took a sip of his tea, suddenly struck by the coincidence. "The one I know is also called Qing Su." Before he could further unravel the implications, he noticed Mu Chang'an's astonished expression. It dawned on him, Qing Su, the captivating maiden, draped in purple. Her name was indeed Qing Su. Almost choking on his tea, Song Jin leapt to stand, but Mu Chang'an quickly pressed him back down, ensuring he swallowed the tea instead. "Why are you holding me down?" Song Jin glared at her, bewildered. "Because they won't know much more than this," Mu Chang'an whispered, cautioning him against attracting attention from the officers. Though still disgruntled, Song Jin recognized her reasoning. Settling back down. "What shall we do?" Mu Chang'an lightened her grip, giving him a gentle pat. "Let's return to the inn. If they are unaware, someone else will undoubtedly know." Understanding her intent, Song Jin nodded, complying as they departed. By the time they returned to the inn, night had fallen. Jinan Heng and Yang Shi had just returned as well. Jinan Heng instructed Yang Shi to bring his dinner to his room once it was ready. Thus, when Mu Chang'an and Song Jin entered, they found Yang Rui seated at the dining table, while Yang Shi was busy serving Jinan Heng. And Mu Chang'an pulled Song Jin down to sit, and just as she raised her chopsticks, Yang Rui grumbled, "You two are quite timely." Casting a glance at him, Mu Chang'an initially intended to disregard his comment, but reconsidered. They were relying on their host for sustenance. After all, better late than never. She replied nonchalantly. Yang Rui failed to detect her indifference. "You truly have a knack for timing." Song Jin, however, was preoccupied, unable to contain the knot of anxiety in his heart. "Where is your master?" he asked bluntly. Yang Rui raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "Why do you seek him?" Song Jin, ever forthright, replied, "I have some matters to discuss with him regarding that." "Indeed, it is not easy," Song Jin continued, but before he could elaborate, Mu Chang'an abruptly pressed his head down again, silencing him. "Why do you keep doing this?" Song Jin protested, his brows furrowing in annoyance. Without answering, Mu Chang'an simply offered him a piece of food, signaling him to eat. She then turned to Yang Shi, who was returning from serving Jinan Heng. "Young Darren, is your master not joining us for dinner?" "Miss Mu, young master Song." Yang Shi greeted them politely. "My master prefers solitude and often dines alone." "Solitude?" Mu Chang'an noted, observing his demeanor. "How long do you plan to stay in Hangzhou?" "It is unclear at present that we shall return to the capital once the affairs are concluded." "And you, Miss Mu?" "Likewise," she replied, pausing her chopsticks. "We are currently in Hangzhou to find someone." "Are you looking for someone?" Yang Rui interrupted Yang Shi's words, inquiring who they were searching for. Mu Chang'an shot him a glance, conveying a silent message of "Why should I tell you?" Yang Rui quickly deciphered her expression and hastily clarified, "If you share with us, we could assist you in your search." Once again, Mu Chang'an glared at him, this time wearing an expression that clearly said she did not trust him. She then turned her attention to Yang Shi, her demeanor implying that she would only believe him. Yang Rui was incensed by her attitude, feigning anger and retorting, "If you tell me, we can keep an eye out for you while we are out. It's merely a matter of being observant, right, brother?" Yang Shi, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications and the disapproval of their elders, felt compelled to relent. With a resigned sigh, he cast a glance at his younger brother before nodding slightly at Mu Chang'an. "If it is not inconvenient, we would be honored to assist you." "Mississippi, not at all," Mu Chang'an replied, casting a sideways glance at Song Jin. She tilted her head slightly towards him, then turned back to Yang Shi, continuing, "We are looking for a girl named Qing Su. You two gentlemen happen to know her?" "Qing Su." Both Yang Shi and Yang Rui's expressions darkened upon hearing the name, just as Yang Shi was about to ask further. A cool voice interrupted from behind. I know that Qingsu is a renowned courtesan in the imperial capital. What brings you to Hangzhou in search of her? Mu Chang'an turned her gaze to see Jinan Heng descending the stairs. Making his way to the dining table, Yang Shi and Yang Rui immediately stood, bowing in respect and addressing him as my lord. Jinan Heng nodded, settled down at the table, gestured for Yang Shi to pour tea, and then directed his attention back to Mu Chang'an. Coincidentally, Mu Chang'an met his gaze, and after a brief moment of eye contact, she quickly averted her eyes, shrinking her neck and taking small sips from her cup. How utterly embarrassing, she chastised herself for feeling so flustered. Jinan Heng, maintaining a neutral expression, continued to observe her even after she averted her gaze. Miss Mu? Ah, Mu Chang'an extended her neck, allowing a moment to ease her embarrassment. She recalled that he had been inquiring about her and responded, she was indeed in the imperial capital previously, but I have heard she has since come to Hangzhou, which is why I am here to find her. How do you know Qingsu? By mere acquaintance, Mu Chang'an smiled, turning her gaze towards Song Jin with a teasing glint in her eyes. She is to be my future sister-in-law. Oh, both Jinan Heng and Yang Shi expressed their surprise. Song Jin's cheeks flushed slightly as he shot a glare at Mu Chang'an, indignantly exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Mu Chang'an responded with a playful grimace before returning her attention to Jinan Heng and the others. Although I envy her beauty, since my brother has taken a liking to her, I must help him find her. Have any of you seen my future sister-in-law? Is that so? Yang Shi and Yang Rui both smiled at her words, while Jinan Heng remained expressionless, merely nodding lightly. Have you had any news in your search today? That is precisely why we sought your assistance, my lord, Mu Chang'an replied with a distressed expression, after a day of searching. I am exhausted and have not caught sight of her. Jinan Heng remained silent for a moment before nodding and turning to Yang Shi. Bring a warm jug of wine to the room. After Yang Shi acknowledged, Jinan Heng addressed Mu Chang'an. You have been searching all day. It would be best for you to have a meal and rest early. With that, he rose and departed, leaving no time for Mu Chang'an to respond. Song Jin watched Jinan Heng ascend the stairs, a look of confusion on his face. He leaned closer to Mu Chang'an, asking, why did he leave without saying anything? Mu Chang'an appeared unfazed and leaned in closer, responding, there's no rush. We shall wait a little longer. I in the guest room. Yang Shi brought in the warmed wine, gently knocking on the door. My lord. Enter, came Jinan Heng's low voice from within. Yang Shi pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was dimly lit, with only 2 candles flickering on the table where Jinan Heng was reviewing documents. My lord. Yang Shi approached Jinan Heng, pouring the warmed wine into the empty cup beside him. The wine is warm, Jinan Heng replied, taking a sip and then handing him a document to review. Yang Shi took the letter and read it carefully, puzzled. The background is quite clean. The letter detailed the origins of Mu Chang'an and her companion, outlining their family, teachers, and relatives succinctly. Despite the clarity, it felt overly simplistic, merely a few lines stating their background from Wudong Mountain in Shuzhong, with no teachers or prominent family, only a brother and a wet nurse from the Song family, who happened to be Song Jin's mother. How ordinary, Yang Shi murmured. Jinan Heng toyed with the empty wine cup, a slight frown on his lips. After several days of investigation, the results had yielded little more than a note. Could they truly be the children of a common family? Yang Shi pondered. If so, that would be good, Jinan Heng replied, neither confirming nor denying, only offering a hypothetical answer. If they are from an ordinary family, there would be no trouble. With the skills of Mu Chang'an and Song Jin, if they could be of service to us, they would be invaluable. But if not, a small river cannot contain a mighty river, and the river cannot fill a deep pond. Our spies are all highly skilled, yet the information returned is so ordinary and clean, which indicates one thing. The waters behind them run deeper than the Ji family's. This was not promising news. Yang Shi refrained from expressing his opinion, lowering his gaze to ask Jinan Heng, what do you think, my lord? Let us observe a little longer, Jinan Heng said, pouring himself another cup of wine. At least for now, they appear to be friends rather than foes. After finishing his drink, he added, as long as we can see them, there is no need for alarm. Indeed, Yang Shi promptly refilled his cup, but hesitated before speaking again. My lord, drinking wine can be detrimental to your health. I shall take this away. Jinan Heng frowned, casting an annoyed glance at him, but said nothing, merely waving him off. Yang Shi bowed. My lord, good night. Jinan Heng responded with a brief acknowledgement, turning his attention back to the documents on the table, indicating for Yang Shi to leave the Mu Chang'an, unlike her usual sleeplessness due to a full day's rest, found herself tossing and turning in bed, her mind racing. After several restless turns, she finally rose, draping a thin blanket over her shoulders as she stepped outside. The night had deepened, and the clamor of the inn had settled into an eerie silence, broken only by the occasional soft sound of footsteps. Chapter 21. The wind's rise in Nanking. Mu Chang'an, wrapped in her blanket, gently pushed open the door and peeked around cautiously before stepping out quietly, ensuring to close the door softly behind her. After completing her stealthy exit, she hurried to another door, swiftly opening it and slipping inside. Who is it? Just as she entered, a person inside restrained her neck against the wall with an elbow. My lord, it's me. Despite the blanket, Mu Chang'an felt a sharp pain in her neck and rolled her eyes in a direction where Jinan Heng could not see. Jinan Heng had always been a light sleeper and sensed her presence the moment she approached his door. Though her steps were soft, the rustling of the blanket stirred him from his slumber in the dead of night. Jinan Heng released her and turned to walk further into the room, lighting 2 candles on the desk. With a half-smile, he asked, "What brings you here?" Mu Chang'an followed him into the room, noticing the glint of mischief in his eyes, and inwardly rolled her eyes again. Yet, her face remained cheerful. My lord, what are you thinking? I would never dare to have such bold intentions towards you. Although you are extraordinarily charming and captivating, someone of my stature would never presume to covet your beauty. Jinan Heng glanced at her, a playful spark igniting in his demeanor as he settled into his chair, the same half-smile on his face. Though, from what you say, it seems I am left with only my appearance. Mu Chang'an felt a flush of embarrassment and disdain. Was he truly trying to take advantage of her words? However, she quickly reminded herself that she needed his assistance. While her thoughts were critical, her words remained flattering. Not at all. Your noble countenance and unwavering integrity will never wrongly accuse the innocent. Your exceptional demeanor and willingness to assist others are qualities I could enumerate all night. She certainly had a way with words, and her compliments made the subsequent request much easier. Jinan Heng chuckled, meeting her gaze without the jesting tone. Enough of the flattery, just tell me what you want. Seeing the shift in his expression, Mu Chang'an's smile broadened, and she leaned in, saying, I heard you are in search of a skilled coroner? Jinan Heng responded with a brief acknowledgement and inquired, Why? I have one here. Would you be interested, my lord? Mu Chang'an seated herself across from him. Still smiling, Jinan Heng immediately grasped whom she was referring to. Lounging back in his chair with an indifferent demeanor, Are you speaking of Song Jin? Do not underestimate Ejing. Mu Chang'an, noticing the disbelief on his face, indignantly defended Song Jing, stating that although Ejing may not be the finest physician, he possesses genuine skills. After all, it wouldn't hurt to let him try. Last time you allowed me to escort you from Hangzhou, you provided me with what I sought. Jinan Heng observed her with a hint of mockery, or perhaps an impassive expression, and asked, What makes you think I should grant Song Jing this opportunity again? Because, Mu Chang'an paused, narrowing her eyes, a glimmer of cunning passing through them. Sir, you desire the truth. Jinan Heng did not respond, lowering his gaze to the flickering candlelight on the table, silently urging her to continue. Understanding his cue, Mu Chang'an continued, The truth you seek is something that both Ejing and I yearn for. It would benefit all of us, so why not pursue it? Jinan Heng raised his eyes to meet hers, questioning, How do you know that the truth will be what you desire? I am confident. Mu Chang'an replied, her smile fading as she looked at him earnestly. Ultimately, regardless of who it is, the person imprisoned will not be the one responsible. How can you be so sure? Because Qing Su simply does not have the time to murder a magistrate. This reasoning, however, was not something she could openly express. Knowing Jinan Heng's nature, he would undoubtedly dig deeper. If he pursued it, Qing Su might escape this imprisonment but not the next. Mu Chang'an paused, lowering her eyelids for a moment before raising her gaze again. Adopting a playful demeanor. I believe that beautiful people are not inclined to harm others. How could her delicate hands, usually playing the guqin, ever be used for murder? That reasoning seems a bit far-fetched. Jinan Heng replied lazily, curling his lips. Whether it is or not, Mu Chang'an said with a cheerful smile, I trust her and wish to save her. You desire the truth, and in the end, if it all comes to light, it will benefit you, me, and everyone involved. Jinan Heng gazed at her intently, seemingly contemplating the validity of her words. Mu Chang'an watched him eagerly. After a moment, noticing her hopeful expression, he finally spoke, Let us rise early tomorrow and accompany me. Upon hearing his agreement, Mu Chang'an's smile remained, and she did not linger, promptly heading towards the door. Just as she was about to exit, she paused, turned back, and smiled at Jinan Heng, saying, Sleep well and have sweet dreams. My lord. Though he had mentioned waking up early, she had indeed gone to bed rather late the previous night, and her tendency was to sleep in. Thus, even with pressing matters at hand, she found it difficult to rise early. Song Jing, on the other hand, awoke quite early but refrained from waking her. After having breakfast with Yang Shi, he noticed Jinan Heng was also finished and had left the room, estimating it was about time. He went upstairs to call for her. He had anticipated that given Mu Chang'an's sleeping habits, he would have to knock loudly to rouse her, but to his surprise, the door opened after only a few gentle taps. Mu Chang'an had already sensed that Song Jing would come to find her, so she had made an effort to stay alert and managed to wake up just in time to answer the door. "Chang'an, you." Song Jing's face showed a hint of embarrassment and perhaps even distaste. After visiting Jinan Heng's room the previous night, Mu Chang'an had fallen straight into bed upon returning home. This was not the crux of the matter. However, the key point was that she had buried her head in the covers while sleeping. Mu Chang'an was typically very still in her sleep, and once she was asleep, she would not stir. Now, upon being awakened by Song Jing, she quickly emerged from the covers to open the door. Her hair, having been tousled, was a chaotic mess atop her head. Unaware of her appearance, she squinted her eyes. Still looking half asleep, wrapped in a thin quilt, indeed a sight to behold. However, this was not the most awkward part. Song Jing had seen her in various states over the years, so that wasn't particularly surprising. The awkwardness arose from the fact that he had come to call with Jinan Heng and the others, still groggy and not fully awake. Mu Chang'an had not expected Jinan Heng and the others to arrive together. Upon seeing Song Jing's embarrassed expression, she glanced to the side and noticed Jinan Heng and the others standing there. She did not seem to mind too much. She just shook her head a little and tucked a stray hair behind her ear. Noticing Song Jing hesitating to speak, and the others remaining silent, she, slightly irked by the morning drowsiness, impatiently glared at him. "What are you waiting for?" Seeing her casual demeanor, Song Jing thought, since she appeared unfazed. Why should he feel awkward? He decided to be more relaxed but still reminded her, "Chang'an, you should at least comb your hair before coming out." "Comb my hair?" Mu Chang'an began, only to realize something midway. And embarrassment finally crept onto her face. Jing, come in. She then bowed to Jinan Heng and the others, asking, "May I trouble you to wait a moment?" Jinan Heng had not anticipated her to look this disheveled upon waking, and a sense of disapproval arose within him. Though his expression remained stoic, he simply replied, and then gestured for Yang Shi and the others to head downstairs with him. Once they had turned to leave, Mu Chang'an seized Song Jing's arm and pulled him back into the room. Chang'an, Song Jing queried hurriedly after being pulled in, why would they allow us to interfere in their official matters? Were they not looking for a coroner yesterday? Mu Chang'an sat down to tie her hair. You have learned enough, right? Song Jing frowned, perplexed. When did I ever become a coroner? I was unaware of this. Mu Chang'an meticulously combed her hair in front of the mirror. Did you not learn medicine from Aunt Song? My medical skills cannot compare to my mother's. They are merely superficial. That's close enough. You should be able to manage adequately. Hearing this, Song Jing felt a swell of pride and indignantly retorted, "What do you mean adequately? Even if it's superficial, my mother's skills are profound, and this little bit of knowledge is still far superior to that of an average person." Having finished tidying her hair, Mu Chang'an stood up from the mirror, regarding him with indifference. "Fine, I'm just letting you know. Once we get there, make sure to examine thoroughly if you can't figure it out." "That's all right. I'll assist you." As she spoke, she went to fetch a garment hanging nearby, instructing him, "I'm changing now. Go fetch me a couple of buns. I can't possibly attend to matters on an empty stomach." Song Jing, still feeling disgruntled, muttered under his breath as he left to fetch the buns. "What do you mean I can't figure it out? I surely can distinguish any differences." Mu Chang'an changed her clothes swiftly, and by the time the kitchen had prepared the buns, she leisurely made her way downstairs. Song Jing handed her the warm buns, and she took them, intending to take a bite, but paused just an inch away. Lifting her gaze to look at him, knowing her thoughts, Song Jing rolled his eyes and said, "They're filled with meat." Only then did Mu Chang'an smile contentedly and take a bite. "Are we ready to go?" Jinan Heng inquired. Yes, we are set to leave, my lord." Mu Chang'an, her mouth full of meat bun yet still articulate, smiled and gestured for them to proceed. With Jinan Heng leading the way, they strode forth. The inn was not far from the magistrate's office, and soon they arrived. Just as Mu Chang'an finished her bun, savoring the flavor, she quickly dashed into the mortuary, bending down to lift the white cloth covering the corpse to inspect the wound on its neck. "Ah, what a skilled hand," Mu Chang'an exclaimed with admiration. Song Jing arrived shortly after, peering in to observe the surprisingly delicate wound. That moment, Jinan Heng entered the room but did not approach the corpse. Instead, he moved towards a tea table he had arranged nearby. "Take your time examining, Song Gongzi. If you uncover anything, do inform me." His last remark was directed at Yang Rui, who promptly exited to fetch hot water for tea. Mu Chang'an straightened up to look at Jinan Heng, exclaiming, "Ah, drinking tea while observing a corpse, my lord. You possess a generous heart and a unique taste. Jinan Heng feigned ignorance to her sarcasm, raising an eyebrow. One who appreciates beauty sees beauty everywhere. I am not one to shy away, Mu Chang'an shrugged noncommittally, and as she saw Song Jing preparing his tools for the examination, she stepped back and reassured him. Jing, do not worry. Examine with confidence. The Lord will not hold it against you. Song Jing glanced at her, slightly frowning. I must examine thoroughly. How else can I save a life? Mu Chang'an wore a look of assurance, saying, no worries, Jing. Even if she did commit murder, I will ensure that it appears as though she did not. Song Jing, not recognizing her frivolity, Song Jing turned back to focus on his task, diligently examining the body. He carefully removed the white cloth covering Lin Ju, unrolling the pouch of silver needles he had brought, delicately inserting them around the wound on her neck, as well as on her abdomen, fingers, forehead, throat, and toes. Having done this, he began to meticulously inspect each part of the body. Seeing that he was now deeply engrossed in the examination, Mu Chang'an did not wish to disturb him. She slowly walked around the corpse, eventually sitting in a chair opposite Jinan Heng's table, and asked, May I trouble you for a cup of tea, my lord? Jinan Heng cast a glance at her, lifting the teapot and taking the porcelain cup from her hand. He carefully filtered the tea before pouring a cup and handing it to her with a polite gesture. To his surprise, Mu Chang'an did not expect him to serve her personally. She accepted it with a mix of flattery and astonishment. Taking a sip and exclaiming, It's truly fragrant. Oh, Jinan Heng raised an eyebrow. You appreciate tea? Mu Chang'an shrugged. I know little of such refined matters. Yet you seem to drink very well, interjected Yang Rui, his tone tinged with disdain. Ignoring him, Mu Chang'an stuck her tongue out at Jinan Heng. Surely, anything for an adult cannot be lacking. Whether I can savor it is secondary. I can still express appreciation. Jinan Heng regarded her with a bemused smile. Remaining silent, Yang Rui scoffed, dismissing her as someone lacking integrity and indulging in flattery, his contempt palpable. Finally, Mu Chang'an turned to Yang Rui, making a face at him. Just then, Song Jin, the coroner, stood up and raised his hand, announcing, All right. All four stood and walked over to him. Song Jin pointed to where he had inserted the needle, stating, I inserted the silver needle and found no signs of poisoning. He then gestured towards the neck's injury, explaining, The fatal wound is this fine line on the neck, which is likely caused by a thin thread. Ordinary threads do not possess such strength. It must be golden or silver thread. Yang Rui inquired, Why wouldn't it be copper thread? Because if it were copper, even the swiftest hands would leave fine copper dust alongside the wound. However, the injury appears red and dark, not black, indicating it cannot be copper, Song Jin elucidated. Yang Rui and Yang Shi nodded in understanding. Jinan Heng stood silently, showing little reaction, but his peripheral vision caught Mu Chang'an pacing outside the door, engaged in a cheerful conversation with the constable. However, something peculiar caught his attention. Song Jin lifted Lin Ju's hand for them to see. He was impeccably groomed, with neatly trimmed nails, suggesting he was a person who valued cleanliness, yet there was dirt between his fingers. Yang Rui leaned in for a closer look, prompting Jinan Heng to turn back as well. They listened as Song Jin picked up a handkerchief and continued, I collected some earlier and discovered it was red soil. Red soil? Yang Rui echoed. Yes, and here, Song Jin pointed to Lin Ju's face, indicating a small patch of red bruising that if he were alive, this wouldn't be visible. But alas, since he is deceased, the bruising has settled. It is not deep, suggesting he was still alive when attacked at that moment. Mu Chang'an, having concluded her conversation with the handsome constable outside, sauntered back into the room, her curiosity piqued upon seeing Song Jin's serious demeanor. As soon as he finished speaking, she eagerly asked, Is there more? Is there more? Song Jin glanced at her and waved dismissively, That's all. That's it. Mu Chang'an frowned, pouting slightly, I haven't heard enough. With an expression that seemed to say, What can I do about it? Song Jin replied, Perhaps if you hadn't dashed out to chat with that constable, you would have heard more. Never mind. I caught most of it. Mu Chang'an waved her hand. You have quite the keen ears, Song Jin muttered as he gathered his belongings. Disregarding him, Mu Chang'an turned to Jinan Heng with a smile. Sir, may I have a word? Jinan Heng nodded nonchalantly, stepping outside first. Once she joined him, he asked, What is it? Mu Chang'an took her time, beginning with a convoluted flattery. Sir, have you heard the saying, hearing is deceiving. Seeing is believing. Many matters require first-hand observation to form a judgment. However, given your remarkable intellect and unparalleled strategy, just speak plainly. What do you desire? Jinan Heng interrupted her directly, I wish to see Miss Qingsu. Mu Chang'an replied swiftly, adding, Some matters must be addressed in person to uncover the truth. Jinan Heng scrutinized her, elongating the sound of hung before asking, "What have you discerned from your visit?" Upon hearing this, Mu Chang'an shook her head. "Nothing particularly noteworthy, though?" Jinan Heng inquired, clearly perplexed. "You discerned nothing at all? I assumed you would uncover something." Understanding his implication that he might have overestimated her abilities, Mu Chang'an retorted defiantly, "It is not that I saw nothing. I simply did not find anything extraordinary. Those matters you are already aware of, I can see as well, and they need not be reiterated." Feeling a surge of pride, she suddenly felt it was inappropriate and retracted slightly, gazing at him with her dark, captivating eyes. "However, if I could see Qingsu, I might be able to uncover more. Lastly," she added, "this way, it's beneficial for you." "Me, and everyone involved," Jinan Heng observed her, first with an air of self-satisfaction, then with a hint of amusement at her humility, which unexpectedly brought a smile to his face. He spoke slowly, "If you have not uncovered anything." Then Mu Chang'an tilted her head, pondering for a moment before straightening up, her voice softening. "Then I suppose it's of no consequence. I shall grant you a stick of incense," Jinan Heng declared, turning to Yang Rui. "A Rui?" Yang Rui, curious about his master's conversation with the unconventional girl, promptly responded and hurried over to Jinan Heng's side. Jinan Heng handed him his token, instructing, "Take Miss Mu to the prison." "To the prison? Why?" Song Jin, possessing keen hearing, emerged quickly. "What has Chang'an done to warrant her arrest?" "Miss Chang'an wishes to see Miss Qingsu to inquire about certain matters," Jinan Heng explained. "To see Miss Qingsu?" Song Jin's interest piqued, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "I shall accompany you." "That is not permitted," Mu Chang'an interjected. She stepped closer to Song Jin, whispering, "You cannot go." "Why not?" he protested. "What can you possibly achieve by going?" Mu Chang'an reasoned, "I only have the time of one stick of incense. If you accompany me, distracted by your fleeting glances and parting sighs, how shall I have the opportunity to ask crucial questions?" But, despite her logic, Song Jin remained reluctant. "Song Gongzi," Jinan Heng interjected, "Miss Chang'an makes a valid point. The prison is not a place for idle lingerings, especially since I require your assistance with the body." "But," Song Jin still hesitated. "Enough with the buts," Mu Chang'an urged, patting his shoulder with earnestness. "As the saying goes, if love endures, it does not hinge on fleeting moments. Jin, this is not the time for romantic sentiments." Song Jin's face flushed as he brushed her hand away, embarrassed and irritated. "Who mentioned romantic sentiments?" Mu Chang'an chuckled. "Then go diligently assist the sir with the autopsy. Yang Darun, please take the lead." Turning to Yang Rui, she instructed him. Song Jin stepped aside to let Mu Chang'an pass behind Yang Rui, muttering, "Why are there so many bodies to examine?" Led by Yang Rui, Mu Chang'an exited the government office. In the dimly lit prison, the atmosphere was heavy with dampness due to Hangzhou's chilly weather. With a layer of mist clinging to the walls, the prison was small yet devoid of life, illuminated only by a few flickering candles whose flames danced in the stillness. Within the vast cell, only the footsteps of Yang Rui and Mu Chang'an echoed, creating a somewhat eerie ambience. Qingsu was confined in the innermost cell. She appeared much like she did in the capital, dressed in purple, though her hair was disheveled and her garments dusty, lacking the elegance she once possessed, seated with her back to the door. Qingsu leaned against the wall, her head slightly raised as if gazing out of the cell's solitary small window at the scenery of Hangzhou. Upon catching sight of Qingsu, Mu Chang'an halted midway, softly requesting, "May I ask you to wait here for a moment?" Yang Rui hesitated but ultimately nodded. "Be swift. The sir has stated you only have the time of one stick of incense." "I'll keep that in mind," Mu Chang'an replied respectfully, bowing slightly. Yang Rui, unaccustomed to her courtesy, felt a twinge of awkwardness and quickly waved her off. Go on. Mu Chang'an no longer lingered in formality. Advancing into the cell, once she reached the door of Qingsu's confinement, she paused, taking a breath before speaking. "We meet again." Qingsu stiffened at the sound of her voice, and after a moment, she slowly rose and took a few steps towards her. Asking, "Are you well, my lady?" Mu Chang'an scrutinized her, noting that despite her unkempt hair and dusty attire, Qingsu's beauty remained striking. This was the first time Mu Chang'an had seen Qingsu's complete face, as their previous encounters had always involved her hiding behind a screen or veiled. Mu Chang'an had heard of her beauty, yet she was taken aback by the sheer magnificence before her. Although currently afflicted by imprisonment and pallor, she still exuded an undeniable elegance, with delicate eyebrows and a small mouth. Her features flowed gracefully, akin to a painting, evoking an indescribable envy. This moment, her downcast gaze possessed a subtle, morbid beauty. Mu Chang'an sighed inwardly, relieved that Song Jin had not accompanied her. If he were to witness such stunning beauty, he might very well faint on the spot. "Miss, Do not worry, Mu Chang'an spoke softly, her tone laced with compassion. It shall be well. Qing Su let out a guilty sigh, acknowledging, it is indeed because of me. Since you feel remorse, might I ask you a question, and would you answer truthfully? Mu Chang'an interjected. Qing Su lifted her eyes to meet hers, as if comprehending her thoughts, and replied, regardless of the reason you are here. It is a blessing, not a curse, for me. Resolute in her honesty, Qing Su would not hold back. Mu Chang'an nodded in satisfaction and posed her first inquiry. What brings you back to Hangzhou? Qing Su responded promptly with two succinct words. To seek vengeance. Mu Chang'an recalled the day when Qing Su had recklessly boarded the ship to assassinate, her attacks aimed at fatality. Hearing her claim it was merely for revenge eased her heart. Vengeance was preferable to political strife, which could lead to far greater complications. She pressed further. Is it a matter involving someone named Ji? This time, Qing Su hesitated before responding. In a sense, yes. It is a matter of repaying my father's debts. Repaying your father's debts? Mu Chang'an mused, pondering whether the animosity stemmed from Qing Su's father. She had been discreetly gathering information over the past few days and knew that Jinan Heng was of considerable repute, making it easy to discern his background. After a moment's contemplation, she inquired, what grievances do you have with Ji's father? Pausing for a moment, Qing Su lowered her gaze, as if lost in thought, when she finally looked back at Mu Chang'an. A clear hatred glimmered in her eyes. Her voice turned cold as she stated, there exists a familial feud and a national grievance between the Ji family and me. A familial feud and a national grievance? Mu Chang'an's eyelids twitched. Such enmity sounded profound. Yet, a sudden realization struck her, prompting her to ask, but are you not from Daxian? If it is a family grievance, that is one matter. Yet, if it is a national grievance, how can you not be a citizen of Daxian? If you are indeed from Daxian, where could this national grievance arise? At this question, Qing Su's gaze seemed to drift, her mind conjuring images of the past, the blazing inferno, and the proud, haughty woman who once stood on the city walls, spine straight, her voice cutting through the summer air like a winter wind, chillingly cleared. An innocent man bears no blame, yet those with treasure must face the consequences. My heart was devoted to Daxian, and I wished to serve its people, but alas, the emperor of Daxian has never regarded me as one of his subjects. Chapter 24. The corrupt official. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Qing Su's gaze returned to its steely resolve. Recalling that icy voice, she echoed to Mu Chang'an, I once devoted my heart to Daxian, wishing to serve its people, but alas, the emperor has never deemed me a citizen of Daxian. Mu Chang'an felt a tightening in her chest. The words struck a familiar chord, resonating with an unsettling familiarity. As their conversation continued, Song Jin had already begun examining the corpse of Jia Liru. Jia Liru had died several days prior to Linju, and with Hangzhou's perennial rain and fog, even in the cold weather, decay had begun to set in. As Song Jin unveiled the white cloth, a decayed visage met his eyes, causing him to recoil in disgust. Quickly covering his mouth and nose with a handkerchief, he meticulously began his examination, inspecting the wounds and the entirety of Jia Liru's body. After completing his examination, he removed the silver needles one by one and informed Jinan Heng. This person took his own life. That's self-inflicted? Jinan Heng furrowed his brow, questioning. Song Jin nodded. My findings align closely with those of the coroner you engaged. I shan't elaborate further, but let me clarify, it is not due to my lack of skill. Rather, it is simply that this individual died in a straightforward manner. Seeing Song Jin's hasty defense, Jinan Heng recalled Mu Chang'an's earlier assertion of having discerned a clue. And inexplicably, his mood lightened, a faint smile gracing his lips. In the confines of Hangzhou's prison, Mu Chang'an pondered Qing Su's earlier words in silence, while Qing Su too remained lost in thought. For a moment, the cell was engulfed in silence, interrupted only by the distant sound of dripping water. After some time, Mu Chang'an shook her head, estimating that time was running short, and continued, would you consent to one request? Qing Su suppressed her lingering resentment and replied softly, you may proceed. Do you know why I have come here to rescue you? Qing Su frowned in contemplation, shaking her head. For Song Jin. Song Jin? Qing Su recalled the gaze he had cast upon her that night, filled with tender affection, albeit fleeting. She never imagined he had held such thoughts for her for so long. Song Jin holds deep feelings for you. Mu Chang'an stated quietly, we do not concern ourselves with origins or fear complications. We value sincerity. Song Jin is steadfast. Once he has set his heart on someone, it is difficult for him to change his mind. Thus, I must save you. Your demise would render Song Jin's heart desolate. Qing Su pressed her lips together, gazing intently at her without uttering a word. Therefore, Mu Chang'an continued, her voice unwavering, you must promise me that regardless of your feelings for him, you will never betray him or bring him harm. After speaking, she fell silent, fixated on Qing Su, her dark, luminous eyes radiating protective warmth. Qing Su also gazed back, caught in a fleeting sense of familiarity and trust that compelled her to nod affirmatively. As if pledging an unbreakable oath, I vow that in this lifetime, I shall never betray Song Jin. Hearing her words, Mu Chang'an suddenly smiled, a wave of relief washing over her. She extended her hand. Thank you. Thank you for your willingness to treat my kin with sincerity and for promising to protect my beloved from harm. Qing Su returned the smile, grasping her hand. To have a friend like you is the greatest honor of my life. Pausing, she seemed to recall something and added, one of the greatest. Mu Chang'an raised an eyebrow, non-committal. After a while, she released Qing Su's hand, estimating the time and stating, I must take my leave. You shall have to endure here for a couple of days. I will find evidence to prove your innocence and come to rescue you. Qing Su offered a wry smile, her tone laced with resignation and disdain, as if that is an easy task. The Dishin government has never been just or upright. I have promised you my assistance, Mu Chang'an assured. I will exert every effort, especially since the true culprit is not you. Her unwavering determination stirred a deep sense of familiarity and trust within Qing Su, prompting her to nod in agreement. That moment, Yang Rui peeked in, his tone slightly impatient as he called, Mu Chang'an. Mu Chang'an promptly turned to reply, I am coming out now. She turned back to Qing Su. I must leave. After taking a couple of steps, she heard Qing Su's voice calling her back. Miss Mu. Turning back in confusion, she asked, what is it? Qing Su regarded her intently for a moment before shaking her head. Simply saying, take care. Mu Chang'an raised an eyebrow, puzzled by her demeanor, then smiled lightly, saying, you may call me Chang'an from now on. Farewell. With that, she turned and bounced away, exuding an air of carefree lightness. Qing Su lowered her eyelids, retreating the shadows of her thoughts deep within. It cannot be, she murmured, a faint, bittersweet smile gracing her lips. The proud master she once knew, the master whose emotions were never laid bare, had long since been taken away by that great fire. Even if she were still present, she would not exhibit such overt emotions. Lately, she had indeed been contemplating far too much. What have you managed to uncover? Yang Rui asked, hastening to catch up with her as she walked away. Mu Chang'an continued on her path, not sparing him a glance, and replied nonchalantly, nothing of significance, nothing. Yang Rui assumed she was unwilling to share, and scoffed, if you choose not to tell me, so be it. I have no desire to pry. The authorities will eventually uncover the truth, and I will learn of it. Then Mu Chang'an recognized the skepticism in his tone, which prompted her to stop and regard him briefly before resuming her pace. I genuinely did not obtain anything useful. Believe it or not, it matters not. Truly? Yang Rui sensed her sincerity, believing her somewhat, and inquired further, then what were you doing? Mu Chang'an remained silent, regarding him with an inscrutable expression. Yang Rui cast her a glance, shifting from curiosity to a look of indifference, glaring at her. By the time they arrived at the inn, night had nearly fallen. The moment Mu Chang'an approached the door, the tantalizing aroma of food wafted towards her, causing her eyes to brighten as she hurried inside. Alas, the enticing scent emanated from another table. With a sigh of disappointment, she lamented her misfortune. Yang Rui, who entered the inn a step later, was puzzled by her sudden enthusiasm upon reaching the door, followed by her crestfallen demeanor. He couldn't help but inquire, why the sigh? Mu Chang'an shook her head with a sigh. I had expected there to be food. That moment, Jinan Heng was also stepping in from outside and happened to overhear her lament. Before he could express his curiosity, she revealed the reason for her discontent, prompting him to chuckle and call out, a Rui. Yang Rui turned at the sound of his voice and saluted. My lord. Jinan Heng nodded, instructing, please have the kitchen prepare dinner. Yang Rui replied affirmatively and was about to head to the kitchen when a thought struck him, causing him to pause and ask, my lord, shall you dine with us? Jinan Heng responded with a simple hum. Yang Rui cast him a curious glance, but the latter showed no change in expression. After a brief moment of intrigue, he complied and proceeded to order the meal. It was not only Yang Rui who found this strange. Yang Shi, following Jinan Heng, also glanced at him with curiosity. Jinan Heng was typically reserved and, in the past 5 years, had rarely left his quarters unless for official business. Dining together was an even rarer occurrence, as he usually preferred solitude during meals, dismissing his brothers afterward. Hence, it had been quite a while since they had shared a table in the bustling hall. Mu Chang'an and Song Jin, unaware of the underlying circumstances, showed little reaction to this. Upon seeing her, Song Jin hurriedly approached and asked about her encounter with Qing Su. With her mind preoccupied with thoughts of food, Mu Chang'an ignored him, eagerly trailing behind Jinan Heng, contemplating when the dishes would be served. The kitchen staff worked efficiently, and as soon as they were seated, dishes began to arrive one after another. With an urgent hunger, Mu Chang'an grabbed her chopsticks and began to serve herself, having only consumed 2 meat buns that day. You always think about eating, Song Jin urged her. Tell me how Ching Su is doing. Is she injured or distressed? After swallowing a piece of braised pork, Mu Chang'an replied lazily, You're so anxious. Take it slow. Before he could press her further, Jinan Heng inquired, Miss Mu, did you gain anything from your visit? For me and Ajin, it was fruitful. Mu Chang'an poured herself some wine, but for the Lord, it may not yield much though. Jinan Heng's demeanor remained calm as he filled his own glass. Though Miss Ching Su looked unwell, she was not injured. That is one gain. Mu Chang'an smiled. Miss Ching Su promised me she would not lose hope waiting for my rescue. That she would eat well, drink well, and rest well, avoiding distress. That is another gain. At this point, she cast a glance at Song Jin, as if to say, now you can rest easy, and then turned to Jinan Heng with a charming smile. Intending to pour him some wine, only to discover his glass was already full, she reluctantly abandoned the idea, saying, however, ensuring she eats well and avoids hardship is not something we can simply declare. Jinan Heng observed her with a hint of amusement as she smiled at him. Clearly embarrassed after her attempt to serve him was thwarted, he pushed the bowl in front of him slightly. Realizing his intent, Mu Chang'an, with an understanding look, took a generous piece of braised pork and placed it in his bowl, saying, Thank you for your concern, my lord. Jinan Heng was taken aback by the sizable piece of meat she had placed in front of him. He had merely wanted her to replace the chipped bowl in front of him, but had not anticipated her misunderstanding. He found himself at a loss, caught between laughter and tears, just as Jinan Heng was unsure whether to laugh or cry. Mu Chang'an continued, Miss Ching Su is quite lovely. I trust you, being a person of taste, would not trouble her too much. Jinan Heng regarded her for a moment, noting her eager expression and feeling the weight of her flattery. He sighed without a word, then instructed Yang Rue, send a letter, do not neglect Miss Ching Su. After giving the bowl and its contents to Yang Rue, he cast a meaningful glance at Mu Chang'an, adding, and have this bowl replaced. I fear I might cut myself on the chipped edge. He pointedly turned the damaged part toward her, raising an eyebrow. Realizing her misinterpretation, Mu Chang'an felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Lamenting the waste of such a generous piece of braised pork, after their meal, the group returned to their rooms to freshen up and retire for the night, enjoying a peaceful sleep. When Mu Chang'an rose, Jinan Heng and his companions had not yet departed and remained at the inn. Jinan Heng reviewed the records from the past few days, noting that some information was gradually surfacing, though clarity still eluded him. Contemplating deeply, he stepped out and knocked on Yang Shi's door. Yang Shi's voice quickly replied, followed by the sound of footsteps. The door opened to reveal him bowing respectfully. My lord. Jinan Heng nodded slightly. Producing a letter from his sleeve, deliver this to my father, and then check if Miss Mu has risen. Yang Shi, slightly puzzled, accepted the task without further inquiry and hurried off. After a while, soft footsteps echoed from outside. Jinan Heng clearly heard them and stood to open the door, only to overhear a conversation. First, Song Jin's voice inquired, what does that Ji fellow want with you? Then came Mu Chang'an's bright tone. How could I know? The minds of officials are as deep as water, especially someone of his stature. Jinan Heng frowned, narrowing his eyes, retracting his hand from the door as he remained silent. After a brief moment, a knock sounded again. Jinan Heng stood still, not responding. The knocking paused momentarily before resuming, accompanied by Mu Chang'an's usual sweet tone. My lord. Still, Jinan Heng did not respond. After a moment of knocking, Mu Chang'an seemed to lose patience. Complaining to Song Jin, did that Ji fellow not send Yang Shi to check if I was up? Why is there no response? Song Jin echoed her confusion. If you don't know, how could I? This midday, I haven't even eaten yet. I'm starving. Jinan Heng stood inside, envisioning Mu Chang'an's frowning, dissatisfied expression. A smile crept onto his lips as he opened the door. Mu Chang'an, initially turned away from the door and facing Song Jin, spun around at the sound of the door opening, her face adorned with a familiar smile, as if she had not just been frowning in complaint. My lord, she greeted cheerfully. We thought you weren't in your room after knocking for so long. Jinan Heng's expression remained neutral as he replied, Indeed, I was lost in thought and did not hear. He then inquired, Where's Ashur? Mu Chang'an discerned the subtle meaning behind his words and resolved to be more cautious about what she said in the future, especially around someone as perceptive as him. She shrank slightly and replied, Lord Yang said he went to prepare lunch, and I came here with Ajin. Did you have business with us? Jinan Heng asked. Is Ashur preparing lunch? Jinan Heng raised an eyebrow, suspecting she had convinced him to do so. Do you have any matters to attend to this afternoon? Mu Chang'an waved her hand dismissively. No, nothing important. Jinan Heng nodded. his tone firm and unyielding. Then come with me. Mu Chang'an opened her mouth to protest, but ultimately acquiesced. After hearing her reply, Jinan Heng fell silent and turned to leave. But Song Jin interjected, "What about me?" Jinan Heng continued walking, glancing back at him. There are no bodies left to examine. The implication was clear. Without corpses for him to inspect, he had no role to play. Song Jin sighed in disappointment. Following them down for lunch, Mu Chang'an trailed behind, observing Jinan Heng's graceful demeanor and inwardly grumbling, "I am not your subordinate. Why should I follow you?" Yet, she still followed along. Upon reaching the residence of Jialiru, Mu Chang'an felt a sense of imbalance within herself. After pondering for a moment, she stepped forward to walk alongside Jinan Heng and asked, "My lord, I seem to have no obligation to accompany you here." "Oh," Jinan Heng glanced at her. "It appears I also have no obligation to ensure that others take care of Qing Su properly." Mu Chang'an was taken aback, retreating a couple of steps, bowing her head as she walked behind Jinan Heng. "Please, my lord, continue on. I will follow." Jinan Heng withdrew his gaze from her, enduring for a moment before succumbing, a hint of a smile escaping his lips. Zalilu had no heirs, leaving the title unclaimed. Beside him were a wife and a concubine. And after Zalilu's suicide, the title was seized, leaving the two to guard a nameless marquisate. Upon entering, Jinan Heng and Mu Chang'an were greeted by a servant, who informed them that the lady had prepared tea in the main hall and requested their presence. Nodding, Jinan Heng followed the servant inside, with Mu Chang'an trailing 2 steps behind, resembling a devoted subordinate. Chapter 26. Arrival at Hangzhou. As Mu Chang'an stepped into the hall with Jinan Heng, her eyes were drawn to the 2 women seated regally. She let out a soft click of her tongue, and Jinan Heng shot her a glance before resuming his forward motion, cupping his hands in greeting. "I am Jinan Heng, Deputy Minister of the Dali Temple. It is an honor to meet you, ladies." The 2 women, adorned in white garments with white paper flowers tucked behind their ears, presented a striking contrast. The woman in the center exuded a more commanding presence. It was evident she was the primary wife, Wang Zhen, while the one beside her was the concubine, Xiaoyu. Wang Zhen promptly acknowledged him with a slight bow. "This humble woman greets you, sir." Xiaoyu followed suit, echoing her words. "There is no need for such formalities, ladies," Jinan Heng replied with a slight nod. "Since the Marquis's passing, I have ensured the study is untouched and left undisturbed." Wang Zhen gestured for him to proceed, explaining that no cleaning had been done, as she wished not to hinder his investigation. As they approached the study, Wang Zhen stepped back, allowing Jinan Heng to enter slowly, stating, "Please take your time, and should you require anything, send for me." Jinan Heng nodded and returned her gesture of appreciation. Wang Zhen departed quietly, and as Jinan Heng pushed open the door, he noticed Mu Chang'an had not followed. Turning back, he found her gazing curiously in the direction Wang Zhen had gone. "What captures your attention?" Jinan Heng inquired, puzzled. "Goodness," Mu Chang'an exclaimed as she entered. "That Marquis must have had quite the fortune to have 2 such beautiful women." Jinan Heng cast her a discreet glance, shaking his head gently, and began to examine the study meticulously. Noticing his silence, Mu Chang'an bounded closer. "Sir, why did you bring me here?" Without pausing, Jinan Heng circled the desk. "Did you not wish to rescue Qing Su? Here lies your opportunity, should you choose to seize it." "Absolutely." Mu Chang'an nodded fervently. "Where do I begin?" "That is for you to discover," Jinan Heng replied, opening a drawer and sifting through its contents. "Discover on my own," she murmured, pouting slightly. "You must provide me with some clues." Glimpsing Jinan Heng engrossed in his search, she sighed, turning her attention to the surroundings. Zalilu, a Turkic warrior, held no real power beyond the hollow title of Marquis. Consequently, the study was sparsely furnished, and she swiftly examined its meager offerings. Mu Chang'an darted about. She scrutinized a flowering tree within the room, but found no insights. Frustrated, she shot a resentful glance at Jinan Heng, who remained oblivious to her discomfort, calmly perusing the desk's disorganized papers. Feeling stifled, Mu Chang'an moved to the window, seeking fresh air amidst the bustling street outside. She cautiously opened the window, the lively sounds of vendors and chatter flooding in. Remembering Jinan Heng's preference for tranquility, she glanced back at him, but he appeared unfazed by the noise. Relieved, she mused to herself about her recent lack of composure. After a moment, Mu Chang'an gasped in surprise, turning to Jinan Heng, her finger pointing excitedly. "Sir, from here, one can clearly see Lord Lin's office." Jinan Heng looked up, approaching her as she indicated the direction, revealing the very windows of the chamber where Linju had met his demise. "Indeed," Mu Chang'an continued, her astonishment subsiding slightly. "You reviewed the case files on Linju, and he died at that very desk. Could it be that someone visited the study on the day of his death, perhaps even encountering the murderer?" Before Jinan Heng could respond, Mu Chang'an dashed out to summon the servant waiting outside. Wang Jin soon followed. 4 days ago, on March 28th, was anyone in this room? Mu Chang'an asked Wang Jun without delay. Yes, Wang Jun recalled clearly. On the day prior, Lord Lin had visited the study, staying only a short while before departing. He asked me to ensure no unauthorized persons entered. Mu Chang'an led Wang Jun to the window, pointing to the distant office. Did you see Lord Lin that day? I did, Wang Jun replied promptly. Around midday, after I had my lunch, I saw him enter the office. Shortly after, he appeared to be resting on the desk. I thought he was merely taking a nap, only to learn the next day that he had passed. Seizing the moment, Mu Chang'an pressed further. Were you watching the entire time from his entry until he slumped over? Wang Jun nodded. No one else entered, nor did I see anyone lingering by the window. Mu Chang'an exhaled deeply, realizing the implications. If no one had approached the window or entered the room, it suggested the killer had been at a considerable distance while committing the act. The wounds were both precise and deep, inflicted from the front, suggesting great strength was required, particularly if the assailant were a woman, as it would be exceedingly difficult to do so without injuring oneself. Turning to Jinan Heng, she bowed slightly, expressing her gratitude for the opportunity he had afforded her. He regarded her silently before addressing Wang Jun. Madam, may I borrow this ledger for further examination? He extended his hand, delicately holding a slightly crumpled book. Wang Jun nodded, conceding that of course, sir. With permission granted, Jinan Heng dismissed formalities, bowing politely before taking his leave. Mu Chang'an, buoyed by the day's revelations, hopped along behind him, then suddenly halted. Recollecting something, she trotted to his side, then composed herself, walking respectfully alongside him, quietly asking, Sir, when might I be able to retrieve Miss Qingsu from her cell? Not that I am impatient, but you must know. The prison is an unwelcoming place for a lady. Jinan Heng halted, studying her briefly before resuming his stride. First, tell me why you were so certain from the beginning that Qingsu was not the culprit. Caught off guard by his inquiry, Mu Chang'an felt a twinge of guilt, scrambling for an excuse. She could not confess that Qingsu had accompanied them to Hangzhou and had sustained injuries, making it impossible for her to arrive before them to commit such a crime. I mentioned it before, she said with a nervous smile, that I believe that beautiful women seldom resort to murder. Is that so? Jinan Heng's tone remained neutral, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Yet, I would argue that beautiful women often withstand great tribulations. No. If a Jin knew that his words had kept Qingsu imprisoned for an extra couple of days, he would never let it go. Mu Chang'an retorted quickly, shaking her head. Such lovely ladies are like flowers, delicate and easily disturbed. Unlike me, I am tough as old leather. You should think twice, Sir. Jinan Heng merely hummed in acknowledgement, waiting for her to continue her rambling. Very well, Mu Chang'an had no choice but to accept her fate and answer him honestly. For she was destined to become my future sister-in-law. Jinan Heng did not pause in his steps, but turned his head to glance at her. A Jin held her in high regard. Mu Chang'an continued, expressing her trust in her. A Jin is my kin. He has people he wishes to protect, and I must assist him in that endeavor. Jinan Heng cast another glance her way but quickly averted his gaze, saying, I still have matters to attend to. Tomorrow, I need to visit the government office. By then, I can arrange for her release. Mu Chang'an repressed a smile, her beautiful eyes sparkling with sincerity as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Sir. Jinan Heng regarded her with a softened expression. That night, he did not descend, adhering to custom by having the innkeeper bring their meals upstairs. Yang Shi and Yang Rui were nowhere to be seen, leaving only Mu Chang'an and Jinan Heng to dine together at the inn. Mu Chang'an relished the moment, ordering a grand feast and leisurely savoring it for nearly half an hour before finally putting down her chopsticks with a contented sigh. So, does this mean she will be freed by tomorrow? She mused, rubbing her stomach. Ji Darren said so. Since she is not the one who harmed Qingsu, the authorities have no reason to detain her. Song Jin let out a relieved sigh, then suddenly questioned, Ji Darren, when did you change how you address him? Why not simply refer to him by his surname? Is that so? Mu Chang'an pondered for a moment, realizing she had indeed altered her form of address but could not articulate why. She waved her hand dismissively. That is not the main point. Do not dwell on such trivialities. Song Jin's mind was preoccupied with the prospect of seeing Qingsu, whom he had been thinking about throughout the journey. He also worried whether her recent imprisonment had caused her any harm. His thoughts were consumed by her, leaving no room for contemplation on why Mu Chang'an had changed her address for Jinan Heng. Yang Rui and Yang Shi returned in the early hours of the morning. The night was deep, and both Mu Chang'an and Song Jin had long since fallen asleep. The inn was quiet, with only 3 or 4 rooms still lit by candlelight. Jinan Heng had not yet retired, and the candlelight from his room was dim. As Yang Shi and Yang Rui stood outside the door, Contemplating whether to knock, they suddenly heard a series of low, heavy coughs emanating from within. Both felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. Yang Rui raised his hand to push the door open, but was halted midway by Yang Shi's restraining grip. He frowned and turned to Yang Shi, confusion evident in his eyes. Yang Shi remained silent, merely shaking his head gently before releasing his hold. The two brothers, sharing the same bloodline, understood each other's thoughts instinctively. Yang Rui grasped his meaning and withdrew his hand, worry clouding his expression. Their master, though spirited and proud, concealed any signs of weakness. They stood outside for a long while until the coughing inside subsided to mere faint gasps. At which point they gently knocked on the door. Its Yang Shi, he called softly, as if not wanting to disturb him. Came Jinan Heng's voice after a moment, slightly hoarse and tinged with phlegm. Come in. Yang Shi and Yang Rui entered, taking a few steps to bow respectfully beside Jinan Heng, simultaneously addressing him as Sir. Jinan Heng was engrossed in examining a scroll of documents by the light of 2 candles. Not raising his gaze as he asked, Have you found anything? Yang Shi nodded, affirming, After you departed, Rui and I kept watch in the study all day. At the hour of the rat, we saw someone enter. Jinan Heng acknowledged with a nod, indicating for him to continue. Yang Shi's tone turned grave. However, when we apprehended the individual, we had no chance to question him before he perished, likely having poisoned himself. He paused, lowering his head along with Yang Rui, both murmuring, We are incompetent. Jinan Heng set aside the scroll and leaned back in his chair, exhaling deeply. It is of no consequence. Is there more? Yang Rui promptly produced an item from his waist and presented it before Jinan Heng. This was found on the deceased. It was a jade pendant. Jinan Heng took it, inspecting it closely before rubbing it between his fingers for a moment. He then leaned forward, placing the pendant over one of the candles to warm it gently. Yang Shi and Yang Rui exchanged puzzled glances, while Jinan Heng remained unhurried, meticulously warming the pendant. After a while, the pendant gradually began to melt under the candle's heat. This is not genuine jade. It merely resembles it in appearance and texture. Such fakes were once common at street stalls, but are now quite rare, so it is understandable that you were unaware. Upon hearing this, Yang Shi and Yang Rui bowed their heads in silence. Jinan Heng continued to melt the faux jade until it was halfway done, then removed it, pressing gently until he heard a faint crack. The imitation jade split in two, revealing a small piece of paper within. Jinan Heng extracted it and unfolded it, finding only 4 words. Arrived at Hangzhou. Hangzhou. Jinan Heng furrowed his brow, then seemed to recall something. Mu Chang'an and Song Jin are also from Hangzhou, correct? Indeed, Yang Shi replied. Yang Rui interjected, his brow furrowed in confusion. Could this be related to them? Jinan Heng held the note over the candle flame until it ignited, then turned to Yang Rui, Go fetch a pot of warm wine. Yang Rui, perplexed, asked, Warm wine? Yes, Jinan Heng replied nonchalantly. Hurry, I'll give you a stick of incense. Time. A stick of incense. Yang Rui exclaimed, hesitating, How can I warm an entire pot of wine in that time? Jinan Heng had already resumed reading the scroll, waving his hand to urge him to hasten. Yang Rui, left with no choice, rushed down to warm the wine. Once Yang Rui had softly closed the door behind him, Jinan Heng set the scroll aside and inquired, Have you managed to ascertain the whereabouts of the person you were meant to investigate? The waters run deep. Yang Shi frowned at the mention of this person. He lacks a significant background, yet seems to have connections with those who do. However, these connections remain superficial and lack depth. Yang Shi pondered. The scope is quite broad, and further inquiries yield only silence. What of the others? According to the documents in hand, we have yet to uncover anything regarding the Cheng Wang side. This implies he is not affiliated with Cheng Wang. And what of Mu Chang'an and her companion? It appears they are making efforts to exonerate Qing Su, with no other abnormalities noted. Chao Qiu is already searching, but this individual is quite slippery. It may require some time. Indeed, we must expedite the search. They have come for Chao Qiu, and locating him will also benefit us. Understood, sir. Yang Shi paused, asking, Should we set 2 shadow guards to keep watch? With their skills, where will you find shadow guards capable of keeping up with them? I understand. I will expedite the search for Chao Qiu. Yang Shi replied resolutely. Jinan Heng remained silent for a moment. Rising to approach the bed, while removing his outer garment, he waved his hand. Uve worked hard through the night. Go rest now. Yang Shi bowed and exited. Sir, good night. As he stepped out, he encountered Yang Rui, who had just finished warming the wine. Seeing him emerge, Yang Rui asked, Why are you out? I just finished warming the wine. Oh, you even know how long you've been warming that wine? Yang Shi shot him a glance, retorting, Approximately, maybe. Yang Rui hesitated. A stick of incense? Yang Shi rolled his eyes at him. shaking his head as he walked toward his own room. The master has already retired. You might as well drink it yourself. Yang Rui recognized he had indeed been slow. Learning from Yang Shi that Jinan Heng had gone to bed, he dared not disturb him and instead sulked back to his room with the wine. The night passed without incident. Song Jin woke early, but held back until the hour of the snake to knock on Mu Chang'an's door. This time, Song Jin lacked his previous fortune. Even as he rapped on the door, his hand grew cold and then hot, yet he failed to rouse Mu Chang'an. After knocking for a while, he found no response. And Yang Rui emerged from his room, grumbling about the disturbance. Are you playing a game knocking on the door? Song Jin frowned. Why would I be playing a game? I'm trying to wake Chang'an. Isn't she unwell? You mentioned she had been injured and usually sleeps late, Yang Rui pointed out. Chapter 28. Visitors at Westlake. Song Jin sighed, realizing it was indeed a tad early for Mu Chang'an. Suddenly, he recalled something and asked Yang Rui, where is your master? He left early to investigate the case, Yang Rui replied, closing his door as he spoke. Do you think he has the luxury of leisure like you all? Just as Song Jin intended to inquire further, Mu Chang'an's door creaked open. In the early morning light, Mu Chang'an appeared groggy, her eyes barely open, and she mumbled sleepily, I'm so tired. You're finally awake. Song Jin breathed a sigh of relief. Hurry and freshen up. Let us head to the government office together. Didn't they say Ching Su would be released today? Now understanding the reason for his early visit, Mu Chang'an shook off her drowsiness and shot him a look. I understand. What about Ji Darren? Yang Rui informed her he went to investigate the case. If he is off investigating, how do we find him? Mu Chang'an questioned. If we can't find him, how will he take us to the government office to facilitate her release? Song Jin hesitated. Realizing her point held some validity, Mu Chang'an let out an exasperated huff, shutting the door with a loud bang. Moments later, her voice floated from within. Let us discuss this at the hour of the goat. After lunch, he will naturally return to take us. Apart from that, it seems there is no other recourse. Song Jin could only return to his chamber with a heavy heart and endure another 2 hours. Mu Chang'an ultimately rose at noon. As she got up, Jinan Heng had already returned and was heading to his room. Mu Chang'an had completed her grooming and was contemplating going out for lunch when she unexpectedly encountered Jinan Heng on his way back. Good afternoon, my lord, she greeted, a smile lighting her face upon seeing him. Have you had your midday meal? Jinan Heng continued on his path, unperturbed, stating, I shall be visiting the yamen at 1:15 noon. Yes, I shall finish my meal promptly, she replied cheerfully, bowing slightly in a gesture of farewell, grateful for his efforts. Jinan Heng was accustomed to her obsequiousness and continued on with an impassive expression. After finishing her lunch, she went to fetch Ching Su. Just as the clock struck 1, Jinan Heng merely escorted them to the yamen, instructed someone to bring Ching Su out, and departed with Yang Shi and the others. Mu Chang'an was eager for them to leave without encountering Ching Su, and as they prepared to leave, she smiled and respectfully bade them farewell. Ching Su appeared much the same as their last meeting. Donned in purple attire, her hair slightly disheveled, her face dusted with a hint of gray, with a few strands cascading down, adding to her delicate charm. She first noticed Mu Chang'an, and after a brief moment of eye contact, she smiled gently. Miss Mu, welcome out. Thank you, Mu Chang'an responded with a smile, stepping aside to reveal Song Jin, who had been standing behind her. You must have suffered greatly in confinement, but I appreciate your concern. Miss Mu. Otherwise, Ching Su would still be enduring hardship, Ching Su replied, taking a couple of steps forward to stand before Mu Chang'an. She maintained her smile upon seeing Song Jin beside her, giving a slight nod in greeting. Young Master Song. It has been a while. Why yes, it has, Song Jin stammered, his face reddening at her smile and call, momentarily taken aback before regaining composure and averting his gaze. Ching Su, Mississippi, seeing his flustered demeanor only deepened Ching Su's smile, prompting her to shift her gaze back to Mu Chang'an, who playfully winked at her and stuck out her tongue. Do you have any plans for the future? Mu Chang'an inquired after a pause. Song Jin also turned his attention to Ching Su. After a moment of contemplation, Ching Su replied, I plan to return to Suzhou Theo Shuzhou. Song Jin echoed, blushing again at her gaze. What brings you there? Mu Chang'an rolled her eyes inwardly at his lack of composure. Ching Su smiled at him. I initially came to Hangzhou for certain matters, but it seems I will have to leave soon. She paused before continuing. Shuzhou is my hometown. You are not from the capital? Song Jin asked, surprised. Ching Su shook her head. In a couple of days, I will be returning. And what about these next few days? I had already booked a tavern, she said jokingly. Fortunately, I have been cautious, and my belongings are well hidden. So I doubt they have been pilfered. That is good to hear, Song Jin replied, feeling relieved. May I ask which tavern? Minghua Tower, right by Westlake. The scenery is lovely, and when you come to visit, You can enjoy the sights of the lake as well, Qingsu said with a smile that I dare say you haven't had the chance to see West Lake yet. Have you? Indeed, we have not, Mu Chang'an replied cheerfully. It would be perfect to seek you out while also taking in the beautiful scenery of Hangzhou. She glanced at Song Jin, raising an eyebrow playfully. Right? Ah Jin, Song Jin, steadied by their smiles, felt less restrained. Meeting Mu Chang'an's gaze, he nodded, saying, It's true. We have yet to visit Mingyue Tower, so it would indeed be a splendid plan. Then it is settled. But you must come quickly. I cannot remain in Hangzhou for long. Naturally, Mu Chang'an assured her, once we locate Chaoqiu, we must also depart. In truth, we share a significant connection. You are from Shuzhou as well? Qingsu asked. Indeed, both of us hail from Shuzhou, Song Jin interjected to Chang'an, and I have grown up there together. Mu Chang'an nodded. If Miss Qingsu is not in a hurry, perhaps you could wait for me. We could return together. She cast a sidelong glance at Song Jin, a look that seemed to say, You owe me one. Song Jin discreetly wrinkled his nose at her. Qingsu then inquired, May I ask what business you have with Chaoqiu? Perhaps I could assist you, as a way to repay your kindness. What kindness is there to repay? You are too kind, Miss Qingsu, Mu Chang'an replied. Have you heard of Qingjin? She interjected, cutting off Song Jin's incessant pleasantries. Qingjin? Qingsu furrowed her brows and thought that I have heard of it. Qingjin is used for medicinal purposes to treat fiery ailments, but it is notoriously difficult to cultivate and grows only in frigid regions. Thus it is exceedingly rare. You are seeking Qingjin from Chaoqiu? Precisely, we had paid him to procure it, but unfortunately, we were thwarted by the officials, and Chaoqiu fled without us receiving the Qingjin or our money back. We find ourselves in a dire predicament. Empty-handed, Mu Chang'an stated, pausing briefly before modifying her words. The officials left Hangzhou together. I see. Qingsu nodded in understanding, though she felt a tinge of guilt for being unaware of Chaoqiu's whereabouts upon his departure. However, if I do come across any news, I will inform you immediately, and no need to worry. Mu Chang'an waved her hand dismissively. Your willingness to keep an eye out is greatly appreciated. Qingsu smiled gently. Acknowledging her words. One uneventful day passed. With Qingsu's matter resolved, Mu Chang'an felt a weight lift off her heart, and Song Jin settled down, no longer disturbing her rest at the break of dawn. Thus, after several days in Hangzhou, she enjoyed a rare, undisturbed sleep. When she finally arose, it was already early afternoon. Noticing her delay, Song Jin understood her fatigue from the recent travels and wisely refrained from waking her. Busily searching for Chaoqiu on his own, when Mu Chang'an stepped outside, she first looked around but found no sign of Jinan Heng or the others, nor did she see Song Jin. So she decided to head downstairs alone to satisfy her hunger. Meanwhile, Song Jin wandered around nearby taverns but could find no trace of Chaoqiu. Estimating that it was time for Mu Chang'an to be awake, he meandered back to the inn. Upon entering, he spotted Mu Chang'an leisurely enjoying some sweet and sour shrimp dumplings at a small table. Chang'an, Song Jin exclaimed, rushing over to sit across from her. You re-awake? Mu Chang'an replied nonchalantly, pouring him a cup of tea and gesturing for him to drink. Any news? Song Jin took a sip of tea and slowly shook his head. No, there's no sign of him at all. Do you think that fat Chow has fled upon learning we were searching for him? Chapter 29. The warm spring of Hangzhou. Mu Chang'an frowned and sighed. That is certainly possible, and if that is the case, what shall we do? Our only lead has vanished. Song Jin had no response. Pouring himself some tea, Mu Chang'an glanced at her seemingly unhelpful companion, feeling a bit helpless. However, she could not openly express her disdain for him, as his loyalty was commendable, so she sighed inwardly while recalling her capable brother. Brother, Mu Chang'an mused wistfully. If only you were here, would you not have more leads? Surely he would, for her brother was exceptionally skilled. In her memories, he had always managed to fulfill her requests flawlessly and resolve the troubles she created. Chang'an, Song Jin's voice called her back to the present, pulling her from her reverie about her brother. His tone was tentative, yet he asked, Is Qingjin really that important? Mu Chang'an glanced at him before quickly looking away, her slender finger tracing the rim of her cup in circles, feigning ignorance. But, Song Jin pressed. Frowning, if Qingjin were truly that significant, how could Master have searched for 5 years without success? I know, Mu Chang'an's voice softened, but I do not wish to give up, since someone has mentioned this substance. It must indeed exist. Even the slightest glimmer of hope is worth pursuing. Hearing her voice grow faint, Song Jin felt a pang of compassion, but continued to inquire, Is it not sufficient to carry on as we are? It is not. Mu Chang'an lowered her head, subtly shaking it to hide her expression from him. But I cannot continue this way. I refuse to. Why not? Song Jin pressed urgently. We can always discuss your past with you. Discuss my past? Mu Chang'an's voice carried a hint of amusement as she raised her gaze to meet his directly. Jin, you have never been one to lie. You say we grew up together. That I simply slipped into the water and suffered from the fiery ailment as a consequence. Yet every time you fabricate a story, you cannot bear to look me in the eye. She paused, adding, just like now. Song Jin's heart was filled with trepidation as he lowered his gaze, taking delicate sips from the cup of tea. His voice softened, yet there was no yet. Mu Chang'an chose not to look at him any longer, and instead gazed slightly upwards at the window. Her voice imbued with a subtle sadness and an unyielding resolve. Those burdens I have reluctantly laid down must ultimately be shouldered once more. The weight upon my shoulders cannot rest solely on my brother. Jin, we are both acutely aware of how arduous life is for him, and that burden should rightfully be mine. Chang'an, it seems you are fully aware. You recall the day a group of people appeared on the mountain? Mu Chang'an interrupted him. Song Jin pondered carefully, trying to remember which group she referred to. That incident occurred 3 years prior. Mu Chang'an, lively and restless, could hardly endure a day on the mountain. It happened to be a morning when, having voluntarily taken on the task of preparing breakfast, she inadvertently burned the kitchen and was subsequently confined by Mu Shuyan to a day of copying texts. It wasn't until evening, when the opportunity arose, that she invited Song Jin to sneak down the mountain while Mu Shuyan was absent. They encountered that group of people just as they were about to sneak back up after their excursion below. Typically, Mu Chang'an and Song Jin would descend via a narrow path that connected to the back of Kongwu Mountain. By the time they returned, night had already fallen, and they met that group midway. There were about 5 individuals, all dressed in homespun garments and straw sandals, appearing to be older than them, perhaps in their 40s or 50s. Upon encountering them, both Mu Chang'an and Song Jin felt a sense of curiosity. There were only the 2 of them on the mountain, and this group descending at such an hour from that path seemed suspicious. Thus, Song Jin took a bold step forward and called out, "Who are you?" Mu Chang'an was still scrutinizing them when Song Jin's loud exclamation startled her, prompting her to quickly cover his mouth. "Are you trying to get us killed? What if we alert my brother?" Song Jin had not considered this, but upon her reminder, he quickly fell silent. Yet, it was too late. Mu Shuyan had appeared, his voice resonating calmly from the side. "Chang'an, Jin." The 2 instinctively shrank back, silently lamenting their misfortune. Following the sound, they spotted Mu Shuyan emerging from behind a tree. Immediately, they rushed over, contrite. However, Mu Shuyan paid them no mind. Instead, he directed his attention to the group of individuals, his tone carrying a hint of authority. "You may leave now." The 5 responded in unison, acknowledging him. Their footsteps were light as they departed through the forest, where the ground was littered with branches, and not a sound of snapping twigs was heard. Mu Chang'an observed curiously, only to find herself locking eyes with one of them. For a brief moment, their gazes met, and the individual quickly lowered his eyes, adopting a demeanor of respect, seemingly conscious of his perceived offense. Just as Mu Chang'an began to ponder this, Mu Shuyan interrupted, "You too, return with me to copy texts. Brother, could we perhaps have a different punishment?" Mu Chang'an pleaded, her face contorted in despair as she approached him, tugging at his sleeve in a playful manner. Ultimately, the day concluded with them copying texts. Song Jin recalled that day, burdened by the same punishment of copying an entire book himself, casting a resentful glance at her. "That day, we happened to encounter them on the mountain," he grumbled, adding, "and I was punished by the master to copy an entire book of surnames." Mu Chang'an shot him a knowing glance in response to his complaint, and then queried, "Do you remember what their expressions were upon seeing us?" Song Jin couldn't recall the details and shook his head after a moment of thought. "They were respectful," Mu Chang'an replied calmly. "Without exception, the moment their eyes met mine, they all lowered their heads in deference and respect." Song Jin, taken aback by her words, murmured, "That was 3 years ago." Mu Chang'an affirmed with a slight pause, then suddenly brightened, her usual smile gracing her face as she remarked, "If I can find Qing Jin and have my ailment cured, it would be perfect. It would save you and Aunt Song from worrying about me so much. Wouldn't it?" As Song Jin observed her attempt to mask her sorrow with a cheerful facade, his heart ached for her. Though they had known each other since their youth, their bond had truly deepened over the past 5 years. He saw her intelligence, resilience, and optimism clearly. She had endured tremendous suffering and emerged stronger, yet now she was prepared to shoulder burdens she had previously laid down. This dear friend of his stirred a profound sympathy within him, compelling him to promise, "I will accompany you in your search, whether for Qing Jin or for the burdens you wish to reclaim." Upon hearing this, Mu Chang'an regarded him silently for a moment, then smiled, her expression radiating joy and reassurance. The following day, As Mu Chang-un and Song Jin prepared to descend for lunch, they encountered Jinan Heng and his companions entering the inn, and Mu Chang-un approached them eagerly. "Greeting, Lord Ji, Lord Yang." Song Jin followed suit, albeit at a slower pace, offering his respects as well. Yang Shi nodded in acknowledgement, while Yang Rui, upon seeing Mu Chang-un, merely huffed and ignored her, though he returned Song Jin's greeting with a nod. Jinan Heng maintained a neutral expression, slightly inclining his head in response. "Have the three of you had lunch?" Mu Chang-un inquired. Jinan Heng did not reply, but Yang Shi answered from behind him. "Not yet. And you two?" "We are just heading down for lunch," Mu Chang-un replied, looking at him. "Would you like to join us?" Yang Rui scoffed. "You two are quite bold in your dining habits." "Since we're all dining, it's better to be bold than timid," Mu Chang-un retorted with a playful smile that is far more gracious. Yang Rui shot back. "You seem to have a broad mind." Mu Chang-un grinned. "I simply cannot afford to be petty or calculative over trivial matters." "Are you implying that I am petty and calculative?" Yang Rui glared at her. "That I never said that." She shrugged innocently. "Enough," Jinan Heng interjected, turning to Yang Shi. "Once lunch is ready, bring it to me." With that, Yang Rui fell silent, fuming silently at Mu Chang-un, who met his glare with a triumphant smile. After lunch, as Mu Chang-un and Song Jin prepared to exit, Yang Rui, still irked from their earlier banter, casually asked, "Where are you going?" "We're going not telling you," Mu Chang-un teased, making a face at him. "You not telling me is fine. I have no interest in knowing anyway," Yang Rui huffed, lowering his head to eat, but Mu Chang-un laughed heartily. Chapter 30. Beauty is rarely found. After finishing lunch in his room, Jinan Heng planned to wait for Yang Shi to clear away the dishes. However, after a moment's thought, he took it upon himself to carry the food box downstairs. Midway down the stairs, he spotted Mu Chang-un playfully making a face at Yang Rui, who appeared quite vexed, and Mu Chang-un, oblivious to his descent, continued to tease Yang Rui, while he, still fuming, was interrupted by Yang Shi, standing up and addressing Jinan Heng. Glancing to the side, Yang Rui noticed Jinan Heng approaching with the food box and hurriedly swallowed his mouthful, standing to greet him. "Once you're done, accompany me to Westlake," Jinan Heng stated as he placed the food box on the table and took a seat. Westlake. Yang Rui's eyes lit up. Jinan Heng, aware of his thoughts, merely shot him a sidelong glance. "Yes, to meet a guest." When Mu Chang-un knocked on Ching Su's door at Mingyue Tower, Song Jin felt a twinge of nervousness. "Chang-un, why didn't you tell me you were coming to see Ching Su?" he asked. Adjusting his attire, Mu Chang-un shot him a sidelong glance and raised her hand to knock. "If you don't want to come with me, you're welcome to return to the inn now." Song Jin recognized her teasing and chose to ignore it, focusing on his own appearance. With a playful laugh, Mu Chang-un knocked on the door. "Miss Ching Su, are you there?" "Who is it?" came Ching Su's voice from inside after a brief pause. "It's me and a Jean." Mu Chang-un replied cheerfully, adding, "I'm Chang-un. Please wait a moment." Then Mu Chang-un heard light footsteps approaching, and soon the door opened to reveal Ching Su's enchanting visage, without her veil. Her hair casually tied back, she wore a flowing lavender garment, unadorned by makeup, presenting a natural beauty. Upon seeing them, she offered a gentle smile, but Mu Chang-un couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Every encounter with her was a breathtaking experience. She averted her gaze slightly, noticing Song Jin's ears reddening as he stood there in a daze, and she sighed inwardly, thinking, "Oh no, if this continues, a Jin will surely be smitten." Ching Su, noticing Song Jin's evident surprise, remained composed. Having seen enough of the world, she stepped aside, inviting them in. "Would you like to sit?" "Not at all," Mu Chang-un quickly declined. "We came to enjoy the West Lake. Do you have time to join us?" "It would be my honor," Ching Su replied readily. "Please wait a moment while I fetch a cloak. It can be quite breezy by the lake." Mu Chang-un smiled and nodded, saying, "All right, we'll wait for you downstairs." Ching Su nodded in response and retreated into the room, closing the door behind her. This was the first time Mu Chang-un had walked down the street only to find so many people frequently turning to look at her. A Jean, feeling somewhat pressured, rubbed her forehead and remarked, "I feel quite a bit of pressure." Song Jin, unperturbed and straightforward, found her statement puzzling and asked, "Why?" Mu Chang-un shot him a glance, exasperated, and decided not to engage further with someone so oblivious to subtleties. However, Ching Su, overhearing their exchange, chuckled lightly that "You'll get used to it." Mu Chang-un continued to rub her forehead. "Ching Su, I have come to realize that being beautiful is quite a challenge." Ching Su blinked, non-committal. Song Jin chimed in. "Exactly." Mu Chang-un, initially thinking he had finally grasped the nuances, looked up at him with an expression of realization. Ching Su turned her gaze towards him as well. "Song Jin, noticing both women looking at him. Found it odd but continued, to produce such a beautiful girl as Qing Su, her family must also possess remarkable looks. Unexpectedly, this was not the implication Mu Chang'an had anticipated, and she turned away, exclaiming, "I am utterly defeated by you." Qing Su burst into laughter at her response. Song Jin, confused by her expression, asked, "What is wrong with me?" "Just go away." Mu Chang'an waved her hand and moved to the other side of Qing Su. "I don't wish to converse with you. I feel there is nothing we can discuss anymore." Song Jin looked at her curiously, but halfway through his observation, he suddenly realized that Qing Su had shifted to stand beside him. Aligning her shoulder with his gaze, interrupted by Qing Su's presence, fell upon her instead. He felt a pang of anxiety and quickly turned his head away, retracting his gaze. The mountains beyond the mountains. The buildings beyond the buildings. When will the songs and dances of Westlake cease? The warm breeze intoxicates the visitors, making them compare Hangzhou to Bianzhou. It was a perfect spring day, the waters of Westlake shrouded in a lingering mist, creating an ethereal beauty reminiscent of a celestial realm. The willows along the lakeside had begun to sprout tender buds, their branches gently trailing over the surface of the water, creating delicate ripples that added another layer of charm. Mu Chang'an, feeling inspired, retrieved a folding fan she always carried, opening it intermittently to leisurely wave it, exuding the demeanor of a dashing gentleman. Qing Su glanced at her and smiled. "Young Master Mu, you truly embody the essence of a gallant gentleman." The comment seemed oddly contradictory, yet Mu Chang'an paid it little mind, continuing to fan herself with a smile. "What nonsense. I am indeed a suave and elegant gentleman." Song Jin interjected. "She has grown accustomed to dressing as a man. Even without the charm, she can still pull off the look." Qing Su remarked. "Chang'an has a certain heroic spirit about her. It's not easily discernible without careful observation." Hearing this praise, Mu Chang'an felt a surge of pride, but soon reconsidered, realizing it might not be a favorable inclination. After all, she was still a girl. Contemplating this, she promptly closed her fan and tucked it away, saying, "Your words leave me uncertain whether to feel pleased or not." Qing Su paused, reflecting on the deeper implications of her words, and then playfully suggested, "Perhaps when we return to my room, you could change into a feminine outfit, and maybe that heroic spirit will be concealed." Mu Chang'an shook her head. No, I could never pull off your clothing. Let the heroism be. It's quite convenient for traversing the world." Song Jin frowned. "What world are you traversing? At most, you'll wander around Hangzhou before you must return with me to Shu." Mu Chang'an leaned forward, her gaze darting past Qing Su to glare at him. "Why must you be such a killjoy? I understand now." Qing Su chuckled and asked, "You didn't come here just to enjoy the lake, did you?" Mu Chang'an narrowed her eyes with a smile. "I heard there's a medical clinic near Westlake." Qing Su, not expecting this, thought for a moment before nodding. "I have heard such, but it is merely an ordinary small clinic. I haven't heard anything particularly special about it. What about your injuries? Are they still unhealed?" No. Mu Chang'an shook her head, eager to alleviate any guilt. "I have fully recovered. That I merely recalled that Aunt Song, who is also a Jin's mother, mentioned she was an old acquaintance of the clinic's matron, so I thought I would pay a visit." "You mean that Madame Tan?" Song Jin recalled. "I had forgotten about her." "What made you suddenly want to visit her, with nothing else to do?" "It seemed a good idea to check in," Mu Chang'an replied. Song Jin pondered this, sensing something amiss, and asked, "Is that really the only reason?" Mu Chang'an intended to shoot him a sideways glance, but could only suppress her irritation as they were with Qing Su. It was a rare warm spring day in Hangzhou, with many boats adorning Westlake, each uniquely decorated. The gentle sounds of conversation from the boats mingled with the lake's ambience, creating a lively atmosphere. Jinan Heng stood quietly in a less crowded corner by the lake, enveloped in a light mist that added a touch of ethereal charm to his presence. Occasionally, a boat would pass by, causing slight ripples on the lake before drifting away. Jinan Heng stood still, his gaze fixed on the mist hovering over the water. As time passed, the mist settled on him, dampening his dark hair and attire. Yang Rui and Yang Shi stood silently behind him, while Yang Shi remained impassive. Yang Rui, seeing Jinan Heng's wet hair and clothing, felt a pang of concern and asked, "My lord, would you like me to fetch you an umbrella?" Jinan Heng's voice was cool and somewhat grim. "No need." Yang Rui detected the impatience in his tone and refrained from further conversation, simply acknowledging with a nod and remaining silent. After a short while, a seemingly ordinary boat glided to a stop before them. A servant peeked out from the cabin, glanced at them, then stepped out. Bowing respectfully, "My lord, please come aboard." Jinan Heng stepped onto the boat, followed by Yang Shi and Yang Ru. Jinan Heng lifted the curtain to enter the cabin, He gestured for them to wait outside. You two stay here. The two men dared not say more. Bowing in acknowledgement and taking their positions outside the cabin, Jinan Heng proceeded directly into the cabin. Inside, the scent of dragon's saliva incense was somewhat overwhelming, causing Jinan Heng to frown slightly. The cabin was dimly lit by only 2 candles, separated by a screen, rendering the space shadowy, with only the figure behind the screen vaguely discernible. Jinan Heng bowed politely towards the silhouette. Your Highness, the Crown Prince. You're here, came a languid voice from behind the screen, laced with a hint of weariness. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I took a nap. Your Highness, you flatter me. Jinan Heng maintained a respectful posture, lowering his gaze and replying softly. Sit, sit, sit. The Crown Prince yawned and waved his hand, instructing a waiting maid to prepare a seat for Jinan Heng. I remember you enjoy tea, don't you? I recently acquired some Junshan silver needle. Would you care to try? A maid first brought a chair and table, followed by 2 others who set down tea leaves, utensils, and hot water on the table. They then arranged themselves neatly at the side. All 5 maids dressed in white, their hair loosely tied with a single ribbon, standing with bowed heads. Thank you, Your Highness. Jinan Heng expressed his gratitude, slightly lifting his robe before sitting down and beginning to brew the tea. For a moment, the cabin was filled only with the sounds of Jinan Heng preparing the tea. Once he had brewed the tea and taken a few sips, the Crown Prince spoke again. So, what do you think? Jinan Heng set down his teacup and replied succinctly. The fragrance is high and refreshing. The taste is mellow and sweet. Ha ha. The Crown Prince chuckled lightly. Only you would say that. Otherwise, I think the tea merchant was deceiving me. Your Highness, you flatter me. Jinan Heng replied with a faint smile, adding, however, it is not yet the season for Junshan silver needle, and this Hangzhou is not known for it. No matter how good it is, it cannot compare to the best of its kind when harvested at the right time and place. Currently, with the continuous rain and mist in Hangzhou, it is the prime season for Biluakan. Perhaps you should give it a try. The screen fell silent for a while. Only the sound of pouring wine could be heard. After a considerable time, the Crown Prince smiled and said, I know little about tea. Jushan silver needle and Biluakan seem indistinguishable to me. I am more accustomed to drinking wine. He waved his hand, instructing for Jinan Heng to be served wine. Jinan Heng looked up to see another maid, dressed similarly to the 5 beside him, bowing her head as she presented a cup of wine to him, filling it to the brim. Thank you, Your Highness. Jinan Heng raised the cup and drank it in one go, remarking, while fine wine is delightful, overindulgence can be harmful. After a brief pause, the Crown Prince rose from his seat, stepping out from behind the screen, clad only in his inner clothing with an outer robe draped over. He lazily approached Jinan Heng. While the waiting maid hurried to assist him in taking a seat, he sat down, crossed his legs, and reclined comfortably, exuding an air of contentment. Your reasoning holds merit, he said, as he filled his own cup with wine and poured another for Jinan Heng, gesturing for him to raise his glass. However, one must consume the wine to ascertain whether it is detrimental to one's health. If it truly harms, then one must seek remedies, though the efficacy of such remedies depends on the physician consulted. Jinan Heng lifted his cup, but did not clink it against the prince's. Instead, he drained its contents in one go, declaring that the longevity of His Highness is ensured by skilled physicians, and may Jing find one who can safeguard his golden body from the perils of strong liquor. The prince held his cup aloft, his gaze narrowing as he scrutinized Jinan Heng, a dangerous glint flickering in his eyes. Unfazed, Jinan Heng set down his cup and met his stare directly. After a moment, the prince burst into hearty laughter, draining his cup and setting it aside, then clapping Jinan Heng on the shoulder. Truly, you are the son of General Ji. Each encounter leaves me in awe of you. Jinan Heng lowered his gaze slightly, responding with humility. Your Highness flatters me. The Tan family's medical clinic was somewhat secluded. Mu Chang'an walked an entire circuit around West Lake before finding it in a tranquil, sparsely populated area. The clinic was enveloped in a layer of mist and partially obscured by drooping willow branches, creating an ethereal, otherworldly ambience. Leading the way, Mu Chang'an was the first to spot the clinic behind the willows. And as she reached out to brush aside some branches to enter, she suddenly paused. Qing Su and Song Jin approached her from behind, noticing her hesitation, and inquired, What is it? Regaining her composure, Mu Chang'an frowned slightly before shaking her head, saying, It's nothing. She walked a few paces alongside Qing Su and Song Jin. Mu Chang'an's brow remained furrowed. She turned back to glance once more at the spot where she had parted the willow branches. A nagging feeling that she had been here before lingering in her mind. Just as she pondered when that might have been, her feet had already carried her into the clinic. The exterior and interior were devoid of people. Upon entering, Mu Chang'an was greeted by the familiar scent of medicinal herbs. She surveyed her surroundings and found that this clinic bore no distinction from others, save for its profound silence. Song Jin called out. "Is anyone here?" After a brief pause, a voice responded. "Please wait a moment." It was a very youthful female voice, accompanied by two distinct footsteps, one heavy and somewhat unsteady, the other light and delicate. It seemed the former belonged to an older woman, while the latter belonged to a young woman, likely trained in martial arts. Mu Chaman contemplated this quietly as the footsteps approached from the inner chamber into the outer room. After a moment, a woman dressed in green appeared, saying, "What brings you three here?" Mu Chang'an looked up to see the older woman, whose eyes were void of life, gradually making her way to a nearby room. Upon closer inspection, Mu Chang'an noticed that the older woman's eyes were clouded and vacant, her gaze lacking focus. Realizing the woman was blind, Mu Chang'an thought to herself, "I am Song Jin, the sole son of Song Xin." Song Jin stepped forward to clarify their purpose. "We have come to visit Madame Tan, a cherished friend of my mother." "You are Song Jin?" The woman in green regarded him. "I have heard of you from my master, but she is unable to receive guests due to her illness. You must leave." "Madame Tan is unwell?" Mu Chang'an interjected, her concern evident. "Might we at least pay our respects?" The woman in green was about to refuse again when the voice of the older woman called from within. "Ching Ching, come in." The woman in green hurriedly replied, "Yes," and without further ado, she turned and entered the room. Mu Chang'an reached out, contemplating how to intervene, but found herself at a loss for words. Retracting her hand awkwardly and exchanging a glance of helplessness with Ching Su. Ching Su, too, shrugged in a gesture of resignation. Before long, the woman named Ching Ching returned, bowing slightly before Mu Chang'an. "My master has asked to see you." Mu Chang'an nodded with a smile, taking a couple of steps forward, but then heard Ching Ching's voice behind her. "Please wait. My master only wishes for this young lady to enter." "Only me?" Mu Chang'an queried, puzzled, then added, "Why do you call me young lady? I am clearly a young man." Ching Ching merely smiled lightly and gestured for her to proceed. Reluctantly, Mu Chang'an turned to Song Jin and Ching Su, saying, "Please wait for me." Song Jin nodded, urging her to be cautious, and Mu Chang'an smiled, assuring him with an expression that conveyed confidence, and entered the room. The interior was dimly lit, lacking windows and illuminated only by the soft glow from behind. The faint scent of herbs filled the air, which Mu Chang'an found vaguely familiar, yet could not place. "Master," Ching Ching approached the older woman, speaking softly. "She has arrived." Mu Chang'an quickly averted her gaze and bowed respectfully. "Madame Tan." Madame Tan gestured toward a chair beside her. "Sit." Then, addressing Ching Ching, she instructed, "Retrieve the boxes from the second shelf of the medicine cabinet." Following her request, Mu Chang'an took a seat across from her. Ching Ching returned with the boxes and handed them to Madame Tan. Madame Tan examined the boxes, tracing the patterns with her fingers, nodding slightly before instructing, "You may leave now and keep watch." "Yes." Although Ching Ching cast curious glances at both Mu Chang'an and Madame Tan, she complied without further inquiry and exited, closing the door behind her. Once alone, Madame Tan fell silent, her fingers gently caressing the box, and the room was enveloped in an almost unbearable stillness, broken only by the sound of her fingers gliding over the wood. Feeling a bit awkward, Mu Chang'an decided to break the silence. "Madame Tan, your health, it has been 5 years, hasn't it?" Madame Tan's voice carried a hint of lament. "Fortunately, you came early. Had you waited 2 more years, you would not have seen this old body of mine." Intrigued, Mu Chang'an pondered her words, unable to grasp their meaning. She asked, "Madame Tan, what do you mean? I truly do not understand your previous remarks." Madame Tan turned her gaze toward her, her eyes still devoid of life, yet Mu Chang'an felt as if she were being intently regarded. She extended the box toward Mu Chang'an, indicating for her to take it. Only when she felt Mu Chang'an grasp the box did she withdraw her hand and speak softly. "This was entrusted to me by you. It has now returned to its rightful owner." Mu Chang'an accepted the box and examined it closely, yet could discern no significance. She inquired, "Returned to its rightful owner? Is this box mine?" "It is indeed yours. You entrusted it to me personally." "Entrusted it? How could you remember better than I?" "An old fool," Madame Tan frowned. "Back when you two were close, you handed me this box with countless instructions, terrified I might lose it. How could you have forgotten?" Mu Chang'an fell silent, pursing her lips as she prepared to navigate the conversation. "Madame Tan, after all these years, how is it that you recognized me so quickly?" Madame Tan chuckled. "After all this time, I can still recognize your voices upon hearing them." Point two people, Mu Chang'an thought. There weren't many close to her. Song Jin had just spoken, but hadn't he been invited in, so it certainly wasn't him. Could it be her brother? If not him, who else could it be? Perhaps someone she had forgotten. Chapter 32. Former spouses Mu Chang'an pondered for a moment before saying, "It is remarkable that you still remember." "You two children," Madame Tan's voice carried a note of nostalgia. "I have never seen a couple like you. You bickered yet were so grounded. A couple," Mu Chang'an gasped, astonished. Had she once been married? Stunned. Mu Chang'an found herself momentarily speechless as Madame Tan continued. "You two were the most compatible couple I have ever seen, and indeed, the most extraordinary." She paused, then asked curiously, "Why did that young man not accompany you today? He had some matters to attend to and could not come." Faced with the question, Mu Chang'an gathered her thoughts and replied, "I came today not only to retrieve the box, but also to request a favor. Speak freely," Madame Tan replied gently. "You have caused me troubles more than once." Mu Chang'an chuckled lightly, revealing her true intention. "May I inquire if you have heard of Qingjin?" "Qingjin," Madame Tan frowned. "What do you need that for?" "It is to be used as medicine." Madame Tan hesitated, then said, "Extend your hand for me." After a moment of hesitation, Mu Chang'an complied. Madame Tan took her pulse, furrowing her brow even deeper. "Jiu girl, what have you experienced?" "Jiu girl." Mu Chang'an was taken aback. When had she ever called her that? This visit proved fruitful. Perhaps she would recover her lost memories even before needing Qingjin. "That I must confess, 5 years ago, my home suffered flooding, and smoke caused me to choke." "It was not merely a puff of smoke that could lead to such a head ailment," Madame Tan frowned, saying, "There is no need to seek Qingjin. Even if you find it, it will be of no use." "How so?" Mu Chang'an inquired, bewildered. Aunt Song clearly stated that finding Qingjin would completely cure my head ailment and restore my memory. Could it be that Aunt Song was deceiving her? "The Qingjin herb possesses a chilling quality, and your headache arises from excessive heat. With a fiery temperament within you, the clash of cold and heat renders your body incapable of enduring it. Is there no alternative?" Lady Tan pondered for a moment and replied, "There is." Murong Chang'an's eyes brightened with curiosity. "How can it be treated?" Lady Tan continued, "I do not know yet." Murong Chang'an closed her luminous eyes. "Has Aunt Song not discovered a remedy after 5 years of treatment?" She shook her head, suddenly recalling that Aunt Song was unable to see, and added, "No, impossible." Lady Tan furrowed her brow. With her medical expertise, it was inconceivable that it would take 5 years without a solution, unless she had no desire to help you. "Impossible." Murong Chang'an quickly dismissed that possibility, insisting Aunt Song would not behave that way, nor does she have any reason to do so. Her voice trailed off, lowering in tone. "She has her reasons. Although Aunt Song cared for her, she was ultimately her brother's allied. In the end, she still followed her brother's orders. If her brother wished for her not to recover, even if a cure existed, it would remain elusive. That I do not wish to meddle in the affairs of the young. Your matters are beyond my jurisdiction. That I have safeguarded this for you for 5 years, fulfilling my promise." Lady Tan seemed to recall something and did not wish to speak further, rising to call out, "Ching Ching!" Outside, Ching Ching responded and entered, assisting her out. As Murong Chang'an saw her departure, she was about to inquire further when she heard Lady Tan's parting words, "I shall give you one last piece of advice. Dreams weave illusions, and dreams consume memories. Jiu girl, you need not return. Dreams weave illusions, and dreams consume memories." Murong Chang'an pondered these words while Lady Tan had already stepped away towards the inner chamber. She hurriedly followed, intending to ask more questions, but was stopped by Ching Ching's hand. "Miss, the master has said that the 3 of you need not return. I apologize for the lack of farewells." Thus, they were being sent away. Murong Chang'an had no choice but to halt, placing the wooden box into her sleeve and turning to leave with Song J. in the inner chamber. Ching Ching entered with the prepared medicine, placing it on the table before approaching Lady Tan. "Master, the medicine is ready." Lady Tan sat by the window, her vacant gaze peering through the half-opened window as if staring at a camphor tree in the courtyard. Noticing her silence, Ching Ching called out again, "Master, the medicine is ready." After a while, Lady Tan came to her senses, raised her hand to indicate Ching Ching to assist her to the table. Ching Ching helped her to the table, then asked, "Should we close the window?" "It is still a bit chilly." Lady Tan paused and, feeling for the medicine, replied, "Close it. For so many years, one person scattered while another was hurt. It was not her place to interfere further." Ching Ching hesitated but eventually asked, "Were the 3 who came earlier the G couple you mentioned?" "Couple." Lady Tan turned her head, focusing on the window, as if she could see the figures of that couple from 5 years ago planting camphor trees. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, "What a pity." Ching Ching, puzzled, inquired, "What a pity?" "These 2 have likely parted ways. Otherwise, she would not have come alone today." Lady Tan held the medicine in her hands, pondering the uncertainties that had unfolded over the past 5 years. After finishing the medicine, She waved her hand. I am weary. Understanding her reluctance to speak further, Qingqing complied and helped her to be Aas Murong Chang'an, and Song Jin exited the medical hall. Song Jin asked, "What did Lady Tin say to you in there?" Murong Chang'an frowned, unwilling to elaborate, and replied vaguely, "Nothing of significance. It was all rather nonsensical that I need to sort it out when I return." Song Jin regarded her with suspicion, sensing her reluctance to discuss it, and shifted the topic. "But you did not come to visit Lady Tan just for pleasantries, did you?" "Indeed," Murong Chang'an admitted. "I intended to inquire if Lady Tan had any news about Qi Jin. Given her close relationship with Aunt Song, I assumed her medical skills would be commendable." Song Jin acknowledged her response, brushing aside the willows blocking his view, when suddenly he halted, calling out, "Lord Ji." Chapter 5. Lantern viewing at West Lake. Murong Chang'an immediately turned to see Jinan Heng and his companions. Jinan Heng appeared to have been here for some time. His dark hair slightly misted, and the deep hue of his cloak suggested it had been dampened by the falling mist. He walked ahead, one hand behind his back and the other in front, his expression neutral, his striking phoenix eyes betraying no emotion. Murong Chang'an glanced at him, suddenly remembering Qing Su beside her, and turned to look. Sure enough, Qing Su's previously cheerful demeanor had darkened, her brows furrowed like distant mountains. "Oh, you recall what I once said to you?" Murong Chang'an merely glanced at her before returning her gaze forward. Preparing to step forward and greet Ji Nanqing, in a voice only Qing Su could hear, she whispered, "You should be more adept at controlling the facade than I." With that, she advanced ahead, greeting Ji Nanqing with her usual smile. "Lord Ji.As she spoke, she caught a glimpse of Qing Su following her and let out a quiet sigh of relief. "Are you here to enjoy Westlake?" Ji Nanqing responded. "The scenery at Westlake is delightful, especially in spring, so I thought I would come to see it." "And you, my lady?" "Indeed," Murong Chang'an replied, sweeping her eyes across the mist before her. "I did not expect the mist to be this thick even as evening approaches." Ji Nanqing raised an eyebrow, glancing at Qing Su behind Murong Chang'an, and inquired, "And who might this be?" Qing Su, who had been standing silently behind Murong Chang'an, lifted her eyes to Ji Nanqing upon being addressed. And after a brief moment, she stepped forward and bowed slightly. "I am Qing Su, a humble servant." While Yang Shi and Yang Rui had encountered Qing Su in prison, this was Ji Nanqing's first meeting with her. Upon hearing her name, he recalled her as the woman wrongfully imprisoned and could not help but scrutinize her closely. Qing Su remained poised and composed, allowing his gaze to linger on her without flinching. Murong Chang'an, fearing Ji Nanqing's penetrating gaze might reveal something amiss, stepped slightly to the right, blocking his view, and joked lightly, "Miss Qing Su is a renowned beauty, which is why I am confident she did not commit murder." Ji Nanqing nodded, casting her a glance, and playfully remarked, "Miss Qing Su is indeed more captivating in person than by reputation." He paused, turning to Murong Chang'an with a slight smile. "It reminds me of the old adage, only through comparison can one discern excellence and inferiority. Miss Qing Su possesses an ethereal beauty. How could I ever compare?" Murong Chang'an's tone held a hint of exasperation, compelling her to lower her head further, rolling her eyes inwardly. "One careless moment, and your life could be in her hands. While you still admire her looks, though I may not possess such beauty, at least I am not stained by bloodshed. That is something." Thus, Song Jin chimed in, "Lord, have you finished your tour of the lake?" Ji Nanqing replied, "I was just about to return to the inn, as dusk is approaching." "Are you leaving for the inn now?" Song Jin asked, then turned to Murong Chang'an. "Chang'an, I heard there will be lanterns on the lake today. Why don't we stay a while longer before heading back? If Lord Ji has no other matters, why not join us?" Upon hearing this, Murong Chang'an quickly interjected, "Lord Ji is a person of importance. We can explore on our own without imposing on you." Song Jin, lacking awareness, insisted, "But did Lord Ji not just say he was returning to the inn? If that is the case, it would be better to enjoy the lanterns together before we go." Murong Chang'an intended to refuse again when Ji Nanqing spoke up. "That's fine. Since we're here, a little exploration wouldn't hurt." With that, Murong Chang'an found it difficult to object further, letting out a quiet sigh and casting an annoyed glance at Song Jin for his reckless remarks. Unbeknownst to her, Ji Nanqing caught the glance. "Miss Murong, are you reluctant to accompany us?" Surprised by his keen observation, she chuckled awkwardly. "Not at all, my lord. You are overthinking it. Please, go ahead." With that, she stepped aside, gesturing for him to proceed. Ji Nanqing did not linger on her, merely nodded, and walked past her. Murong Chang'an, feeling resigned, followed suit, glancing back at Qing Su with concern, whispering, "Perhaps you should return first?" Qing Su thought for a moment, genuinely not wanting to linger with Ji Nanqing, and nodded, I feel a bit weary. I shall return to the inn. You all enjoy the lanterns. Song Jin's eyes widened at her words, for he had initially suggested the lantern viewing to spend more time with her. How can that be? Upon reflecting on this, Song Jin immediately replied, Shall I accompany you back? No need. Ching Su gently declined. Aren't you eager to enjoy the lanterns? I can return alone. No. 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 Song Jin insisted, waving his hand. I will escort you home first, and then I can still enjoy the lanterns afterward. Mu Chang'an glanced at the flush on Song Jin's ears, suddenly recalling something. She pressed her lips together in a smile, interjecting before Ching Su could refuse him again. Then let Jin see you home. On the way, have him fetch me 2 chicken legs from the inn. I can munch on them while enjoying the lanterns. Ching Su looked at her suspiciously, clearly perceiving the mischief in her eyes. Realizing the intention, she couldn't help but chuckle and no longer resisted, instead nodding. Then I shall trouble young Master Song. Song Jin smiled contentedly and turned with Ching Su to head back. After walking a few steps, Song Jin called out to her. Chang'an. Mu Chang'an turned back, puzzled. What is it? Are you sure you can manage alone? Mu Chang'an waved her hand with a reassuring expression. Focus on escorting the young lady back to the inn. Seeing her confidence, Song Jin felt more at ease, but still added, just be careful. It gets quite chilly at night. Mu Chang'an was already chasing after Jinan Heng and answered without looking back. I know. After a moment's thought, Song Jin decided that nothing serious would happen in such a short time, so he accompanied Ching Su back to the inn. During their idle chatter, Jinan Heng had already walked quite a distance ahead. Mu Chang'an urged herself a couple of times, then hurriedly ran to his side. My lord, she called out, breathless yet unperturbed. You walk quite swiftly. Jinan Heng shot her a sidelong glance, a hint of amusement in his tone. You run fast as well. Hee. Mu Chang'an chuckled awkwardly, glancing around, and then exclaimed, Where are Yang Shi and Yang Rui? I sent them off to explore on their own. Mu Chang'an, intrigued, remarked, This is a first. It's rare not to see them following you. With genuine curiosity, she asked, My lord, isn't that considered leaving their post? Not at all. Really? Shouldn't they always be by your side, ready to serve you? Jinan Heng chuckled inwardly at her naivety. Who told you that? They are merely my subordinates, not my shadow guards. I see that. Mu Chang'an nodded in realization, then seemed to recall something, asking, It seems that way. I read in a script that shadow guards are those who appear absent, yet are always present, constantly watching over their charge. It seems somewhat different. She paused, tilting her head in thought, then smiled. Being a subordinate seems much easier. Calling them shadow guards makes them sound like stalkers, and that must be quite unsettling for the protected. Always having to worry about being seen, even during a bath. Jinan Heng did not expect her to hold such peculiar thoughts. Just as he was about to correct her, he noticed Mu Chang'an turning her head to look around, then cautiously inquired, My lord, do you think we have any shadow guards with us now? Could you summon them for me to see? I've never encountered these mysterious shadow guards. Jinan Heng shot her an exasperated glance, taking a small step back to distance himself from her. I do not possess shadow guards. I see it. Mu Chang'an sighed in mild disappointment, then perked up, pointing at the lake. My lord, look, a boat. Jinan Heng turned his gaze toward the lake. The sky had darkened, and the evening mist lingered over the water, but it had thinned somewhat. Boats adorned with bright lanterns glided gracefully across the lake, illuminating the entire West Lake. The boats shone brightly, yet were softened by the lingering mist, lending a dreamlike quality, truly a sight to behold. Full of excitement, Mu Chang'an momentarily forgot her decorum and dashed to the lakeside, craning her neck to get a better view of the lanterns on the boats. Jinan Heng caught up with her, observing her gleeful expression, and asked, Have you never seen lantern-lit boats before? Mu Chang'an nodded eagerly, still fixated on the boats. No, I haven't. Her words trailed off as she suddenly stopped. Her initial excitement replaced by confusion and astonishment. The fleeting shadow of a lantern from one of the boats passed before her eyes. Her gaze remained wide, but this time, her thoughts were not on the beautiful lanterns on the lake, but rather on the bright shadow that had just flitted past her. Frowning slightly, she wanted to ponder this further when Jinan Heng's voice interrupted her thoughts. What is it? Huh? Oh, Mu Chang'an was jolted back to reality by his question and completed her earlier thought. Albeit with a slight alteration, I believe this is actually my first time seeing lantern-lit boats. Believe? Jinan Heng keenly noted the inconsistency in her words, but refrained from probing further, simply stating, This event occurs annually in Hangzhou. If you enjoy it, you can come often. However, Mu Chang'an shook her head. To be honest, it's merely a novelty. Once you've seen it often enough, even with all the variations, it loses its charm. Besides, such elegant and poetic things are beyond my appreciation. And Jean wouldn't appreciate them either. Just then, a small boat approached them, and the smiling boatman asked, "Gentlemen, would you like to hire a boat for a lake tour?" At his invitation, Mu Chang'an's enthusiasm surged. And she eagerly nodded, then remembered her benefactor beside her. She looked up with a flattering smile at Jinan Heng. "My lord, what do you think? Since we are here, wouldn't it be a pity not to take a boat ride?" Jinan Heng glanced at her eager expression, a subtle smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Without a word, he stepped onto the boat. Following the boatman down the wooden steps, Mu Chang'an's eyes sparkled with glee as she hurried to follow him aboard. Once on the boat, they sailed toward the heart of the lake, where the flickering candlelight made the scenery even more enchanting. The mist that appeared hazy from the shore was now dissipated by the candlelight, revealing the lanterns adorned with floral designs clearly. Standing at the bow of the boat, Mu Chang'an felt the cool mist brush her face, the dampness only adding to her excitement as she eagerly gazed at the beautiful lanterns. After a moment, she inquired about a bustling area on the shore that resembled a tavern. Curious, she turned to the boatman. "What is happening over there? Why is it so lively?" The boatman paused his rowing, stood, and pointed with his chin in the direction she indicated. "Oh, that's the Golden Lantern Pavilion. Every year at this time, they hold a lantern festival there, and most attendees are either wealthy or distinguished." He continued, "The lanterns at the Golden Lantern Pavilion are famous, costly yet rare, which attracts many dignitaries to guess lantern riddles and win prizes, creating quite the spectacle. Would you two like to check it out?" Mu Chang'an nodded eagerly, glancing at Jinan Heng to gauge his reaction. Seeing no sign of impatience or objection, she became even more enthusiastic. "Absolutely. Let's go to the Golden Lantern Pavilion." The Golden Lantern Pavilion indeed lived up to its name. Radiant and splendid, rows of lanterns, designed in various shapes, emitted a kaleidoscope of colors. While these lanterns were beautiful, what truly captivated the audience was the grand lantern at the center of the pavilion. This lantern stood about 2 to 3 feet tall, resembling a 3-story pavilion, adorned with intricate designs, from the railings to the tiles, every detail exquisitely crafted. Even though it was unlit, it stood out among the other lanterns. Showcasing its unique beauty, the lanterns were partially illuminated, with some lights dimmed and covered by white cloth, creating an air of mystery as they stepped off the boat and into the pavilion. Mu Chang'an, unaccustomed to such grandeur, sighed in awe. Jinan Heng, walking ahead, caught her sigh and turned to her with a smirk. "Is it truly that stunning?" Mu Chang'an nodded earnestly, stepping closer. "Of course, just look at that lantern. It's bound to be expensive." She nodded affirmatively. With such craftsmanship and artistry, the production cost must be substantial, easily worth hundreds of taels of silver. Jinan Heng initially thought she was merely expressing a fleeting sentiment like before, but he was taken aback when she shifted her focus to the lantern's worth. He was momentarily speechless and shook his head, patiently explaining, "You have quite the discerning eye. The frame of this lantern is made from bamboo, while the lampshade is crafted from fine snow horse hide. The base is made from thin gold." Mu Chang'an's eyes lit up. "So it contains gold, bamboo, and snow horse hide. I've never even seen such fine materials." Jinan Heng took 2 steps into the Golden Lantern Pavilion, and Mu Chang'an hurriedly followed. He remarked that the term gold in the pavilion's name referred not only to the golden lanterns, but also to its principles. The Golden Lantern Pavilion only accepted gold, never silver. "What a wise calculation," Mu Chang'an sighed. "Although there is an exchange rate between gold and silver, gold will undoubtedly become increasingly valuable." Jinan Heng cast her an amused glance. "I don't often see you so preoccupied with money." Feigning a sigh, Mu Chang'an replied, "Sir, one cannot truly understand the value of rice and oil without managing a household. Now that I am impoverished, I must recognize the importance of money. Living on a tight budget for too long, I cannot be blamed for being materialistic." Jinan Heng was aware she was intentionally playing the victim, but chose to tease her instead. "Oh, are you suggesting that during our time together, I have treated you poorly in terms of food and clothing?" No, sir, you mustn't think that way." Mu Chang'an quickly waved her hands in denial. "That I have dined and dressed well alongside you and Sir Jean. Everything has been splendid." Jinan Heng easily accepted her flattery and, with his hands clasped behind his back, sought a refined corner to sit down. "It pleases me that you think so." Mu Chang'an stuck out her tongue, accustomed to his occasional boldness, and merely smiled. She intended to sit beside Jinan Heng, but noticed that, whether by design or coincidence, he had chosen a seat without a table or neighboring companion. Surrounded by few empty tables, she had no choice but to stand beside him. Jinan Heng seemed oblivious to her lack of seating, pouring himself a cup of tea and not rushing to enjoy the lanterns. After standing for a while, Mu Chang'an could no longer endure it and approached him. "Sir, shall we proceed to view the lanterns?" Or perhaps find a quieter, more elegant spot to sit. This place is too noisy. Jinan Heng took a sip of tea, frowned as if discontent with its coarseness, and set the cup down. It's all right. I don't mind the noise. Besides, the hour has not yet arrived. The lanterns are not fully lit yet. With that, Mu Chang'an had nothing more to say. She pouted in resignation, standing to the side and waiting for a nearby seat to become available. Although she was quite capable of standing for extended periods. She felt that she was neither Jinan Heng's subordinate nor his servant. She was merely enjoying a bit of his hospitality and a bit of his entertainment, that in essence, she was not someone he had hired. Despite having enjoyed his generosity for quite some time, she felt a twinge of guilt for mooching off him. Fortunately, the Lantern Festival began shortly, and Mu Chang'an did not have to stand for long before she saw someone unveiling the flower lanterns draped in white cloth. Revealing their splendid shapes, she looked up and soon witnessed the lanterns lighting up one by one with the vibrant colors of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet illuminated the Golden Lantern Pavilion, which, though not fully lit, radiated with brilliance. The central lantern, too, brightened in layers, its warm yellow glow varying in intensity. Mu Chang'an could not help but exclaim, "So beautiful!" Jinan Heng glanced at her with a slight tilt of his head, stood up, brushed off non-existent dust from his robes, and without speaking, stepped forward. Returning to her senses, Mu Chang'an hurried after him, asking, "Where are you going, sir?" With an expression that implied it was obvious, he casually replied, "To admire the lanterns." Mu Chang'an swiftly kept pace with him, her eyes darting around, wishing she could have more than two to take in all the sights. The Lantern Festival featured not only the lanterns, but also riddles. And although the Golden Lantern Pavilion was known for its exclusive acceptance of gold and the finest lantern craftsmanship, it still adhered to tradition. Each level of the pavilion had 2 riddle guessing points, with an additional one set before the largest lantern on the first floor, totaling 7 points across the pavilion. After walking a circuit with Jinan Heng, Mu Chang'an's enthusiasm began to wane. Jinan Heng noticed her diminishing interest and raised an eyebrow. "What's with that expression?" With a light sigh, Mu Chang'an replied, "Sir, don't you feel a bit tired?" Jinan Heng pressed his lips together. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Mu Chang'an hesitated but decided to speak candidly. "Sir, I think you are walking a bit too fast." Jinan Heng led the way. Mu Chang'an could not discern his expression and did not hear him speak, only feeling that he was moving a little faster than before. His strides were typically long, while hers were shorter. She had hoped to enjoy the lanterns and solve the riddles, but the reality was that she often found herself running to catch up with him, only to stop and admire a lantern before having to dash again. Now, with Jinan Heng moving even quicker, Mu Chang'an had no time to appreciate the lanterns, merely catching glimpses of their forms before having to sprint after him. She shot him an annoyed glare, only for Jinan Heng to catch her eye at that moment, prompting her to quickly feign indifference and look away. Jinan Heng found her guilty expression amusing and raised an eyebrow. After traversing another floor and returning to the main hall, Mu Chang'an, still flustered from their earlier exchange, dared not look at him as she walked. She unexpectedly collided with a sturdy back. The impact wasn't too painful, but Mu Chang'an had opened her mouth to exhale and accidentally bit her tongue, causing her to wince and cover her mouth, her eyes misting with tears. Jinan Heng turned with a frown. Seeing her teary-eyed reaction, "Why are you holding your chin if I was the one you bumped into? Does it hurt that much?" Mu Chang'an made a couple of muffled sounds, dropping her hand from her mouth to speak, though her tongue was still swollen, making her words somewhat unclear. "Sir, you were walking just fine. Why did you stop?" "Oh," Jinan Heng replied, pointing to the largest lantern in the hall. "I find this lantern quite beautiful. What do you think?" "Indeed, it is beautiful. Naturally, a lantern made of gold is exquisite. Would you like to purchase it?" Mu Chang'an regained her composure, her words flowing more smoothly, though her tongue still felt thick. "But sir, do you have enough gold with you?" Jinan Heng gestured towards 3 riddles adjacent to the lantern. "If you can answer all 3 riddles correctly, you can win this lantern." Mu Chang'an nodded eagerly, excited by the prospect of trying without spending any money. "Let us go. Let us go." She didn't wait for Jinan Heng and squeezed herself into the crowd. Upon seeing the first riddle, Mu Chang'an furrowed her brow, biting her lip in contemplation. "This riddle is too difficult. How can anyone guess it?" Jinan Heng approached her, having heard her murmurs. After glancing at her, he turned his attention to the riddle. After a moment of thought, he confidently stated the answer aloud, bringing silence to the crowd as they turned to him, awaiting his explanation. The lantern master stepped forward, slightly surprised. "Are you certain of your answer?" "Young sir." Though Jinan Heng's demeanor remained calm, a hint of pride flickered in his eyes. From the East Sea into the West Mountain, besides the sun, What else could it be? The crowd buzzed with excitement. And Mu Chang'an frowned, thinking it was too easy. She bit her lip, glancing at Jinan Heng's assured expression, suddenly feeling emboldened to declare, "My lord has already said it is the sun. Please reveal the answer and confirm if it is correct." "My lord?" Jinan Heng turned to her, his lips curling into a slight smile. The lantern master chuckled heartily, stepping back to unveil the second riddle, announcing, "Congratulations, young sir, you are correct. Now, for the next one. Picking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence." "Picking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence?" Mu Chang'an furrowed her brow thoughtfully and recited, "Picking chrysanthemums beneath the eastern fence, I leisurely behold the southern mountain." Hearing her recite the poem, Jinan Heng turned to look at her, guessing the answer. Mu Chang'an pouted and shook her head, admitting, "I have heard of Mr. Tao's drinking wine, but turning it into a riddle is beyond me. Did you manage to guess it?" Jinan Heng lifted his head and confidently declared the answer, "Autumn." In that instant, Mu Chang'an understood. Whether picking chrysanthemums in the east or the west, one must have chrysanthemums to pick, and they bloom in autumn. So, picking chrysanthemums in autumn is the meaning, right? Jinan Heng remained silent, gazing proudly at the riddle master. The riddle master applauded and smiled. "Young master, your talent is remarkable. Please, on to the next riddle." Turbulent waves. This riddle was slightly easier, and Mu Chang'an pondered the riddle for a moment, listening as the discussions around her grew louder. Glancing at Jinan Heng, she found him still quietly contemplating the riddle. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Have you thought of the answer, my lord?" Jinan Heng tilted his head to look at her. "Have you guessed it?" Mu Chang'an nodded, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Sensing her eagerness, Jinan Heng turned away, suppressing a smile, and announced the answer aloud. "Wind." Seeing Jinan Heng reveal the answer without giving her a chance, Mu Chang'an felt a twinge of disappointment but quickly regained her enthusiasm. Her eyes bright as she looked at the riddle master. If they answered this last riddle correctly, the beautifully gilded lantern would be theirs. The riddle master chuckled again. "Indeed, young master, your talent is truly commendable," he said, turning to carefully retrieve the lantern and present it to him. "This lantern is now yours." Jinan Heng did not reach for it, but turned his head to glance at Mu Chang'an. "You take it." He nodded slightly to the riddle master, expressing his gratitude. When Mu Chang'an heard Jinan Heng instruct her to take the lantern, she thought he intended to gift it to her and hurriedly smiled, grasping the lantern as they made their way outside. Upon exiting the Golden Lantern Pavilion, Jinan Heng raised his hand to summon a boat. The boatman lowered the oars and set up the ladder, and Jinan Heng stepped onto the boat. He glanced back at the exuberant Mu Chang'an and raised an eyebrow. "Why so happy?" "Naturally," Mu Chang'an replied, nodding with a smile. "This lantern is quite precious and being gilded. It should fetch a good price." Jinan Heng raised an eyebrow, pressing his lips together in silence, a non-committal expression on his face. Upon returning to the inn, they encountered Yang Shi descending the stairs. Spotting them, he hurried over to greet Jinan Heng. "My lord." Mu Chang'an, holding the lantern, scrutinized Yang Shi. "Where is that hot-headed Yang Rui?" Yang Shi replied, "He is quite spirited and has not returned yet. I dislike commotion, so I came back first." Mu Chang'an nodded, noticing Jinan Heng preparing to return to his room. She quickly bid him farewell. "My lord, rest well." Initially assuming Jinan Heng would ignore her, she was surprised when he turned back to look at her and asked, "Are you going straight back to your room?" Mu Chang'an nodded. "Do you have something else to attend to, my lord?" Jinan Heng nodded slightly, raising his hand to instruct Yang Shi, "Since Miss Mu intends to retire." "Ah, sure. Take the lantern back to my room." Mu Chang'an looked up at him, her mouth slightly agape in disbelief. Was he not giving it to her? Why take it back? Jinan Heng looked at her with a demeanor of casual indifference and asked, "What's wrong? What's wrong? If you do not intend to gift it to me, why not say so earlier? I carried it all this way." Mu Chang'an felt a mix of indignation and frustration, yet she could only acquiesce, biting her lip as she replied, "It's nothing." With that, she extended her hand to return the lantern to Yang Shi. Noticing her reluctant and disgruntled expression, Jinan Heng subtly curved his lips but chose not to say more. Turning to head back to his room, Yang Shi followed Jinan Heng upstairs, and once inside, he furrowed his brow and asked, "My lord, what about the lantern?" Jinan Heng sat at the table, and upon hearing Yang Shi's question, he raised his gaze, speaking in a low voice, "Just leave it there." After a pause, he added, "Tomorrow, send it to Mu Chang'an." Yang Shi, puzzled, inquired, "If you wish to give it to her, why? There's no reason. Just send it over tomorrow." Jinan Heng replied casually, lighting 2 candles on the table. "Understood," Yang Shi responded, refraining from further questions. He then reported, "We have located Chao Chiodanum." Jinan Heng nodded, signaling Yang Shi to continue. "He was also at the Golden Lantern Pavilion, and I presume you encountered him there." Yang Shi continued, We interrogated him briefly. The defense map of Suzhou is not in his possession, that he claimed to have sold it, but did not know to whom, saying it was placed in a room at Bai Mei Pavilion according to the buyer's instructions, and he swindled Miss Mu and her companion out of 5,000 taels of silver. They were seeking something called Qing Jin. Yang Shi produced a wooden box from his sleeve, opening it to reveal a green fruit. This is it. He explained that it was initially meant for sale to them, but when someone threw a dart into the room, he panicked, thinking it was an official raid, and fled with their silver instead of completing the deal. That Jinan Heng pinched the green fruit between his fingers, examining it closely for a moment. Unfortunately, his knowledge of medicine was limited, and he concluded it was merely an ordinary fruit. That he returned it to the wooden box, closing the lid, and asked Yang Shi, "What is this used for?" "I've heard it is a medicinal herb, quite rare and valuable, but I'm not certain what it treats." Yang Shi replied. That Jinan Heng squinted, recalling that day on the boat when Song Jing anxiously mentioned Mu Chang'an's cold condition, surmising this was likely the remedy she sought for her ailment. He pondered for a moment before handing the box back to Yang Shi. "Tomorrow, find a doctor to inquire about this. If it poses no harm, take it along with the lantern for Mu Chang'an." Yang Shi accepted the box, affirming, "Understood." Meanwhile, Mu Chang'an returned to the kitchen and took 2 meat buns back to her room, still feeling somewhat miffed. She was not like Yang Shi or Yang Rui. How could he so casually command her all the way? Soon, Song Jing returned, knocking on her door. Chang'an in a foul mood. Mu Chang'an replied gruffly, "Come in." Song Jing entered, noticing her displeased expression as he approached the table, and asked, "What is wrong? Why do you seem unhappy?" "That surname. Never mind." Mu Chang'an dismissed, waving her hand. "What brings you here?" "I came to ask you." Song Jing poured himself a cup of tea. "Since we cannot find Chao Chiu, when shall we return to Shu?" Mu Chang'an raised an eyebrow, pinpointing his thoughts. "What?" "Qing Su said she wants to return to Shu." Song Jing looked slightly embarrassed. "Can you be serious? Qing Su's return to Shu is her own matter. I am asking when we will go back." Unfazed by his irritation, Mu Chang'an continued teasing him. "What? Is Qing Su not returning to Shu?" Defeated, Song Jing confessed. "Qing Su said she has nothing to do and wishes to return tomorrow. So I wanted to ask when we will go back." Mu Chang'an paused. "Then let us return tomorrow. Since the person cannot be found, it's pointless to linger here. If we leave early, we might save on copying a few books." Song Jing nodded in agreement but frowned. "However, it seems we have no money for travel. What shall we do?" Mu Chang'an yawned, momentarily caught off guard by his question, and asked uncertainly, "Qing Su should help us, right?" The next day, before Yang Shi could deliver the lantern and Qing Jin to Mu Chang'an, she and Song Jing left a note and departed. Yang Shi, having waited until noon to knock on her door, was surprised when no answer came after a prolonged period of silence. After a while without response, Yang Shi knocked on Song Jing's door, but received no reply there either. Growing suspicious, he pushed the door open and found only a note left on the table. Picking it up to read, he then took the lantern and Qing Jin to find Jinan Heng. Jinan Heng was having lunch in his room when he heard Yang Shi's voice and said lightly, "Come in." Yang Shi entered, placing the lantern and Qing Jin on the table beside Jinan Heng before bowing. "My lord, Mu Chang'an and the other have left." "Left?" Jinan Heng paused in his meal, raising his gaze to Yang Shi with a habitual frown. "Yes," Yang Shi confirmed. Handing over the note, Jinan Heng took the note, unfolded it, and read. It was brief, mainly filled with flattering compliments, expressing gratitude for Jinan Heng's kindness in providing food and lodging. Though appreciative, they felt embarrassed by their inability to repay him. Hence their decision to depart that day without further troubling him. After finishing the note, Jinan Heng lowered his eyelids, his brow furrowing slightly, a shadow crossing his face as his expression turned noticeably colder. After a moment, he set the note down and resumed eating, his mood unpredictable as he murmured, "I see. What about these items?" Yang Shi inquired hesitantly. Jinan Heng deliberated for a moment, then raised his cup and drank it down in one go, replying coolly, "If you like them, you may keep them." Yang Shi detected a hint of coldness in his tone and wisely refrained from further conversation, merely responding affirmatively as he took the lantern and exited with Qing Jin. After a brief moment, Yang Shi stepped outside, while Jinan Heng continued to pour himself wine, completely unaware of the chill that had settled upon him. Following dinner, Jinan Heng strode out of the room. Upon seeing him, Yang Rui promptly approached, offering his respects before heading back inside to retrieve the meal box. "My lord," Yang Rui said quietly as he and Yang Shi followed closely behind, "we have received word from His Highness. The Duke of Cheng has returned to the capital." Zhali Lu's self-inflicted demise had left the northern desert undisturbed, and during these days, not only had they failed to uncover any maps, But they had also been unable to ascertain the truth behind the governor's death. The Duke of Qing's hands were not so clean. It was unlikely he had ordered these crimes without a trace of blood on his hands. Given the lack of leads and the futility of the situation, it was improbable he would linger in Hangzhou. Jinan Heng nodded at the anticipated reply, his steps unwavering. Did I ask there more? After a moment's hesitation, Yang Rue added, His Highness also mentioned that there is no need to proceed to Hangzhou. The case has been dropped, and you are to return to the capital. Jinan Heng furrowed his brow. What is the reason? Yang Rue shook his head. That was simply the directive. No further explanations were given and no reason. Are they planning to replace the investigator or abandon the inquiry altogether? Jinan Heng slowed his pace. Glancing at Yang Shi, what did my father say? Yang Shi's response mirrored Yang Rue's closely. The master also said for you to return to the capital. There is no need to go to Hangzhou. No need to go to Hangzhou. Jinan Heng squinted, falling silent for a moment. Finally, he emitted a faint hm, his expression inscrutable. Chang'an, meanwhile, was being driven out of Hangzhou's southern gate by Song Jin. As they left the city behind, he called out to the comfortably dozing Mu Chang'an in the carriage. Isn't it rather heartless and ungrateful to depart without notice? Mu Chang'an, who had been resting against the carriage, opened her eyes at the sound of Song Jin's voice and replied lazily, How can this be considered departing without notice? Did you not leave a note? In fact, Tu Qingsu interjected at this. You both only left notes, and then left? Having passed the hour of noon, Mu Chang'an felt considerably less drowsy. She retrieved a steamed bun from her belongings and munched on it, nodding in affirmation. Yes. Qingsu pursed her lips. You have traveled together for so many days. Leaving with just a note seems rather rude, does it not? Song Jin's voice chimed in from outside, agreeing. Indeed, Lord Ji has aided us greatly. Mu Chang'an swallowed her bite and shrugged. Well, I have left a note, and I have departed. Should I return to bid farewell once more? Song Jin wanted to argue, but he found her point somewhat valid and fell silent, steering the carriage in quietude. However, Jinan Heng's aloof and proud demeanor was well known in the capital. Qingsu smiled, recalling the flicker of hostility in his gaze, which betrayed his disregard for others. I suppose your sudden departure would not cause him much concern. At most, he would furrow his brow. Mu Chang'an imagined Jinan Heng's frown, assuming he would merely glance at her note, furrow his brow as per his usual habit, and say, Understood. Though they had known him for several days, they were merely two individuals shamelessly indulging in his hospitality, hardly significant enough to occupy his thoughts. For some reason, a tinge of melancholy washed over Mu Chang'an at this realization. Yet, it was but a fleeting sentiment. She quickly dismissed it, shrugging and laughing. You are right. He is indeed quite proud and aloof. She then called out to the driving Song Jin. Ah Jin, by leaving, we've saved him several meals worth of expenses for our sustenance. Surely, he must be pleased. What does it matter how we bid farewell? Once we return to Hangzhou, we shan't see him again anyway. Having exited the city and reached the outskirts of Hangzhou, any lingering ties would soon dissolve. Should they cross paths again, she would indeed feel a touch of shyness. After traveling for 4 days, they arrived at Qizhou, not far from Hangzhou. Their provisions were nearly exhausted, and with only 3 or 4 days' journey remaining, they decided to halt for a half-day's rest in Qizhou. This small town lay between Hangzhou and Hangzhou, with few local inhabitants, but a greater influx of merchants and travelers. The region was typically arid, rarely receiving rain, resulting in dusty roads and a hot climate. Even though it was late April, the incessant spring rains had ceased, making way for the high sun and dry days. Mu Chang'an still donned male attire, her hair tied back with a light blue ribbon. As she and Qingsu descended leisurely from the carriage, after half a day's journey, Song Jin was covered in a layer of dust from the road, his blue garment speckled with fine particles, making him appear rather travel-worn. In contrast, Mu Chang'an and Qingsu emerged from the carriage looking pristine and fresh, with Mu Chang'an even retrieving a folding fan from her pack. Song Jin handed the reins to the stableman and instructed him to tend to the horses. Noticing Mu Chang'an with her fan, he expressed his discontent. You are not truly a man. Why carry a fan? Just as Mu Chang'an was about to respond, a group of merchants passed by, their horses kicking up dust. She swiftly opened her fan to shield her face from the debris. And once the dust settled, she closed it with a gentle clap, saying, If I am to dress as a man, I ought to do it properly. Moreover, with the sun so fierce in Qizhou, it is hardly pretentious to carry a fan. Song Jin dusted off his clothes and, straightening up, shot her a sidelong glance. As long as you are pleased, I suppose. You never heed my grievances. Mu Chang'an chuckled, shaking her head as she fanned herself and made her way toward the inn. After securing their rooms and tidying up, the trio descended to the hall to prepare for dinner. As the dishes were served, a group of merchants entered and sat at the adjacent table. Mu Chang'an instinctively glanced at them, raising an eyebrow before returning to her meal. Qing Su happened to look up, noticing her expression, and discreetly inquired, "What is it?" Just then, Song Jin leaned in, asking, "What happened?" Unaware that Qing Su was referring to the neighboring table, his tone was slightly too loud for a whispered conversation. Mu Chang'an hissed softly, giving him a glare. "Quiet down." Though puzzled, Song Jin lowered his voice, asking again, "What is it?" Qing Su couldn't help but chuckle at his tone. Mu Chang'an shot him an exasperated look, chewing on her food as she subtly indicated to Song Jin that they were discussing the people at the neighboring table. "They are not ordinary merchants." Curious, both Song Jin and Qing Su exchanged glances, yet they failed to discern anything unusual. "They seem quite ordinary to me. What makes them exceptional?" Mu Chang'an swallowed her mouthful and explained, "This group appears to be from a noble family. A noble family." Qing Su frowned, questioning further. Mu Chang'an nodded, elaborating. When they approached the table, each person's gait was remarkably synchronized, their movements disciplined and refined. Upon reaching their seats, the individual on the left moved the chair for the one in front before taking their seat, followed by the others in succession. Song Jin, uninterested in overthinking, simply asked, So? Qing Su connected the dots. The person sitting at the head is clearly a leader, and this group cannot be mere merchants. Ordinary traders would not exhibit such uniformity in their movements. But even if they are trained, that does not necessarily mean they are of noble birth, Qing Su remarked, still puzzled. There are many skilled groups in the Jianghu. Not a Jianghu gang, Mu Chang'an countered, shaking her head. Look at how they drink tea. Qing Su glanced again, but still saw nothing remarkable. Mu Chang'an continued. Their gestures lack the careless demeanor typical of Jianghu factions. Rather, they exhibit a certain noble poise that I in this desolate place, aside from the leader. The rest appear quite reserved and respectful. This demeanor is not characteristic of a Jianghu gang. Even the most skilled factions would not display such restraint. They remind me of Jinan Heng's entourage. And moreover, their accents when ordering food are the same as Jinan Heng's, distinctly from the capital. Chapter 37. The Mountain Bandit. Xiao Hei. Qing Su, following her suggestion, discreetly observed the group at the adjacent table. Indeed, she noted the air of official propriety that Mu Chang'an had described, and she nodded in realization. Turning to Mu Chang'an, she remarked with a smile, in retrospect, "It's hardly surprising that I was able to escape from prison so swiftly." Just this brief moment, and you can discern these subtleties. Mu Chang'an chuckled and shrugged. "I merely glanced a couple of times. After spending time with Jinan Heng and his entourage, I've developed a knack for reading people. There's nothing extraordinary about it." After a moment of reflection, she added with a smile, "You've gone out of your way for us. If it weren't for you, I doubt that a Jin and I would have made it home." The three shared a laugh and exchanged tales of trivialities before continuing on their journey to replenish their provisions for the trip back to Shu, with the knowledge that they would need to set off again the following day. And noting that the small town offered little to explore amidst the fierce winds and sands, they each retired to their rooms to rest. Upon departing Hangzhou City, the winds and sands were quite fierce. Fortunately, they had hired a carriage driver, sparing Song Jin from the ordeal of driving and alleviating much of the fatigue that as they traveled. The weather suddenly became much cooler, resembling a transition into a dense forest. Contrasting starkly with the heat of Hangzhou City, the oppressive heat had dissipated, replaced by a slight humidity that brought a refreshing chill akin to late spring or early summer. However, the road grew increasingly bumpy. Initially, the warm weather of Hangzhou invigorated Mu Chang'an, causing her to remain awake for longer periods, even rising earlier from her slumber. Yet, the jarring journey made it difficult for her to find comfort in the carriage. After being jostled for half a day, she could only remain awake, her complexion paling and her head growing heavy with nausea, rendering her unable to eat. Qing Su offered her a water pouch. Noting her pallor with concern, "Are you all right?" Mu Chang'an took a sip to clear her throat and handed it back, waving her hand weakly. "Not really. Why is the road so steep? I feel like I'm going to be sick." Song Jin, unable to do much, reasoned that with the presence of an illusion, there was little cause for concern. He lifted the carriage curtain to look outside, saying, "The forest is denser here, but I wonder if there are any wolves or snakes about." Making it unwise to stop here, casually glancing outside through the curtain that Song Jin had lifted, Mu Chang'an suddenly furrowed her brow. She leaned forward to part the curtain further and peered outside, her frown deepening. Noticing her unease, Song Jin inquired, "What's wrong?" "Something feels off," Mu Chang'an replied, lowering the curtain and opening the door to the carriage. Calling to the driver, "Stop the carriage." Qing Su also sat up, asking, "What seems to be the problem?" "It's too quiet," Mu Chang'an answered, stepping down from the carriage to take in her surroundings. Song Jin and Qing Su joined her, scanning the area to your right. "It is too quiet." The last 10 miles were sweltering, but upon entering this forest, it has cooled down. Logically, this should be a habitat for insects, birds, and beasts, yet there is not a sound to be heard. Why is that? Something is amiss, Mu Chang'an frowned, biting her lip. Only here do we hear no sounds of wildlife. We heard them when we first entered the woods. The silence could indicate one of two things. Either no one is disturbing them, or someone has frightened them away. Having entered the woods for some time, they had already heard noises earlier. Therefore, the former scenario was impossible. Thus, the latter was their only conclusion. Song Jin and Qing Su appeared to share her thoughts, promptly alerting themselves, forming a triangular formation as they carefully observed their surroundings. Moments later, Song Jin's ear twitched as he frowned. "I hear something. Someone is in the woods." Song Jin's keen sense of hearing was not to be doubted. Mu Chang'an felt her spirits lift. The drowsiness caused by the bumpy journey had vanished. She glanced at the seemingly nervous carriage driver and, without moving her body, asked, "Do you know anything?" The driver, startled by their serious demeanor, recalled the rumors he had heard earlier and stammered, "I've heard that bandits have been seen in this forest lately, but I don't know if it's true. It seems like it might be." His voice trembled, almost breaking into a cry. "Why must my life be so miserable? I took on this job, and now I'm risking my life." Mu Chang'an felt a headache coming on at the mention of bandits. Realizing they had likely attracted unwanted attention, hearing the driver's wail only added to her agitation. She waved her hand dismissively. "Enough with the crying. Keep your voice down. It's driving me crazy." Qing Su pressed her lips together, sensing the gravity of the situation. "What should we do now?" "Face it as it comes," Mu Chang'an replied, unable to devise a plan. They were already ensnared and attempting to flee would be difficult. They could only brace themselves for whatever came next. Just as she was scanning her surroundings, a sudden rustle echoed through the woods, and as she raised her head, a flurry of bamboo arrows came hurtling toward them. The three instantly scattered. Lacking weapons, Mu Chang'an could only draw a decorative folding fan from her waist to deflect the arrows. Song Jin and Qing Su, both skilled in martial arts, were unharmed by the barrage. While blocking the arrows, Mu Chang'an surveyed her surroundings. The bamboo arrows, rudimentarily crafted, were merely sharpened at the tips. Despite their numbers, they posed little threat, inflicting only superficial wounds. However, she noticed a white powder smeared on the tips of the arrows. With a flick of her fan, she deflected one of the arrows that had landed before her, her brow furrowing in concern. They had been traveling discreetly, yet the bandits still targeted them. It seemed clear that the bandits were not particularly formidable, but were resorting to petty theft, employing bamboo arrows that likely contained some form of sedative or sleeping powder. "Jin, Qing Su, back to the carriage," she shouted, realizing that although the arrows were tampered with, they were not sharp enough to penetrate the carriage. If they returned to the carriage and blocked the windows with their bags, they would be safe from harm. Song Jin and Qing Su exchanged glances before nodding in agreement, while continuing to fend off the incoming arrows. They retreated toward the carriage. Mu Chang'an and Qing Su climbed aboard first, and just as Song Jin was about to follow, Mu Chang'an called out, "Bring the driver up. He can drive." Song Jin responded with an "Oh." And with a swift motion, he flipped onto the carriage, grabbing the driver by the collar and hoisting him onto the seat. "If you want to live, drive properly." The driver, still shaken from the earlier commotion, was in a daze, but upon hearing Song Jin's words, he instinctively cracked the whip and urged the horses forward. Fleeing the scene, Mu Chang'an used a bag to block the carriage window, listening to the thuds of arrows striking the carriage. Her heart racing, she knew these arrows could not be allowed inside to harm them, which momentarily eased her anxiety. However, before she could fully calm down, she felt the carriage lurch violently, followed by the driver's scream. In the next moment, they were overturned. Instinctively, Mu Chang'an attempted to roll and escape through the window, but as she did, a strange scent enveloped her. Within moments, her once clear mind became clouded and hazy, her consciousness fading. Struggling to stay awake, she caught a glimpse of Qing Su unconscious beside her and cursed under her breath. She had not anticipated that these seemingly inept bandits would possess such cunning. Before she could think further, darkness engulfed her, and she fainted alongside Qing Su. The unconsciousness did not last long. When Mu Chang'an regained her senses, she found herself unceremoniously slung over a horse, her body bound with ropes that secured her tightly to the saddle. Her head and feet dangling toward the ground, her position utterly disorienting. As the effects of the drugs wore off, she felt a throbbing headache, as if all her blood had rushed to her head. threatening to burst. Struggling to draw a breath, she coughed and shifted her head slightly, trying to alleviate the pressure. The bandit leading the horse noticed her movements and slapped her on the head with considerable force, exacerbating her dizziness. "Well, look who woke up. You seem rather feisty for someone captured by our Black Wind stronghold," he taunted. Amused by her plight, Mu Chang'an, still reeling from the pain, could only muster a weak retort. "You'll regret this. Just wait until I'm free." The bandit, amused by her defiance, chuckled darkly and remarked, "Now that you're our prisoner, you'll have plenty of time to reconsider your fate." Chapter 38. A successful escape. Mu Chang'an was nearly struck senseless by the slap, shaking her head to regain some composure, choosing not to engage in further quarrels with the mountain bandit. She let out a soft huff and began to scan her surroundings for Qing Su and Song Jin. After several rotations, she found no sign of them, causing her brow to furrow slightly and her lips to tighten. She was still alive, albeit with her limbs bound, and her mind remained lucid, suggesting that the bandits had not resorted to lethal measures. Thus, it was reasonable to assume that Song Jin and Qing Su were unharmed. Yet, why could she not see them? Taking a moment, she glanced at the bandit who had just struck her, swallowing her pride to ask with a forced smile, "My good sir, what has become of the others who were captured alongside me?" The bandit, a man not overly fond of flattery, felt his mood lift considerably at her addressing him in such a manner. With a self-satisfied grin, he replied, "I told you, it's your privilege to call me sir." Mu Chang'an suppressed her irritation, continuing to endure. "Indeed, my dear sir, I must say, you are indeed the only one deserving of such a title," she added. "The two I was with must have recognized your worth before I did." The bandit coughed theatrically, pleased by her words. "Of course, I am quite the striking figure, deserving of your admiration. As for your companion, he is far more handsome than you and has caught the eye of our chief. He is currently seated in a carriage, accompanied by a stunning beauty whom we also cherish." Song Jin had attracted the chief's attention. Mu Chang'an nearly choked on her own indignation. It was one thing for Song Jin to be favored. He was indeed somewhat handsome, but how could they be so blind as to overlook her worth? While she may not rival Qing Su in beauty, she was no less precious. Why was she left to be so carelessly tossed aside, while they were given the luxury of a carriage ride? It was utterly intolerable. Seething with indignation, her expression darkened, and the previously flattering tone evaporated, replaced by a curt, "Oh." The bandit, oblivious to the anger in her voice, continued, "You know, aside from your silver tongue, you really cannot compare to your brother in looks. However, if you sweeten your words further, I might consider loosening your bonds, sparing you some discomfort." Mu Chang'an, already irritable, felt her frustration boil over upon hearing his words. "I truly find your appearance remarkable, a breathtaking visage indeed. One I could never hope to match." The bandit, reveling in her supposed praise, began to respond but hesitated, sensing something amiss in her tone. "Wait, why do I feel your words are laced with sarcasm?" Ignoring him, Mu Chang'an huffed softly. Just as the bandit was about to press her, someone called out, "Xiao He." As she turned her gaze towards the sound, the bandit eagerly responded, "Yes, Xiao He." The name was fitting, clearly indicative of this mountain bandit's identity. Mu Chang'an couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Xiao He, puzzled by her amusement, frowned and asked, "Are you laughing at me?" She continued to disregard him, shaking her head to alleviate the discomfort. Noticing her sudden indifference, Xiao He found her behavior peculiar, but failed to realize it stemmed from her having extracted information from him and no longer needing to engage, despite her thick skin. She was not one to flatter indiscriminately. When Xiao He finally attempted to pursue the matter further, he heard another voice call for him. "Xiao He, the chief wants you to bring that fellow over. We are preparing to enter the stronghold." Enter the stronghold, Mu Chang'an thought. Before she could take in her surroundings, Xiao He hastily untied her from the horse and, with a swift motion, hoisted her over his shoulder. Though he appeared slight, he possessed considerable strength, effortlessly lifting her without pausing for breath. However, his bony shoulder pressed uncomfortably against her abdomen, causing her to wince. "Could you be a little gentler? You're going to crush me," she exclaimed, delivering a sharp slap to the back of his head. Xiao He stumbled slightly, taken aback. "What was that for? And why do you sound so arrogant?" Mu Chang'an ignored him, instead surveying her surroundings. The stronghold appeared rather modest, with only a few small huts. Yet, she suspected it was more elaborate beneath the surface. The encampment was obscured by dense foliage, and the roofs of the huts were covered with branches, rendering them nearly invisible within the vast forest. Oddly, despite the season being late spring, the air felt unseasonably cold, sending chills through her body as they entered the stronghold. Mu Chang'an noted the bandits' thick attire, an oddity for this time of year. Xiao He carried her through several bandits into a small hut, walking straight to a wall where he pressed upon a stone brick, causing a section of the mud wall to rise. Revealing a staircase leading downwards as Xiao He descended, Mu Chang'an felt the chill intensify, and she involuntarily shivered, hearing the faint sound of water. Reaching the bottom of the stairs, they entered another room where Xiao He set her down. Rubbing his shoulders that you're lighter than you look, but stay put, he turned to leave, but Mu Chang'an, still bound, called out, "Are you really just going to leave me here? Aren't you worried I might escape?" "Escape?" Xiao He laughed, a hint of derision in his gaze. "There's a cold ravine behind that window. If you jump, you'll either die from the fall, drown, or freeze. Besides, there are guards at the door." "Where do you plan on running?" "Behind the ravine." Mu Chang'an mused, finally understanding the source of the chill. She then asked, "What about my brother and his wife?" "Wife? That stunning beauty is with that pretty boy." Xiao He exclaimed in surprise. Mu Chang'an nodded nonchalantly. "Yes, they are married. Eventually, if things go well, they would have married regardless." Xiao He, believing her expression to be sincere and unyielding, did not suspect her words were fabrications. He pondered, "What now? I didn't expect that pretty boy to marry. This will certainly trouble the chief." Mu Chang'an overheard his murmured thoughts, her heart racing at the possibility that the chief might indeed intend to force Song Jin into a marriage. She furrowed her brow, ready to inquire further, but Xiao He did not linger, exiting with an air of having uncovered something significant. After a moment, the door swung open, and Mu Chang'an, still stealthily working on her bindings, looked up to see Song Jin and Qing Su being ushered inside. With deft fingers, she quickly freed herself and, upon seeing them, adopted a composed demeanor, hiding the loosened ropes in her palm as she called out, "Song Jin." Upon spotting Mu Chang'an in the same cell, Song Jin's face brightened, and he nearly rushed towards her, eager to speak but restrained by caution as he glanced at Xiao He. They obediently settled on the ground as Xiao He warned Song Jin, "Stay put and think carefully. The boss has ordered that you can only leave once you agree to marry him. Otherwise, you'll be stuck here forever with your lovely wife." With a fierce glare, Xiao He exited and shut the door behind him. Once she was certain he was gone and the room was silent, Mu Chang'an swiftly untied the remaining ropes. Song Jin looked on in astonishment, marveling at her speed. "How did you manage to free yourself so quickly? That's quite a skill." Without paying heed to his thoughts, Mu Chang'an moved behind Song Jin and Qing Su, liberating them from their restraints. Once freed, they felt a sense of relief wash over them, but they remained acutely aware of their precarious situation within the bandits' lair. They needed to devise a plan to escape, and swiftly. Chapter 39. A moment of crisis. Mu Chang'an furrowed her brows, her mind racing to concoct an escape plan. Suddenly, she inquired, "Ah Jin, how did that bandit leader manage to confine you here? Wasn't she enamored by your beauty and eager to wed you? How did you end up in this predicament?" Upon recalling the recent events, Song Jin's complexion shifted from crimson to ashen, and then to a deep shade of despair, exuding an aura of darkness. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, "Do not mention this matter again." It was evident that Song Jin wished to avoid the topic. Noticing her reaction, Mu Chang'an's eyes sparkled with amusement as she teased, "Did that bandit leader force herself upon you? Did she succeed?" In response, Song Jin shot her a furious glare, her expression akin to that of a scandalized maiden whose purity had been tarnished. Unable to suppress her laughter, Mu Chang'an gently patted Song Jin's shoulder and reassured her. "Fear not. Such situations typically favor the woman. There is no need for you to dwell on it. Do not harbor such resentment." However, Song Jin's discontent only intensified, and she turned away, retreating to a corner to brood in silence. Recognizing that further provocation might ignite Song Jin's ire, Mu Chang'an refrained from pressing the issue. Yet, she felt compelled to uncover the truth, and thus approached another informed party, Qing Su. After a moment of contemplation, Qing Su glanced at the brooding Song Jin and whispered in a tone only Mu Chang'an could hear, "The bandit leader initially intended to marry Song Jin shortly. However, upon learning that she and I were already wed." The bandit leader, in a fit of rage, accused Song Jin of deceit. That I cannot say for certain what transpired afterward, but when Song Jin emerged, she appeared utterly devastated, though thankfully unharmed. The bandit leader, on the other hand, seemed rather pleased and ordered us both to be imprisoned here. That is all I know. With that, Qing Su cast a sympathetic glance at Song Jin. Having grasped the situation, Mu Chang'an surmised that something unbearable had transpired between Song Jin and the bandit leader. Despite her burning curiosity, she realized it was best not to inquire further, lest Song Jin truly crumble under the weight of her emotions. Suddenly, Song Jin's voice broke the silence. "I just discovered that there are narcotics in the bandit leader's chamber. I suspect someone might ambush this hideout tonight. We should take advantage of the chaos to escape. Mu Chang'an's eyes lit up with excitement, almost leaping towards Song Jin, but upon witnessing the dark aura emanating from her, she hesitated, deciding it prudent to keep her distance for the time being. Before long, as Song Jin had predicted, a cacophony of shouts erupted outside, accompanied by flickering flames. Realizing the moment had come, Mu Chang'an kicked the door open with a forceful thrust. With a resounding crash, the door fell, revealing an empty watch station outside, likely abandoned in the rush to aid the front lines. The group dashed towards the exit of the hideout. As they reached the hall, they peered outside to see chaos unfolding, flames illuminating the night, and the clash of weapons echoing in their ears. Choosing to ignore the tumult, they continued their flight until they unexpectedly encountered the bandit leader. Valiantly battling foes, seemingly unfazed by their escape, the bandit leader dispatched an enemy with a swift blow and bellowed to Xiao He, "I'll guard this spot. You lead them to the secret passage." Without hesitation, he resumed his fight against the next adversary. Xiao He, fraught with concern, protested. "But what about you, Chief?" The bandit leader, having vanquished another opponent, shouted, "I said go. Enough with the questions." He then focused intently on his next foe. Worry etched on his face. Xiao He cast a glance at the bandit leader before resolutely leading Mu Chang'an and her companions along a winding path, arriving at the very cell where Mu Chang'an had been confined. He opened a secret passage concealed within it. Mu Chang'an was taken aback, astounded to discover that a hidden escape route lay within the cell she had occupied for so long, unbeknownst to her. She marveled internally at the ingenuity of its designer. Song Jin and Qing Su mirrored her astonishment, but refrained from questioning further, respecting the secret's sanctity. Xiao He, noticing their bewilderment, explained, "I mentioned before that this leads to Han Jian. Right? Our former chief, now the current chief's father, devised a plan to tunnel a passage from Han Jian to the outside world. Thus, no one would suspect a route leading away from here exists." With a wistful gaze, Xiao He stared at the passage, lost in pleasant memories. Understanding Xiao He's somber mood, the group chose not to press him further. Gradually, they emerged into a well-lit area, where Xiao He halted and pointed toward the source of light, saying, "Beyond this point is the foot of the mountain. You are free to go." Song Jin hesitated, her expression conflicted, aware that the bandit leader had wanted Xiao He to leave as well, given the circumstances. It seemed returning would be tantamount to a death sentence. Mu Chang'an shook her head at Song Jin, who appeared reluctant. Eventually, she parted her lips, yet uttered nothing, watching Xiao He's retreating figure with a sense of helplessness. Knowing he was walking towards certain doom, anticipating Song Jin's imminent question, Mu Chang'an spoke with resignation. "Some matters are beyond the purview of outsiders like us. Moreover, it is evident that Xiao He harbors feelings for the bandit leader. To send him away alone would be to condemn him. This outcome is preordained. There is no need for further discussion." With a sigh, she exited the secret passage. Song Jin remained silent, rooted in place. Qing Su glanced anxiously at her, seeking Mu Chang'an's judgment. "Is this truly for the best?" Mu Chang'an shook her head, offering no words, yet her gaze conveyed a clear message. Let her ponder it. Emerging from the passage, they found themselves in a dense forest, the sky darkening above. Mu Chang'an gathered some branches to kindle a fire, her stomach growling in protest from the lack of sustenance throughout the day. After a while, Song Jin emerged from the passage, seemingly having come to terms with something, her demeanor significantly steadier, suggesting a positive shift. The group settled quietly around the fire, an awkward silence enveloping them. In an attempt to lighten the mood, Mu Chang'an stood and cheerfully announced, "I'm starving. I'll go catch some rabbits. Let us fill our bellies before we continue." With that, she slipped into the woods in search of her quarry. Time slipped away, and eventually, Mu Chang'an reappeared, beaming with joy as she carried several rabbits. She waved excitedly at Song Jin and Qing Su, eager to share her tale of capture, only to find them staring in horror at something behind her. A sense of foreboding washed over her as the stench of wolves wafted toward her. Mu Chang'an swiftly dodged and turned to face a menacing pack of green-eyed wolves glaring hungrily at them. "What on earth is happening? I only went to catch a rabbit. Why are there so many wolves here? Isn't this the foot of the mountain?" She mentally lamented, frustrated at the absurdity of the situation. The ravenous wolves paid no heed to her complaints, letting out a ferocious howl before charging at the group. With their energy waning, Mu Chang'an and her companions fought valiantly against the relentless onslaught of wolves. But the sheer number overwhelmed them, and Mu Chang'an realized that if this continued, they would be utterly exhausted. Yet, the wolves seemed to anticipate her every move, thwarting her attempts to break free as fatigue set in. The wolves, sensing their dwindling strength, grew more savage in their assault. With jaws agape, their sharp teeth loomed larger in Mu Chang'an's vision. Instinctively, she shut her eyes, bracing for the pain of impending doom. He owed her astonishment. Several seconds passed without the anticipated agony. Confused, she opened her eyes to find a broad shoulder shielding her, a tall figure standing protectively before her. Mu Chang'an froze, an inexplicable familiarity washing over her. Though she couldn't quite place it was as if this scene was plucked from her fragmented memories, leaving her in a state of perplexity as she grappled with her thoughts. Jinan Heng finished dispatching the wolves and turned to see Mu Chang'an's troubled expression. Amusement flickered in his heart. Here he was, rescuing her, yet she appeared distressed. Did she resent his intervention? A flash of irritation sparked within Jinan Heng, as if Mu Chang'an had committed some transgression against him. Narrowing his phoenix-like eyes, he coldly inquired, "What are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to return to Hangzhou?" Unaware of Jinan Heng's discontent, Mu Chang'an waved her hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly, "It's a long story, and why should I tell you?" At her words, Jinan Heng's demeanor darkened, a chill radiating from him as anger flickered in his eyes. Grinding his teeth, he declared, "If you won't tell me, then we part ways here." With that, he turned to leave. Chapter 40. The plan to rescue. At that moment, Mu Chang'an finally registered Jinan Heng's foul mood and hurried after him, her expression pleading, "Please don't go. We're in a perilous situation here in the wilderness. We, who lack martial prowess, are in danger. Just moments ago, that pack of wolves nearly claimed our lives. With your formidable martial prowess, it would have been a trivial matter to bring along a few of us." After speaking, he cast an expectant glance at Jinan Heng. Jinan Heng felt a twitch in his temples. That it was this very look that often compelled him, inexplicably, to acquiesce to the requests of this little trickster before him. It was infuriating. After a brief internal struggle, he ultimately relented, turning to glare fiercely at Mu Chang'an and coolly stating, "Do as you please." Mu Chang'an's face brightened with joy, knowing Jinan Heng had agreed. And he eagerly followed behind him, accompanied by Song Jin and Qingsu. Jinan Heng's heart softened, and his previously stern countenance softened as well. After walking for a while, Jinan Heng suddenly halted, causing Mu Chang'an, who was following closely, to bump into him. Rubbing his sore nose, Mu Chang'an was about to voice his complaint when Jinan Heng's urgent warning interrupted him. Be careful," Jinan Heng exclaimed, rushing forward, before Mu Chang'an could gather his wits. Jinan Heng swept him into his arms as the ground beneath them abruptly cracked open, sending them both plummeting into the abyss. Behind them, the anxious shouts of Song Jin and Qingsu echoed. But Mu Chang'an felt a heavy fog enveloping his mind before slipping into unconsciousness. When he gradually regained consciousness, his eyes scanned the surroundings, deducing that he was in a cave. However, why was it so cold? So very cold. His head throbbed painfully. "Who is it? Who's over there? Please help me." In his haze, Mu Chang'an glimpsed a figure approaching him before his consciousness faded into darkness. Once more, Jinan Heng gazed sorrowfully at the unconscious Mu Chang'an, whose eyes were tightly shut and face contorted in pain. Gently, he cradled Mu Chang'an in his arms, noticing that his body was icy to the touch. Panicking, Jinan Heng felt for Mu Chang'an's pulse, discovering the chilling presence of cold energy within him, along with a headache. If this condition were to worsen in this cave, timely treatment would be impossible, leaving only the grim outcome of death. The thought of such a possibility pierced Jinan Heng's heart. He inexplicably could not bear the thought of Mu Chang'an dying before him, for he too would not survive that grief. With resolute determination, Jinan Heng positioned Mu Chang'an before him and began channeling his vital energy through their clothing. Time lost meaning, and suddenly, Jinan Heng coughed up blood, his vital energy depleted and unable to fend off the cave's frigid air. Yet, fortunately, Mu Chang'an's complexion began to regain its color, warmth flooding his body, and he appeared to be out of danger. Satisfied, Jinan Heng collapsed onto the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. During Mu Chang'an's unconscious state, unfamiliar yet familiar images flickered in his mind. He struggled to grasp these fleeting visions, but they eluded him, leaving him with a profound sense of helplessness. The truth seemed tantalizingly close, yet always just out of reach. What were those lost memories? Then, a warm current coursed through his body, dispelling the cold and lulling him into a deep slumber. When Mu Chang'an awoke, his gaze fell upon Jinan Heng, slumped behind him, and a venomous snake poised to strike. His eyes narrowed. How dare it wreak havoc on his territory? Rising, he advanced to crush the serpent beneath his foot, but the creature reacted with alarming speed, sinking its fangs into Jinan Heng's arm before Mu Chang'an could intervene. In a fit of rage, he stomped down on the snake's corpse until it was nothing but a pulp. Rushing to Jinan Heng's side, he examined the bite, torn between the decision to save him or not. Gritting his teeth, Mu Chang'an ultimately leaned down, sucking out the venom and spitting it onto the ground repeatedly until he saw bright red blood. Wiping his mouth clean, a frown creased his brow. Instinct told him Jinan Heng's condition was dire. Placing a hand on Jinan Heng's pulse, he was alarmed to find it faint and his body icy. Could that warm current have been? Shaking his head to dismiss the unsettling thought. He realized he had to find help for Jinan Heng. But who could he seek in this cave? Just then, Song Jin and Qingsu appeared outside the cave. Elated, Mu Chang'an exclaimed, "You arrived just in time. Hurry! Jinan Heng is on the brink. We must take him to Aunt Song." Song Jin and Qingsu, bewildered, followed Mu Chang'an as he hastily led them back to Aunt Song in Hangzhou Mountain from a distance. Mu Chang'an spotted Aunt Song's figure and rushed to her without delay, anxiously asking, "Aunt Song, can this person be saved?" Aunt Song, familiar with Mu Chang'an's impulsive nature, refrained from approaching him. However, upon seeing Jinan Heng's familiar face, her eyes flickered with complexity, and she sighed inwardly, recognizing the fateful connection between them. Although Mu Chang'an sensed something was amiss in Aunt Song's gaze, the urgency of the situation left him no choice but to implore her to act swiftly. Aunt Song checked Jinan Heng's pulse and instructed her apprentice to gather herbs for a remedy. After a few brief commands, she disappeared from Mu Chang'an's sight. Before long, thanks to the apprentice's daily care, Jinan Heng began to recover. Lying in bed, Jinan Heng was consumed by anxiety as he reflected on the days gone by. Suddenly, rhythmic knocking echoed from outside his door. "Come in," he called, and an apprentice entered. Holding a steaming bowl of medicinal soup, in a monotone voice, he said, "I've prepared today's soup for you. Be sure to drink it. It will surely detoxify you." Upon hearing this, Jinan Heng's eyes sparkled with hope. After so many days, he was eager to leave the confines of the bed, for there were many pressing matters awaiting his attention in just a few days. Having regained his health, Jinan Heng prepared to depart from Hangzhou Mountain. He was determined to swiftly locate the Mo map, a task of utmost importance that could not be delayed any longer. After much contemplation, he deemed his physical condition sufficient to leave, hoping to expend minimal time in his search for the map. He was never one to act recklessly. Rather, he prided himself on being methodical and deliberate. The quest for the Mo map would undoubtedly require time. Jinan Heng supported his chin with his hand. His thoughts raced. Suddenly, he recalled a thick ancient book resting on his bookshelf. Perhaps it would provide guidance on locating the map. He could not afford to wander aimlessly. Without a plan, searching would be like fishing for a needle in the vast ocean, a daunting task indeed. This ancient tome was said to contain various maps and treasures. With a glimmer of hope, he approached the bookshelf and gently opened its door. Dust collected on the tome, having lain untouched for far too long. He brushed the surface clean and, sitting upright, carefully flipped through the pages, scanning the table of contents with keen interest, fearing the loss of any critical information. Suddenly, a few words caught his eye. Mo map. The letters were faint, yet Jinan Heng, engrossed in his search, discerned them clearly, igniting a thrill within him. However, as he pondered, he sensed that the information might not align with his expectations. Yet, inadvertently, he stumbled upon some connections between the Mo map, the Hangzhou case, and Mu Chang'an's brother, Mu Shuyan, as well as Hangzhou Mountain. Jinan Heng lifted his gaze, deep in thought. Just as he began to formulate a lead, he was abruptly interrupted by an intruder, one of his subordinates, who, perhaps in a rush, had forgotten to knock. Jinan Heng furrowed his brow, striving to maintain composure as he asked, "What is so urgent that you burst in unannounced?" The subordinate nodded, wiping sweat from his brow before anxiously stating, "I discovered that Mu Chang'an has been inexplicably abducted by someone." Jinan Heng's heart raced with alarm. Why would someone kidnap him now? What could their motives be? A torrent of questions flooded his mind, yet none seemed to yield clarity. Noticing Jinan Heng's silence as he contemplated, the subordinate quietly retreated. Jinan Heng had initially intended to embark on a quest for the Mo map. However, upon reflection, he realized a need to alter his plans. He had sensed some forewarning, though he did not anticipate it would manifest so swiftly. In Chapter 41, his confession was successful. Yet, Jinan Heng now found himself in a state of indecision, torn between the immediate pursuit of the Mo map and the urgent need to rescue Mu Chang'an. After some contemplation, he resolved that saving a life took precedence, and the search for the map could be postponed. Thus, he made the definitive choice to head towards Ximing City, determined to extricate Mu Chang'an from peril. Nevertheless, Jinan Heng was aware that Ximing City harbored certain complications, making it a challenging endeavor. Soon enough, he boarded a carriage, clad in a pristine white long coat, exuding a clean and sharp demeanor, with a hint of gallantry reflected in his brows, rendering him quite dashing. Throughout the journey, his mind was preoccupied with concern for Mu Chang'an, fearing she might be tormented by her captor. Yet, his worries were unfounded, for he remained oblivious to her current situation. From the carriage, Jinan Heng frequently gazed out the window, hoping for a glimpse of the road ahead, but found it endlessly elusive, leaving him feeling somewhat helpless. In his heart, Jinan Heng grappled with a pressing question. Why would someone abduct Mu Chang'an? It was evident that she had been with him in Kanwu Mountain. Yet her captors had made no noise, simply seizing her away. Initially, he speculated that perhaps it was an enemy of Mu Chang'an or an individual harboring ill will towards her, but he quickly dismissed such notions, deeming them improbable. With urgency, Jinan Heng hastened his journey, finally arriving in Ximing City on the third day. Upon entering the city gates, he noted a peculiar tranquility pervading the area. Commerce thrived, and life bustled vibrantly. Surveying his surroundings, he observed numerous taverns, realizing that rescuing Mu Chang'an would require careful planning. Consequently, he sought out a reputable tavern in Ximing City, rumored to be of good repute, where he decided to reside temporarily, contemplating how to gather intelligence on Mu Chang'an's whereabouts. Staying at the finest establishment might yield vital information from the local populace. During his stay, Jinan Heng remained secluded in his room. Yet, contrary to appearances, each night he donned his dark attire to stealthily search for Mu Chang'an, while instructing his subordinates to inquire around during the day. Eventually, fortune favored his persistence, as a subordinate uncovered a lead. Mu Chang'an was imprisoned in an abandoned mansion within the city. The mansion had been uninhabited for years, but recent suspicions about unusual activity had arisen. Upon hearing this, Jinan Heng felt a wave of relief wash over him, instructing his subordinate to further observe the situation without alarming anyone. Once they departed, he sipped his tea, grateful for the newfound information, yet opting to investigate the matter himself that very evening. That if all went well, perhaps he could rescue her tonight. Nightfall arrived swiftly. Jinan Heng changed into his dark attire. Noticing the tavern was quieting down, indicating patrons were retiring for the evening, he opened the window and surveyed the surroundings, finding no sign of life before leaping down. The street lay deserted, and after checking behind him with vigilance, he proceeded towards the location relayed to him by his subordinate. Navigating through the shadows, he soon arrived at the dilapidated mansion, which indeed appeared weathered and overgrown, its entrance in disrepair, despite its seclusion. It was an unassuming place where no one would suspect anything amiss. Jinan Heng scanned the area once more, ensuring no one else was present. However, as he prepared to ascend, he sensed the presence of individuals within the mansion, more than one. Apart from Mu Chang'an, there were two others. Had it not been for the faint sounds of their breathing, he might have been easily discovered. Listening intently, Jinan Heng stifled his own breath and softened his footsteps. He soon approached the source of the breathing sounds, spotting two individuals concealed in the shadows, one in the bushes near the house and the other hidden beneath a tree. Observing the nearest figure, he devised a plan and stealthily maneuvered closer. Moments later, he found himself behind the individual, who, sensing a presence, turned just in time to meet Jinan Heng's swift strike, rendering them incapacitated. Remaining concealed in the bushes, Jinan Heng noted that the person beneath the tree remained unaware. After securing the first individual, he applied the same method to neutralize the second. With both threats neutralized, he advanced towards the room where Mu Chang'an was held captive. Upon reaching the door, he overheard voices within. As he prepared to listen, one of the captors spotted him and shouted, "Who goes there?" As they charged out, seizing the opportunity, Jinan Heng leaped onto the roof, waiting for the person to exit before launching an attack. Caught off guard by the sudden assault from above, the captor fell victim to Jinan Heng's strike. Upon entering, Mu Chang'an's gaze was fixed on him, her expression a mixture of surprise and relief at his arrival. After freeing her from her bonds, Jinan Heng inquired with concern, "Chang'an, are you all right? Did they harm you in any way?" Mu Chang'an, puzzled, shook her head. "No, they did nothing to me. I asked them why they kidnapped me, but they remained silent, as if harboring some hidden agenda. And then you arrived." Jinan Heng nodded slightly, taking her hand to lead her away. The moment their hands touched, he felt a strange current, a soft, tingling sensation that puzzled him. He glanced at Mu Chang'an, who appeared calm, yet anxious to leave. This conflicting feeling stirred within Jinan Heng. He had been worried for her safety, yet now, after her rescue, he felt inexplicably joyous. Holding her hand felt natural, and her smile elicited one from him in return. In that moment, Jinan Heng came to a startling realization. He had fallen in love with Mu Chang'an. Shocked, he turned to her, who was smiling curiously as she led him out of the old mansion. Jinan Heng was elated by this newfound understanding of his feelings. Once outside, Mu Chang'an asked, "Where do you intend to go?" "I wish to return to Kanwu Mountain to reassure Aunt Song, so she need not worry about me. Surely, she must be aware that something has happened." Jinan Heng nodded in agreement, then surprised her with a suggestion. "Let us go to Kanwu Mountain together." Though Mu Chang'an was eager, she did not press further, leading Jinan Heng towards their destination. Throughout the journey, Jinan Heng treated her with utmost kindness. Leaving her astonished, when she inquired about his sudden affection, he evaded a direct answer, leaving her to ponder in silence. Days later, they arrived at the foot of Kanwu Mountain. Mu Chang'an sensed something was amiss as she hastened up the mountain, while Jinan Heng too felt an unsettling change. Upon reaching the summit, Mu Chang'an discovered that many familiar landmarks were no longer present. Initially, she dismissed it as Aunt Song tidying up for some purpose. However, after thoroughly searching the area with Jinan Heng, they realized the mountain had been completely stripped bare, devoid of any remnants. Panic set in for Mu Chang'an. Where had Aunt Song gone? How could everything be gone so swiftly? It was as if they had encountered some calamity that forced a hasty evacuation. She crouched down, burying her face in her knees, lost in thought. Jinan Heng, meanwhile, surveyed the surroundings once more, puzzled by the rapid disappearance of everything he had known to be there just days prior. Could it be that those who had abducted Mu Chang'an had also compelled Aunt Song to flee? He refrained from voicing these concerns to Mu Chang'an, fearing it would only heighten her anxiety. At that moment, Jinan Heng noticed a slip of paper tucked behind a door and quickly retrieved it. The note read, "Come to the imperial capital quickly. Signed, Mu Chang'an." Rushing back to Mu Chang'an, he presented her the note. "Chang'an, I found a message that might prove helpful. Would you like to take a look?" Chapter 42. New discoveries. Upon hearing this, Mu Chang'an immediately rose to her feet, gazing intently at Jinan Heng. "What note? Let me see it." Jinan Heng produced the piece of paper, and Mu Chang'an read it silently. Her thoughts deepening, Jinan Heng observed her, sensing her contemplation, and chose not to interrupt, instead patiently waiting beside her. Before long, it appeared that Mu Chang'an had come to some realization. At this juncture, Jinan Heng addressed her. "I must return to the imperial capital. I have matters to attend to there." "What are your plans?" Mu Chang'an looked up at him and asked, "Would you allow me to accompany you back to the imperial capital? I wish to discover who this person is that has summoned me there. It would be far safer to travel with someone." Jinan Heng pretended to ponder her request for a moment before nodding in agreement. Mu Chang'an felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had feared he would refuse her company, especially considering her recent streak of misfortune. Soon, they set off together toward the imperial capital. Along the way, Jinan Heng frequently teased Mu Chang'an, leaving her exasperated yet unable to retaliate, which only added to her frustration. For instance, when Jinan Heng had suggested she try her hand at catching fish, she ended up falling into the water, catching nothing, and was instead pulled out by him, inadvertently scaring the fish away. "Chang'an, I never imagined you would be so inept at catching fish," Jinan Heng remarked with a playful smirk. In retaliation, Mu Chang'an raised her hand to swat him, but he deftly dodged, prompting her to chase after him as he made silly faces, which only spurred her on further. Eventually, Mu Chang'an grew tired and sat down on the ground, watching Jinan Heng, who approached her with a serious expression. "Chang'an, I have feelings for you. Will you be with me? I have always felt a special connection to you." Surprised, Mu Chang'an regarded Jinan Heng, recalling all the kindness he had shown her, and the way he continued to support her. He was indeed a remarkable man. After a moment's consideration, she nodded silently. Jinan Heng's eyes widened in disbelief, and he joyfully embraced her, spinning her around. Mu Chang'an felt elated, and their journey became filled with laughter and affection. Since Jinan Heng's confession, their bond had deepened remarkably, resembling that of a couple in love. Upon arriving in the imperial capital, rather than hastening to their tasks, they chose to explore the city like any ordinary couple. The bustling streets of the imperial capital were alive with the sounds of vendors calling out, while countless stalls and shops displayed a myriad of goods, showcasing the rich tapestry of life within the city. In front of a snack stall, a woman clad in a simple white long robe, cinched at the waist with a dark silk ribbon, revealed her graceful figure. She wore a semi-transparent silk overgarment adorned with exquisite plum blossom embroidery. Her long, lustrous hair styled in a flowing cloud bun, secured with a jade hairpin shaped like a plum blossom. Her face, unadorned with makeup, bore delicate, expressive features, her bright eyes sparkling with delight as she observed something she fancied. Beside her stood a man dressed in a pristine white robe, embroidered with azure clouds at the collar and cuffs, his waist adorned with a wide belt of the same hue. His long, straight figure exuded elegance, with chiseled features that commanded attention. His dark, piercing eyes reflected a certain aloofness, yet they softened as he gazed at the woman, his expression tender. This woman was, in fact, Mu Chang'an, whose brows furrowed in mild discontent as she pouted, making Jinan Heng chuckle inwardly at her dilemma. If you wish to eat, then do so. There is no need to be so conflicted, he teased. Mu Chang'an shot him a glare, retorting, it's not as simple as you think. This snack must be complemented by plum blossom wine for the full experience. That wine is only available in July. How do you expect me to find it now? Jinan Heng was taken aback, puzzled by her reasoning, and remarked, I believe I have a few jars of last year's plum blossom wine at home that I wonder if they are still there. This immediately piqued Mu Chang'an's interest, her eyes widening with excitement as she urged, quick, take me to see it. She pushed him forward eagerly. Jinan Heng felt a twinge of jealousy, realizing that he was envious of a mere jar of wine. His demeanor shifted, and he turned coldly, striding toward a private room in the tavern, ignoring Mu Chang'an's enthusiasm. Confused by Jinan Heng's sudden change in behavior, Mu Chang'an hurried after him. Inside the private room, she sat upright, her demeanor one of innocence as she stole glances at Jinan Heng, who remained expressionless. Pondering her recent words and actions, she couldn't fathom what had upset him. Jinan Heng's coolness was palpable, and Mu Chang'an couldn't help but lament the unpredictability of men. What is wrong with you? She finally ventured, but he remained silent, his face a mask of indifference. Frustrated, she slammed her hand on the table, her eyes blazing with anger as she exclaimed, Jinan Heng, you can't just turn on me like this. If I give you a little sunshine, you should be grateful, not sulking. With that, she stormed out of the private room. Jinan Heng, realizing her anger, felt a pang of panic. He was not adept at expressing his feelings and had not intended to upset her. He quickly rose to follow her, but Mu Chang'an angrily brushed his hand away. Seeing this unfold, Jinan Heng felt a sharp ache in his heart, as if he had witnessed this scene before, but could not recall when. He stood there, weary, rubbing his temples. Mu Chang'an walked a few paces away before glancing back. Noticing Jinan Heng standing still, his face pale, alarmed, she hurried over, concerned that she had unintentionally hurt him. Jinan Heng met her worried gaze with a faint smile, reassuring her, it's nothing, just a slight headache. Upon hearing this, Mu Chang'an felt a wave of guilt wash over her. She had assumed he was deliberately ignoring her, but in truth, he was simply unwell. I'm sorry, she mumbled, almost inaudibly. However, Jinan Heng, attuned to her voice, felt warmth envelop his heart. Dispelling earlier frustrations, he gently patted her head, offering comfort. Suddenly, an astonished voice interrupted, Brother, what are you doing here? A woman clad in a striking red attire approached, her outfit embellished with intricate black floral embroidery. Her hair was neatly tied with a red ribbon, and her captivating eyes sparkled with surprise as she beheld Jinan Heng. Jinan Heng turned at the familiar voice, his sister Ji Shiqing standing before him, her expression a mixture of disbelief and astonishment as she looked not at him, but rather at Mu Chang'an. Chapter 43. Another discovery. Jinan Heng observed the peculiar reaction of Ji Shiqing. His mind filled with confusion. Could it be that Ji Shiqing was previously acquainted with Mu Chang'an, or perhaps she was privy to certain matters unknown to him? He furrowed his brow in contemplation, failing to notice the resentment and sorrow in Ji Shiqing's eyes. Ever since the incident 5 years ago, Ji Shiqing never anticipated encountering Mu Chang'an again, especially not beside her brother, Jinan Heng. Witnessing their intimate interactions, Ji Shiqing was convinced that Jinan Heng and Mu Chang'an had rekindled their relationship. A bitter smile crept onto her lips. Was this the wretched fate she had to endure? Why must you, Mu Chang'an, reappear before my elder brother? Haven't you already inflicted enough pain upon him? Why do you persistently cling to him, both 5 years ago and now? Mu Chang'an regarded Ji Shiqing with curiosity, an inexplicable fondness blooming within her at first sight. She yearned to befriend Ji Shiqing, yet found herself confronted by Ji Shiqing's fiery glare, as if she had committed some grievous offense. Perplexed, Mu Chang'an pondered if she had inadvertently wronged Ji Shiqing. But her memory bore no trace of such encounters. Furrowing her brow, she felt an odd sense of bewilderment, unable to discern the reason behind it. Who is this woman, brother? Ji Shiqing scoffed. Jinan Heng momentarily snapped from his reverie. Gently introduced, this is Chang'an, the woman I admire. She will soon be your sister-in-law, so treat her well. No mischief allowed. He cast a warning glance at Ji Shiqing. This. Ji Shiqing remained silent, merely shooting Mu Chang'an a spiteful glare. Even if you, brother, hold affection for her, it does not guarantee our father's approval. There's no rush to call her sister-in-law. I can wait until she formally joins our family, Ji Shiqing retorted sarcastically. Jinan Heng, angered by Ji Shiqing's derision, felt a surge of frustration. She had never been this harsh before. Casting a cold look at her, he sternly replied, "My affairs are none of your concern. Clean up your language. Acting like a boy all the time. What is the point of that? So arrogant." Ji Shiqing felt a sting of injustice, her eyes welling with unshed tears. Every time, her brother reprimanded her because of this woman, while she was the one who had been hurt. Yes, it was all Mu Chang'an's fault. If only she and T appeared before Jinan Heng. Why couldn't she just let go of him? With a fierce glare aimed at Mu Chang'an, Ji Shiqing stormed off in anger. Mu Chang'an stood bewildered, bemused by the Ji family's mercurial nature, as if their moods shifted like the pages of a book. Meanwhile, Jinan Heng contemplated deeply, concluding that Ji Shiqing must have known Mu Chang'an before. Something must have transpired that caused Mu Chang'an to lose her memory. Perhaps he too had once known her. But the memory eluded him. It seemed evident that they had shared experiences that led to their mutual amnesia. Why had no one informed him of this? Unless, of course, it was deliberately concealed. What had transpired 5 years ago that warranted such secrecy? Jinan Heng felt he was inching closer to the truth. After Ji Shiqing departed, Mu Chang'an's stomach growled, and she intended to invite Jinan Heng to dine with her. However, she noticed him lost in thought, waving her hand before his face in vain. Puzzled by his distraction, she decided to order a feast for herself, indulging in the delightful meal without concern for the curious glances around her. Jinan Heng, engrossed in contemplation, and Mu Chang'an, lost in her culinary bliss, created a curious juxtaposition. When Jinan Heng finally snapped back to reality, he found Mu Chang'an joyfully feasting. Amused yet exasperated, he mused over how this woman seemed perpetually preoccupied with food, as if she feared becoming a pig. Noticing Jinan Heng approaching, Mu Chang'an waved her greasy hand, exclaiming, "Ah, you're finally awake. Come, try this shrimp. It's particularly delicious." She resumed her vigorous eating. Jinan Heng could only shake his head in disbelief at his attraction to such a woman. Surely it wasn't a fleeting infatuation. As he sat across from her, he watched as she struggled to peel the shrimp with her oily fingers. Then, he gracefully took over, delicately peeling the shrimp and placing the succulent morsels into her bowl. Continuing the cycle of servitude, Mu Chang'an felt a deep sense of satisfaction accepting Jinan Heng's special treatment, relishing the shrimp he had prepared for her, feeling as if she had gained a significant advantage. Before long, Mu Chang'an was satiated, rubbing her contented belly. Jinan Heng remained silent, yet his eyes reflected a profound affection. Some emotions transcend mere words, expressed instead through tangible actions. Subsequently, Jinan Heng escorted Mu Chang'an to the entrance of the Mu residence. After watching her enter, he returned to the Ji estate, where he was met by an anxious steward, visibly flustered. "Young master, you've finally returned," the steward exclaimed. Jinan Heng furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Is there a problem at home?" No, Lord Ji has instructed that you must see him in the study immediately upon your return," the steward clarified. Understanding the urgency, Jinan Heng headed towards the study. Upon reaching the door, he knocked, and a commanding voice beckoned him inside. Jinan Heng entered to find Ji Lian seated at the desk, his appearance imposing, with silver strands in his hair and deep wrinkles etched around his eyes. He was scrutinizing a piece of paper intently. "Father, I'm back," Jinan Heng announced. Ji Lian looked up, setting aside his document, and rubbed his temples. "What did you discover in Hangzhou?" Jinan Heng's expression grew serious as he replied, "I uncovered something peculiar. It seems Cao Qiu and the Prince of Cheng are unfamiliar with one another. I tested this several times, and their responses were akin to those of strangers. Therefore, I surmise that the Hangzhou incident and the disappearance of the Desert Dark River map are unrelated to the prince." Ji Lian's brow furrowed, his demeanor darkening as if he had come to a realization. "I am aware of this matter. You may return and rest." Confusion clouded Jinan Heng's mind. His father's reaction suggested he had deduced the true culprit behind the Hangzhou incident, possibly linking it to the missing map. But why wouldn't his father confide in him? Did he harbor distrust, or was there something he wished to keep hidden? Jinan Heng felt ensnared in a labyrinth without an exit. Rubbing his temples, he decided to set aside his thoughts and succumb to exhaustion. In the study, Ji Lian's expression soured as he swept everything from the table onto the floor. "Mu Shuyan, this is intentional. I assenti it. To avenge the woman you cherish, you would plunge the Xian into peril? Truly, you are obstinate and foolhardy." His gaze turned icy as he summoned his shadow guard. "Bingju, go to the Mu residence and deliver a message to Mu Shuyan, should he dare to act in such a manner again. I will ensure that Mu Chang'an pays the price." Bingju received his orders and swiftly departed for the Mu residence. Upon returning, Mu Chang'an was immediately accosted by Mu Shuyan, who bombarded her with questions. Feeling guilty, Mu Chang'an recounted the recent events, omitting the more perilous details for fear that Mu Shuyan would forbid her from leaving the house. She did mention her time spent with Jinan Heng, but she could sense Mu Shuyan's discontent, as if he disapproved of her association with Jinan Heng. She attributed this to his protective nature as a brother, unaware that, in Mu Shuyan's eyes, she was not merely a sister but a woman he cherished deeply. Yet, it seemed Mu Chang'an would never uncover this truth, as long as she remained by his side. That was sufficient for Mu Shuyan. As for Jinan Heng, Mu Shuyan's eyes narrowed dangerously, a murderous intent brewing within. If fate has allowed you and Mu Chang'an to cross paths and fall in love once more, then for her sake, it would be better for you to perish. After all, isn't it your fault that she has become this way? Suddenly, a faint sound disrupted the air, prompting Mu Shuyan to grow wary. He urged Mu Chang'an to return to her room and rest. Although puzzled, she typically obeyed her brother's wishes and complied. Since you've arrived, there's no need to hide, Mu Shuyan declared coldly. A shadowy figure materialized before him, delivering a chilling warning. Lord Ji wishes to caution you against further actions like this. Otherwise, Mu Chang'an will pay the price. With that, Bing Ju vanished into thin air. Standing there with a grim expression, Mu Shuyan clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 44. Arrival in the North Desert. Mu Shuyan's thoughts were inscrutable as he glanced toward Mu Chang'an's room before retreating to bed. Meanwhile, Mu Chang'an found it difficult to fall asleep, her mind restless as he gazed up at the canopy above. Jinan Heng found himself momentarily lost in thought. After arriving in the northern desert, he noticed that the soldiers, weary from their long journey, were in a state of fatigue. He approached Ji Lian and inquired, Ji Lian, what do you think of the soldiers' current condition? Do you believe they can hold their own against the northern desert forces? Ji Lian glanced around at the soldiers setting up camp and observed that their morale was notably low and they appeared quite exhausted. He replied, the enemy is right across this desert. If we can cross it, everything will be manageable. However, given the current state of our soldiers, it seems we may indeed struggle to make it through. Jinan Heng nodded, understanding that this was precisely the sentiment he wished to convey. If the soldiers were in such a state, their fate could only lead to disaster. After a moment of contemplation, he noticed Ji Lian's troubled expression and asked, what troubles you? What are you pondering? We must devise a plan. Otherwise, our situation is dire. Ji Lian snapped back to reality and suggested, by the way, is there any information regarding this desert on the map of the desert river? We should examine it for tactical insights and prepare accordingly. Jinan Heng agreed and led Ji Lian to the military tent that had been erected first by the soldiers, after seating themselves on some stools. Jinan Heng began, we must meticulously study the desert river map. Perhaps we might uncover something valuable. He then produced the map. Ji Lian leaned in closely, and Jinan Heng couldn't help but admire the clarity of the map. Every route was delineated with precision. However, after scrutinizing it for some time, they both found an unsettling anomaly. Jinan Heng remarked, this map astonishingly lacks any mention of the desert river. How peculiar. It includes everything but this vital feature. Could it have been stolen? A wave of concern washed over Ji Lian as he contemplated the implications of not having the map of the desert river. Should they advance recklessly, they risked incurring significant losses. Jinan Heng continued to analyze the map, soon identifying another pressing issue. With a furrowed brow, he said, the absence of water sources in the desert is a critical concern. Without water, survival will be impossible. And the vastness of this desert is uncertain. What shall we do? Ji Lian shook his head, a grim expression on his face. Indeed, this is a formidable challenge, one that seems insurmountable unless Jinan Heng, sensing urgency. Pressed, unless what? Ji Lian replied candidly. Unless we bring a substantial supply of water from the onset, that might ensure the soldiers' survival and prevent them from succumbing to thirst in the desert. Jinan Heng immediately shook his head, saying, such a scenario is implausible. No army can transport an abundance of water. Not only would it be cumbersome, but in the heat of battle, who would prioritize water supplies? They would inevitably dwindle. Ji Lian responded. Precisely, which is why I said unless. It seems we must deliberate further on this matter. Both Jinan Heng and Ji Lian continued to ponder how to effectively counter the forces of the northern desert, while the soldiers busied themselves pitching tents and observing their surroundings. Unbeknownst to them, the dawn of the following day arrived, and having spent the night awake, Jinan Heng and Ji Lian noticed the sun had risen, just as Jinan Heng was about to speak. They were interrupted by a soldier bursting into the tent. It's bad. The northern desert forces are approaching rapidly. What should we do? Jinan Heng urged the soldier to remain calm and to explain the situation. The soldier took a deep breath and relayed. The brothers at the front have reported that the northern desert troops are advancing toward us, seemingly intent on an attack, and they are numerous and armed. Jinan Heng exchanged a glance with Ji Lian, both understanding the gravity of the situation. After the soldier relayed the information, he hurried out to gather more intelligence on the front lines. Jinan Heng and Ji Lian quickly made their way outside, where the soldiers looked to them for guidance. Without hesitation, Jinan Heng instructed the soldiers to prepare based on the strategy he and Ji Lian had discussed the previous night. He then moved to the forward position and utilized a telescope to survey the distant horizon. Indeed, he spotted a cloud of dust rising, a clear indication of the approaching enemy. Led by a formidable general from the northern desert, Jinan Heng frowned as he observed the soldiers preparing for battle and noted that many seemed unaccustomed to the harsh environment of the desert. They stumbled as they walked, struggling to maintain coordination. Jinan Heng felt a surge of urgency in his heart. As the enemy forces drew nearer, he felt a growing anxiety, yet the soldiers seemed oblivious to the impending confrontation. Unable to contain himself, Jinan Heng rallied the troops. "You must muster your strength. The northern desert army is upon us. We must outshine them and return victorious. Do you understand?" Upon hearing their leader's fervent words, the soldiers regained some vigor, chanting, "Let us go! Let us go! We, Xian, are the mightiest and shall return triumphant." Jinan Heng felt a flicker of hope at their renewed spirits. Soon, the two armies clashed. Jinan Heng, leading the charge, engaged the northern desert general, determined to inspire his troops. The soldiers witnessed Jinan Heng's bravery, which bolstered their morale, and they surged forward against the enemy. War is a ruthless and unforgiving affair. The blood of many soldiers stained the vast expanse of the desert, a vivid and jarring crimson. Jinan Heng could not afford to concern himself with the fate of others. His sole focus was to repel the general and invigorate his troops. Chapter 43. The onset of war. As the soldiers began to bleed, Jinan Heng remained locked in combat with the general, who proved to be a formidable opponent. The general, noticing Jinan Heng's fervent concern for his men, couldn't suppress a smirk. So the leader of Xian is so devoted to his brethren. But such concern is not a strategy. Distractions in battle can lead to defeat. Jinan Heng, momentarily taken aback by the general's words, quickly regained his composure and retorted, "Do you not care for your own men, northern desert? Is it not your duty to protect your brothers?" With that, he laughed heartily, and Ji Xian's soldiers, witnessing their leader's mirth, found their spirits lifted. His laughter signified that they held the upper hand, taunting the northern desert forces. As Jinan Heng observed his troops fighting valiantly, he felt a swell of pride that he called out, "Brothers, if you surpass a certain number of defeated foes, I shall reward the one who claims the most victories." The soldiers responded with a resounding cheer, their voices echoing like thunder, which caused the northern desert troops to falter in trepidation. The northern desert general seethed with frustration, realizing his forces had fallen prey to Jinan Heng's clever tactics. Witnessing his troops faltering, he could no longer contain his rage, declaring, "If I catch any of you slacking, you shall face dire consequences. Do not expect to return alive. Either fight fiercely or perish here." The soldiers of the northern desert reluctantly acquiesced. Though their morale had improved, it still felt lacking. Jinan Heng, aware of the disarray among his own troops, recognized that they were not in the same fighting form as their northern desert counterparts. Seizing the opportunity, the general lunged at Jinan Heng, who was momentarily distracted, leaving him vulnerable to attack. Chapter 45. The fainting of Jinan Heng. Soon, Jinan Heng was struck, and his thoughts rapidly returned to him. Upon realizing he had been wounded, he observed the general fiercely thrusting his weapon deeper into his flesh, determined to inflict more harm. Sensing the imminent danger, Jinan Heng swiftly maneuvered to the side, causing the weapon to fall from his body, accompanied by a spurt of blood. The nearby soldiers gasped in alarm, calling out, "My lord!" Other soldiers from Dashuan, witnessing their leader's injury, were consumed by rage, blaming themselves for not adequately safeguarding him. Now filled with regret in light of this, the soldiers intensified their attacks on the people from Beima, catching them off guard and forcing them into retreat. Ignoring his own wound, Jinan Heng charged at the Beima general, who, forewarned, easily sidestepped the assault. However, Jinan Heng, fighting with reckless abandon, relentlessly pursued the general, causing him to falter under the relentless onslaught. At that moment, the general slipped, and Jinan Heng managed to wound him, but a surge of joy filled Jinan Heng at the sight of the general's injury, spurring him to attack with renewed fervor. The general, pressed back by Jinan Heng's ferocity, ultimately retreated into the midst of his own soldiers. Jinan Heng, undeterred, turned his aggression toward the enemy's soldiers, The Beima general, shaken by Jinan Heng's relentless assault, glanced at his own troops and realized victory was slipping away, potentially leading to significant losses. Consequently, he commanded his soldiers, "Everyone, retreat. We must return." Upon witnessing the Beima forces retreating, Jinan Heng exhaled a sigh of relief. He noticed his soldiers eager to pursue the fleeing enemy but called out to them, "Come back. Do not chase." Just as he uttered these words, Jinan Heng collapsed to the ground, causing panic among the nearby soldiers. They hurriedly shouted to their comrades, "Quickly come. The Lord has fainted." The soldiers hastily lifted Jinan Heng and carried him away. Ji Lian had already received word of Jinan Heng's injury and, accompanied by a military doctor, awaited their arrival. Upon seeing the doctor, Ji Lian instructed his soldiers to carry Jinan Heng into a room. Throughout the ordeal, Ji Lian remained by Jinan Heng's side, anxiously contemplating the repercussions should anything happen to him. Noticing Jinan Heng's condition, Ji Lian's heart raced with trepidation as he glanced between Jinan Heng and the doctor, unable to bear Ji Lian's intense gaze. The doctor assured him, "Do not worry, my lord, he will be fine. He will recover." Ji Lian remained silent, fixated on Jinan Heng, while the doctor diligently examined him, searching for the source of his distress. After thorough examination, the doctor furrowed his brow, remaining silent, which only heightened Ji Lian's anxiety. Jinan Heng's pallor and weakness were evident, making Ji Lian more distressed. He urgently inquired, "Is he in grave danger? How severe is his condition? What can be done to treat him?" The doctor, observing Ji Lian's urgency, promptly replied, "My lord has sustained severe injuries, resulting in his current state. Had he been brought back sooner, treatment may have been less arduous. As it stands, his weakness is likely due to excessive blood loss." Ji Lian, puzzled, questioned, "What do you mean by weakness? How could he be weak? He is of such robust constitution. Could there be another reason?" The doctor shook his head and sighed. Indeed, the excessive blood loss, compounded by inadequate bandaging and his vigorous fighting, has led to this. However, with regular dressing changes and some restorative medicine, he should recover. After issuing the necessary prescriptions, the doctor began to prepare the remedies. Ji Lian felt a degree of relief knowing that Jinan Heng's situation was not as dire as initially feared. Once the doctor had completed the prescriptions and dispatched for the medicine, Ji Lian remained silent, furrowing his brow as he gazed at Jinan Heng, whose body was drenched in blood, indistinguishable between his own and that of his enemies. Realizing he could no longer allow Jinan Heng to expend himself so recklessly, Ji Lian understood that he must take matters into his own hands. With this resolution, he instructed the soldiers to care for Jinan Heng before turning to leave, returning to the military tent. After spending some time in the tent, he stepped outside, where he observed that many soldiers were wounded, some even carrying the lifeless bodies of their comrades. The scene was one of utter devastation. Unsure of what to say, Ji Lian pondered for a moment before addressing a soldier. "During your expedition to the desert, did you encounter any difficulties or challenges?" The soldier, bowing respectfully, replied, "My lord, indeed, we faced some challenges. Upon entering the desert, we found ourselves unable to continue, feeling quite unwell. The sand was unlike that of our homeland, making it very uncomfortable for the brothers." Ji Lian pressed on, "What other issues did you face?" The soldier reflected, Halfway through, we ran out of water, leaving us parched and suffering, which slowed our progress. Subsequently, we encountered the Beima forces, and our state of disarray resulted in the tragic loss of many brothers." As the soldier spoke, his eyes glistened with unshed tears, which deeply affected Ji Lian. However, he recognized that there was little that could be done. This was the reality of war, not a mere game. Before long, news arrived from the front lines. The Beima forces were once again advancing against Dashwan. This news ignited Ji Lian's fury, and he rallied the soldiers, saying, "You must strive with all your might. For the sake of our homeland and in honor of our fallen brothers, we must persevere. Do you have faith?" The soldiers, stirred by Ji Lian's words, responded with fervor, declaring, "We have faith. We shall strike our enemies down." Witnessing the morale soar among his troops brought Ji Lian great joy, and he led them forth toward Beima with unwavering determination. They advanced with a resolve to face death head-on, while Jinan Heng lay unconscious. Unaware of the unfolding events, as the two armies clashed, Ji Lian found himself facing the opposing general, who was taken aback by Dashwan's unexpected change in leadership. Though Dashwan has resorted to a war of attrition, he remarked that "It seems this is a tactic of yours." Ji Lian, sensing the general's arrogance, decided to respond in kind. "Without your strength, it seems you were defeated earlier. It appears you refuse to accept your fate." Ji Lian chuckled heartily, which only infuriated the general further. "You're overestimating your position. We aim to leave you searching for your teeth on the ground. Understand who is destined for victory," with the general's taunts. Ji Lian deemed further conversation unnecessary that he surged forward, and the general, recognizing Ji Lian's fierce approach, prepared to engage. The two clashed fiercely, exchanging blows for an extended period. Ji Lian soon found his energy waning, while the opposing general seemed to grow stronger, taking moments to catch his breath before re-engaging Ji Lian. This disparity caused Ji Lian to feel a sense of dread, but in the heat of battle, he knew he could not succumb to panic, for it would only distract him from the fight. The Beima general, sensing Ji Lian's faltering resolve, rallied his troops, shouting, "Everyone, press on. They cannot hold out much longer." The soldiers, witnessing the Dashuan forces begin to falter, surged forward with renewed vigor. Ji Lian, observing the dwindling number of his soldiers and the blood-soaked battlefield, realized the gravity of the situation. He commanded, "Everyone, retreat, quickly." Upon hearing this, the soldiers swiftly adapted their strategy, providing cover as they withdrew. The Beima general, eager to pursue, hesitated, pondering his next move before ultimately ordering his own troops to retreat. Thus, both sides withdrew from the battlefield, leaving behind a scene of carnage and the fallen. Chapter 46. The news of trouble returning to the tent. Ji Lian was engulfed in anger. The audacity of the Beima forces was beyond comprehension. He approached the place where Jinan Heng lay and found him still unconscious, intensifying his anxiety. He urgently called for the military doctor, inquiring when Jinan Heng might awaken. The military doctor, trembling with apprehension, had never seen Ji Lian in such a state. That he addressed Ji Lian, saying, "It will likely take a few more days for the master to regain consciousness. You must take good care of him during this time. Otherwise, it may be quite some time before he awakens. Moreover, his injuries are exceedingly severe and will not heal easily." Upon hearing the doctor's words, Ji Lian found himself at a loss for words and merely waved his hand, signaling the doctor to leave. The military doctor hurriedly departed, almost as if fleeing. To tend to the other brothers, Ji Lian remained seated in Jinan Heng's tent, gazing at Jinan Heng, lost in thought. On the other hand, Mu Chang'an, ever since Jinan Heng and Ji Lian had gone to the northern desert, had been dispatching individuals to keep watch for any news from that region, instructing them to send letters back with any developments. After several victories, Mu Chang'an felt a surge of joy. However, news of the ongoing conflict between the Great Xian and the northern desert had been delayed this time. That day, Mu Chang'an found himself thoroughly bored, sitting in the courtyard, staring at the sky, his mind filled with concern for Jinan Heng. Yet, no letters had arrived from him, and news from the northern desert was similarly absent. At that moment, Mu Chang'an heard a commotion outside, which piqued his curiosity. Upon stepping outside, he was delighted to see one of his messengers, exclaiming, "Is there news from the northern desert? Quickly, let me see what it says." The messenger, taken aback by Mu Chang'an's barrage of questions, was momentarily flustered, but upon witnessing Mu Chang'an's anxious demeanor, he hastily produced an envelope marked with the words Northern Desert, lacking any further explanation. After receiving it, Mu Chang'an dashed back into the courtyard. Unable to contain his excitement, he quickly opened the envelope, only to find a brief message stating, "Jinan Heng has sustained grave injuries. The Northern Desert forces hold the advantage." These words left Mu Chang'an momentarily speechless, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him upon learning of Jinan Heng's severe injuries. This envelope was originally intended for Mu Xuan, but Mu Chang'an had taken it, as it bore the inscription for Mu Xuan. Sitting in a reclined chair, Mu Chang'an's mind raced, struggling to comprehend how Jinan Heng had been injured, especially since he had promised not to return wounded. After pondering for a while, Mu Chang'an resolutely decided to travel to the northern desert to care for Jinan Heng. He resolved that once Jinan Heng's condition improved, they could discuss matters further. With this determination, Mu Chang'an quickly packed his belongings, neglecting to inform Mu Xuyan. He believed that by the time he reached the northern desert, Mu Xuyan might only then learn of his departure, thus preventing anyone from pursuing him back home. If he were to inform Mu Xuyan at this moment, there would be no doubt that Mu Xuyan would vehemently oppose his departure and might even confine him, creating further complications. With these thoughts in mind, Mu Chang'an hurriedly gathered a few essential items and prepared to leave. That he glanced towards the main entrance, but then opted to sneak out through a side path, ensuring that he would not disturb anyone, especially Mu Xuyan. Soon enough, he successfully exited without drawing any attention. Following a series of lesser-known paths, Mu Chang'an refrained from traveling on the main roads, knowing that if Mu Xuyan discovered his escape, he might rally a group to pursue him. Traveling on the main roads would undoubtedly attract attention. making it difficult for him to reach the northern desert as he navigated the smaller routes. He took the precaution of disguising his appearance, making himself less recognizable. When he encountered a few individuals seeking to inquire about him, he feigned silence, and they accepted his ruse without further questioning. After a short while, Mu Chang'an arrived at a roadside tea house, which was relatively empty. He ordered a pot of tea, feeling exhausted from his journey as the proprietor brought it over. Mu Chang'an, abandoning all pretense of decorum, drank heartily. In that moment, he overheard a conversation nearby. Though the words were somewhat garbled and difficult to discern, had he not been attentive, he might have overlooked it entirely. However, upon catching wind of a discussion about the war between the northern desert and the Great Xian, his interest was piqued, and he leaned in to listen more closely. A short man remarked, "I hear that the northern desert forces currently hold the upper hand, but I wonder what has emboldened them to fight so valiantly, leaving us in such a precarious position." A taller man, glancing around cautiously, whispered to the short man, "Do not speak so freely. Are you unaware? The northern desert has a secret weapon. Without it, how could they possibly prevail against our Great Xian?" "It is utterly absurd." The short man, surprised by the taller man's insight, offered him a cup of tea, saying, "Brother, your knowledge is impressive. Please, enlighten me, so that I may also be informed and no longer so naive." The taller man, flattered by the compliment, enjoyed the attention and playfully patted the shorter man's shoulder. The short man beamed with appreciation, while the taller man's spirits lifted. He replied, "Your praise catches me off guard. But acquiring such information is not easy. Without my connections in the northern desert, I might not know a thing." The short man eagerly pressed, "Your connections are in the northern desert. No wonder you are so knowledgeable. Please share more with me." The taller man cautioned, "This information is sensitive. It depends on how you obtain it. If you are not careful, you may find yourself in serious trouble. Do not disclose this to anyone, lest it brings consequences upon you." The short man nodded vigorously, refraining from further questions, as he strained to absorb every word. The taller man continued, "The northern desert's victories are due to their possession of the Molu River map. With it, they know every detail, making victory almost inevitable." The short man exclaimed, "I see." And their conversation shifted to other topics, leaving Mu Chang'an unable to focus on their subsequent discussions. Nevertheless, he committed to memory the crucial detail that the northern desert's advantage lay in their possession of the Molu River map. While Jinan Heng and his companions lacked such intelligence, Mu Chang'an sipped his tea, growing increasingly anxious. What should he do now, given that Jinan Heng and his men continued to face setbacks? The northern desert forces would surely seize any opportunity to advance, putting Jinan Heng in an even more precarious situation. Furrowing his brow, he felt uncertain about how to proceed. After a moment of contemplation, an idea began to form in Mu Chang'an's mind, though he hesitated to act. If he pursued this plan, it could lead to Jinan Heng's victory. If not, it might cost him his life. He could not bear the thought of Jinan Heng perishing because of this, leaving him with no means for vengeance. Resolute in his decision, Mu Chang'an downed the last of his tea and prepared to leave. However, the direction he chose was not towards Jinan Heng, but rather towards the northern desert. The journey to the northern desert would indeed be fraught with difficulty. Yet it was a path he felt compelled to take. With each step, Mu Chang'an's determination grew stronger, and he found himself increasingly unafraid of the dangers ahead, as his heart remained focused on Jinan Heng's well-being. He was determined to acquire the Mola River map, for once he did, Jinan Heng would have the means to turn the tide of battle. A smile began to grace Mu Chang'an's face as he envisioned this possibility. As Mu Chang'an strolled along the path, he soon arrived at Suzhou, which was not far from the northern desert. The residents of Suzhou were quietly discussing the war between the northern desert and Dashuan. And Mu Chang'an attentively listened, hoping for further news. However, he gleaned little, except that the Mo map was indeed in the possession of the northern desert people, who treated it with great reverence, deliberately placing it within their grand camp, seemingly unafraid of anyone attempting to seize it. After all, who would dare venture into the northern desert camp to steal the Mo map? Their defenses were quite formidable. Mu Chang'an reflected on his own abilities. Despite his exceptional lightness of foot, he knew that acquiring the map would not be as simple as relying solely on his agility. The more he pondered, the more he felt a sense of danger, prompting him to send a message to Song Jin, urging him to come to Suzhou and lend his support, promising gratitude in return. Upon receiving the message, Song Jin hurried to Suzhou, concerned that something was amiss with Mu Chang'an. He traveled tirelessly and finally reached Suzhou the following morning. Mu Chang'an, awaiting Song Jin's arrival, felt anxious, fearing he might arrive too late. After a restless night, upon opening the door, he was relieved to find Song Jin had already arrived and quickly called him over. Seeing Mu Chang'an in good spirits, but with a look of urgency on his face, Song Jin was puzzled and asked, "Chang'an, what's wrong? Why did you summon me so urgently?" Touched by Song Jin's concern, Mu Chang'an momentarily thought of Jinan Heng, feeling a wave of despondency wash over him as he remained unaware of Jinan Heng's situation. Observing Mu Chang'an's demeanor, Song Jin grew increasingly anxious and pressed. "Speak. What is it? Why did you call me here?" Prompted by Song Jin's inquiry, Mu Chang'an quickly pulled him closer and stated, "I need your help with something crucial that I plan to infiltrate the northern desert camp and steal the Mo map. I will be relying on your assistance. I hope you can find the time." Upon hearing this, Song Jin's expression turned grave as he gazed at Mu Chang'an and cautioned, "Mu Chang'an, how can you entertain such a perilous plan? It is fraught with danger. The northern desert camp is not easily breached." Mu Chang'an responded with determination, "There is no alternative. If we can successfully acquire the Mo map from the northern desert camp, Jinan Heng and his forces will surely turn the tide. Everything will be resolved. Jinan Heng is severely injured, and their army is in grave danger. This is a matter of life and death for many." As he spoke, Mu Chang'an's emotions surged, and he felt an urgent desire to depart immediately. Seeing his resolve, Song Jin, unsure of how to respond, simply nodded in understanding and assured, "Chang'an, regardless of your decision, I will support you unconditionally. You can count on me." Deeply moved by Song Jin's words, Mu Chang'an exchanged a glance with him, then gathered his belongings and stepped outside. Song Jin followed closely behind, and together they set off towards the northern desert. Along the way, they encountered a few feeble bandits, easily dispatched by the duo, allowing them to proceed smoothly as the northern desert loomed closer. An indescribable feeling welled within Mu Chang'an, while Song Jin remained silent. Before long, Mu Chang'an spotted the location of the northern desert troops, heavily guarded and seemingly fraught with danger. Yet, he felt undeterred. Song Jin, witnessing Mu Chang'an's demeanor, felt no alarm, having resolved to support him in whatever course he chose. They paused in a nearby grove, where Mu Chang'an remained vigilant, gazing intently at the northern desert camp. Song Jin inquired, "Chang'an, do you have a plan? Share it with me. I can assist you better that way." Realizing Song Jin's concern for his safety, Mu Chang'an replied, "My skills and lightness of foot are commendable. I will slip in using my agility, and you will wait outside to aid my escape. Once I retrieve the map, you must deliver it to Jinan Heng to ensure their victory. Do you understand?" Song Jin, worried for Mu Chang'an's safety, hesitated. "Chang'an, is it truly worth such risk?" Mu Chang'an simply smiled and nodded, radiating a sense of happiness that likely stemmed from thoughts of Jinan Heng, that he reiterated to Song Jin the importance of being ready for his return. With a firm nod from Song Jin, Mu Chang'an felt a wave of reassurance and thus set his course toward the northern desert camp. Song Jin stood watch, vigilant of their surroundings, and prepared for a hasty retreat if necessary. As Mu Chang'an approached the outskirts of the northern desert camp, he observed soldiers patrolling with keen vigilance, yet he noted their lack of thorough oversight. After a careful observation, he realized they rotated their patrols at intervals, providing a brief window of opportunity. Timing his movements perfectly, Mu Chang'an seized the moment and darted past, quickly concealing himself. Once hidden, he saw a pair of soldiers pass by, narrowly avoiding discovery. Anxiety gnawed at him as he awaited their departure. Glancing at the sky to gauge the passage of time, his heart raced, torn between concern for Jinan Heng and fear for Song Jin's safety should he be discovered. However, recalling Song Jin's capabilities, he found some solace at that moment. The soldiers began to prepare their meals, seemingly oblivious to the notion that someone might attempt to infiltrate their camp, sensing a slight relaxation in their vigilance. Mu Chang'an felt a measure of relief. Once they dispersed, he slipped into an empty tent, his heart finally easing as he surveyed the surroundings, finding it devoid of any threats. As he reconnoitered, he overheard soldiers outside discussing their general's anticipated victory over Dashuan and their hopes of returning home soon. With a renewed sense of determination, Mu Chang'an used his agility to approach the heart of the northern desert camp, where he spotted the Mo map prominently displayed on a stone table, secured by a simple mechanism. After quickly deciphering the mechanism, he took hold of the Mo map, his urgency to deliver it to Jinan Heng intensifying. With a swift motion, he exited the northern desert camp, being cautious as he neared the location where Song Jin awaited. However, as he approached the perimeter, fatigue began to weigh on him, prompting him to call out to Song Jin with a whistle. Unfortunately, this action drew the attention of the northern desert soldiers, who spotted Mu Chang'an utilizing his agility while clutching the map. The people of the northern desert hastily sprang into action, that Mu Chang'an turned to see that they were already in pursuit. and quickly dashed towards the location of Song Jin. Upon reaching him, she urged, Song Jin, quickly pass this map to Jinan Heng, right in front of those northern desert individuals. You must deliver it to him. I will distract them. With no time to elaborate further, Mu Chang'an pivoted and headed in another direction to enhance the ruse. She clutched her belongings, mimicking the earlier posture of holding the map. The northern desert pursuers, noticing her diversion, immediately followed her lead. Mu Chang and ran swiftly, and the northern desert men pursued just as rapidly. Seizing the moment while they were occupied, Song Jin hurried towards Jinan Heng, his thoughts consumed with concern for Mu Chang'an. After a while, Mu Chang'an, drained of energy, realized she could not maintain her pace. Perhaps the northern desert men had sensed her fatigue, for they relentlessly chased after her. Spotting a cave ahead, she hurriedly entered and concealed the entrance with various items, allowing herself a moment of respite. The northern desert soldiers arrived near the cave, but found no trace of her. Infuriating their general, he had already surmised that the lost item was the Mo map, and without it, their circumstances would be dire. He commanded his soldiers, search thoroughly, leave no stone unturned, or prepare for the consequences. The soldiers, trembling with fear, scoured the area while the general contemplated where he would flee if he were in her position. Soon, the general noticed the cave nearby, albeit obscured by some debris, yet there were traces that had not been erased, indicating someone had fled in haste. Summoning his men, he declared, Come forth, I know your location. There is no point in hiding. Do you not agree? Mu Chang'an, overhearing this, surmised that he might have discovered her hiding spot. However, she was reluctant to reveal herself. She searched the cave for any alternate exits, but found none. Meanwhile, the general, sensing the silence, felt an awkwardness as his soldiers looked at him in confusion, which only fueled his anger. Pointing at them, he barked, You, enter the cave and apprehend her. If she escapes, beware of the consequences. The soldiers rushed into the cave, and upon hearing the general's command, Mu Chang'an braced herself for confrontation. A cacophony of screams erupted from within, indistinguishable in their origin. The general, growing impatient with the lack of progress, called in another group of soldiers. Mu Chang'an fought back. Fatigue overwhelmed her, noticing the general's strategy to employ a rotating assault. She felt a flicker of rage, but found solace in the thought that Song Jin would assist Jinan Heng in obtaining the map, easing her worries about her own fate at that moment. One soldier seized the opportunity while she was lost in thought, swiftly nullifying her resistance and pinning her down. The other soldiers quickly converged, leaving her with no room to maneuver. Before long, she was captured. As they brought her before the general, his anger surged upon discovering she was a woman. The northern desert's defenses had failed to capture even a single female. What good were they? He glared at his soldiers, who quickly averted their eyes at Mu Chang'an. Recognizing the general, couldn't he help but smirk. So, this is what the northern desert general looks like. I wonder how you intend to treat me. The general, incensed by her words, retorted, You shall be treated well as our captive. Surely, you understand the consequences, do you not? Hand over what you have stolen, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Mu Chang'an replied with a smile, Stolen. I am unaware of what you speak. I have not taken anything from you. Perhaps I should show you. The general, wary of her potential schemes, chose to ignore her and commanded his men to escort her back to the northern desert camp for thorough interrogation. Upon arrival, they instructed her to kneel, but her stubbornness prevailed. She refused to comply. Just as the soldiers were about to force her down, the general intervened, instructing them, No need for that. Let her sit on a stool. I trust she will appreciate it. Mu Chang'an, hearing his words, remained impassive, casting a cold gaze at the general without uttering a word. The general, unperturbed by her demeanor, inquired, Who are you? Speak, so I may understand. For few can traverse in and out of our northern desert camp that I find no difficulty entering or exiting your camp. In fact, it is remarkably easy that it seems your defenses are quite trivial. And I wonder why your people are so self-absorbed, Mu Chang'an retorted, her tone laced with sarcasm. The general, incensed by her mockery, shouted, What do you know? We were merely hosting a banquet when you took advantage of the situation. Yet, here you are, caught. Now, hand over the map, or do not blame us for our actions. Mu Chang'an regarded him silently, her expression serene. The general, recognizing her quietude, concluded that she had nothing further to say and instructed his soldiers to take her away. Meanwhile, Song Jin successfully escaped, heading towards Jinan Heng, intent on delivering the precious map he held. Unaware of Mu Chang'an's capture, he remained focused on his mission, hoping to rescue her. Upon reaching the tent of the great Xian, soldiers blocked Song Jin's path, demanding to know his identity that he insisted he needed to see Jinan Heng urgently. The soldiers informed him that Jinan Heng was currently incapacitated, leading Song Jin to request an audience with Ji Lian instead. Ji Lian, perplexed by the visitors seeking Jinan Heng, nonetheless approached. Upon recognizing Song Jin, he recalled his assistance to Mu Chang'an and was left bewildered by his appearance. "Where is Jinan Heng? I must speak with him." "It is urgent," Song Jin pressed. Ji Lian informed him. "Jinan Heng is unconscious and may still be so. What business do you have with him?" Song Jin urged Ji Lian to lead him to the tent. As the matter was too grave to discuss in the open, promptly, Ji Lian escorted him inside. Upon entering, Song Jin produced the Moh map from his cloak, leaving Ji Lian astonished. "How do you possess the Moh map? Where did you acquire it? Show me," Ji Lian inquired, urgency in his tone. After handing over the map, Song Jin attempted to leave, but Ji Lian halted him, demanding, "Speak. Where did you get this map?" Song Jin explained. "The Moh map was not intended for you. It was stolen by Mu Chang'an from the northern desert camp. Utilize it to turn the tides in your favor. Otherwise, her daring endeavor will be in vain. I must see how she fares. I cannot rest until I know." With that, Song Jin turned to depart towards the northern desert, leaving Ji Lian with the Moh map in hand. At that moment, Jinan Heng, having regained consciousness, struggled to find Ji Lian to discuss the matter. Hearing Song Jin's words, realizing it was Mu Chang'an who had delivered the map, he felt a warm smile spread across his face. Knowing she cared for him deeply, as Ji Lian opened the tent flap, he found Jinan Heng standing outside, quickly supporting him. "You heard that, Jinan Heng?" Upon receiving a nod, Ji Lian led him back inside. Placing the Moh map on the table, Jinan Heng, upon seeing it, immediately grasped the situation and identified several critical locations, instructing Ji Lian to organize personnel and strategize the attack. Ji Lian, in agreement, hastened to execute the plan. The time has come for the Great Xian to advance towards the northern desert, for they can no longer be led into battle by the people of the north if they continue in this manner. Failure is inevitable. Upon hearing of the Great Xian's offensive, the general of the northern desert quickly deduced that they must have acquired the map of the Mo River, emboldening them to attack so brazenly. This realization made the general inwardly resentful towards Mu Chang'an, blaming her for the predicament. However, upon learning of the approaching forces from the Great Xian, he could not afford to show weakness. Thus, he rallied his soldiers to confront the enemy. When the two sides clashed, the Great Xian displayed a remarkable strategy, achieving a 1-to-10 advantage, making the battle far easier than before, with significantly heightened combat effectiveness. In contrast, the soldiers of the northern desert found themselves relentlessly pursued by the Great Xian army. Entirely ineffectual in their attempts to retaliate, this sight filled the northern desert general with rage, yet he felt powerless to change the tide as he witnessed his soldiers falling and sustaining injuries. His anxiety grew. Meanwhile, Ji Lian, leading the charge, was undefeated. Sensing the general's momentary distraction, he seized the opportunity to press forward, and despite the general's vigilance, he was forced into a retreat. The soldiers began to withdraw. Prompting the general to shout for a hasty retreat, the soldiers fled in panic, while Ji Lian, aware of the principle of not pursuing a desperate enemy, instructed his men to gather their fallen comrades and return. Upon their return to camp, the soldiers were elated, marching with a newfound vigor. This was indeed a significant victory, and Jinan Heng silently expressed gratitude towards Mu Chang'an. At that moment, however, Mu Chang'an found herself imprisoned within a tent, guarded by vigilant soldiers. When Song Jin arrived at the northern desert camp, he incapacitated a guard and donned his uniform to infiltrate their ranks. Inquiring about any recent captures, he soon learned that a woman had been apprehended for theft. Though she adamantly denied the charges, this woman was being held in a heavily fortified location, making it clear to Song Jin that Mu Chang'an had been captured after his departure. He contemplated rescuing her, but, upon assessing the security, realized it was futile and decided to seek reinforcements instead. He hurried back to Jinan Heng's camp, where he found Ji Lian standing outside a tent. Upon entering, he discovered Jinan Heng had just fainted again. Feeling somewhat helpless, Song Jin understood Ji Lian would be preoccupied with managing the troops and concluded that he could not rely on him for assistance. Thus, he bid farewell to Ji Lian, resolved to return to Suzhou and devise a plan to rescue Mu Chang'an, making it imperative to send a letter to Mu Shuyan. After Song Jin's departure, Ji Lian continued to oversee the troops, applying pressure on the northern desert forces with intermittent attacks, leaving them with nowhere to hide. The Great Xian army grew stronger with each engagement, advancing ever closer to the northern desert's main camp. Meanwhile, the northern desert general found himself increasingly on the back foot, having been relentlessly pushed back by the great Xian forces. Without the map, it felt as though they had lost their source of victory. And he was left pondering his next move, yet finding no viable solutions. He had interrogated Mu Chang'an, but despite the torture, she remained resolute and silent. Ultimately, he had no choice but to abandon her fate. After a prolonged period of contemplation, the general's advisor suggested that, although they were retreating, they could negotiate with the great Xian that if successful, they could halt their retreat. The general, taken aback by this suggestion, almost lost his temper. He glared at the advisor and exclaimed, "You want me to negotiate? Have you lost your mind? How can we, the northern desert, bow to the great Xian?" The advisor, sensing the general's anger, quickly backtracked, proposing that they publicly display the captured woman at the camp entrance, thus humiliating the great Xian and provoking them. The general pondered this idea, ultimately finding merit in it. With a newfound determination, he agreed that this could indeed be a clever tactic to compel the great Xian to negotiate. Meanwhile, Jilin learned that the northern desert was seeking peace talks. Although he had anticipated this outcome, he was surprised by its rapidity. Upon the arrival of the northern desert general, he recognized the sincerity in his solitary approach. Inviting the general into his tent, Jilin inquired about his purpose, questioning whether he feared capture by the great Xian. The general, unperturbed, responded with a smile, "What is there to fear? The great Xian has proven formidable. I am here to negotiate peace, seeking partnership with great Xian in exchange for annual tribute of fine goods. What say you?" Jilin, contemplating the general's earnest demeanor, replied, "Do you presume we will easily agree? We are not so easily swayed. Do you have any further assurances?" The general merely gazed at Jilin, inwardly thinking it was not a matter of willingness, but rather necessity, unless they truly did not care for the woman. A smile crept across his face as he said, "The decision lies with you. We anticipated your continued requests for a meeting. We shall see what transpires then." With that, he bid farewell and departed. Jilin, puzzled by the general's abrupt exit, ordered his soldiers to discreetly follow him to ascertain his next move. Soon after, the soldiers returned with alarming news. The northern desert general had hung a woman at the camp entrance, who was gravely injured and unconscious. Chapter 50. The negotiation. Jilin, perplexed, questioned why a woman was hung. That he proceeded to the front lines with binoculars and, upon recognizing the woman as Mu Chang'an, was momentarily taken aback. How had she fallen into the hands of the northern desert? It dawned on him that after Song Jin's visit, Mu Chang'an, having acquired the Mo River map, might have been captured while attempting to aid him. Upon returning to the tent, Jilin learned that Jinan Heng had regained consciousness and rushed to him. Jinan Heng inquired about the current battle conditions and whether the acquisition of the map had improved their situation. Jilin, filled with excitement, explained how the map had significantly reduced casualties among their forces and had driven the northern desert army into retreat as they approached the northern desert's main camp. Jinan Heng laughed joyfully but then grew serious, asking, "And what of Mu Chang'an? Where is she? Has she returned?" Jilin hesitated, sensing the impending dread in Jinan Heng's tone. Jinan Heng gripped Jilin's arm, shaking him for answers. Jilin realized he could not keep the truth from him forever, especially considering Mu Chang'an's role as their savior. Thus, Jilin first helped Jinan Heng to sit on the bed, and then looked into his eyes, saying, "Mu Chang'an has been captured by the people of the northern desert." When Song Jin arrived, he mentioned that Mu Chang'an had given him a map before venturing out to distract the northern desert forces. "And now look where we are." Upon hearing that Mu Chang'an had been captured, Jinan Heng hurriedly asked, "What about now? Where is Mu Chang'an?" Jilin immediately lowered his head in despair. But in Jinan Heng's eyes, this spelled grave danger for Mu Chang'an, who might have already encountered misfortune. With this thought, Jinan Heng struggled to rise, but Jilin restrained him. Jilin said to Jinan Heng, "Just now, a general from the northern desert came to negotiate. I was unaware of their plans, and subsequently, that general returned and hung Mu Chang'an at the entrance of their camp. It is said that Mu Chang'an bears many wounds and has evidently suffered greatly." Hearing this, Jinan Heng murmured about rescuing Mu Chang'an, but Jilin would not allow the severely injured Jinan Heng to go. Quickly stopping him, Jinan Heng, unable to break free, looked at Jilin with pleading eyes. Eventually, Jilin, unable to withstand it any longer, said, "You should send a message to Song Jin. He should be looking for someone to rescue Mu Chang'an. And then it will be your affair." Grateful, Jinan Heng cast a thankful glance at Jilin, said nothing further, and stepped aside to begin writing the letter. Meanwhile, upon arriving in Suzhou, Song Jin wasted no time in writing to Mu Shuyan. informing him of the incident involving Mu Chang'an and urging him to come quickly to offer assistance. Upon receiving the news, Mu Shuyan wasted no time and hastened towards Suzhou. After waiting for a while in Suzhou, where he was busy devising plans to rescue Mu Chang'an, Song Jin received a message from Jinan Heng, who expressed a desire to join in the rescue effort. Song Jin promptly agreed. But they decided to convene in Suzhou to discuss strategies before proceeding to save Mu Chang'an, in order to avoid any unforeseen delays. Upon receiving Song Jin's reply, Jinan Heng informed Ji Lian, who initially did not agree, fearing that their army was still in the northern desert and that losing even one person could jeopardize their combat readiness. However, Jinan Heng reassured Ji Lian, "Do not worry, I have faith in you. You will handle the northern desert well. Once Mu Chang'an is rescued, I can focus on assisting you." Hearing Jinan Heng's resolve, Ji Lian relented and allowed him to leave for Suzhou. Not long after, Jinan Heng arrived in Suzhou, where Song Jin came to greet him. Aware that Jinan Heng might be injured, he inquired, "How are your injuries? If they are too severe, you should stay back and assist us from a distance." Jinan Heng, reluctant, replied, "Do not concern yourself with my injuries. Let us devise a perfect battle plan, and I will directly rescue Mu Chang'an. He cannot wait any longer." Seeing Jinan Heng's determination, Song Jin chose not to press the matter further. He merely nodded in silence. Upon returning to the inn, Jinan Heng assumed Song Jin was preparing to leave, but to his surprise, Song Jin remained. Curiously, Jinan Heng asked, "Why are you still here? Aren't you going to rescue Mu Chang'an?" Song Jin responded, "We are waiting for Mu Shuyan, who will arrive shortly. Once he is here, we will discuss our plan and set our plans into motion." As we cannot afford to delay any longer, Jinan Heng considered asking when Mu Shuyan would arrive, but decided against it, opting instead to remain silent and watch Song Jin. Before long, Mu Shuyan arrived, and upon seeing Jinan Heng, he looked surprised but said nothing. That he merely glanced at Song Jin and asked, "When shall we act?" Sensing that they had sufficient personnel, Song Jin quickly shared his battle plan with Jinan Heng and Mu Shuyan, who nodded in agreement, finding it satisfactory. Thus, the trio set forth towards the northern desert, moving swiftly. After a half-day's journey, they reached the outskirts of the northern desert. Amidst the trees, Jinan Heng spotted Mu Chang'an hanging at the entrance, head bowed, bloodied and unconscious, causing his heart to ache. Mu Shuyan to observe this, inwardly lamenting, "Who told you to keep wandering outside? Now you have been captured, and I am left worrying for you. Please do not do this again." Song Jin signaled to Jinan Heng and Mu Shuyan before swiftly turning away and heading towards the northern desert camp, moving with great speed. Jinan Heng and Mu Shuyan followed closely. The journey proceeding smoothly. As they neared the northern desert camp, they noted many individuals engaged in conversation, yet Jinan Heng's group paid them no heed. Perhaps the northern desert forces were preoccupied with strategizing. As the surrounding soldiers were dispersed and few remained, the camp's curtains concealed their activities, granting Jinan Heng and his companions a moment of opportunity. Mu Shuyan deftly threw a concealed weapon, severing the ropes binding Mu Chang'an and Song Jin, and Jinan Heng swiftly used their agility to catch him in their arms. In a heartbeat, they fled from the camp, unnoticed by many. After a considerable distance, soldiers finally realized that the woman had vanished from the entrance of the northern desert camp and rushed to report the incident. While everyone became aware, it did not hinder Jinan Heng and his companions, who desperately continued their escape. The northern desert general and his men, having lost their captive, felt disheartened. However, Jinan Heng and his companions quickly evaded their pursuers and returned to Suzhou. Once they laid Mu Chang'an on a bed, Jinan Heng felt a profound sense of sorrow at her condition and promptly summoned a physician. After a thorough examination, the doctor declared, "This woman has no serious issues. She is merely weak and has fainted from hunger. Once she regains consciousness, provide her with food, and with proper care, she should recover without any major complications." Hearing this, the trio sighed in relief, grateful that Mu Chang'an was safe. However, Jinan Heng's injuries flared up once more. Having already been in poor condition, the exertion had taken its toll. Song Jin, alarmed at Jinan Heng's state, turned to Mu Shuyan, saying, "You stay here with Mu Chang'an. I will take Jinan Heng back to the army and ensure Ji Lian takes good care of him. We will address matters once they awaken." Mu Shuyan nodded in agreement without further comment. Song Jin assisted Jinan Heng to a carriage and arranged for the physician to prescribe some medication before departing. Upon reaching the army, Ji Lian found Jinan Heng unconscious and quickly summoned the military doctor for an examination. When informed by Song Jin that Mu Chang'an had been rescued, Ji Lian felt a wave of relief, knowing that Jinan Heng would no longer be so fixated on her plight. Chapter 51. gentle persuasion seeing Ji Lian tending to Jinan Heng. Song Jin felt reassured. He said to Ji Lian, "Please take care of Jinan Heng. I will go attend to Mu Chang'an. As she bears many injuries, we will address everything later." After Ji Lian nodded, Song Jin turned to leave. Jinan Heng remained unconscious, calling out Mu Chang'an's name, leaving Ji Lian at a loss for words, knowing that his priority was to care for Jinan Heng. Upon returning to Suzhou, Song Jin found Mu Shuyan meticulously tending to Mu Chang'an, which eased his worries. Mu Chang'an seemed exceedingly weak, remaining unconscious for an extended period, causing Mu Shuyan much concern as he sat beside her bed. Song Jin remarked to Mu Shuyan, "Now that Mu Chang'an has finally been rescued, I feel much more at ease, though I wonder when she will awaken." Mu Shuyan glanced anxiously at Mu Chang'an before replying, "I will take Chang'an back. It is best if she does not remain in Suzhou. Once we return, I will have the local physician conduct a thorough examination." After considering this, Song Jin agreed with a nod. Mu Shuyan effortlessly lifted Mu Chang'an, and with Song Jin's assistance, they called for a carriage to transport her. Song Jin expressed his desire to accompany Mu Shuyan to ensure Mu Chang'an's safe return. However, Mu Shuyan replied, "I will keep an eye out along the way, and should any skilled physician appear, I will have them attend to Mu Chang'an and you should focus on your matters, and I will inform you once she has improved." Song Jin did not press further and acquiesced. After bidding farewell to Song Jin, Mu Shuyan drove the carriage towards the imperial capital. Watching the carriage depart, Song Jin turned to head back, while Mu Shuyan frequently glanced at Mu Chang'an during the journey. Having hired a coachman to assist in caring for her more effectively, Mu Chang'an had been incessantly talking, though it was unclear what she was saying. Each time Mu Shuyan drew near, she could never quite catch the words. And soon Mu Chang'an would lapse into silence, leading Mu Shuyan to believe that it was a deliberate act. Mu Shuyan instructed the carriage driver to take a different route. If Mu Chang'an regained consciousness, she would surely realize that this direction led to Aunt Song's location. After a considerable journey, they finally arrived at the foot of the mountain, where Aunt Song had been waiting anxiously. Upon seeing Mu Chang'an lying in the carriage, she felt a pang of sorrow but still surveyed her surroundings. Mu Shuyan glanced at Aunt Song and informed her, "Chang'an is currently unconscious, likely due to the severity of her injuries. Aunt Song, could you please assess her condition? Once Chang'an recovers, we must ensure she is informed of everything that transpired, for her peace of mind." Aunt Song was taken aback by Mu Shuyan's words, but attributed them to his deep concern for Mu Chang'an. She took Mu Chang'an's pulse and, upon discerning that her condition was stable, felt reassured. Seeing that Aunt Song was at ease, Mu Shuyan said no more and continued to drive the carriage towards the capital. As for Jinan Heng, ever since he was dispatched to the army by Song Jin, Ji Lian had been diligently caring for him. His injuries had not healed significantly during the rescue of Mu Chang'an, and now they had reopened, complicating matters further. Consequently, Jinan Heng remained in a state of unconsciousness. Ji Lian, worried about Jinan Heng, summoned the military doctor repeatedly, who reported that Jinan Heng had overexerted himself, causing a recurrence of his previous injuries. "In due time, he will surely awaken," the doctor assured. Indeed, not long after, Jinan Heng regained consciousness, albeit in a somewhat dazed state, and he merely stared at Ji Lian without uttering a word. Upon seeing Jinan Heng awake, Ji Lian felt a wave of relief and decided to leave him be. Yet, Jinan Heng sat on the edge of the bed, deep in thought, pondering the events that had transpired during his unconsciousness. Fleeting images surfaced in his mind, seemingly familiar as if he had lived through them. He recalled a great fire that incited screams from many, yet it was oddly beautiful. A woman stood on the city wall, surrendering to the flames. When he recognized that the woman was Mu Chang'an, he turned and rushed towards the inferno, despite the cries of many calling his name from behind. Another memory surfaced, of the woman resolutely confronting him. "How could you betray me in this manner? Harming the innocent people of my city, was it worth it? I regret having trusted you." Jinan Heng's head throbbed painfully as these thoughts plagued him. Nevertheless, he sensed the truth in these memories and realized that the woman was indeed Mu Chang'an. It appeared they had known each other for quite some time, and he had exploited her trust. Regrets surged within him. Why had he chosen to betray her? Contemplating this, Jinan Heng felt a sense of helplessness. Unsure of how he would face Mu Chang'an upon their next encounter, Ji Lian stood outside the tent, contemplating what he wished to convey to Jinan Heng. Meanwhile, Jinan Heng found himself yearning desperately to see Mu Chang'an again. With a resolve that was unwavering, he intended to speak with Ji Lian about this matter and was about to part the tent flap when he noticed Ji Lian had already opened it. Seeing Ji Lian enter, Jinan Heng felt a sense of relief and spoke, "I wish to see Mu Chang'an. Please keep an eye on the troops here for me. When the time is right, I will attend to other matters." I need to confirm her safety, Ji Lian, upon hearing Jinan Heng's insistence, swiftly intervened, stating, have you considered the feelings of our army? You would abandon your brothers on the battlefield for a woman. Is that justifiable? Jinan Heng was taken aback by Ji Lian's words, momentarily at a loss for a response. However, he eventually replied, I understand I have wronged them, but I must see Mu Chang'an if something has happened to her. I could never forgive myself, nor would I find peace. This time, Ji Lian refused to entertain Jinan Heng's wishes. He looked at Jinan Heng sternly. If you truly wish to leave, you should discuss it with the brothers outside. I will not advocate for you. It is your decision to make. Should the brothers allow you to go, I will have nothing to say. Jinan Heng gazed intently at Ji Lian, sensing the sincerity in his words, which did not seem disingenuous. However, he could not bring himself to present this request before his comrades. After some contemplation, Jinan Heng reluctantly decided to abandon the idea. Observing Jinan Heng's silence, Ji Lian released a breath of relief, casting one last glance at him before departing. Leaving Jinan Heng alone to silently ponder Ji Lian's retreating figure, at that moment, Mu Chang'an lay in the carriage, subjected to harsh treatment by the northern general, who had employed every form of punishment. Had it not been for her indomitable will to survive, she might have perished long ago. Aunt Song remained by her side, attentively caring for her, ensuring she received nourishment at regular intervals, which improved Mu Chang'an's pallor. One day, after Aunt Song had fed her, Mu Chang'an slowly opened her eyes, bringing a smile to Aunt Song's face. Upon seeing Aunt Song, Mu Chang'an felt a twinge of confusion, asking, Aunt Song, what are you doing here? Where am I? Am I not in the Northern Army camp? Aunt Song, filled with concern, replied, you have been rescued from their clutches. We are on our way back to the capital to help you recover. Do you understand? Please rest for now. Mu Chang'an struggled to rise, but Aunt Song quickly restrained her, insisting she remain in bed. Meanwhile, Mu Shuyan, hearing the commotion, rushed into the carriage. Seeing Mu Chang'an awake brought him joy, and he exclaimed, you are finally awake. How do you feel? Is the pain still unbearable? We are nearing the capital. Once we arrive, you can rest properly. Mu Chang'an furrowed her brow, acknowledging some pain from her injuries, but not finding it too severe. She curiously inquired, what about Jinan Heng? Is he all right? Did he emerge victorious? Upon hearing Mu Chang'an's concern for Jinan Heng, Mu Shuyan's expression soured, and he retorted, what do you think could have happened to them? They won the battle, thanks in no small part to you. If you hadn't stolen the Moa map from the northern camp, they would not have achieved such a swift victory. Mu Chang'an paid little heed to Mu Shuyan's words, but felt a measure of relief upon learning Jinan Heng was unharmed. Nevertheless, she persisted in her struggle to rise, and Mu Shuyan firmly prevented her, stating, what do you intend to do in your current state? Do you truly believe you are capable of anything? Chapter 52. After Aunt Song departed, Mu Chang'an surveyed her battered body and declared to Mu Shuyan and Aunt Song, I wish to be by Jinan Heng's side. I must see for myself that he is unharmed, or I cannot rest easy. Hearing her insistence, Mu Shuyan grew increasingly displeased and replied, he is your enemy. What purpose would your visit serve? Have you truly forgotten everything? You remember nothing now, and you find that acceptable? Mu Chang'an's anger flared at his words, and she retorted, why do you label him an enemy? With no evidence, you make such claims. Do you think that is justified? Mu Shuyan, incensed, almost struck her, but Aunt Song intervened. She addressed Mu Chang'an, what Mu Shuyan says is true. You cannot speak of him in such a manner. Do you understand? Mu Chang'an stood frozen, looking between Aunt Song and Mu Shuyan, unsure of what to say, her eyes betraying her unwillingness to accept the truth. At this moment, Mu Shuyan realized that if he spoke the truth, Mu Chang'an would likely refuse to believe him. Perhaps Aunt Song could convey it more effectively. He exchanged a glance with Aunt Song, urging her to explain. Understanding his intent, Aunt Song gently placed her hand on Mu Chang'an's shoulder and began. You and Jinan Heng were always meant to be adversaries. It was Jinan Heng who caused you to lose your memory. Ironically, he too has lost his memory, but we cannot fathom why you two are once again intertwined. It is utterly unfathomable. Seeing that Mu Chang'an remained silent, Aunt Song continued, in the past, you and Jinan Heng were well acquainted and deeply in love. However, he betrayed you, utterly and completely. Do you understand? In the aftermath of the devastation wrought by Jinan Heng, the entire city lay in ruins, its inhabitants perished, and the coveted map was stolen, yet you staunchly resisted encroachment. Thus, you embarked on a path of destruction, and it was amidst the flames that both you and Jinan Heng lost your memories. Mu Chang'an remained silent, gazing out the window, lost in her thoughts. Noticing her lack of response, Aunt Song glanced at Mu Shuyan, who then spoke. Chang'an, what Aunt Song says is true. Do you not trust her? When has she ever deceived you? Mu Chang'an finally replied, I cannot accept your words. How can I be certain you are not colluding to mislead me? I must return to Jinan Heng's side. Regardless of the circumstances, that I implore you to allow me to accompany him. Upon hearing Mu Chang'an's unwavering resolve, Mu Shuyan lost his desire to engage further with her. Aunt Song, observing Mu Chang'an's steadfastness, urged, Are you truly unwilling to trust me? I have never lied to you. What are you contemplating? If Jinan Heng were to exploit you again, what would you do? Aunt Song looked at Mu Chang'an with concern. But Mu Chang'an remained resolute, dismissing both Mu Shuyan and Aunt Song from her gaze. The two exchanged glances, ultimately resigning to her disbelief. Suddenly, Mu Shuyan recalled something and addressed Mu Chang'an. Do you remember the Mo map? I intentionally provided it to those from Beima as part of my quest for vengeance. Such hatred cannot simply be forgotten. Do you understand? Upon hearing Mu Shuyan mention the Mo map, Mu Chang'an exclaimed. So the Mo map was your doing for Beima? Was it merely for revenge? I cannot believe that the Tio bolster Mu Chang'an's faith. Mu Shuyan continued. The murders in the imperial capital in Hangzhou were also orchestrated by me for retribution. Cannot you grasp this? However, Mu Chang'an did not heed Mu Shuyan's final words, instead questioning, What are the innocent lives affected by your actions? What purpose does this serve? Mu Shuyan felt a pang of helplessness as he saw Mu Chang'an's unwavering skepticism. He turned to Aunt Song for assistance, but she merely shook her head. Equally powerless, Mu Chang'an declared, I must go to Jinan Heng. I must be by his side. Reluctant to permit her departure, Aunt Song replied. If you must go, you cannot do so in your current state. Injured and vulnerable. Wait until you have recovered fully. That we would be deeply concerned otherwise. Mu Shuyan attempted to interject, but Aunt Song's gaze silenced him. Acknowledging Aunt Song's concern, Mu Chang'an, who initially resisted, finally nodded in agreement. Together, Mu Shuyan and Aunt Song made their way to the imperial capital. Time passed swiftly, and within a couple of days, they arrived. After returning to their lodgings, they urged Mu Chang'an to rest. That moment, Aunt Song announced, I intend to retreat to Shuzhou. I wish to leave Kongwushan behind. Concerned, Mu Chang'an asked, When did you decide to go to Shuzhou? Why did you not inform us sooner? Is it wise to leave so suddenly? Aunt Song reassured her, There is no need for worry. I am not going alone. That I will be accompanied by Song Jin and Qingsu. Their company brings me comfort. Relieved to hear that Song Jin and Qingsu would join her, Mu Chang'an felt a measure of comfort, while Mu Shuyan, aware of Aunt Song's plans, displayed little surprise. Aunt Song prepared to leave. He stopped her. Where will you go now? Let us inform Song Jin so he can come to collect you. Aunt Song waved her hand dismissively. No need for that. I have already arranged to meet them near the imperial capital. We will depart directly. Do not trouble yourselves seeing me off. I am capable of traveling alone. Mu Chang'an smiled at Aunt Song's assurance, though the thought of her departure cast a shadow over her heart. Sensing Mu Chang'an's sorrow, Aunt Song quickly bid farewell before turning away. Once departed, tears welled in Aunt Song's eyes, but the prospect of future reunions brought her solace as she headed towards her rendezvous with Song Jin and the others. After Aunt Song's departure, Mu Chang'an retreated to her room. Hoping for solitude, Mu Shuyan wished to follow, but was met with her request for peace, prompting him to return to his study, alone in her chamber. Mu Chang'an lay on her bed, contemplating the words exchanged between Aunt Song and Mu Shuyan during the carriage ride. She found it incredulous. How could this be? Jinan Heng had always been a commendable man. The more she pondered, the more she suspected that Aunt Song and Mu Shuyan had concocted a tale to dissuade her from seeking Jinan Heng, perhaps out of fear for her safety. With such thoughts, she found herself drifting into a peaceful slumber. Conversely, Mu Shuyan remained agitated, troubled by Mu Chang'an's refusal to believe him, choosing instead to trust Jinan Heng. This only fueled his disdain for the latter. In the imperial capital, Mu Chang'an spent her days lost in contemplation, adhering closely to the physician's directives. Whatever the doctor advised, she complied, driven by her desire to recover swiftly and reunite with Jinan Heng. Observing her obedient demeanor, Mu Shuyan felt a surge of joy, yet the realization that her compliance was solely for Jinan Heng filled him with discomfort, causing his demeanor towards her to grow cold. Unaware of Mu Shuyan's inner turmoil, Mu Chang'an assumed he was preoccupied with other matters. One day, the physician informed her that her recovery was imminent, and she would soon be able to venture outside. Overjoyed, Mu Chang'an nearly leaped with excitement, envisioning her soon-to-be reunion with Jinan Heng. Mu Shuyan, overhearing the doctor's words, observed Mu Chang'an's elation and feigned happiness in response. In his heart, he wished for her to remain in the safety of their residence, not seeking Jinan Heng. However, once she recovered, she would surely leave him for Jinan Heng, which he could not accept. Mu Chang'an, oblivious to Mu Shiyan's true feelings, eagerly awaited the following day. Noticing him nearby, she turned to him and said, "I will go find Jinan Heng tomorrow. You will be in the imperial capital, correct?" Mu Shiyan shook his head. "I cannot say where I will be. However, should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out. I will do my utmost to assist you." Chapter 53. After Aunt Song's departure, Mu Chang'an nodded, acknowledging his words, and returned to her room, busily packing her belongings. Mu Shiyan watched her retreating figure, his expression darkening with unspoken thoughts. Once Mu Chang'an finished her preparations, she approached the window, gazing outside and pondering Jinan Heng's well-being. She wondered how he fared and if his injuries had healed. The news of his severe wounds, sustained while rescuing her, weighed heavily on her heart. The more she thought, the more anxious she became, yearning to be by his side, yet feeling powerless. Before she knew it, the dawn of a new day arrived. Mu Chang'an awoke early, hastily grooming herself before bidding farewell to Mu Shiyan. At that moment, he lay in bed, aware of her presence but choosing silence. Standing at the door, Mu Chang'an called out, "I am leaving now to find Jinan Heng. That I will return to visit you. I promise." "Thank you, Mu Shiyan." With that, she turned and departed. Mu Shiyan opened his eyes as he heard her footsteps fade, realizing he was powerless to keep her from leaving. After Mu Chang'an's departure, she hurried towards Jinan Heng, eager to reunite with him. Throughout her journey, she changed horses numerous times, scarcely resting, fueled by her determination. Finally, on the third day, she reached the encampment of the Daxian army. However, upon her arrival, soldiers detained her, inquiring about her identity. Anxiously, Mu Chang'an pleaded, "Where is Jinan Heng? I have come to find him." Upon realizing she sought their commander, and recognizing her urgent demeanor, the soldiers quickly dispatched one of their own to locate Jinan Heng. Hearing that a woman was inquiring about him, and sensing her urgency, Jinan Heng hastened to meet her, his heart racing at the thought that it might be Mu Chang'an. Upon arriving at the entrance of the camp, Mu Chang'an was indeed spotted. Upon seeing Jinan Heng standing before her, she was overwhelmed with joy and began to weep. Jinan Heng, upon noticing her tears, quickly reached out to wipe them away and said, "Why are you crying? Am I not standing right here before you? It's rather childish of you to sob like this, especially with so many soldiers around." Hearing Jinan Heng's words and noticing the gazes of the soldiers nearby made Mu Chang'an feel a bit embarrassed, prompting her to hastily dry her tears and force a smile. Seeing her attempt to smile, Jinan Heng felt a surge of amusement but restrained himself. As Mu Chang'an continued to gaze at him intently, he then led her into the tent, expressing his gratitude for the Mabe map she had provided, which had contributed significantly to their victory. "If it weren't for your assistance, we would have paid a far greater price," he remarked. However, Mu Chang'an humbly shook her head, insisting that it was their strategic deployment that had ensured success, and that the map was merely a minor factor. Jinan Heng, taken aback by her humility, found himself at a loss for words and simply gazed at her, feeling increasingly shy under his scrutiny. Mu Chang'an contemplated a way to escape the moment. Just then, Ji Lian arrived in search of Jinan Heng. Upon entering the tent and spotting Mu Chang'an, he inquired with a hint of curiosity, "What are you doing here? Weren't you taken away by Song Jin?" Before Mu Chang'an could respond, Jinan Heng interjected, "She is fully recovered now and has come to visit me." Ji Lian cast a quick glance at Mu Chang'an, his eyes momentarily flashing with malice, but the expression vanished just as quickly. Mu Chang'an remained focused on Jinan Heng, oblivious to Ji Lian's gaze. Jinan Heng then asked Ji Lian what had brought him there. Ji Lian recalled, "What else could it be? We need to prepare to return to the capital. After our victory, there shouldn't be much left to do." Jinan Heng nodded in agreement. After Ji Lian departed, he turned his attention back to Mu Chang'an, who looked perplexed. "Why do you look at me like that? Is there something on your mind?" Jinan Heng gazed at her tenderly, causing Mu Chang'an to blush, as it was not common for a man to look at her so softly and without uttering a word. Just as she felt overwhelmed by the moment, Jinan Heng finally spoke. "Chang'an, once we return, let us wed. Will you marry me?" Stunned by his proposal, Mu Chang'an momentarily lost her words. However, as she regained her composure and saw the sincerity and gentleness in Jinan Heng's expression, she recalled how much she had cared for him during his previous injuries. It dawned on her that she must indeed love him. With a shy nod, Jinan Heng's face lit up with joy as he lifted her into his arms, spinning her around. Mu Chang'an laughed, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. Outside the tent, Ji Lian had lingered, and upon hearing Jinan Heng's proposal, a small plan began to form in his mind. However, he concealed his thoughts and pretended to pass by the tent. When he saw Mu Chang'an's radiant smile, he couldn't resist teasing, What have you two been up to? Why the sudden cheer? Do share with everyone, so we can all celebrate." His words caught the attention of nearby soldiers, who chimed in, "Lord, just tell us. We want to rejoice with you. Given our victory, why keep it a secret?" Unable to withstand their insistence, Jinan Heng finally relented. "Actually, it's nothing much. I just proposed to Chang'an, and she has agreed to marry me. I'm quite happy, and I hope you all share in my joy." The soldiers erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "So you're getting married? No wonder you're so cheerful." Meanwhile, Mu Chang'an shyly hid behind Jinan Heng, her silence only fueling the soldiers' merriment. Jinan Heng, witnessing their laughter, said with mock seriousness, "Shouldn't you all prepare? We'll be heading home soon, and you'll get to see your families. Such a joyous occasion deserves haste." The soldiers quickly dispersed, eager to pack their belongings, smiles on their faces as thoughts of reuniting with loved ones filled them with joy. Once everything was in order, Ji Lian led the soldiers back to the capital, while Jinan Heng guided Mu Chang'an alongside him. The group made their way back in high spirits, greeted warmly by passers-by who celebrated their victory, relieved that the hardships of war had not befallen them as Jinan Heng and Mu Chang'an walked together. The atmosphere was sweet and tender. Mu Chang'an, recalling Jinan Heng's promise of marriage upon their return to the capital, couldn't help but blush. Ji Lian occasionally glanced at the couple, pondering how their happiness would fare on the day of their wedding. The army made swift progress, returning to the capital on the fourth day. Upon their arrival, Jinan Heng and Ji Lian were to present themselves to the emperor. Mu Chang'an returned home, where she found Mu Shuyan and greeted him with a smile. Curious about her newfound happiness, Mu Shuyan asked, "What has you so joyful? Did you stumble upon some treasure?" Mu Chang'an shook her head, her face glowing with happiness. "Jinan Heng and I are about to wed. You must come to our wedding and bring many gifts, or I shan't let you in." Upon hearing this, Mu Shuyan's demeanor soured. Seeing Mu Chang'an's delight only fueled his frustration. "Oh, you truly not believe what I and Aunt Song told you? It's all true, and now you're planning to marry him. Oh, you genuinely want this? Or is it merely a faude?" Mu Chang'an felt her irritation rise at Mu Shuyan's words. "I am marrying Jinan Heng. He is a wonderful person, but I cannot comprehend why you insist on speaking ill of him. In a few days, I will be his wife, and you can come then." With that, she turned and headed toward her room, leaving Mu Shuyan speechless in her wake, his anger simmering as he departed. Chapter 54. The imperial marriage decree. Upon returning to her room, Mu Chang'an began to anticipate what her wedding with Jinan Heng would be like. Would it be grand? She envisioned Jinan Heng in a resplendent red wedding robe, and the thought filled her with excitement. Meanwhile, Jinan Heng and Ji Lian entered the imperial palace, where the emperor greeted them with great joy. "Thanks to both of you, the northern tribes proved formidable, and I am grateful for your successful return. Speak, what rewards do you desire?" "I shall grant them all," the emperor proclaimed. With beaming faces, Jinan Heng and Ji Lian replied in unison. "We leave it to your majesty's discretion." The emperor, pleased by their humility, felt even more delighted. "A promise once made is hard to retract, since I have declared that all your wishes shall be fulfilled. Speak freely, and I shall grant your requests." Jinan Heng stepped forward and said, "Thank you, your majesty. I only wish to wed Mu Chang'an. That I hope you will bless our union." The emperor paused, momentarily unsure of who Mu Chang'an was. However, seeing Jinan Heng's happiness, he acquiesced. "That I grant this request. I shall prepare a decree shortly, and I will attend your wedding." Overjoyed, Jinan Heng expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, your majesty. Your presence will surely enhance the festivities." The emperor, pleased with Jinan Heng's response, turned to Ji Lian and inquired, "What about you, dear minister? Do you have any wishes to share?" Ji Lian, glancing between the emperor and the jubilant Jinan Heng, replied, "I have no requests of my own. I only hope that the emperor will grant Jinan Heng's wish." Upon hearing that Ji Lian was wholeheartedly considering his companions, the emperor felt that such a sentiment deserved to be widely celebrated. He turned to Ji Lian and said, "I find your request quite commendable. I shall grant you one request. When the time comes, feel free to present it to me." Ji Lian, somewhat taken aback by the honor, bowed his head and replied, "I am deeply grateful, your majesty. Your kindness is indeed a privilege for me." Unfazed, the emperor waved his hand and inquired further, "What became of the people from the northern desert?" Before Jinan Heng could respond, Ji Lian spoke up. "The people of the northern desert have formally surrendered to us, promising to pay tribute with their finest goods each year, and they wish to become our vassal state." The emperor, pleased by this news, exclaimed 3 times, "Good, good, good." Both Jinan Heng and Ji Lian wore expressions of joy. After dining in the palace, the emperor contemplated keeping Jinan Heng and Ji Lian for a few more days. However, Jinan Heng expressed his desire to return home to prepare for his upcoming wedding, explaining that it would be imprudent to arrive unprepared. The emperor, acknowledging the wisdom in this, acquiesced. Jinan added that he wished to return home to reunite with his family before attending Jinan Heng's wedding. Thus, the emperor reluctantly allowed them to depart. Once outside the palace, Jinan turned to Jinan Heng and said, "You must invite me to your grand wedding. Otherwise, I shall be quite displeased." Jinan Heng chuckled and reassured him. "Rest assured, you will be invited. I would never forget you." With that, Jinan Heng turned to leave, while Jian watched his retreating figure, pondering whether Jinan Heng would still be this joyful on his wedding day. He couldn't help but smile to himself before making his way home. Upon reaching home, Jinan Heng noticed an item left by Mu Chang'an before her departure. Eagerly, he anticipated her reaction upon seeing the imperial decree, imagining she might leap with joy. However, checking the time, he realized it was already evening. The emperor might announce the decree the following day. With that thought, he decided to take a bath and rest. Planning to speak to Mu Chang'an thoughtfully when he saw her the next day, he drifted off to sleep. Mu Chang'an also enjoyed a peaceful slumber. The next morning, Mu Chang'an was awakened by a maid announcing that a eunuch from the emperor's side had arrived, specifically asking for her. Instantly alert, she instructed the maid to help her tidy up before rushing to the hall. She hurried. The maid called out to her to be careful, but Mu Chang'an paid no heed. Dashing forward, upon arriving at the hall, she found Mu Shuyan already kneeling on the ground before a eunuch. Mu Shuyan gestured for her to kneel as well. Mu Chang'an complied. The eunuch slowly produced the imperial decree. In a sharp voice, he proclaimed, "By the decree of heaven, the emperor commands that Mu Chang'an, gentle and poised, is to be wed to Jinan Heng, esteemed gentleman. Thus it is decreed." After delivering the decree, he handed it to Mu Chang'an, who received it with great delight, exclaiming, "I thank you, your majesty, for this great favor." The eunuch, seeing her joy, congratulated her, and Mu Chang'an discreetly rewarded him with a few coins, prompting his satisfied departure. Meanwhile, Mu Shuyan watched Mu Chang'an's elation with a heavy heart, feeling uncertain of what to say, and quietly turned to leave. Realizing Mu Shuyan's sorrow, Mu Chang'an felt a pang of confusion but chose not to dwell on it. She took the decree back to her room, placing it down before preparing to venture out to see what Jinan Heng was doing. Although the maid had intended to accompany her, Mu Chang'an declined, stating, "You should stay here and tend to your duties. That I will return shortly if you insist on following. Do not blame me for any consequences." With that, Mu Chang'an joyfully exited her residence, stopping occasionally to admire various delights along the streets. Yet her focus remained on finding Jinan Heng. As she hurried toward his residence, she unexpectedly encountered him approaching her. Elated, she exclaimed, "What a coincidence to see you here. Where are you headed? Do share with me. I would love to accompany you." Jinan Heng smiled and replied, "I am, of course, on my way to see my fiancé." "How did you know I would be here?" Hearing him refer to her as his fiancé, he made Mu Chang'an blush, and she playfully swatted at him. Jinan Heng did not evade her light-hearted blow, which lacked force, and she retorted, "Who is your fiancé? Where are you going?" After a moment's thought, Jinan Heng suggested, "Shall we go boating? I can show you some delightful places. It can be quite dull at home. What do you think?" "My dear." The term "my dear" made Mu Chang'an's cheeks flush again, and she chided, "Jinan Heng, be serious. I might just want to hit you." Jinan Heng chuckled and said nothing more, leading Mu Chang'an forward. The moment they set out, she felt a surge of happiness, and time seemed to fly. Upon reaching the lake's edge, Jinan Heng asked, "How is it that you found yourself here? Were you planning to go elsewhere had you not seen me?" Mu Chang'an feigned contemplation, not responding, which prompted Jinan Heng to tease her. Eventually, she admitted, "I was indeed looking for you. Who knew you would appear so soon? Otherwise, we might have missed each other." Jinan Heng nodded. And once on the boat, Mu Chang'an marveled at the sight of fish swimming beneath the water's surface. Jinan Heng, noticing her fascination, inquired what was amiss. She expressed her wish to be as free as the fish. Declaring it her ultimate dream, Jinan Heng silently vowed to fulfill her dream one day. As they sat in comfortable silence, Jinan Heng posed a question, "In a few days, we shall wed. What kind of wedding scene do you prefer? A grand affair or something more understated?" Realizing his question might have been misplaced, who wouldn't desire grandeur, he was relieved when Mu Chang'an replied, "I have no particular demands. I simply wish to see my wedding. If it is grand, I would be delighted, but ultimately, it is up to you. Whatever you decide will be fine." As she spoke, Mu Chang'an felt her cheeks warm with shyness. Jinan Heng, noticing her flustered demeanor, playfully remarked, "So it's really all up to me. I hope you won't blame me later, my dear." Hearing him call her my dear made her want to playfully hit him again. But Jinan Heng deftly dodged her attempts, and soon they were playfully chasing each other on the boat. The boatman, observing their joyful banter, commented, "Your bond is truly wonderful. If you continue like this, you shall find great happiness. But do be cautious. Should you fall into the water, it would not be pleasant." Jinan Heng and Mu Chang'an nodded in agreement, continuing their playful chase. However, as Mu Chang'an approached a corner of the boat, she stepped in a puddle of water she hadn't noticed, miscalculating her footing. That Jinan Heng, who was running swiftly behind, could not stop in time and collided with her. In that moment, she cried out, and he was sent tumbling into the lake. With a sudden splash, Mu Chang'an jolted awake, her gaze falling upon Jinan Heng, who was floundering in the water. Panic-stricken, she called out to him, "Can you swim? Come, I'll pull you up. Hold on tight to me." Jinan Heng had initially intended to grasp Mu Chang'an's hand, but upon seeing her precariously positioned at the edge of the boat, he hesitated, fearing that he might inadvertently drag her down with him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Mu Chang'an quickly summoned the boatman for assistance, only to discover that he was also unable to swim. This realization deepened her distress as she witnessed Jinan Heng struggling to stay afloat. In a moment of resolve, she leapt into the lake, determined to be by his side. Jinan Heng, observing her rash decision, felt a surge of anxiety. He too could not swim, and her plunge into the water seemed futile. "You foolish woman," he scolded. "How could you jump in when you can't swim? Do you wish to perish? You should have called for help instead." Mu Chang'an, upon hearing his words, recognized their truth but felt trapped by her decision. "There's no turning back now. I've already jumped in. Let's find someone to help us," she cried out, her voice echoing across the water. As she spoke, she inadvertently swallowed a mouthful of lake water, prompting Jinan Heng to swim towards her in urgency. "Don't panic," he reassured her. "I'll reach you soon. You'll sink if you flail about like that." Before long, he reached her side, managing to grasp her and lift her to the surface where she could gasp for air. She inhaled deeply, nearly choking on the water, the sensation overwhelmingly unpleasant. Jinan Heng, still holding her, shouted towards the shore, "Help! Someone save us!" On the bank, a few concerned villagers, witnessing the commotion, leapt into the lake to assist. It wasn't long before they successfully rescued both Mu Chang'an and Jinan Heng, both of whom had ingested a considerable amount of lake water, rendering them drenched and disheveled. As they regained their composure, they exchanged amused glances, each chuckling at their own disarray. The villagers, witnessing their optimism despite the ordeal, couldn't help but smile, finding joy in their lightheartedness. However, Jinan Heng soon recalled the potential consequences of their escapade. He hurriedly escorted Mu Chang'an back to his residence, concerned that they might fall ill from the cold. Upon arrival, he carried her into his chamber. Though Mu Chang'an attempted to stand, she was swiftly restrained by Jinan Heng, who held her firmly. Embarrassed, she buried her face in his chest. Once inside, Jinan Heng gently set her down, instructing, "Stay here for a moment while I fetch you some clothes. You must change to avoid falling ill." With her head bowed, Mu Chang'an nodded in silence as Jinan Heng departed. Outside, he instructed a maid to bring clothes for her, only to be met with a troubling revelation. "But, sir, we have no women's clothing in the household." Jinan Heng recollected that, due to the absence of women, no such garments had been prepared. Although the maid was female, it was inappropriate for Mu Chang'an to wear her attire. Thus, he ordered, "Quickly fetch one of my outfits for her to wear, and then go to the treasury to procure several dresses from the market." The maid hurriedly complied, and Jinan Heng retreated to change his own clothes. When Mu Chang'an received Jinan Heng's outfit, she was taken aback, perplexed at the sight of his garments. "Why are you giving me his clothes? Is there no women's attire available?" The maid, flustered, explained, No, sir ordered me to bring his clothes for you to wear until I return with new ones." Accepting this, Mu Chang'an waved her off, pondering the scent of Jinan Heng that might linger on the fabric. As she removed her own clothes and donned his, she felt the attire envelop her, slightly oversized due to their differing statures. Once dressed, she resolved to seek Jinan Heng and inquire about his activities. Upon opening the door, she was startled to find him waiting there, freshly attired, initially skeptical of the coincidence. She recalled her earlier state of undress and blushed at the thought that he might have been standing there silently while she changed. Jinan Heng noticed her reddening cheeks and, concerned, reached out to touch her forehead. Startled, she recoiled, questioning, "What are you doing?" Jinan Heng, momentarily taken aback, chuckled lightly. "I was merely checking if you were unwell. Should I summon a doctor?" Mu Chang'an shook her head, insisting she was fine. However, upon noticing her damp hair, he remembered their earlier ordeal in the lake and felt a chill. He swiftly led her back into the room, retrieving a cloth to dry her hair gently. Mu Chang'an, understanding his intent, sat patiently, allowing him to tend to her. His movements were tender, surprising her with their gentle care. As he dried her hair, she marveled at his attentiveness and felt a warmth blossom within her. After a while, she asked, "What made you think to help me with my hair?" The maid could have done this. Jinan Heng smiled and playfully tapped her on the head, replying, "Of course, you are to be my future wife. So it is entirely natural for me to assist you." His words rendered her speechless, knowing that further inquiries might lead to more startling revelations. After finishing with her hair, Jinan Heng settled onto a stool. Gazing at her, she looked fresh and beautiful with her hair cascading down, which stirred a sense of excitement within him as he contemplated the imminent future where Mu Chang'an would belong solely to him. He felt compelled to steal a few more glances. Unable to withstand his gaze any longer, Mu Chang'an stood and approached the dressing mirror, simply styling her hair into a bun before turning to leave. Jinan Heng called after her, "Where do you think you're going? Why are you trying to run off?" Turning back, she replied, "I must return home. It's grown late, and I need to rest before coming back to play tomorrow." Jinan Heng's eyes fell upon her attire, and he chuckled, "Are you certain you wish to return in those clothes? Aren't you worried about what others might say?" Caught off guard, Mu Chang'an halted. Glancing down at the oversized outfit she wore, she realized the implications of returning in Jinan Heng's garments and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Defeated, she began to retreat, noticing Jinan Heng's amusement. Just as she felt disheartened, he assured her, "I've already sent the maid to purchase new clothes for you. Just wait a moment." Her spirits lifted slightly at his words when suddenly, Ji Shiqing entered. Spotting Mu Chang'an and displaying immediate displeasure, "What are you doing here? Who permitted you to come?" "Leave," he ordered. Feeling awkward, Mu Chang'an replied, "Jinan Heng brought me that I didn't come here on my own accord." "I fail to understand your hostility toward me." Ji Shiqing shot her a disdainful look before turning to Jinan Heng, his irritation palpable. "Why did you bring her here? You've made it clear that you dislike this woman. Send her away." At this, Jinan Heng reprimanded his brother with a firm tap, declaring, "Do not speak ill of your sister Lord. In a few days, I will marry her, and you will be invited to the ceremony. We shall present you with a grand gift." Upon hearing the news of their impending marriage, Ji Shiqing was taken aback. "What? You are actually getting married? The rumors circulating outside were indeed true. Yet, you didn't even inform me. How could you do this? I'm the last to know." Jinan Heng gazed at Ji Shiqing with exasperation, feeling a mix of disappointment and concern. Just then, Mu Chang'an was about to speak, but Ji Shiqing shot her a glare, causing the words to die on her lips. Jinan Heng, noticing Mu Chang'an's awkwardness as she stood beside him, pulled her into his embrace and addressed Ji Shiqing, "Now you are aware. In a few days, we shall wed. You need only to attend. There is nothing more to discuss. Remember, Chang'an will be your sister-in-law." Ji Shiqing scoffed and turned to dash outside. Mu Chang'an, worried, looked at Jinan Heng and said, "Aren't you going to keep an eye on Ji Shiqing? She could be in danger running off like this. What if something happens?" Jinan Heng tightened his hold around Mu Chang'an's waist, causing her to stiffen, but he chuckled softly. "It's fine. That's just how she is. Don't take her words to heart. Perhaps she will come to understand in time." Mu Chang'an nodded, feeling somewhat uncomfortable in his embrace. She struggled to break free, but Jinan Heng only held her tighter, leaving her feeling helpless. Just then, a maid returned and, upon witnessing her master and Mu Chang'an in such a position, blushed deeply and quickly covered her eyes, exclaiming, "I saw nothing. I saw nothing." With that, she hurried away. Hearing the maid's words, Mu Chang'an's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She cast a reproachful glance at Jinan Heng and commanded him to release her. Realizing she was genuinely upset, Jinan Heng promptly let her go. Without sparing him another glance, Mu Chang'an dashed toward where the maid had disappeared, eager to retrieve her garments for her return home. Jinan Heng watched her flee with a smile. Once Mu Chang'an returned home, she found Mu Shuyan in the study. Upon hearing that she had returned, he glanced towards her room but continued with his tasks. After Mu Chang'an settled back in, she lay on her bed, reflecting on the day's events, and couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Though the maid appeared puzzled, she refrained from questioning. Assuming Mu Chang'an had encountered something delightful during her outing, Mu Chang'an contemplated the forthcoming marriage. Her heart brimmed with anticipation, yet she found the situation amusing. She was about to become a bride, yet she felt woefully unprepared. It suddenly occurred to her that she had heard someone mention that visiting the renowned Jinan Temple to pray before one's wedding would ensure the blessings of the Bodhisattva, granting her and her beloved a lasting union. Jinan Heng's image flashed in her mind, and she resolved to visit Jinan Temple the next day to seek blessings for herself and Jinan Heng. Content with her decision, Mu Chang'an smiled and soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. When Mu Shuyan intended to speak with her, he learned from the maid that she was already fast asleep and appeared to be enjoying a deep, restful sleep. He decided to forego the conversation, instructing the maid not to inform Mu Chang'an of his visit, and departed for the study. There, he summoned an aide, instructing him to follow Jinan Heng, hoping to uncover some compromising information against him. The aide promptly set off, and Mu Shuyan's cold gaze followed him, a sight that would surely astonish Mu Chang'an if she were to witness such a side of him. The following day, Mu Chang'an awoke early, realizing she had quite a journey ahead. She hastily prepared, and when the maid inquired about their destination, Mu Chang'an paused before responding, "I am going to visit Jinhua Temple to pray for peace and blessings." The maid teased her, suggesting she was seeking blessings for a long-lasting marriage. With a playful smile, she darted away. Mu Chang'an chased after the maid, both of them laughing and enjoying the moment. However, recalling her plans to head to the outskirts, she quickly stopped and instructed the maid to summon a carriage before they set off. Originally, Mu Chang'an intended to inform Mu Shuyan of her departure, but reconsidered, knowing that doing so would likely mean bringing a retinue of guards along, making it difficult to remain inconspicuous. Opting for a simpler, more discreet journey, she decided to take the maid along for convenience. Thus, the two of them boarded the carriage, and on the way, the maid asked if Mu Chang'an wanted to inform her future brother-in-law of her plans. The thought of Jinan Heng's likely teasing remarks regarding her pursuit of a long-lasting union made her quickly shake her head, and they continued on their way. Consequently, neither Mu Shuyan nor Jinan Heng had any inkling of Mu Chang'an's whereabouts, which would soon lead her into a perilous encounter. As they neared the city limits, Mu Chang'an instructed the maid to find a coachman to take them to Jinhua Temple. The coachman, noticing the beauty of his passenger, treated her with utmost courtesy, aware that such ladies were seldom stingy. Before long, Mu Chang'an had the maid hand the coachman some money to purchase food in a nearby town, adding that the remaining amount was his tip. The coachman, eager to please his generous passenger, ensured a safe passage, occasionally taking shortcuts to make the journey smoother, allowing Mu Chang'an to rest comfortably. Although she had initially felt anxious about the long journey, fearing potential mishaps, the maid sat quietly beside her, offering snacks, and Mu Chang'an found herself quite at ease. Suddenly, the coachman halted the carriage, and Mu Chang'an exchanged a glance with the maid, who promptly inquired, "Sir, what seems to be the matter? Why have you stopped?" The coachman replied, "It's not that I wish to stop, but there lies a person on the road ahead. We must decide whether to go around or take another route." The maid urged, "Please, go around. We are in a hurry to reach Jinhua Temple." Just as the coachman prepared to move, Mu Chang'an interjected, "Wait, let me see who is lying there." She lifted the curtain and alighted from the carriage, followed closely by the maid, who protested, "Miss, you shouldn't go down." Ignoring the warning, Mu Chang'an approached the figure sprawled on the ground, noticing the bloodstains that marred the scene, uncertain if they belonged to the individual or someone else. Chapter 57. Leave a message. Mu Chang'an summoned the maid to assist in turning the person over, but the maid's strength proved insufficient. Thus, Mu Chang'an lent a hand. Once they managed to flip the figure, Mu Chang'an was taken aback to discover it was Song Jin. What a surprise! How did Song Jin end up here? Who could have harmed him? Yet, such questions could not be posed, as Song Jin lay unconscious, devoid of any awareness. The maid hesitated, but, with no one else around, they had no choice but to lift him into the carriage. After successfully getting him aboard, Mu Chang'an instructed the coachman to drive away. As the coachman steered the carriage, Mu Chang'an anxiously tended to Song Jin, requesting the maid to fetch some medical supplies for disinfection and treatment. Once the garments were removed, Mu Chang'an observed numerous fresh scars on Song Jin's body, evidence of a brutal altercation. Each wound appeared life-threatening, and had she not detected the faintest breath from him, she might have believed he was beyond salvation. Carefully applying medicine to his wounds, she found a spare set of clothes for him, thankful she had brought extra. After dressing Song Jin, she settled him comfortably in the carriage. As she sat beside him, concern clouded her thoughts. But wasn't Song Jin supposed to be traveling to Hangzhou with Aunt Song? Where could she and Ching Su be? Did they encounter trouble? Pondering these questions, Mu Chang'an shook her head, realizing that dwelling on them would yield no answers. Let us wait until Song Jin awakens to discuss further. The coachman drove the carriage swiftly, and as dusk approached, they finally arrived at Jinhua Temple. Mu Chang'an, noticing the darkness enveloping the sky, was not taken aback. Given the considerable distance they had traveled, she promptly instructed her maid to ascend the mountain in search of some monks from Jinhua Temple to assist in transporting Song Jin. She suggested that the coachman return for them in a couple of days. The monks arrived quickly, observing only the unconscious Song Jin lying on the ground, and Mu Chang'an standing beside him. Without uttering a word as they lifted him and carried him up the mountain, the maid busied herself with their belongings, ensuring they were settled into the designated guest room before the monks departed. Noticing Mu Chang'an's unwavering gaze upon Song Jin, the maid expressed her concern. "Miss, let this young man rest here. You can come to see him tomorrow, and given his severe injuries, he will not wake up anytime soon." However, Mu Chang'an shook her head, resolutely stating, "You should rest. I shall remain here. Should he awaken, I must inquire about some vital matters." The maid, alarmed by Mu Chang'an's decision to stay, protested, "Miss, this is not wise. If someone were to discover you here, it would greatly tarnish your reputation. You cannot simply linger in this manner." Seeing the maid's distress and glancing at the prone Song Jin, Mu Chang'an was momentarily torn. Uncertain of her course of action at that moment, the maid suggested, "You could leave a note for this gentleman, explaining your absence if he wakes tonight. He will see it and understand the situation even if you are not present." Mu Chang'an found this to be a reasonable idea and requested the maid to fetch some paper and ink. She composed a letter for Song Jin, placing it in his hand to ensure he would see it upon awakening. Afterward, she returned to her room to rest, exhausted from the day's journey. Meanwhile, Song Jin felt a severe headache and faintly heard Song Yi's voice calling out to him, "Song Jin, be cautious. You must come to Hangzhou. I will be waiting for you there with Qingsu." He also heard his assailants taunting him. "With your meager skills, how long can you fend us off? Surrender now." In a desperate bid, Song Jin charged at them. Disregarding his injuries, losing track of whether the blood he saw was his own or that of his adversaries. Eventually, fatigue overcame him, and as he attempted to escape, he became disoriented and collapsed, losing consciousness. He perceived a bright light before him and instinctively moved toward it, only to be momentarily blinded. Upon slowly opening his eyes, he found himself in bed, disoriented. Looking around, he struggled to remember his whereabouts and noticed his body was wrapped in bandages. Just as he prepared to rise, he felt something in his hand, a letter. Opening the envelope, he discovered it was from Mu Chang'an, revealing that she had saved him. Relieved, he lay back, the pain from his wounds dissuading him from movement. Acknowledging that Mu Chang'an was nearby, he decided to remain patient and closed his eyes, drifting into a peaceful slumber. The night passed without incident. When Mu Chang'an awoke, she hurried to Song Jin's room, only to be halted by the maid, who reminded her to tidy her hair. The presence of many visitors at Jinan Temple warranted decorum. Once presentable, she rushed into Song Jin's room and was filled with joy to find him awake. "How did you end up on the ground? Had I not happened upon you, you would have faced dire consequences," she exclaimed. Song Jin struggled to sit up, but Mu Chang'an gently pressed him back down. He resigned himself to her insistence, but recognized her determination to uncover the truth. Thus, he recounted, "I was traveling to Hangzhou with Song Yi and Qingsu when a group of assassins ambushed us. I led them away to ensure their escape, and after successfully evading them, I collapsed." Mu Chang'an nodded, yet she pressed on, "Do Song Yi and the others know of your predicament? They must be terribly worried." Shaking his head, Song Jin replied, "It's best they remain unaware. If they knew, they might rush here, and that would endanger them should the assassins be aware of their whereabouts." Mu Chang'an contemplated his reasoning and chose not to pursue the matter further. "Focus on your recovery here. Once you are well, you can reunite with Song Yi and the others in Hangzhou. I am off to pay my respects to the Buddha and prepare for my wedding. I shall extend an invitation to you all." Seeing the happiness radiating from Mu Chang'an, Song Jin felt a twinge of joy for her, but cautioned, "If Jinan Heng treats you poorly, do not hesitate to seek us out. We shall assist you. Above all, ensure your happiness." Mu Chang'an smiled and nodded, casting a final glance at Song Jin before departing. As she left, Song Jin felt a pang of concern for her safety. Fearing the assassins might pursue her, Mu Chang'an arrived at the prayer area, where many were seeking blessings. Excited, she had the maid prepare candles and incense, then entered the temple. She first offered incense, and then knelt in prayer, fervently wishing for eternal love and unity with Jinan Heng. After completing her prayers, she exited to find the maid waiting for her, and, after summoning her, they headed back to their quarters. Upon arrival, Mu Chang'an intended to discuss matters with Song Jin, only to find the room empty, devoid of any sign of him. Panic surged through her, prompting her to instruct the maid to search for him. The maid, sensing her distress, complied without delay. However, Jinan Temple was vast, making it a challenge to locate someone amidst the throngs of mourning visitors. In her moment of desperation, Mu Chang'an remembered to seek the monk's assistance. She hurried to the abbot, explaining her friend's disappearance and requesting help in the search. The abbot, equally concerned, summoned nearby monks to commence their search. After an extensive search yielded no results, Mu Chang'an felt a headache coming on. Anxious about Song Jin's whereabouts, just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, a monk recalled, "It seems your friend left shortly after you departed. He must have descended the mountain, though we are unsure of his destination." Upon learning that Song Jin had left, Mu Chang'an felt a slight relief, but the thought of his injuries compounded her worries. After expressing her gratitude to the monks, she instructed her maid to gather their belongings in preparation for their return. Hoping they might still catch up with him, the carriage had yet to arrive, but Mu Chang'an could not wait any longer and began walking back in the direction they had come from. The maid hurried to follow, suggesting, "Miss, why not wait here? Allow me to fetch a carriage for you. Walking continuously will surely tire your feet." Mu Chang'an waved her hand dismissively. "It's all right. We have come this far. Let us proceed. Perhaps we will find Song Jin before long, and if we wait for the carriage, we may miss him altogether." Seeing Mu Chang'an's determination, the maid refrained from further argument. However, after some time, Mu Chang'an found her legs weary and unable to carry her any further. The maid quickly procured a makeshift seat on the ground for her to rest. At that moment, Mu Chang'an thought she heard voices nearby, faint yet distinct, just as she leaned in to listen. The sound dissipated. Glancing at her maid, who remained oblivious, she wondered if it had merely been a figment of her imagination. The maid noticed Mu Chang'an's unwavering gaze upon her. She looked at her with confusion and asked, "Miss, why do you stare at me? Is there something you wish to do? Are you hungry?" Upon hearing the mention of hunger, Mu Chang'an suddenly felt her stomach growl in agreement. Nodding slightly, the maid quickly rummaged through their belongings, producing some food to offer to Mu Chang'an. As she nibbled, a series of desperate cries for help echoed nearby, each one more heart-wrenching than the last. The maid, sensing the distress, anxiously whispered, "Miss, did you hear that? Someone is calling for help, but I can't tell who it is." Mu Chang'an nodded, her expression turning serious as she scanned their surroundings. "Indeed, someone is in dire need. We must investigate. Perhaps we can save a life." The maid, trembling with fear, protested, "Miss, should we really intervene? It's frightening. What if we encounter robbers? We wouldn't stand a chance." Mu Chang'an gently tapped the maid's shoulder, reassuring her, "Do not worry, that I will protect you. Just stay behind me. Understood? Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety." The maid nodded eagerly, silenced by fear, and quietly followed Mu Chang'an as they stealthily approached the source of the cries. As they drew nearer, the pleas for help became clearer. Echoing with desperation, the maid shivered, retreating behind Mu Chang'an, who couldn't help but smile at her timid demeanor. In the heart of a thicket, they spotted a disheveled woman encircled by 3 burly men, their leering smiles oozing malice. The woman appeared frail, visibly injured, and her cries for help pierced the air. One of the men taunted, "Go ahead and scream. No one will come to your rescue. Surrender to us, and we'll treat you to a life of luxury. What more could you desire?" Desperation clouded the woman's eyes as she pleaded, "Please, spare me. I only wish to return home." The men's laughter grew louder at her distress. "Your pleas are futile. You will either submit to us or face our wrath. I assure you, I am not one to spare a woman." Tears streamed down the woman's face as she begged for mercy. But the men remained unmoved. As she cried out, one man reached for her clothing, intent on tearing it away. The sound of fabric ripping echoed as a large tear appeared. The woman hastily tried to cover herself, but to no avail. The men relentlessly continued their assault, laughing as they groped her. That moment, Mu Chang'an could no longer contain her outrage. She burst forth, commanding the men, "Stop this at once." The men turned, their eyes widening at the sight of the stunning woman before them. One of them smirked. Well, another pretty face has arrived. We must be fortunate today." The others joined in laughter, their gazes shamelessly appraising Mu Chang'an's figure, making her skin crawl. The maid, enraged by the men's disrespect towards her mistress, rushed to shield Mu Chang'an, instinctively protecting her like a mother. Mu Chang'an felt a surge of gratitude for the maid's bravery, but the sight of her trembling hand elicited a suppressed smile. The men, amused by the arrival of yet another woman, grew bolder, discussing amongst themselves who would claim which prize. The maid's anger flared, but she felt powerless against the imposing figures before her. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Chang'an gestured to the maid, "Prepare a cloak for the woman to cover herself." Before the maid could respond, the rescued woman approached. Clutching her torn clothing, the maid quickly retrieved a garment from their belongings, handing it to the woman, who expressed her gratitude with a fleeting glance. Just then, one of the men threatened, "You 3 better comply, or we won't hesitate to teach you a lesson." Mu Chang'an, unfazed, replied with a chuckle, "What audacity! Look at yourselves. Do you really think anyone would willingly join you? Have you no sense of self-reflection?" The man's face twisted with anger at her retort. You insolent girl, your tongue may be sharp now, but we shall see how bold you are when the tables turn. Don't say we didn't warn you. Turning to the maid, Mu Chang'an quietly instructed. Find an opportunity to escape. As far as you can. I will catch up with you shortly. Do not worry about me. Just run. Before the maid could protest, Mu Chang'an stepped forward, and the maid reluctantly complied. Grasping the rescued woman's hand and fleeing. With a fierce resolve, Mu Chang'an confronted the men, declaring, watch closely. It will be you who ends up regretting this encounter. She propelled herself towards them with agility. While the maid and the woman fled in terror, the men, realizing their quarry was escaping, sent a few to pursue, but Mu Chang'an was swift, using the cover of the trees to evade their grasp. As the men lost their trail, the leader vented his frustration on the others, but it was too late. Mu Chang'an had successfully eluded them. She quickly resumed her pursuit of the maid, catching up to them shortly. However, she noticed a change in the rescued woman's demeanor. Her eyes glinted with malice, and in her hand, she clutched a sinister-looking whip, its dark hue suggesting it was laced with poison, just as the woman aimed to strike the maid. Mu Chang'an intervened, hurling a stone at the woman's hand, causing her to drop the whip with a cry of pain. The maid turned, her eyes wide with recognition of the danger they had narrowly escaped, and instinctively released her hold on the woman. The would-be assailant, startled by the maid's scream, quickly snatched up the whip again, preparing to launch her attack. Mu Chang'an, having seen the situation unfold, struck the stone in her hand. Freeing her whip just in time for the maid to dash to her side, she instructed the maid to seek refuge in a nearby location while she would come to find her shortly. With that, she charged towards the woman before her. The woman, skilled in martial arts and armed with a whip, proved to be a formidable opponent, creating a challenging standoff. The maid, noticing a mountain nearby, climbed up to observe the fight between Mu Chang'an and the woman. Concerned for Mu Chang'an's safety, she hurried to the base of the mountain. Mu Chang'an cast a glance at her maid, but refrained from speaking, instead addressing the woman. Who are you? Why are you attacking me? The woman glared at Mu Chang'an with venomous eyes. Unfazed, Mu Chang'an returned her gaze, prompting a moment of surprise from the woman before she regained her composure. You need not know who I am. Merely that I have been sent to kill you. Surrender and accept your fate. Your struggles are futile, for you cannot defeat me. That Mu Chang'an could not suppress a laugh. How can you be sure I cannot defeat you when we have yet to engage? What do you think? With a huff, the woman retorted, let us see then. She whistled sharply, and soon, a group of cloaked figures appeared, revealing their high martial prowess in greater numbers. If it were just Mu Chang'an, she might have managed to escape easily. However, the thought of her maid, though having fled, lingered in her mind, leaving her uncertain of their fate. The woman observed Mu Chang'an's silence and smirked. Now, who do you think will emerge victorious? Did you truly believe I would come alone to eliminate you? You underestimate me. Mu Chang'an shrugged. What does it matter? It is merely a fight. I wonder how many will remain standing afterward. Seizing the moment while the woman was distracted, Mu Chang'an hurled the remaining stones at the approaching figures, successfully dispatching a few before turning to flee towards her maid. Upon reaching the maid, who was anxiously watching from the mountain, Mu Chang'an leaped up and carried her on her back as they made their escape. Behind them, the woman and her cloaked pursuers relentlessly pursued. Refusing to relent, Mu Chang'an occasionally glanced back at their pursuers, employing her lightness skill to evade them, yet she could not completely shake them off. The maid kept looking back, relaying their pursuers' proximity. Growing increasingly anxious, she urged, Miss, they are closing in. What should we do? Perhaps you should leave me behind and escape. However, Mu Chang'an disregarded her plea and continued onward. As fatigue began to set in from the relentless exertion of her skills, the maid sensed her struggle and insisted that they paused. Mu Chang'an finally diverted to another path to catch her breath. The maid, eager to speak, was interrupted when Mu Chang'an urgently instructed her to find something nearby, emphasizing speed. Complying without question, the maid hurried off, aware that their pursuers would soon catch up. The maid quickly returned with an armful of items, just as Mu Chang'an hastily arranged them in their designated spots. After a while, she heard the woman's approach, accompanied by an uncertain number of followers. The maid, filled with dread, glanced at Mu Chang'an. What now? They are upon us, miss. You should run. You are skilled in martial arts and could escape without concern for me. Mu Chang'an, feeling a mixture of exasperation and determination, instructed the maid to remain silent and observe as the woman and her followers arrived. The maid trembled, pressing against Mu Chang'an, who gently reassured her with a calming touch. The pursuers scanned their surroundings, yet curiously, they seemed to overlook Mu Chang'an and her maid. The maid, perplexed, whispered, Miss, Are they blind? How could they not see us? Mu Chang'an replied quietly. That was due to the mechanisms I set up with the items you gathered. Your contribution was invaluable. Shoo. Let us remain silent until it is safe. The maid complied, and as the woman grew increasingly frustrated at her failing search, she barked orders at her subordinates. The black-clad figures began to disperse. Puzzled by the inexplicable circumstances surrounding their search, as the woman observed the situation, her anxiety mounted. The maid, trembling with fear, could only grip Mu Chang'an tighter. When the woman took a few steps closer, Mu Chang'an deftly manipulated a hidden mechanism beneath her feet. The maid watched in bewilderment as the woman continued to approach, and suddenly, the black-clad figures seemed entranced, recalling past events that left some in tears while others turned their weapons against themselves. The woman, sensing the chaos, tried to intervene, but her efforts proved futile as her remaining followers succumbed to despair. Ultimately, she retreated, leaving the maid elated at their escape. Just as they prepared to leave, Mu Chang'an halted the maid. Let us wait a moment longer. If they remain, we would be in grave danger. After what felt like an eternity, Mu Chang'an finally led the maid out, scanning the area to confirm it was safe before letting out a sigh of relief. As they journeyed onward, the maid, still shaken, questioned, Miss, what was that you did? It was astonishing yet frightening that Mu Chang'an sighed. It was merely a simple trap, taught to me by Song Jin. Without it, we would have surely perished. Relieved, the maid fell silent, keeping close to Mu Chang'an as they hastened their steps. Eventually, they arrived at a place where civilization resumed. Before Mu Chang'an could speak, the maid returned with a carriage, impressing her with her resourcefulness. As they traveled towards the capital, Mu Chang'an felt a sense of unease. Fearing another encounter with the black-clad figures, the puzzling question lingered in her mind. Who sought her life so fervently? And how did they know of her plans to visit the Jinan Temple? As the maid observed Mu Chang'an's calm demeanor, she couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for her mistress, who remained unfazed in the face of adversity. Their journey had unexpectedly unfolded with a remarkable tranquility. Mu Chang'an often lifted the curtain to gaze outside, eager for news of Song Jin, who had mysteriously vanished. She pondered the possibility of encountering danger similar to what they had faced. However, the silence surrounding Song Jin's whereabouts felt as if he had vanished into thin air. Although Mu Chang'an wished to send a message to Aunt Song, she recalled Song Jin's earlier words and decided against it, choosing instead to silently pray for his safety and hoping he could attend her wedding with Jinan Heng. At long last, they arrived in the capital. Returning to the estate, upon entering, Mu Chang'an was greeted by Mu Shuyan, who stood in the hall, regarding her with a disapproving gaze. Taken aback, Mu Chang'an asked, "What are you doing here? Were you waiting for me?" Mu Shuyan's irritation flared at her words, and he retorted, "Why did you go out alone without informing anyone? Did you think you could wander off without causing us concern? Speak up. Where did you go? Were you gallivanting with Jinan Heng?" Mu Chang'an's temper flared at such accusations. "What do you mean? How could you say that? I did not go out with Jinan Heng. I was with the maid." "You must not speak ill of him." Mu Shuyan, equally displeased, felt a pang of jealousy at how Mu Chang'an defended Jinan Heng, realizing the latter held a significant place in her heart. Nonetheless, he pressed on. "Then where exactly did you go? Why have you returned so late? And why are you so disheveled? Did you encounter some danger?" The tone of Mu Shuyan softened slightly, prompting Mu Chang'an to explain. "It was nothing serious, merely a few individuals who attempted to harm me, which delayed our return. Otherwise, we would have come home much sooner." Alarmed at the revelation of an attempted assassination, Mu Shuyan exclaimed, "What? Someone tried to kill you? Do you know who they were?" Mu Chang'an shook her head in resignation, muttering, "I have no idea who sought to harm us. Those cloaked figures were indeed skilled, and had I not been accompanied by the maid, I doubt I would have fared so poorly. Thankfully, we are safe." Relieved, Mu Shuyan quickly instructed the maid to assist Mu Chang'an with her bathing and grooming, anxious about any potential injuries. Once Mu Chang'an had departed, Mu Shuyan's expression darkened as he summoned his subordinates, commanding, "Investigate thoroughly who sought to assassinate Mu Chang'an. If you uncover the culprits, do not alert them prematurely that I want them to regret their actions here." As his subordinates set off, Mu Shuyan released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, contemplating the need to ensure Mu Chang'an's safety in the future. If such threats arose again, she would require a capable protector by her side. Meanwhile, Jinan Heng awaited Mu Chang'an's company. Growing increasingly anxious as time passed without her arrival, he learned she had already left, but was unaware of her destination. Dispatching inquiries yielded no results, and just as he prepared to send out further searches, news arrived that she had returned, albeit in a distressed state. Raising his concerns, determined to check on her, Jinan Heng hesitated, realizing that if he knew of her troubles, it would imply he had been tracking her movements. Thus, he remained in his quarters, fretful yet powerless, eventually sending someone to ascertain Mu Chang'an's situation, waiting silently for updates. Before long, his subordinate returned, visibly shaken. Jinan Heng promptly inquired about the matter. It turned out that Mu Chang'an and Mu Xian's conversation had been overheard, revealing the attempted assassination, which only heightened Jinan Heng's alarm. Without further thought, he made his way to Mu Chang'an's residence. Upon his arrival, Mu Xian was reluctant to receive him, but ultimately allowed Jinan Heng into the hall. As he entered, Jinan Heng asked, "Has Chang'an returned? How is she?" "I came to see her." Mu Xian, puzzled yet understanding, replied with a hint of reproach, "You express concern for Chang'an now. Do you even know where she has been? She narrowly escaped an assassination attempt. What would you do if there were a next time? Is this how you intend to protect her?" Jinan Heng felt a wave of guilt wash over him, acknowledging, "I had no idea she would venture so far. Had I known, I would have never permitted it. I promised to take care of her. Please, let me see her." Reluctantly, Mu Xian stepped aside, realizing that only Jinan Heng could truly bring joy to Mu Chang'an's heart. Jinan Heng walked towards her courtyard, where he found her enjoying tea, and relief flooded over him at her well-being. Startled by his presence, Mu Chang'an rose to greet him. "What brings you here?" "Ah, I forgot to seek you out." Jinan Heng dismissed her worries. "It matters not. What is important is your safety. Please remember to inform me wherever you go from now on. Do not cause me unnecessary concern. Moreover, our wedding is just a day away. Whom do you wish to marry?" His teasing elicited a playful response from Mu Chang'an. "Of course, it's you." Instantly, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment at her own words, and upon meeting Jinan Heng's amused gaze, she wished to disappear. Noting her bashfulness, Jinan Heng decided to take his leave, saying, "My dear, I must return to prepare. Await our wedding with excitement, and I shall ensure you look resplendent." Mu Chang'an nodded softly, averting her gaze. That Jinan Heng left with a smile, leaving her in the courtyard, lost in her thoughts. When she regained her focus, Mu Chang'an took up paper and pen to write to Aunt Song and Shuzhou, inviting them to the wedding. To ensure her message was clear, she added a note at the end, urging them to bring Song Jin along. Her heart remained heavy with concern for him, wondering where he had gone and how he was faring after so many days apart. As the day of the wedding dawned, Mu Chang'an adorned herself in a splendid crimson gown, her beauty accentuated by an exquisite hairstyle crafted by her maid. Outside, a lavish procession of red decorations extended towards Jinan Heng's residence, creating a spectacle that drew admiration from all. Mu Xian entered the room, captivated by Mu Chang'an's beauty yet saddened by the impending farewell. He approached her, saying, "Come, my lovely sister, let me embrace you for good fortune today. Soon, you shall embrace the responsibilities of a wife. Do you understand?" Mu Chang'an shyly nodded, then stood up to embrace Mu Xian. She felt the strength in Mu Xian's grip, holding her tightly, and Mu Chang'an found herself at a loss for words. Attributing the gesture to Mu Xian's reluctance to see her go to that moment, a maid hurried over and said to Mu Chang'an, "Miss, the groom has arrived. Please cover your head." Joyfully, Mu Chang'an retrieved the bridal veil from a nearby tray, and Mu Xian stepped forward to assist her in putting it on. Jinan Heng also arrived, looking exceptionally handsome in his festive attire. Upon seeing Mu Chang'an, veiled and standing beside Mu Xian, he nodded gently at Mu Xian before lifting Mu Chang'an into his arms. Startled, Mu Chang'an quickly wrapped her arms around Jinan Heng's neck to prevent herself from falling. Jinan Heng chuckled softly in her ear, causing her cheeks to flush. As they reached the entrance, the guests couldn't help but murmur in admiration upon seeing the groom carrying his bride. After Jinan Heng placed Mu Chang'an in the sedan chair, he mounted his horse, and the atmosphere became lively with music and celebration. They paraded through the imperial capital, and the onlookers delightedly watched the newlyweds. Jinan Heng exuded generosity, distributing pastries at each stop, ensuring everyone partook in the joyous occasion, hoping to ward off the year's misfortunes. Inside the sedan chair, Mu Chang'an listened to the praises of Jinan Heng echoing outside, her heart swelling with happiness, a smile gracing her lips. As they strolled, the streets were filled with blessings from the citizens, and Mu Chang'an felt a wave of bliss wash over her. The grandeur of the scene exceeded the maid's descriptions, and she could hardly contain her eagerness to glimpse Jinan Heng leading the way. Just as she leaned to peer outside, the maid quickly urged her to retract her head, cautioning, "Miss, do not lean out like that. It could bring ill fortune." Embarrassed, Mu Chang'an understood the significance of such taboos. Traditionally, a bride should only be seen first by her husband, lest she be the subject of gossip. Patiently, she awaited the moment, internally praying for it to arrive sooner. feeling the tension as she nearly crushed the apple in her hand. Finally, the sedan chair came to a halt, and anxiety surged within her. How should she act? Should she be gentle or more poised? Before she could decide, Jinan Heng had already heard the matchmaker's instructions and lifted the curtain of the sedan chair. Mu Chang'an froze, reminding herself to stay still. Jinan Heng extended his hand, guiding her out, and her nerves intensified as she clutched his hand tightly. However, the matchmaker took Mu Chang'an's hand, instructing her to grasp the other end of the bright red cloth. While Jinan Heng held the opposite side, before she could fully process this, the matchmaker continued, the bride must step over the fire basin and the saddle, wishing for the couple's safety, struggling to see ahead. Mu Chang'an heard Jinan Heng instruct her to step over, and she complied, crossing over successfully. With Jinan Heng beside her, a profound sense of security enveloped her. She followed him forward, as if approaching the gates of happiness. Upon entering the hall, the sounds of laughter and merriment eased her earlier tension. The matchmaker announced, "First, bow to heaven and earth." Realizing Jinan Heng had already bowed, Mu Chang'an quickly followed suit, bending towards the sky. For the second bow, they turned to honor their elders, but with only the emperor present in the high seat, they bowed to him. Just as they prepared for the third bow, a sudden shout rang out from outside. "Everyone, be careful!" A group of assassins burst into the hall, swords drawn, targeting Prince Anqing and his son. The emperor shouted, "Save me!" But the guards were too far away, and the crowded guests could not reach them in time. Some rushed to confront the assassins, but they were swiftly overwhelmed. Jinan Heng sprang into action, battling the intruders in the midst of the chaos. Mu Chang'an felt a surge of adrenaline, disregarding her veil as she used her agility to assist in fighting off the attackers. Seeing her join the fray, Mu Shuyan quickly followed suit, and soon all the skilled fighters were engaged. Some protected the emperor, while others grappled with the assassins, but Prince Anqing and his son, caught unawares, fell victim to the attackers. The hall was suddenly drenched in blood, transforming the joyous occasion into a tragic scene. The emperor, consumed by rage, witnessed the murder of his brother and nephew before his eyes. As the assassins continued their assault, seemingly intent on escape, the emperor bellowed, "Seize these assassins and execute them on the spot. We shall not tolerate an assassination attempt." After issuing his command, the emperor was urged to take cover by those nearby. Mu Chang'an and Jinan Heng felt a surge of fury. Their wedding had been disrupted by these assassins. They fought with renewed fervor, pressing the attackers fiercely. At last, the leader of the assassins signaled for a retreat. But they could not be allowed to escape. The group united their strength, managing to capture a few assassins while others fled. Once calm returned, the captured assassins were brought before the emperor, who was seething with anger. "Who are you? Who sent you to kill?" he demanded. "Surrender now, or face my wrath." The once composed assassins trembled at the emperor's words. Sensing his authority, the emperor gestured to Ji Lian, who had played a crucial role in their capture. Ji Lian, standing beside the emperor, coldly addressed the assassins. "Confess quickly, or I will ensure you meet a gruesome end." As he spoke, he cast a sly glance at Mu Chang'an, secretly reveling in her distress. Anticipating her downfall, the assassins, intimidated by Ji Lian's fierce demeanor, began to panic. One of them stammered, "I will speak. I will tell you everything," Ji Lian urged. "Speak now, but be warned. If you lie, I shall ensure you suffer." The assassin, trembling, replied, "It's not that I don't want to speak. I fear for the innocent lives that may be harmed." The emperor's fury intensified. "Just confess. I will handle any repercussions. Speak another word, and you will regret it." The assassin fell to his knees, lowering his head, and finally said, "It was all Mu Chang'an. She ordered us to do this. If we did not comply, she threatened to kill our families. We had no choice." The other assassins nodded in agreement, echoing his claims. Stunned, Mu Chang'an stood frozen as the blame was thrust upon her. Jinan Heng, understanding the gravity of the situation, knew that she was innocent and had been framed. He opened his mouth to defend her, but the emperor's piercing gaze fell upon Mu Chang'an. "Mu Chang'an, do you confess?" Snapping back to reality, Mu Chang'an shook her head vehemently, stepping back. "No, I did not orchestrate this. I do not know them, let alone instruct them to assassinate Prince Anqing and his son." The emperor regarded her skeptically, unconvinced by her denial. At that moment, the assassins, sensing her refusal, turned in unison to kneel before her, pleading, "Miss Mu, please do not deny us. We were left with no choice." The gathered crowd, upon hearing the assassin's words, grew increasingly suspicious of Mu Chang'an. Their gazes towards her became peculiar, even tinged with animosity. Some within the crowd mused silently, incredulous that Mu Chang'an could be such a person, committing a crime yet refusing to acknowledge it. captured red-handed, and still engaging in such cunning denial was utterly detestable. Mu Chang'an felt an overwhelming sense of injustice, yet she understood that this could be a conspiracy. She just couldn't discern whether it solely implicated her or involved others as well. At that moment, Ji Lian, standing nearby, could no longer contain himself and shouted at Mu Chang'an. Who would have thought, Mu Chang'an, that you were behind this? You orchestrated the assassination of Prince Anqing and Prince Qing. What is your intention? Confess at once. Hearing Ji Lian's accusation, Jinan Heng's anger flared, and he retorted, this matter has nothing to do with Chang'an. Someone is clearly framing her. Your Majesty, you must stand up for her. The Emperor, noting Mu Chang'an's silence, addressed her again. How do you explain this? You murdered my brother. Where do you think you can flee? At this juncture, Mu Shuyan stepped forward, clasping his hands respectfully towards the Emperor. Your Majesty, I believe this assassination has no connection with Mu Chang'an. I beseech you to see the truth. The assassin, sensing that doubts were cast upon him, realized that if Mu Chang'an were vindicated, his own demise was imminent. Conversely, if he failed to prove her guilt, he would face death regardless, especially since he had committed to framing her under threat to his family. Thus, he brazenly declared, Miss Mu, you cannot deny this any longer. We all know you commanded us. You even wore a veil to conceal your identity. Fortunately, we were prepared, and your veil fell away. Otherwise, we would not have known it was you. Mu Chang'an, incensed, retorted, I do not understand why you are framing me. How can you lack any conscience? Is this how you repay your family? What benefits have you received? The assassins, upon hearing her words, collectively recoiled. Miss Mu, cease your threats. Our assassination has nothing to do with you. We were directed by someone else. Is this satisfactory for you? The anguished expressions of the assassins led the onlookers to mistakenly believe that Mu Chang'an had threatened them using their families' lives, resulting in a collective realization among the crowd. Feeling the weight of the situation, Mu Chang'an found herself at a loss for words, glancing at Jinan Heng, who similarly did not believe the assassin's claims. Just as Jinan Heng prepared to speak, Ji Lian interrupted, addressing him, you need not pursue this further. Mu Chang'an is the mastermind behind the assassins. Your words will change nothing, for the Emperor's brother is dead. Despite Jinan Heng's desire to advocate for Mu Chang'an, he was interrupted again as Ji Lian continued, Your Majesty, we must swiftly apprehend Mu Chang'an. The truth will be revealed during interrogation. The Emperor scrutinized Mu Chang'an, noting her impassive demeanor, and, recalling the death of his brother in front of so many, grew impatient, commanding, Ji Lian, seize her at once. She must pay for the death of my brother, and let the blood of these assassins avenge their grievances. Ji Lian promptly obeyed, advancing towards Mu Chang'an as the troops closed in. Anger filled Mu Chang'an's eyes as she shouted, Is this how you dispense justice? Huh! It is ludicrous that the imperial capital would condemn another without consideration for their innocence. Witnessing Mu Chang'an's plight, Mu Shuyan felt a surge of compassion and stepped protectively in front of her, gazing intently at the Emperor. Chang'an, no one shall wrong you without consequence. In my heart, I know you would never commit such an act. Should anyone dare to harm or slander you, they will face my wrath. The Emperor's fury intensified at Mu Shuyan's implicit threat. You dare to threaten the Emperor for the sake of that woman? You seek death. Guards, seize him. Upon hearing the Emperor's intent to act against them, Mu Chang'an smirked. If so, do not blame us for being ungracious. Those who wrongfully accuse others shall not meet a favorable end. Prepare yourselves. At that moment, Ji Shiqing, who had cautiously approached Jinan Heng, was astonished at the impending confrontation between the Emperor and Mu Chang'an. Eager to intervene, she exclaimed, Your Majesty, though I have no fondness for Mu Chang'an, I understand she is incapable of such deeds. She conducts her affairs openly and would never resort to covert assassination. Please, Your Majesty, discern the truth. Ji Lian shot Ji Shiqing a fierce glare, which she returned defiantly. Nevertheless, Ji Lian insisted, Where are the imperial guards? Hurry and apprehend this mastermind. If anything goes awry, you shall bear the responsibility. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Mu Chang'an felt a wave of despair wash over her. She glanced at Jinan Heng and Ji Lian, then made a swift attempt to escape. However, Ji Lian seemed to have anticipated her move. As Mu Chang'an leaped away, he intercepted her, shouting, Imperial guards, hurry. When Mu Chang'an realized she was cornered, she reluctantly descended. The Imperial guards quickly surrounded her. Unable to surrender quietly, she cast a desperate glance at Mu Shuyan, whose eyes urged her to flee. Ji Lian barked at the guards, Seize her at once. What are you waiting for? Move. The guards bore down on her, weapons drawn, but Mu Chang'an, driven by desperation, attempted to escape. Yet, she was thwarted by Ji Lian and his associates, forcing her into combat. The Emperor, frustrated by the prolonged standoff. Summon the archers. Mu Chang'an surveyed her surroundings, her anger boiling as rows of archers took position on the rooftops. Utilizing her most adept and swift techniques, she sought to evade the impending onslaught. In the chaos, Ji Lian took advantage of her distraction to slip away from the fray. He then commanded the archers, "Shoot. Execute this woman on the spot." The emperor remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to Ji Lian's command. Jinan Heng attempted to leap to Mu Chang'an's side, but was restrained by Ji Lian, who resolutely prevented him from intervening. Helpless, Jinan Heng could only watch. Meanwhile, Mu Shuyan, upon hearing Ji Lian's orders, swiftly moved to Mu Chang'an's side. Speaking gently, "Chang'an, do not fear that I believe in you. I am here with you. We will leave together." Touched by Mu Shuyan's kindness, Mu Chang'an nodded silently, her gaze shifting to the archers poised to strike. As arrows rained down, Mu Chang'an felt no fear. She warned Mu Shuyan to be cautious and engaged the relentless onslaught of arrows. Mu Shuyan, skilled in combat, appeared to handle the situation with ease, yet the barrage was relentless. Overwhelming even the most adept. Mu Shuyan understood this and focused solely on ensuring Mu Chang'an's escape. While Mu Chang'an remained fixated on the crowd, their indifference to her plight evident. The assassins had already succumbed to the rain of arrows. Mu Chang'an's gaze fell upon Jinan Heng, whose worried expression mirrored her own. However, he remained unable to rescue her, while Ji Lian stood nearby, seemingly whispering to Jinan Heng in that moment, as Mu Chang'an felt the weight of Mu Shuyan's protection. She resolved that if she survived this ordeal, she would heed his counsel and never again quarrel with him, sharing everything henceforth. Just then, an arrow hurtled towards Mu Chang'an, but she was momentarily distracted. The arrow sped toward her, and sensing imminent danger, she turned to see it approaching. However, her reaction was delayed, and she could not evade it effectively. In a split second, she redirected herself, hoping that the injury would not be too severe. Yet, her thoughts were in vain. A figure dashed forward, shielding her from the arrow. Mu Chang'an distinctly heard the sound of an arrow piercing flesh, and for a moment, she was stunned. When she regained her senses, she found Mu Shuyan standing protectively in front of her, but now an arrow protruded from his chest, blood already staining his clothes. Mu Shuyan could no longer endure the pain and collapsed onto the ground. Mu Chang'an felt as if darkness had enveloped her entire being. She hurried to Mu Shuyan's side and supported his fallen form, seeing Mu Chang'an beside him and glancing at the rain of arrows falling from the sky. Mu Shuyan grew anxious and exclaimed in terror, "Chang'an, quickly, behind you, be careful." Upon hearing this, Mu Chang'an swiftly deflected an arrow and reached out to staunch the flow of blood from the wound on Mu Shuyan's chest. However, the injury appeared increasingly severe, and she hesitated to move him. Mu Shuyan smiled at Mu Chang'an, then looked down at the arrow embedded in his body. With a determined effort, he yanked the arrow out, blood gushing forth, which heightened Mu Chang'an's concern. She quickly attempted to apply pressure to the wound, but upon seeing her hand soaked in his blood, tears streamed down her face. Yet, Mu Shuyan urged her, "Let us leave this place. Be cautious. I will assist you. No, do not move. I will take care of this. I will get you out of here. Trust me, Mu Shuyan." After uttering this, Mu Chang'an turned away, her face devoid of any smile. Coldly surveying her surroundings, that it was all their fault. Had they not intervened, Mu Shuyan would not have been injured so grievously, nor would he have collapsed here. That it was their error. With this thought, Mu Chang'an, fueled by desperation, launched an attack against Ji Lian and the others. That Jinan Heng wished to interject, but the words caught in his throat. Seeing Mu Chang'an's continued resistance, the emperor's anger flared. He bellowed at Ji Lian and his cohorts, "What are you doing? Seize her at once. No need for questioning now. Execute her on the spot. She is the mastermind." Upon hearing this, Mu Chang'an shot a frigid glance at the emperor, who was momentarily taken aback. Stepping back a few paces, unfazed, Mu Chang'an focused solely on avenging Mu Shuyan, intent on slaying more foes before fleeing this wretched place. However, she underestimated the Imperial Guard, whose strength lay not in individual prowess but in sheer numbers. Augmented by archers stationed on the rooftops, though Mu Chang'an fought valiantly, fatigue began to set in, yet she persisted, her fury intensifying as she glanced at Mu Shuyan. Her strikes became more brutal. Jinan Heng attempted to assist, but upon witnessing Mu Shuyan's collapse, Mu Chang'an's expression morphed into one of despair, yet she no longer regarded Jinan Heng. Meanwhile, Ji Lian dispatched an operative to stealthily approach Mu Chang'an from behind. Aiming to catch her off guard, Jinan Heng intervened. "Ji Lian, you cannot do this. Is this how you uphold your conscience? Chang'an is merely a woman. Such underhanded tactics are utterly disgraceful." Ji Shiqing, standing beside Jinan Heng. Overheard Ji Lian's plot and quietly approached Mu Chang'an's rear. Although she harbored no affection for Mu Chang'an, seeing her beloved brother, Mu Shuyan, lying lifeless on the ground stirred something within her. Faced with so many assailants and feeling powerless, she began to respect Mu Chang'an, her disdain waning significantly, even growing fond of her. Learning of Ji Lian's intent to ambush Mu Chang'an, she realized that none among them could rival her strength. Her brother's choice was indeed commendable. Suddenly, Mu Chang'an noticed someone approaching the fallen Mu Shuyan, and panic surged within her. She dashed towards him, but the assailant seized the opportunity to strike at her. In that critical moment, Ji Shiqing leaped forward, intercepting the deadly blow to Mu Chang'an, heard a sickening sound as something pierced her back. From afar, Jinan Heng shouted, "Ji Shiqing!" Mu Chang'an turned slowly, witnessing Ji Shiqing sprawled on the ground, blood seeping from her chest. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Mu Chang'an. Stunned, Mu Chang'an heard Ji Shiqing whisper, "They sought to ambush you, that I cannot abide such treachery. Do not fret for me. I hope you live well." Chang'an. Tears cascaded down Mu Chang'an's face as she cried out, "Why did you shield me? Get up. I don't know how to face you like this. I forgive you. Whatever happened in the past, it no longer matters. Please rise." Hearing Mu Chang'an's plea, Ji Shiqing smiled, urging Lin Yu to support her. "Thank you, Chang'an, do not worry about me. Just forgive me." With those final words, Ji Shiqing's hand fell limp. Mu Chang'an, watching her slip away, felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Jinan Heng, witnessing his sister's demise, attempted to rush to her side, but was obstructed, forced to watch helplessly. Lin Yu gently lifted Ji Shiqing, turning to Mu Chang'an, "You must avenge her," before departing. Seeing the indifference of those present, Mu Chang'an's heart sank. Understanding the fickleness of human nature, she resolved to leave this cursed place with Mu Shuyan. Approaching him, she found his consciousness fading, his eyes struggling to remain open as he sought to gaze upon her. Cradling Mu Shuyan in her arms, Ji Lian and his companions quickly deduced her intentions to flee and shouted for the Imperial Guard to stop her. Nevertheless, Mu Chang'an was singularly focused on escape, planning to return for vengeance later. Yet, should anyone obstruct her path, they would not be spared. Thus, she fled, striking down adversaries as she advanced. Behind her, the Imperial Guard pursued, with Ji Lian and Jinan Heng in tow. Yet, Mu Chang'an's agility allowed her to create significant distance from her pursuers. After running for a while, fatigue overtook her. She paused, finding herself at the edge of a cliff, but her thoughts remained consumed by Mu Shuyan's condition. Blood continued to flow from him, and she knew he was gravely weakened. Gently placing him on the ground, tears streamed down her face once more to the cliff's edge. The wind howled fiercely, tangling Mu Chang'an's hair, mirroring the turmoil in her heart. She had never felt such profound pain and disarray. The one she trusted and loved betrayed her, destroyed her home, murdered her family, and slaughtered the innocent citizens of her city. She was bewildered, grappling with the worth of her love. She had never anticipated that loving someone could be so effortless, yet hating someone could be even easier, once naively believing love could conquer all. She now found her heart shattered by it. Trembling, she lifted her right hand to caress the scarlet wedding gown she wore, tears falling uncontrollably. Just moments ago, she had been at the wedding she had long awaited. Alongside the one she loved, envisioning a future filled with joy, 2 children, a boy and a girl, whom she would teach her skills, while Jinan Heng would guide them in horseback riding and archery. Everything was supposed to be perfect, blissful. Now, gazing at her wounded brother, barely clinging to life, she despised herself for not heeding his warnings, for placing her trust in Jinan Heng. She hated that her love for him had led to this irreversible tragedy. A city brought to ruin. Don't cry. Mu Shuyan felt the coolness of Chang'an's tears upon his face, a sensation that jolted him awake amidst the pain. No matter the time or place, whenever Chang'an wept, he would gently wipe away her tears. Today was no different. Mu Shuyan raised his trembling hand, gently wiping away the tears from Mu Chang'an's face, just as he had done in the past. "Don't cry," he smiled at her, wishing to bring her joy. His smile, despite the pallor of his face, remained captivating, yet his breath was growing weaker, so faint that he could scarcely perceive it himself. Mu Shuyan had never feared death, but he dreaded the thought of his beloved Chang'an feeling sorrow. He feared she might be bullied, and he could not bear the thought of her sadness. Her pained at Mu Shuyan. Mu Chang'an grasped his hand tightly. "You must hold on. You have to stay with me. I cannot live without you." Her voice choked with emotion, eventually giving way to silent tears. Like a child, she buried her head in his neck, her tears cascading down, chilling him as they seeped into his heart. The icy sensation left him breathless, his heart aching as if pierced by needles. He called softly, "Chang'an Shuyan." Mu Chang'an lifted her head, her crimson eyes and worn expression causing him profound heartache. Promise me you will live. She shook her head vehemently, and oh please, don't leave me alone. Her heart was already shattered. If Mu Shuyan were to die, she could not endure it. She could not face the complexities of her feelings towards Jinan Heng, nor the loss of the citizens of the city. She truly could not withstand it. Don't see or Mu Shuyan slowly raised his hand towards her cheek, inching closer, wishing to wipe away her last tear. Yet this time, he exhausted every ounce of strength and could not touch her face. His hand suddenly halted mid-air, losing all support, and fell limply. No. Mu Chang'an's heart collapsed once more as her brother Mu Shuyan closed his eyes forever before her dada. Her anguished wail pierced the heavens, sending birds into startled flight. How could you bear to leave me alone in this world? What am I to do without you? What am I to do? She collapsed over Mu Shuyan's lifeless body, unable to articulate her grief, tears soaking her hair, mingling with the blood on Mu Shuyan's form, a vivid red, reminiscent of a great fire in an instant. Her mind shattered, recalling the past, which felt like a fleeting dream once. Mu Chang'an was known as Song Jiuyo, the young master of the City of Destiny, an independent realm, unassailable by any nation due to its unparalleled mechanical prowess, resembling a small nation of its own. Where the populace lived in relative peace 6 years prior, Mu Chang'an had left the City of Destiny for Hangzhou, where she met him, the man she could not escape, Jinan Heng. They shared joyous days, bickering and playing, falling in love, promising each other a lifetime. Yet all the beauty turned out to be a faught, until that fateful day when the truth surfaced, revealing a torrent of lies that flowed like rivers of blood. The desert had long cast a covetous eye upon Dashian. Whether a scheme or an alliance, the news of an impending invasion reached the City of Destiny to safeguard his realm. The Emperor of Dashian ordered a massacre. Jinan Heng, as a commanding officer of Dashian, betrayed Mu Chang'an by stealing the city's mechanical maps, enabling the soldiers to breach the city walls and slay her father. When she finally arrived, the once thriving City of Destiny lay in ruins. A battlefield shrouded in smoke, the stench of blood and decay saturating the air. An indelible memory Jinan Heng should have known, for she loved him deeply. How could she assist in Dashian's assault? He should have understood, yet he did this, slaughtered her family. Her father had once told her to die with dignity, if necessary. Father, your daughter will not let you down. I in her capacity as the young master, Mu Chang'an decreed, let the city burn. She would rather perish alongside her city than submit to Dashian, embracing death in flames. You are incompetent. Jinan Heng overturned the table in fury, unaware that the city's lord was his father-in-law, who had just been murdered. He trembled with rage, a fearsome sight, yet deeper within, he was terrified. He knew Chang'an must loathe him now, and he feared she would abandon him. He understood her too well. No one could bear the pain of losing their entire family, especially not Chang'an, whom he had hurt deeply. He had to find her, and no matter what, he needed to face her and seek her forgiveness. Prepare the horses. He was determined to bring her back. He was wrong, irrevocably so. If given another chance, he would never deceive her, never surrender the maps to the emperor, never harm her family. Regret consumed him. Yet where in this world could he procure a remedy for remorse? Where are you going? Ji Lian nearly collided with Jinan Heng as he exited, his expression grave and fearsome. Find Chang'an. I will deal with you upon my return. Jinan Heng mounted his horse and galloped towards Mu Chang'an, resolved to find her. Even if she chose to kill him, he would endure it to quell her hatred. Preferring to die by her hand than live with her resentment, he charged forward like a madman, disregarding people and wares in his path, not caring how many he toppled. He had once cared too much, leading to this disastrous situation. Now, for Mu Chang'an, he cared for nothing else. That he sought only to be with the one he loved, to share a lifetime together, hand in hand. Only remnants of soldiers and civilians remained in the City of Destiny. She would respect their wishes. Those who wished to die could remain, while she would ensure a safe passage for those who did not. Standing atop the crumbling walls, clothed in red, she gazed upon the ravaged city. Regretting not having been stronger sooner, to safeguard her people with her father, she looked to the stormy skies. Father, I hope my decision does not disappoint you. Citizens, soldiers, the City of Destiny can no longer offer you refuge or protection. It lies in ruin, but we will never submit to the enemies who slaughter our kin. Therefore, I have decided to set the city ablaze. That I shall perish alongside it, and you may choose your own fates. As she surveyed the crowd, they met her gaze. A voice shouted, let us share the fate of the City of Destiny. The townsfolk echoed, let us share the fate of the City of Destiny. Mu Chang'an felt a surge of emotion. She longed to cry, But she knew she must remain strong for them, as she was their sole beacon of hope. They had given her the courage to face the flames. When Jinan Heng arrived, the citizens of the City of Destiny held torches, poised to ignite the city at her command. Chang'an. He spotted her and read upon the walls, gazing at the sky, then at the city, a solitary, helpless figure. The wind howled, and she swayed. He feared the gusts might whisk her away, leaving him forever lost. Chang'an heard Jinan Heng's voice and trembled, yet she did not turn to face him. She could not confront him, nor did she know how. The lover of yesteryears had become her adversary. Everything had shifted so abruptly, leaving her breathless with fear. She dreaded the moment he stood before her, fearing she might lose control and harm him. She was uncertain of her own capacity for violence. Chapter 65. A transformation. Young master, let him in that I will give you and the entire city an explanation. Mu Chang'an instructed them to open the gates. Jinan Heng stood before her, observing her cracked lips, pale cheeks, and vacant eyes. She was utterly worn, and it pained him to see her so. Her voice struck fear in him as she spoke. Jinan Heng, I truly regret ever loving you, but it is not too late to hate you. I shall loathe you for the rest of my life. That Jinan Heng felt as though struck by lightning. She offered him no reprieve, declaring her intent to hate him eternally. Chang'an, he raised his hand but hesitated to touch her, fearing she would disdainfully push him away. That I was wrong. I truly was. He had so much to say, to explain that he had acted under duress, that he had not foreseen the dire consequences, that he had sought to protect his family. Yet all of this felt so futile now. Amidst the corpses strewn about, his sins, debts to Mu Chang'an, would never be repaid. Wrong? No, you are not mistaken. You have defended your nation, and you are not at fault. You have protected your subjects, and you are not to blame. You are a great hero of the Dexian, and you have done nothing wrong. The error lies in our division into opposing camps. Mu Chang'an found herself astonished that she could calmly articulate these words, void of any emotional turbulence. Perhaps she had grown indifferent. Indeed, she had. You may leave. My Ximing city shall never yield to Dexian. From this moment forth, there will be no more Ximing city. Nor will there be a Mu Chang'an. What? Chang'an, what do you intend to do? Burn the city? No, please, do not do this. Chang'an, I implore you. He would rather Mu Chang'an execute him, yet she wished to bear the entire burden of sin alone, leaving him to languish in eternal regret. That no, he could not accept that. He could not allow her to suffer alone. Mu Chang'an turned away, unwilling to remain with him any longer. She could not bring herself to kill him, for she felt guilty towards Ximing city and its people. She would ignite the flames, set the city ablaze. Yes, do not. Jinan Heng suddenly knelt behind Mu Chang'an. Chang'an, I do not dare to hope for your forgiveness. You cannot allow so many lives to perish alongside you and Ximing city. Kill me. Do it with your own hands. That he relinquished all dignity, kneeling in a gesture that revealed just how vital she was to him. He would forsake everything. As long as she lived, Mu Chang'an's heart ached painfully. A man who had never bowed his head now knelt before her, begging in such a lowly manner. Yet he was the murderer of her father, and all eyes were upon her. As the young master of Ximing city. What could she do? Young master, what should we do? The guards were uncertain whether to continue the arson. To be honest, Jinan Heng's actions had moved them. A man's knees are worth gold, and this act was a reckless abandonment of all. Let everything be decided by the young master. Continue. Set the city ablaze. Understood. Jinan Heng was utterly despondent. He realized he could not alter Mu Chang'an's decision. But if that is the case, Chang'an, let me accompany you into the flames. Let us turn to ashes together. Torches were hurled into the buildings, flames creeping and devouring everything in their path. The fire resembled a demon, ever unsatiated, growing larger and more voracious, engulfing the entire city. The cries and wails of the people echoed, and Mu Chang'an stood still, waiting for the inferno to reach her, hoping it would consume her little by little, freeing her from pain, forever. She longed to reunite with her family, to escape the turmoil of emperors. That in her next life, she wished to be an ordinary person. Jinan Heng rose and approached Mu Chang'an. They say love is to be guarded with one's life. Perhaps we have become a pair of doomed lovers. What gives you the right to die alongside me? Mu Chang'an turned to confront Jinan Heng, observing the moisture in his eyes, the redness hinting at tears. Are you trying to elicit my sympathy? To evoke pity? Jinan Heng, you think too highly of yourself. If you wish to die, do so, but do not die with me. I find you repulsive. Jinan Heng opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. The Mu Chang'an before him seemed transformed, unrecognizable, terrifying, like a soulless being. Yet who could be blamed? Was it not he who had driven her to this desperate state? The one you love can wound you most deeply. The flames escalated, and since everything was irretrievable, let him be selfish one last time. If only for Mu Chang'an. Jinan Heng embraced her tightly from behind, wishing to share whatever time remained with her. Release me. Let go. Mu Chang'an broke free from Jinan Heng's grasp, striking his face with her palm. Tears surged forth uncontrollably. She could no longer contain herself. She was not that strong, yet she was compelled to be strong. How exhausting it was to maintain such strength. She wished to cry out loud, and she could no longer hold back. Jinan Heng, you scoundrel, you deceiver. How long will you continue this charade? Have you not been using me from the very beginning? Utilizing my feelings, exploiting my love for you. Is this not the very scenario you longed for? What pretense do you maintain? You have fulfilled your mission. Why come here instead of claiming your reward? Mu Chang'an pushed Jinan Heng away, stepping back, wishing to distance herself from him, hoping that perhaps her heart would not ache so fiercely. Yet she soon realized it was futile. The pain only intensified, becoming unbearable. Chang'an, I admit I deceived you. I truly made a mistake, but I have always loved you, that I never lied about. Please, believe me. He struggled to convey his feelings, to express the depth of his love. A love he had never felt for anyone else, caring for her every gesture and expression. Chang'an, I do not speak. The moment you handed the schematics to the Dacian emperor, my heart was no longer yours. Mu Chang'an's heart had withered. Let all grievances and past enmities dissolve in the flames. She was weary, truly exhausted. She did not wish to live in this state of fatigue any longer. Father, brother, please wait for me. I will join you soon, that we shall reunite shortly. All that had once been shown glaringly before her, now, it was but a mockery of itself. Gazing upon Mu Shiyan's closed eyes, Mu Chang'an too shut her own, allowing tears to flow freely. Why? What have I done to deserve such relentless loss of my loved ones? Why? Mu Chang'an cried to the heavens. Regaining her composure, she tenderly stroked Mu Shiyan's hair. Brother Shiyan, may you journey well. Fear not. I shall live on, and I will avenge you. Mu Chang'an clutched Mu Shiyan's nearly lifeless body at the cliff's edge, lost in thought as she awaited Ji Lian and Jinan Heng's arrival. In that moment, she felt her tears had run dry. Confronted with Mu Shiyan's departure, she was devastated, yet she could no longer weep. What in this world remained worth cherishing? Those who loved her so deeply now lay in despair. How ironic. Mu Chang'an, you truly are in a pitiful state. She laughed hysterically, feeling on the brink of collapse, teetering on the edge of madness. Jinan Heng and Ji Lian arrived at the cliff's edge with several companions. Ji Lian had initially intended to eliminate Mu Chang'an to prevent future threats, but Jinan Heng could not bear to harm her and intervened on her behalf. Ji Lian, as long as we strip Mu Chang'an of her martial abilities and erase her memories, she will pose no threat to us. Therefore, we need not kill her. Jinan Heng spoke urgently to Ji Lian. Ji Lian smirked. I see you cannot bear to kill her. Very well. As long as she agrees to forfeit her martial skills and drink the forgetting water, I shall spare her. Furthermore, she must vanish from the martial world. Jinan Heng nodded in agreement. Leave it to me. Jinan Heng commanded everyone to retreat, stepping forward alone to face Mu Chang'an. Chang'an, how are you? Do not fear. I will not allow them to harm you. Mu Chang'an slowly raised her gaze, casting a disdainful glance at Jinan Heng. Do not let them harm me. Jinan Heng, do you believe you have not already caused me enough suffering? I narrowly escaped death, thinking we could marry and live a life devoid of strife. Yet you colluded with Ji Lian to conspire against me, seeking my demise. How laughable. How could I ever trust you? The great deceiver? Hearing the despair in Mu Chang'an's words pained Jinan Heng's heart. Chang'an, it is not as you think. Please, allow me to explain. I truly did nothing wrong, and I had no knowledge of Ji Lian's intentions to harm you. Mu Chang'an interrupted. Did nothing wrong? Jinan Heng, do you not find your words absurd? Now you stand here with him, yet claim you are not in league with him. Do you think I would believe that? Moreover, I do not believe you were unaware of the events in Ximing City. Upon hearing Mu Chang'an mention Ximing City, Jinan Heng was taken aback, realizing she had recalled everything, including how he had once treated her. He hastily replied, Chang'an, things are not as you imagine, but if you are still angry about Ximing City, I apologize, but this time, it truly has nothing to do with me. Chapter 66. Despair. Mu Chang'an lowered her head, gently caressing Mu Shiyan's cheek. Do you understand? Your schemes have cost me the life of my dearest. Do you know how much my brother meant to me? From childhood, he would brave any danger for me. Yet you only cared for your plans. Now my brother is gone, and you have betrayed me. Is this not the height of irony? Jinan Heng longed to rush forward, to embrace Mu Chang'an and comfort her, to share his burdens, But he could not. He knew she would not welcome it. Chang'an, I apologize. I had no idea that matters would escalate to such severity that I never intended to harm Mu Shuyan. All the blame lies with me. However, please do not despair. You must continue to live. Your brother Shuyan would undoubtedly wish for your well-being that Mu Chang'an gazed at Jinan Heng, her eyes revealing a mixture of amusement and bitter laughter. Jinan Heng, you present everything as so simple. You genuinely believe I can carry on as I once did. Even if I continue to exist, it is solely out of hatred. I am no longer the innocent Mu Chang'an you once knew. And you, too, have transformed from the Jinan Heng I recognized. The wind at the cliff's edge suddenly intensified, brushing past Mu Chang'an and Jinan Heng. Her long hair was lifted, and the wounds on her face mingled with the dust. Jinan Heng felt a pang of sympathy as he regarded her. The air was thick with the scent of blood from Mu Shuyan, prompting Mu Chang'an to bend down and drape her skirt over him, concealing the crimson stains with her red fabric. Chang'an, please don't do this. That Mu Shuyan is gone. You must find a way to move forward, Jinan Heng urged, fearing Mu Chang'an's deep sorrow that he removed his outer garment, wishing to cover her with it. But she turned away defiantly. That I do not require your pity. You need not feign concern. Jinan Heng's hand, holding the garment, hung suspended in the air. That I know that nothing I do now can restore your trust or feelings. But please take care of yourself. That do not cause me and Mu Shuyan further worry. Enough? Do not mention brother Shuyan again. You are unworthy. Jinan Heng stepped closer, pleading. Chang'an, will you allow me to take you away? Let us leave together. That I will not go with you, she replied coldly. Jinan Heng, in desperation, implored. Chang'an, stop acting like a child. If you refuse to come with me, they will kill you. Please, listen to me. He poured all his energy into his words, longing for her to agree to escape this tumultuous world with him, to embrace a carefree life of their own. Yet, all of that seemed impossible now. Jinan Heng, do you think I could ever trust you again? Do you believe I would feel gratitude toward you? You are mistaken. The naive Mu Chang'an you once knew no longer exists. All that remains is hatred. Mu Chang'an had vanished along with Mu Shuyan. In this moment, she was a mere shell devoid of emotions, her past feelings for Jinan Heng lost in the haze of despair. She gazed at him, her expression blank, causing him great heartache. He wished to speak, but found himself at a loss. Unable to process the sight before him, that Jinan Heng stood by, watching as Mu Chang'an was consumed by thoughts of Mu Shuyan's death and Ji Shiqing's demise. Their final moments were etched into her memory. Despairing, Mu Chang'an looked skyward, pondering the unfairness of fate. Yet, contemplation brought no solace. She had once thought that in another life, she would never fall in love with Jinan Heng again. Yet here she was, having encountered him once more and truly falling for him. The pain of betrayal was unbearable. If she could turn back time, she would ensure she never crossed paths with Jinan Heng again, even if it meant death. Turning to Jinan Heng, she saw the fear in his eyes, as he dared not approach too closely, fearing she might leap. When their gazes met, a sense of urgency flooded him, as if something precious was slipping away. The more he thought about it, the more perilous it felt. Chang'an, please come over. Let me see you. Let's escape together and venture into the world, free from the burdens of this life, he implored. However, Mu Chang'an shook her head, her fiery red wedding gown accentuating her defiance. I will not follow you again. From now on, I wish never to encounter you again. You will always be my nemesis. Do you understand? Do not seek me out again, or I shall not hesitate to take your life. After uttering those words, without waiting for Jinan Heng's response, Mu Chang'an looked down at Mu Shuyan's lifeless body and added, once I am gone, ensure you bury Mu Shuyan's remains. Otherwise, do not blame me for not letting you off easily. With that, she leaped from the cliff with resolute determination, without a trace of hesitation. Jinan Heng rushed to the edge, witnessing her crimson gown dance in the wind as she fell. Without a moment's thought, he followed suit, declaring, Chang'an, do not leave me behind. I will accompany you wherever you go. I shall find you. As Mu Chang'an saw Jinan Heng descend, an indescribable feeling welled within her, yet she summoned all her strength, even sacrificing her own abilities to create distance between them. With the force of the wind, she propelled Jinan Heng upwards, her voice piercing through the rush. You are unworthy to die alongside me. You must live, enduring a fate worse than death. Her laughter was a mixture of despair and a semblance of liberation. Jinan Heng, helpless, was carried upward, forced to watch as Mu Chang'an fell further away, his heart heavy with despair and unfulfilled longing. This was the second time he faced such a heart-wrenching scene, memories flooding back. He had once believed that if he never mentioned the city of life, Mu Chang'an would forget. Yet now, she had come to terms with everything, feeling betrayed twice. And now, she had leaped into the abyss, leaving him to ponder how he might continue to exist without her. Ji Lian, witnessing Jinan Heng's leap and subsequent ascent, was momentarily stunned by Mu Chang'an's desperate words. He had believed she would not jump, thinking she would find solace with Jinan Heng. Her resolve, however, commanded a newfound respect from him. As Jinan Heng remained fixated on the cliff, Ji Lian spoke. Jinan Heng, Chang'an cannot see you like this. What purpose does it serve? We should return to report the situation. Lingering here is futile. It is a long fall, and survival is uncertain. Jinan Heng shot him a cold glare, warning, do not speak of Chang'an in such a manner. If you utter another word, I shall not be kind. Ji Lian, sensing Jinan Heng's fury, retorted, do you think your actions will bring her back? Dream on. I have no intention of meddling further. Do as you wish. I will report back and let you handle it. Jinan Heng remained silent, his gaze fixed on the cliff, where Mu Chang'an's figure had vanished, obscured by clouds that shrouded the world below. As Ji Lian turned to leave, he noticed Mu Shuyan's body on the ground and asked, what do you plan to do? Will you really assist Mu Chang'an in burying him? If you prefer, I can take Mu Shuyan's body back for proper arrangements. Upon hearing Mu Shuyan's name, Jinan Heng froze, turning to see the lifeless form on the ground. He swiftly intercepted Ji Lian's attempt to remove the body. Do not concern yourself with this, that I will handle Mu Shuyan's remains myself. I must fulfill my promise to Chang'an. Ji Lian, sensing the gravity of the situation, instructed the imperial guards, let us move. If you dare take Mu Shuyan's body, do not expect me to be accommodating. As Ji Lian turned to leave, he discerned the depth of Jinan Heng's turmoil. Realizing the impact of Mu Chang'an's leap had shaken him profoundly. We should return to report. There is no need to provoke him further. The imperial guards complied, forming ranks as they began their retreat. Ji Lian cast one last glance at Jinan Heng, who remained transfixed on the cliff, searching for a glimpse of Mu Chang'an, who had already vanished from sight. Mu Shuyan's willingness to sacrifice her life for Mu Chang'an is truly admirable. However, deep within Mu Shuyan's heart, there is likely an unspoken affection for Mu Chang'an, regardless of what Mu Chang'an does. Mu Shuyan consistently supports her from the shadows, ensuring her happiness. Now, witnessing Mu Chang'an in peril, Mu Shuyan rushes forward, even willing to embrace death to save her. This selfless act fills Jinan Heng with guilt. His love for Mu Chang'an has always been steadfast, yet when she faced danger, he found himself restrained by the emperor's authority. Others, even his own sister, bravely stepped forward to apologize for past mistakes and saved Mu Chang'an's life. Such courage is irreplaceable. He had initially intended to apologize to Mu Chang'an for the events in Siming City, but things did not unfold as he wished. Seeing Mu Chang'an so joyful, he hesitated to bring up past grievances. And now, even an apology seemed a luxury, utterly absurd. Recalling an earlier moment when Mu Chang'an had leaped, she had told him to ensure Mu Shuyan was buried properly. Otherwise, she would haunt him even in death. In truth, Jinan Heng wished for Mu Chang'an to haunt him, but he felt no resistance against her wish. Thus, he turned away from the cliff. He picked up Mu Shuyan's lifeless body and walked outside. After a while, he felt that Mu Chang'an would surely want Mu Shuyan to accompany her, and perhaps this would bring her joy. Inspired by this thought, Jinan Heng returned, placing Mu Shuyan at the edge of the cliff. He drew a sword from his side and began to dig a grave. After some time, the hole was finally ready. He laid Mu Shuyan inside and gently covered her with earth. He procured a piece of wood and marked it with the words, Grave of Brother Mu Shuyan. Signed, Sister Mu Chang'an. That he bowed before the grave. Acknowledging Mu Shuyan's eternal rest, Jinan Heng fell into a deep contemplation. Upon returning to the imperial capital, Ji Lian sought an audience with the emperor. The emperor welcomed him into the palace, and upon reaching the great hall, Ji Lian reported, Your Majesty, the murderer Mu Chang'an has jumped into the abyss. She has no chance of survival, and I have been monitoring the cliff's edge. The emperor, pleased by Ji Lian's words, declared, Now that the situation has unfolded, Mu Chang'an has received her retribution, and the other assassins are dead. I can now report to my elder brother. Ji Lian quickly bowed and congratulated the emperor, saying, I wish your majesty well. I shall take my leave. The emperor waved him off, but then, recalling something, said, You have played a significant role in this incident. If you desire anything, come to me, and I shall grant your wish. Ji Lian gratefully accepted and turned to depart. As he walked back, a sense of joy enveloped him. He had achieved considerable merit, establishing himself as a significant figure in the court. It seemed he needed to strive even harder. Meanwhile, Jinan Heng lingered by Mu Shuyan's grave, where the wind blew ceaselessly, deepening his sorrow. After a moment of vigil, he glanced at Mu Shuyan's grave and the cliff. As if making a decision, he approached the precipice. Just a glance at the abyss was sufficient. Then he leaped, his heart echoing. Mu Chang'an, I come to accompany you. Even in death, I shall not leave you alone. Wait for me. I have fulfilled your wishes. Forgive me. In the next life, I will cherish you and never let harm come your way. With eyes closed, he felt the wind howl past his ears, a painful reminder of his impending fate. Yet he remained resolute in his desire to join Mu Chang'an. At that moment, Jinan Heng felt someone embrace his waist, pulling him upward. Startled, he opened his eyes to find it was Prince Qin. Exasperatedly saying, Jinan Heng, do you not realize what you are doing? Allowing yourself to plunge into the abyss is foolish. Jinan Heng, a mix of resignation and defiance, responded, Prince Qin, I wish to follow Chang'an into the depths. Let me descend with her. Unfazed, Prince Qin hoisted Jinan Heng back up. Jinan Heng struggled, but was firmly held, ultimately surrendering to the pull. Once back at the cliff's edge, Prince Qin shouted, Why would you want to jump? Do you not understand? There is no chance of survival. You would certainly perish. What purpose would it serve? Jinan Heng cast aside a distance from the cliff, raised his gaze to Prince Qin, saying, It is not my desire to escape this life. I should be with Chang'an. She cannot be left to bear her fate alone. Prince Qin, seeing Jinan Heng's despair, a sight he had never witnessed before, expressed astonishment. However, he retorted, Regardless, Mu Chang'an has already leaped. Her injustice remains unresolved. The capital is likely celebrating her demise, not lamenting her loss. Do you understand? In Jinan Heng's previously vacant gaze, a flicker of clarity emerged. Reflecting on Prince Qin's words, he acknowledged their validity. He then asked, What am I to do now? Chang'an has departed, too swiftly, leaving me to bear this anguish alone. Prince Qin shook his head, suggesting, If you seek to clear Mu Chang'an's name, perhaps she would be grateful. Surely, you would not wish for her to live with that stigma forever. Jinan Heng silently nodded, but his thoughts drifted beyond simply clearing her name. He considered bearing her burden, believing that if he took on her guilt, the injustice would unravel, restoring her innocence. If Prince Qin were aware of these thoughts, he would surely be infuriated. Prince Qin had already noticed Mu Shuin's grave at the cliff's edge, realizing Jinan Heng was responsible for it. Leaving him momentarily speechless, observing the concern in Prince Qin's eyes, Jinan Heng felt as though he might leap again. However, those thoughts became insignificant. He turned towards the imperial capital, with Prince Qin trailing behind, urging him, I understand your sorrow, but you must remain rational. Do not sacrifice your life over this, Jinan Heng replied. Prince Qin, the situation is not as you perceive. If I can absolve Mu Chang'an of her sins, I would seize any opportunity to assist her. With that, Jinan Heng fell silent, gazing into the distance at the imperial capital, silently vowing, Chang'an, I know you despise this place. Fear not, I shall not allow you to suffer because of it. I will bear your burdens, enduring in silence. Prince Qin, following Jinan Heng, sensed that his friend might indeed undertake something shocking and unacceptable. Unbeknownst to him, Jinan Heng was resolute in his intentions, feeling increasingly numb. Resembling a mere shell of a person as he walked, Prince Qin pulled him back, prompting Jinan Heng to refocus, his gaze vacant, yet slowly returning to awareness. Take a good look at where you are going. Prince Qin admonished, You are veering off course. Do you not realize how close you are to colliding with that tree? Jinan Heng paused for a moment, then turned to walk in another direction, only to be halted by King Qin, who redirected him once again. Confused, Jinan Heng inquired, King Qin, where are you headed? Why pull me back? King Qin raised his hand and struck Jinan Heng's shoulder with a resounding clap, reiterating, The direction you were going is precisely where we just passed. This is indeed the path to the imperial capital. Do you understand? Keep your spirits up, or do not blame me for being unkind. Jinan Heng nodded silently, refraining from further comment. Thus, it became the case that wherever King Qin directed, Jinan Heng followed, stopping immediately whenever commanded. His eyes revealed that his thoughts were far removed from this path. They had flown away the moment he had leapt off the cliff with Mu Chang'an. Eventually, King Qin ceased to dwell on Jinan Heng's demeanor. As long as he followed, that was sufficient. After walking for a while, both Jinan Heng and King Qin began to feel fatigued. However, Jinan Heng had not realized how far Mu Chang'an had truly run. Once they had rested, King Qin urged Jinan Heng to continue. And Jinan Heng, appearing aimless, stood up to walk alongside King Qin. They ambled along, stopping intermittently, and before they knew it, they had returned to the imperial capital. Upon arrival, Jinan Heng wished to meet the emperor directly. But King Qin intervened, advising, Do not rush. First, change your attire, and then we shall go see the emperor together. Jinan Heng nodded, and staggered back toward the residence. Observing his state, King Qin felt a twinge of concern and followed quietly until Jinan Heng entered the mansion safely before departing. King Qin returned to his residence, made a few casual adjustments, and hurried to Jinan Heng's abode. Upon entering, Jinan Heng felt momentarily disoriented, unsure of what to do, just as he was lost in thought. King Qin arrived and noticed Jinan Heng standing vacantly in the courtyard, his gaze fixed on the sky. King Qin was momentarily taken aback, seeing Jinan Heng still in his former attire, and felt an urge to reprimand him. But then reconsidered. Approaching Jinan Heng, King Qin asked, "What are you doing? Why haven't you changed? Hurry, we must meet the emperor soon." Jinan Heng nodded, and understanding Jinan Heng's mood, King Qin instructed the maidservants, "Do not delay. Assist your master in preparing that if we are late, it will be dire." The maidservants hurriedly complied, and before long, Jinan Heng was nearly ready. King Qin swiftly took Jinan Heng to the palace for the audience with the emperor. Jinan Heng followed silently, waiting patiently. Soon, they were summoned to the grand hall, where the emperor sat upon the dragon throne, gazing down at Jinan Heng and King Qin, and asked, "What brings you here, King Qin?" King Qin bowed slightly and replied, "There is actually nothing of great import that I merely brought Jinan Heng back. The matter at hand is quite significant, and I hope your majesty can discern its gravity." The emperor nodded, scrutinizing King Qin before directing his attention to Jinan Heng. "My minister, what news of Mu Chang'an? Has that woman truly fallen into the abyss? What is her current state?" Upon hearing the emperor mention Mu Chang'an, Jinan Heng snapped back to reality, his eyes suddenly clear as he recognized what he desired and what he wished to convey. Therefore, he bowed to the emperor and stated, "This matter has reached a conclusion. Although Mu Chang'an has indeed jumped into the chasm, she is not the mastermind behind this entire affair. In truth, she has no connection to it whatsoever." The emperor, upon hearing Jinan Heng's assertion, appeared incredulous, his demeanor turning stern as he retorted, "I care not for her connection to the incident. I only seek results. All the assassins have confessed their ties to her, and you possess no evidence to absolve her of guilt. Hence, refrain from further mention of it." Jinan Heng's displeasure was palpable as he countered, "Yet we cannot conclude the case so easily. Moreover, no evidence has been presented, and relying solely on the assassin's statements would be a gross miscarriage of justice." Before the emperor could respond, Jinan Heng pressed on, "However, consider this. What if the assassins were part of a scheme to frame Mu Chang'an? If she were unaware, she could indeed fall victim to this trap." The emperor remained silent, contemplating Jinan Heng's words. After a prolonged pause, Jinan Heng assumed the emperor had fallen asleep, only to realize that his thoughts had drifted elsewhere. Once more, Jinan Heng implored, "Your Majesty, I beseech you to see clearly. This affair bears no relation to Mu Chang'an. I implore you to grant her innocence." The emperor chuckled, "Earlier, Ji Lian informed me that you are infatuated with this woman. How curious that you should be so devoted. Yet if you come to your senses and reveal the truth, I shall not hold it against you." As the emperor spoke, his tone turned increasingly severe, his gaze piercing into Jinan Heng, fearing the emperor might provoke Jinan Heng further. King Qin interjected, "Since Jinan Heng raises doubts, Your Majesty, I believe it prudent to re-examine the matter. At the very least, it would provide Jinan Heng with an explanation." Jinan Heng cast a grateful glance at King Qin, realizing that only the emperor could rectify the injustice toward Mu Chang'an. With hope, he stepped forward, addressing the emperor, "Your Majesty, the true orchestrator of this incident is I. It was I who commanded the assassins to target Wang Anqing and Cheng Wang. All of this was my doing, and it bears no relation to anyone else." The emperor stood frozen, gazing at Jinan Heng, and questioned, "What basis do you have for such claims? If you cannot provide evidence, do not present such assertions before me again." Jinan Heng feigned resentment, declaring, "Every act was committed by my hand alone, including the assassinations. Thus, Your Majesty, the blame rests solely upon me." The emperor's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he scrutinized Jinan Heng, who felt the weight of the emperor's gaze. It was clear that the emperor demanded a satisfactory explanation. King Qin, witnessing the escalating tension, felt urgency. A confrontation between them could lead to disastrous consequences. Thus, King Qin hastily interjected, "Your Majesty, I believe it is best to clarify this matter thoroughly. Otherwise, we may wrongfully accuse innocent parties." The emperor considered King Qin's words, finding them reasonable, and chose not to dispute further. Yet Jinan Heng held a different perspective. He approached the emperor and reiterated, "This affair has nothing to do with Mu Chang'an. All responsibility lies with me. Please, Your Majesty, punish me as you see fit." The emperor, however, remained skeptical, replying, "What do you mean by this? Did you not claim that Mu Chang'an is dead?" How does this concern you? I should reward you for your honesty. Do not speak further. King Qin, fearing Jinan Heng might utter something outrageous, urged him, what are you attempting to achieve? The emperor can absolve you of any blame. Do you not realize this? Be grateful for his mercy. Disregarding King Qin's admonition, Jinan Heng fixed his gaze on the emperor and proclaimed, what I mean to convey is that the assassination had nothing to do with Mu Chang'an. She is entirely innocent, merely a scapegoat. Chapter 69. Despondency. The emperor, enraged by Jinan Heng's declarations, shouted, what do you mean by this? How can you claim that the assassination of my brother does not concern her? This is sheer nonsense. An outrageous statement, Jinan Heng. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Beside him, Prince Qin was anxious, yet powerless. He wished to speak again to Jinan Heng, but the emperor's gaze was fixed solely on Jinan Heng. Intent on eliciting the final truth from him, Jinan Heng, however, had ceased to ponder further and addressed the emperor directly. In truth, it is of little consequence, for I am the mastermind behind the assassination. It was I who wished for both Prince Anqing and Prince Cheng to meet their demise. I have long harbored disdain for them. Now that they are dead, I can revel in my wedding. Free from their presence, I certainly aim to eliminate them. With that declaration, Jinan Heng burst into laughter. Prince Qin felt an unmistakable sense of disbelief. It was evident that Jinan Heng had not orchestrated the events. Yet here he was, implicating himself in a jest. Looking toward the emperor, he was taken aback by the frozen expression on the emperor's face, which had turned ashen, his demeanor reflecting barely contained fury as he stared at the laughing Jinan Heng. Yet, Jinan Heng seemed utterly unconcerned, merely gazing at the emperor, his thoughts seemingly wandering elsewhere. The emperor, with a darkened visage, coldly inquired, when did you develop such animosity toward my brothers? I recall no grievances between you. How could you dare to harm them? Will your conscience ever find peace? Jinan Heng shook his head, his eyes now vacant, and replied, you know not the depths of my disdain. I have long wished to be rid of them. And now that they are gone, my heart is filled with joy. In a fit of rage, the emperor seized a cup from the table beside him and hurled it at Jinan Heng, who made no effort to evade it, resulting in blood flowing from the wound. Yet, Jinan Heng remained silent, his thoughts echoing. Chang'an, did you also bleed like this? Did it hurt so much? The emperor's irritation deepened at Jinan Heng's demeanor, and he summoned the guards outside, commanding, seize this man and throw him into the dungeon. That I wish never to see him again. Seeing the guards approaching, Prince Qin quickly interjected, your majesty, this matter has yet to be thoroughly investigated. We cannot hastily conclude. He believed there must be someone who could uncover the true culprit at this moment. Jinan Heng, feeling despondent, seized the opportunity to fan the flames, declaring, there is no need for investigation. I orchestrated the deed. I have always loathed those two, so do not blame me for their fate. That I fear not death. And as for you, think and act as you wish. The emperor, initially swayed by Prince Qin's words, found his resolve hardened by Jinan Heng's confession, issuing orders for the guards to take him to the prison. Remarkably, Jinan Heng felt a strange relief, contemplating, Chang'an, your name has been cleared. Soon, I shall join you. Wait for me. Prince Qin, witnessing Jinan Heng's departure, bid farewell to the emperor and followed the guards to the dungeon. Upon seeing Prince Qin, Jinan Heng said nothing, merely observing him. Prince Qin, angered by Jinan Heng's demeanor, exclaimed, are you truly so foolish? Do you think that by admitting guilt, you will escape death? If you die, who will you answer to? Why are you so indifferent? Jinan Heng gazed out, seemingly to himself, murmuring, were it not for this, how could I meet my Chang'an? She must feel so alone. I must hurry to her side and bring her joy. In a moment of frustration, Prince Qin struck Jinan Heng across the face, declaring, Mu Chang'an, that woman, she is not dead. I saved her. She is currently recuperating. But if you die, what will happen to her? Do you wish for her to endure this world alone? Jinan Heng immediately turned, his eyes fixed on Prince Qin, searching for the truth in his words. Upon seeing Prince Qin nod, he finally believed it and urgently inquired, did she not leap from the cliff? How could you have saved her? Prince Qin explained. Mu Chang'an fell upon a great rock, yet she survived due to a curse placed upon her long ago to protect her. I implanted another curse that restores memories, though it comes at the cost of life. Jinan Heng, the choice to see Mu Chang'an rests with you. Realizing the implications, Jinan Heng understood that the curse had been placed by Mu Shuyan during a great fire to save Mu Chang'an. The knowledge that she lived filled him with relief. Prince Qin, recognizing Jinan Heng's contemplation, whispered something in his ear before departing. I have placed Mu Chang'an in a secluded cabin in the woods. using mechanisms to ensure her peace. If you wish to see her, you must find a way to escape. After Prince Qin's departure, Jinan Heng pondered for some time before resolving to escape. He desired to meet Mu Chang'an, but would not appear before her, hoping to spare her from painful memories. With this thought, he began to devise a plan. When Prince Qin returned, Jinan Heng expressed his wish to be freed to see Mu Chang'an, and Prince Qin promised to assist him. Days later, Jinan Heng was indeed released, having been replaced by another in the emperor's eyes, and the emperor spoke no further on the matter. Upon his release, Jinan Heng hurried towards the outskirts, following Prince Qin's directions and employing his agility to hasten his steps toward Mu Chang'an. After a long journey, he finally arrived at the cabin, easily bypassing the mechanisms, and found Mu Chang'an resting in bed, her chest rising and falling, a testament to her life. Seeing her in such a state caused Jinan Heng immense pain. Yet, he knew that revealing himself might awaken her memories of suffering, leading to her demise. Just as her eyes began to flutter open, he hurriedly retreated, deciding to return another time. Amidst the fiery red leaves dancing like a wedding gown ablaze, the secluded woods concealed this poignant scene. That a solitary wooden cabin stood, reigning over its surroundings. That moment, a woman clad in white stood before the door, her long robe trailing to the ground, her inner garment of fine silk. She gazed into the distance, awaiting the sole path leading to her refuge. Her stunning eyes, despite their lack of vibrant color, held an enchanting allure, yet they were filled with emptiness. Dark and helpless. Unbeknownst to her, just 10 paces away, a figure clad in red blended seamlessly with the surroundings, his striking features captivating yet overshadowed by the depth of his restraint. What was he suppressing? Only he knew. He concealed his inner turmoil, his desire to embrace her, to hold that delicate figure. If given the chance, he would redeem himself with the remnants of his life. As hoofbeats approached, the woman's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and she hastened toward the paths, and a voice accompanied the sound of reins being pulled, halting the horse beside her. The wind is strong. You should not be out here. Prince Qin dismounted leisurely, tethering the horse to a post. It is nothing. I merely felt you should arrive, so I came to greet you. That I must thank you for your constant care, though I regret being unable to assist. I feel I have burdened you. Mu Chang'an smiled, a mixture of guilt and forced cheerfulness, unknowingly aggravating her own wounds, for she remembered nothing. With no memories of the past, she sensed that it was not a joyful story, and thus refrained from seeking answers. Every mention of her past brought a pang of sorrow, her eyes often moist with unbidden tears. Chapter 70. Avoiding pain. What purpose does this serve? I only seek to accumulate virtue for myself. I hope that your stay here is comfortable. I fear you may find this place too simple, and I pray you do not find it lacking. No. How could it be so? It is already a great kindness for the young master to take me in. I dare not. Mu Chang'an found herself at a loss for words, fearful that she might say something inappropriate and cause her benefactor distress. She unconsciously twisted her handkerchief, frowning earnestly at King Qin, as if she were about to make an oath. That I was merely jesting, my lady. Please do not take it to heart. King Qin chuckled as he placed the riding whip into the saddlebag, then handed the food box to Mu Chang'an, brushing off the dust from his sleeves. Come, let us go inside. Today, I have brought the renowned roast duck from Changyue building and some zweiking. We must indulge ourselves. Alas, you are still unwell. Drinking the peach blossom wine is out of the question. King Qin shook his head with a smile. Zweiking is far stronger than peach blossom wine. Typically, women prefer the latter, rather than the kind of potent liquor that leaves one dizzy after just a sip. That I, in fact, have little love for wine. Mu Chang'an observed his expression, which seemed to suggest he feared someone might take his drink, and she smiled faintly, thinking him truly kind-hearted. After speaking, Mu Chang'an entered the wooden cabin first, with King Qin following closely behind. As he stepped over the threshold, he slightly turned his head to glance in the direction where Jinan Heng was concealed. King Qin felt more sympathy and compassion for Jinan Heng. His presence, even in silence, was acceptable. Why are you standing at the door? Come in. I have everything prepared. Wash your hands and let us eat. Mu Chang'an's voice called from inside, and King Qin ultimately said nothing more, putting on a smile as he stepped into the small cabin. I am coming. That he walked in without hesitation, as if he had merely glanced inadvertently, disregarding Jinan Heng entirely, ensuring no exchange of glances occurred. Eat more, and you shall recover sooner. Mu Chang'an watched him enjoy his food and drink with great delight, feeling a surge of happiness herself. Yet, as her thoughts wandered, a frown creased her brow. What is it? Why the sudden melancholy? Is something amiss? King Qin, swallowing a mouthful of wine, noticed her troubled expression even before pouring himself another cup, and he gently inquired. Mu Chang'an, isolated in this rural setting, had no one to converse with, confined to such a small circle. What troubles could she possibly encounter? Could it be loneliness? Yet, that seemed unlikely. He had already discerned her easygoing nature in recent days. And there were various pastimes available in the house to occupy her time, so it seemed improbable that she would be troubled by such a matter. That it is nothing. Just, I am unsure if it is my imagination. But I always feel the field. Mu Chang'an struggled to articulate her thoughts. If it weren't for the intensity of her feelings, she would prefer not to trouble this benefactor further, for he had already helped her immensely. Any additional concerns might only burden him. What are you sensing? Is there something you cannot voice? Is it worth such hesitance? King Qin's casual tone dispelled Mu Chang'an's doubts, and she no longer hesitated. I feel as though someone nearby is watching. The sensation was quite strong, yet whenever she turned her head, she saw nothing. It was rather frightening to think about. Mu Chang'an's vulnerable demeanor elicited sympathy. As she appeared fearful that the person opposite her would not believe her, her hands trembling slightly as she gripped her chopsticks. After a moment's contemplation, King Qin deduced that the person in question was Jinan Heng. It seemed this had not been the first day, as Mu Chang'an had become aware of the scrutiny from the shadows. Can you sense his malice? Not really, but it feels dreadful if there truly is someone lurking in the shadows. That is hardly the behavior of a gentleman. Now that the matter had been broached, King Qin could not press further. Speaking too much would inevitably reveal flaws, since he knew who it was. He must not allow Jinan Heng to disrupt this tranquility, nor exacerbate Mu Chang'an's condition. That it must merely be your imagination. Not to mention that this place is hardly known to anyone. If there were no ulterior motives, why would someone come to this desolate area? It takes at least a quarter of an hour on horseback to reach the nearest town. King Qin reassured Mu Chang'an, and since she had just expressed uncertainty or a lack of evidence regarding someone lurking in the shadows, he could not expose Jinan Heng's presence. That is true. Mu Chang'an steadied her emotions, finding his reasoning sound, yet she continued to poke at the bowl of rice with her chopsticks, lost in thought. Please eat. It will grow cold soon. That if you find yourself with little to do, I shall bring you some new novels next time to pass the time. He casually placed a duck leg into her bowl, flashing a bright smile. Thank you. Mu Chang'an had expressed her gratitude countless times, and it was rare for each to be imbued with such sincerity. The two dined heartily, as if they were longtime friends. As lunch concluded, it was time for King Qin to depart. He lifted the empty food box and headed for the door, turning back to Mu Chang'an repeatedly, saying, Do not see me off. That it is but a short distance. You should return and rest. Do not expose yourself to the cold winds these days. Take care of your health. As the weather grows colder, I will bring you some cotton clothes when I return. After he spoke, Mu Chang'an felt it inappropriate to insist on seeing him off. She returned to the house and stood by the window, watching him untie the reins and mount his horse, swiftly riding away before finally closing the window. In the past, even if she could not see him, Jinan Heng would not have departed so quickly. For him, merely knowing she was in that wooden cabin, aware of their proximity, perhaps served as a comfort to his soul. Even if he could not behold the face he yearned for day and night, Jinan Heng, stay a distance away from her. King Qin had unknowingly blocked Jinan Heng's path. His horse grazed nearby while he leaned against a tree, awaiting someone. It cannot be. Jinan Heng's coarse voice, now weathered by turmoil, spoke slowly as he gazed at King Qin with unwavering intent. At the very least, do not appear before her. She is already aware of your presence. You know that if she recalls everything, it could lead to her demise. Be cautious. King Qin mounted his horse and departed. Jinan Heng bitterly stared at the cabin where Mu Chang'an resided, unaware of when he had left, perhaps at dusk or at twilight. The words of King Qin echoed in his mind, refusing to dissipate. Under the blazing sun, Mu Chang'an walked through the verdant forest, beads of sweat forming on her brow. She raised her sleeve to wipe her face, feeling parched beyond measure. Jinan Heng followed closely behind, his hand gripping his sword. Sensing from Mu Chang'an's weary steps that she needed rest, the two continued walking until nightfall. In this desolate wilderness, a place to rest was essential. Mu Chang'an could not endure the torment of fatigue without food or water. Who knew if wild beasts lurked in this area? Just as Jinan Heng pondered what to do, a flicker of light appeared in the distance. A place with light surely indicated the presence of people. Exhausted, Mu Chang'an felt a spark of hope and involuntarily quickened her pace. First, Jinan Heng felt happy for her, but as they approached the light, an ominous premonition surged within him. What kind of household would settle in such a remote forest? Knock, knock, knock. Mu Chang'an rapped on the door of the bamboo house, from which the light emanated. Is anyone there? Please open the door. she pleaded. Jinan Heng lightly leapt onto a tree, swiftly navigating the tangled branches to reach the nearest tree to the bamboo house. As night deepened and the foliage provided cover, no one noticed the figure concealed among the branches. The door of the bamboo house slowly creaked open, illuminating Mu Chang'an's weary yet still lovely face with candlelight. The person who opened the door was an elderly woman, frail and hunched, her face lined with deep wrinkles, and her hair a stark white. Her sunken eyes and toothless mouth gave her an eerie appearance. Overcome with exhaustion and thirst, Mu Chang'an barely noticed the old woman as she implored, "I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour. I have wandered in this forest all day and only wish to borrow your hospitality for the night. I would be eternally grateful." The old woman gestured to let her in, and Mu Chang'an bowed slightly in gratitude before hastily entering the house. Jinan Heng patiently waited for the door to close before descending from the tree and quietly approaching the exterior. Dipping his fingers in some saliva, he poked a small hole in the oiled paper window to peer inside. Upon entering, Mu Chang'an discovered that the interior was bare, aside from offering shelter from the wind and rain. It was little better than the outside. On the bed against the wall lay a sickly young man, his mouth ajar, hair disheveled, face pale, and skin clinging to bones, a clear sign of long-term illness. Mu Chang'an stood by the table, uncertain whether to sit down, as her feet ached from walking for so long. The old woman nodded slightly and said, "Please sit, my dear, I will fetch you some water." "I am immensely grateful." Mu Chang'an hurriedly seated herself. Finally able to rest, Jinan Heng's gaze followed the old woman, who had her back turned to Mu Chang'an as she poured the water, making him feel that something was amiss. Suddenly, Jinan Heng noticed the old woman adding some powdery substance to the water. Indeed, she was up to no good. He resolved to intervene, determined not to let this old woman harm Mu Chang'an in the slightest. Turning away for a moment, he transformed his appearance and approached the door, knocking softly. The old woman, who had been preparing to serve Mu Chang'an the water, was startled by the knock. What a commotion tonight! Another visitor, she muttered to herself. Setting down the water, she opened the door, her expression darkening upon seeing the handsome young man before her. "Are you here to seek lodging as well, young sir?" "Unfortunately, I already have a young lady here. And with my son bedridden due to a severe illness, I truly cannot accommodate you. I kindly ask you to find another place that." As she spoke, the old woman attempted to close the door. Jinan Heng quickly held the door ajar, saying, "Hold on, I only seek a drink of water. I shall leave once I have quenched my thirst. I ask you, good lady, for a small favor." Before the old woman could respond, Jinan Heng rushed inside, swiftly approaching the water she had poured. The old woman, seeing this, hurried to stop him but was hindered by her frailty, helplessly watching as he drank it all. The old woman froze in place. And moments later, she sank down, pounding her chest and weeping, "My grandson, I cannot save you after all." At that moment, Jinan Heng felt a wave of dizziness. He quickly focused his energy to expel the liquid he had consumed. His stomach churned violently, and he vomited, blood mingling with the contents. Mu Chang'an, witnessing this, felt a shiver run down her spine. Had it not been for this stranger, she would have been the one vomiting blood now. "You intend to harm me." Mu Chang'an retreated a couple of steps, addressing the old woman. As a gust of wind blew in and extinguished the candle on the table, No one noticed that the sickly man on the bed had taken his last breath. The old woman, caught between tears and laughter, suddenly erupted in a chilling cackle. Jinan Heng rushed to Mu Chang'an, declaring, "Come with me." He seized her wrist and swiftly exited the bamboo house. They ran far into the night, the echoes of the old woman's eerie laughter haunting them, amplifying their fear in the darkness. Exhausted, Mu Chang'an stumbled and fell into Jinan Heng's embrace. "That I can't go on. I'm so tired, and I need water." Where could they possibly find water in this forest? Jinan Heng, cradling her, felt a surge of anxiety, completely forgetting the residual poison still gnawing at his body. "That I shall carry you." With that, Jinan Heng lifted Mu Chang'an and began to retrace their steps. He recalled passing a river earlier and decided they must return there. Mu Chang'an weakly wrapped her arms around his neck, inhaling his familiar scent, vaguely reminiscent of something she couldn't place. Could this man be connected to her past self before amnesia? Finally, they reached the riverbank, and Mu Chang'an eagerly drank the clear water, quenching her thirst. However, hunger soon followed. Jinan Heng pulled out 2 flatbreads from his belongings and offered them to her, his heart aching as he watched her devour them hungrily. "Why did that old woman poison the water?" Mu Chang'an pondered aloud. Jinan Heng replied gravely, "Perhaps she was swayed by some nefarious belief, thinking she could use you to cure her grandson." Indeed, many terrifying tales circulated among the common folk, suggesting that the blood and heart of a young maiden could serve as a remedy for terminal ailments, prolonging life. The old woman must have felt desperate enough to resort to such measures, intending to harm Mu Chang'an. Thankfully, Jinan Heng had been there to prevent her from falling victim to this fate. "How did you know she meant to harm me?" she asked that, "Oh, like you, I intended to seek temporary refuge. But discovering a house in these remote woods was suspicious. I lingered outside for a moment and witnessed her tampering with the water." Jinan Heng remained composed, and Mu Chang'an believed every word. "Do you know the way out of this forest?" she inquired anxiously, having lowered her defenses against the young man who had saved her life. "That I do, but we must wait for dawn to continue. We should start a fire. You rest under that tree while I gather some twigs." With that, Jinan Heng stood up. That Mu Chang'an obediently moved to the tree, but it was too late. She watched as Jinan Heng's figure blurred before her eyes. And soon she succumbed to sleep. Jinan Heng managed to light a fire and noticed that Mu Chang'an had already fallen asleep. Finally, he could sit beside her without the guise of a stranger. He gently leaned her head against his shoulder, carefully observing her delicate features illuminated by the firelight. She remained as endearing as ever, and the thought of having betrayed her and caused her deep pain filled him with guilt. His hand brushed against her fragile cheek, yearning to hold her close as he once did. In her dreams, Mu Chang'an glimpsed a silhouette standing in the distance, backlit against the light. She wished to approach. Yet no matter how she tried, she could not reach him. That figure never faded away, and though she opened her mouth, no sound emerged. She hoped he would turn to glance at her, perhaps to reveal the memories she had lost. That night, Jinan Heng remained awake. As dawn broke, the forest came alive with the sounds of chirping insects and birds, heralding the start of a new day. That Mu Chang'an slowly opened her eyes, feeling enveloped in a warm embrace. She jolted upright, startled, only to realize it was the young man who had saved her the previous night. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Jinan Heng stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. "All right, I promise to take you out of here. Let us depart." After walking for a while, Mu Chang'an noticed Jinan Heng's lips were pale, and his complexion appeared unwell. Could the poison from last night still be affecting him? In truth, the toxin within Jinan Heng had not fully dissipated. Although the remaining poison was not lethal, it required proper recovery. "Perhaps we should take a break," Mu Chang'an suggested, her worry evident as she glanced at Jinan Heng. Fearing he might collapse. "No, this forest is treacherous. We must hasten our escape." Jinan Heng endured the discomfort, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Mu Chang'an could see he was suffering. "You need to rest," she insisted, halting in her tracks. Jinan Heng struggled with how to inform her that he had already sensed movement behind them. Even if their pursuers were well concealed, they could not escape Jinan Heng's keen senses. They were being followed. If he told Mu Chang'an, she would undoubtedly panic, potentially attracting their pursuers. Thus, he decided to feign ignorance, hoping to buy them some time. If Jinan Heng were not poisoned, he would have had no fear. But given his current weakened state, he worried about facing multiple foes. "It's no matter. I am eager to leave so I can procure medicine from the apothecary. Staying here will only worsen my condition." Jinan Heng feigned reassurance, hoping to alleviate Mu Chang'an's concerns. After reflecting on his words, she realized the truth in them. Leaving this place for the city was the only way to save the ailing man. Mu Chang'an nodded, and they quickened their pace. The sounds behind them quickened as well. That Jinan Heng did not look back, merely grasping Mu Chang'an's hand. If his calculations were correct, they would soon escape the forest. Feeling the warmth of his hand made Mu Chang'an blush, yet she did not pull away. The young man before her instilled a sense of security. She longed to stay by his side, never wanting to part again. After a little while, they caught sight of a path, with townsfolk passing by, indicating they were not far from a bustling town. Suddenly, several shadowy figures descended, obstructing their way, clad in dark clothing and masked faces. They did not seem like common robbers. Terrified, Mu Chang'an hid behind Jinan Heng, who tightened his grip on the sword at his waist. "We are strangers to one another. I do not understand why you block our path." "Humph. Those who know what's good for them should mind their own business. What I seek is the life of the young lady behind you," the leader of the dark figures declared, aiming to take Mu Chang'an's life, causing her to clutch Jinan Heng's clothing in fear. "Young master, save me. I do not know them," she whispered. Jinan Heng turned to reassure her. "Do not fear. I will not abandon you." "What are you whispering about? It seems you wish to die. Prepare to meet your end." With that, the dark figures lunged forward. Jinan Heng grasped Mu Chang'an's hand, shielding her behind him, while his other hand drew his sword to parry the leader's attack. As the other assailants aimed their swords at Mu Chang'an, Jinan Heng swiftly intervened, deflecting one attack and kicking another away. Suddenly, a sword came at him, and Jinan Heng instinctively lowered Mu Chang'an's head, narrowly evading the blade that grazed his face, blood seeping forth. If this continued, he would surely perish. Seizing the moment, Jinan Heng pushed Mu Chang'an away and thrust his sword into one of the attacker's chests. In doing so, he exposed himself to an oncoming strike. Although he managed to dodge, the blade still tore through his back, a sharp pain exploding within him. Ignoring the searing agony, Jinan Heng pulled out his sword and kicked at another assailant. Finally gaining a moment to breathe, he dashed towards Mu Chang'an, grasping her hand as they fled, escaping the forest before the attackers could catch up. As Jinan Heng had surmised, the dark figures did not pursue them further. Vanishing into the shadows of the woods, finally free from their pursuers, the two of them gasped for breath. Jinan Heng's back stained with blood, and Mu Chang'an gazed at his horrendous wound, her heart pounding with fear. Jinan Heng led her to a populated area, where he placed a sufficient amount of silver in her hands, saying, "My lady, I shall no longer be able to accompany you. Please take care of yourself." Without waiting for Mu Chang'an's response, he turned and departed, leaving her feeling helpless. After a while, once she was no longer in sight, Jinan Heng leaned against a tree, unable to stand any longer. He quickly focused his energy to heal his internal injuries. Spitting out a mouthful of black blood, finally expelling the poison that had lingered within him, restoring himself to his original appearance, Jinan Heng returned to the town at that moment, due to the urgency of his injuries. He temporarily lost sight of Mu Chang'an. He entered a pharmacy and purchased a packet of hemostatic powder to apply to the wound on his back. He had felt little during his escape, but now he was acutely aware of the sharp pain coursing through him. Jinan Heng gritted his teeth, determined to suppress any cries of agony. After the bleeding finally ceased, he resolved to search for Mu Chang'an. However, after being separated for just a few hours, a myriad of ominous scenarios flooded his mind. He worried that she might encounter ruffians in the city, that she could be deceived, or that she might fail to locate an inn. The more he pondered, the more anxious he became. Jinan Heng leaped onto a rooftop, hoping to swiftly spot that familiar emerald dress amidst the bustling city. Meanwhile, Mu Chang'an wandered aimlessly, surrounded by the shouts of street vendors. The streets were lined with an array of trinkets, and before she knew it, she had wandered into the bustling market district. That a few beggars, noticing the bewildered girl and the bulging pouch at her waist, exchanged furtive glances and conspired amongst themselves before dispersing. One beggar, staggering as he walked, fell directly at Mu Chang'an's feet. "Oh dear, young lady, please help me up, my leg is injured," he pleaded, raising his grimy face in a pitiful manner. Looking around and seeing no other women nearby, Mu Chang'an bent down to assist him. Just then, a thin, dark hand reached for her pouch, effortlessly snatching it away. "Miss, someone is stealing your money," a voice cried out. Instinctively, Mu Chang'an reached for her waist, only to find it empty. She caught a glimpse of the beggar's sly expression before he darted away, melding into the throngs of people, feeling helpless after losing her belongings. Mu Chang'an rushed forward in pursuit, but the beggar had vanished. That moment, a familiar figure appeared before her, and upon recognizing him, a smile of delight spread across her face. Wasn't this the man she had just parted from? Jinan Heng, deep in thought, realized that Mu Chang'an needed the young man who had rescued her the previous night. Thus he reappeared before her in this guise. "What will we do about the money you gave me?" "It was stolen by a beggar," Mu Chang'an said, her face a mask of grievance. Jinan Heng smiled and shook his head reassuringly. "Do not worry, I will retrieve it for you." "But you are injured," she protested. "I have already used my skills to tend to my wounds. You need not be concerned." Observing his composed demeanor, Mu Chang'an felt a wave of relief wash over her. After a moment's pause, she said, "I still do not know your name. I am Mu Chang'an." "You may call me Anan," he replied. "Why do you not tell me your full name?" Mu Chang'an asked, puzzled. Jinan Heng, unsure of how to respond, feigned searching for the beggar. A casual glance revealed a dead-end alley where 4 or 5 beggars were huddled together. It seemed he had indeed found the culprits. "Stay here, I will go and retrieve the money," Jinan Heng instructed, pointing towards the beggars. Mu Chang'an's attention was drawn to them, and her anger surged. Jinan Heng gently patted her head before turning away. In an astonishing display, Jinan Heng approached the group, and after a brief exchange, they returned the stolen pouch. However, Mu Chang'an insisted on giving them some coins before she and Jinan Heng departed. After leaving, Mu Chang'an persistently pressed Jinan Heng to reveal his true name, but he had no intention of divulging it. Thus, they bickered playfully as they exited the town. Initially, Jinan Heng was filled with worry about their presence in the town, that if Mu Chang'an were recognized, her past might resurface. But in this unknown town, they were somewhat safe. Jinan Heng had disguised himself, and Mu Chang'an did not recognize him, which alleviated his concerns as he led her to their lodging. As they walked through the outskirts, Mu Chang'an felt at a loss for how to express her gratitude to Jinan Heng. perceiving him merely as a stranger. He, however, would not allow her to thank him. Opting instead for silence as he guided her, Mu Chang'an was puzzled by his reticence, but understood it was his secret, so she refrained from asking further. Upon reaching her residence, Jinan Heng did not accompany her inside, but watched her enter before turning to leave. Unbeknownst to him, Mu Chang'an followed him, curious about his identity. Unfortunately, she was soon intercepted by a group of people and knocked unconscious. Time passed, and Mu Chang'an suddenly awoke, disoriented and unsure of her surroundings. Squinting against the firelight, she saw two unsavory-looking men approaching her. Memories of the events leading to her unconsciousness flooded back, and she realized she had fallen into their clutches. She moved her fingers. She felt the sharp agony of her broken ribs and the numerous bruises covering her body. Surviving was already a miracle. Though this woman is incapable of cultivation, she possesses a rather appealing visage. One of the men sneered. "Hey, big brother, are you thinking what I'm thinking?" Another man chimed in, rubbing his hands together as he approached Mu Chang'an, intent on dragging her to a less conspicuous area. Suddenly, the second man felt a crushing sensation in his heart, a primal fear coursing through him. Is there an aura of killing intent? He wondered, dropping Mu Chang'an's foot and scanning the vicinity, aside from the raging fire. There was no sign of other people. "Hurry up, the fire is spreading," the first man urged, prematurely reaching for Mu Chang'an. But in a shocking turn of events, Mu Chang'an, who had appeared lifeless moments before, suddenly seized the man's hand. With a swift and brutal maneuver, she wrenched his hand from his body, leaving him howling in agony. The second man was astonished. This woman was not dead. She was supposed to be a weakling. How could she employ such ruthless techniques? Before he could comprehend the situation, the severed hand pierced his throat, and he fell to the ground, blood gushing forth. After dispatching the two men, Mu Chang'an, despite her injuries, managed to exit the room. The ground trembled beneath her, and she soon realized she was aboard a luxurious boat. That a quick survey revealed that the individuals aboard were far more formidable than the previous two. Given her current state, confronting them head-on was unwise. Clutching her wounds, Mu Chang'an gritted her teeth and leaped into the lake. The frigid water pierced her to the bone, and upon impact, her injuries worsened, leaving a trail of crimson blooms in her wake. Emerging from the water, she felt no respite and stumbled toward the forest. The assailants pursued relentlessly, and just as exhaustion set in, she slipped and tumbled into a cave. "What is this strange place?" she muttered, shivering from the cold. Shaking off the water, she pushed deeper into the cave, hoping to evade her pursuers. At the cave's end, she found herself in a natural ice cavern. The temperature plummeting to near zero, tiny, fiery creatures danced among the ice, casting a starlit glow. Mu Chang'an, using the dim light, discerned a shadowy figure encased within a massive block of ice. What unfortunate soul is trapped here? She mused, her blood-stained hand brushing against the ice. The moment her skin made contact, the ice erupted in brilliance, golden runes appearing across its surface, accompanied by the ominous sound of chains rattling. Startled, Mu Chang'an withdrew her hand. The commotion within the ice subsiding, yet behind her, shouts echoed. "The woman is here! Block her escape!" Panic surged through her as the assailants closed in, realizing the ice cave was a dead end. "We bear no grudge against you. We are merely following orders. You should blame yourself for being a worthless waste who could not awaken a soul artifact. Consider it an honor to fall into our hands," they taunted. "Indeed, in this desolate wilderness, no one will come to your aid. Accept your fate," they laughed, drawing closer with weapons in hand. Mu Chang'an was utterly oblivious to the words of those around her. All she could hear were the rhythmic pulses of her heartbeat resonating from the depths of the icy abyss. Her wounds continued to bleed profusely, staining the ice with a brilliant crimson, intertwining with the faintly glimmering golden runes to create a bizarrely exquisite tableau. Danger loomed, urging her to flee this place. The entity trapped within the ice was far more terrifying than the assassins before her. Survival instincts and years of experience in a perilous existence incessantly signaled alarm in her mind. Wait, something felt amiss. The leader of the group abruptly halted, raising a hand to halt his companions, anxiously gazing at the resplendent ice formation behind Mu Chang'an. Blood seemed to flow backward across the ice surface, gradually outlining the runes. Chapter 7. Eliminate them. A killer swallowed hard, unease evident in his voice. "Boss, this cursed place is too sinister. We should..." Boom! The ice shattered explosively. A fierce wind howled as shards of ice flew in all directions. Mu Chang'an was violently thrown to the side by the impact, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Oh heavens, must I endure such torment? I have done nothing wrong aside from secretly pilfering a few snacks." The pursuers fared no better, Some unfortunate souls were struck down by the flying ice shards, meeting their demise on the spot. Chaos ensued, and they momentarily forgot about Mu Chang'an until a series of footsteps emanating from the depths of the ice captured everyone's attention. Tap, tap, tap. Wiping the blood from her eyes, Mu Chang'an finally discerned the tall figure advancing towards her. It was a man. Her pupils constricted, and her heart raced like a drumbeat, nearly making her forget to breathe. His eyes were enigmatic, shimmering with an otherworldly brilliance, as if a galaxy of stars flowed within them. In this world, such a handsome and graceful man could still exist. In that fleeting moment of their encounter, time seemed to freeze, and an indescribable emotion surged within her, tinged with a faint sadness and a hint of nostalgia. For reasons unknown, his expression felt oddly familiar, as if she had encountered him somewhere before. Yet the memory eluded her entirely. Perhaps too much had transpired since that fateful event, and her amnesia had erased countless memories. Monster! A scream jolted Mu Chang'an back to reality. What are you afraid of? We outnumber him. Let us take him down. If we fail to eliminate Miss Mu, how will we return alive? With a command, all the assassins charged towards the mysterious man, shouting, "Kill him!" But wait, the leading man raised his large blade and shouted in fury, only to find that the man had somehow appeared before him, his luminous eyes gazing down with an inscrutable depth. We are no match for this monster. No, we cannot hold on any longer. Flee. The others could no longer endure the paralyzing terror and attempted to escape, yet the overwhelming aura of death rendered them trembling and prostrated on the ground, resembling frogs ensnared by a venomous snake. Unable to move, moments later, the ground was littered with remains. Amidst the piercing cries of agony, Mu Chang'an summoned the last vestiges of her strength, crawling inch by inch towards safety if she did not seize this moment of chaos to escape. She might be next. Suddenly, a pair of jade-green boots obstructed her path. Brother, could you please step aside? I'm in a hurry. Fleeing for my life, Mu Chang'an looked up to meet the gaze of a breathtakingly handsome, yet eerily death-like face. Do not look at me. I am but a corpse. She resolved to play dead. However, the loss of blood had rendered her weak. Had it not been for her formidable willpower honed over the years, she would have succumbed to unconsciousness long ago. This moment, she had reached her limit, closing her eyes and slipping into oblivion. Have I finally met my end? Death was nothing to fear. She had long been mentally prepared for this line of work. Yet, she longed to catch one last glimpse of that exquisite man, such a captivating figure, likely never to be seen again. Open your eyes, and fulfill your wish. Mu Chang'an ceased her murmurs, dazedly opening her eyes. Before her was the demon released from the icy depths, cradling her in an exceedingly intimate manner, even unfastening her garments. Do not act recklessly. I will not befriend anyone who trifles with a girl. Do you wish to die? Not particularly. Mu Chang'an found herself weakening, fully aware of the man's terrifying prowess. Then let me tend to your injuries. Treat my injuries? Mu Chang'an blinked in surprise, glancing down to see that most of her wounds had indeed been addressed. The man continued his ministrations, his mysterious and alluring visage mere inches from hers, his warm breath caressing her delicate neck, sending a tingling sensation coursing through her, causing her cheeks to flush. His right hand transformed into that of an ordinary human, his unforgettable eyes now resembling flawless obsidian, dark and deep, yet faintly shimmering with a glimmer of light. His fingers were chillingly cold, gliding across her skin, making her petite frame shiver involuntarily. Are you human? Mu Chang'an, constrained by his presence, could only weakly inquire. I do not remember. He gazed at her, his expression softening into a smile like drifting clouds. I have been sealed away for far too long. Many things have slipped from my memory. Jinan Heng regarded her, his phoenix eyes narrowing, unsure how to respond, resorting to a casual lie to placate the girl. He could not fathom what further torment the already wounded Mu Chang'an would have endured had he not intervened. Forget. Fine. Amnesia is understandable, but who forgets their own species? Could he possibly be an ancient herb, renowned for its healing properties? Then why did you save me? A wicked smile flickered in his eyes as he lifted her chin with a finger. Because you are simply too adorable, invoking a profound desire to protect you. His tone was flippant, yet it carried an undercurrent of tenderness. The moment he laid eyes on Mu Chang'an, he had been unable to contain his delight. Mu Chang'an's cheeks reddened. Regardless, thank you. Yes, that is what you should thank me for. Suddenly, Mu Chang'an felt a peculiar change in the man's demeanor as he began to bandage her wounds. That he bore no luggage, yet produced medical supplies and cloth as if conjuring them from thin air, leaving Mu Chang'an perplexed. Noticing her confusion, he merely observed her with a playful glint in his eyes. What is your name? Mu Chang'an. And yours? Anan. Your real name? Just a random name I picked. Well, this amnesiac Iceman had forgotten even his own species, so asking for his name was a futile endeavor, seizing the moment of tranquility. Mu Chang'an focused on untangling the chaotic memories in her mind. What was she thinking? How could she be so distracted at a time like this? Just then, a low voice, reminiscent of a devil's whisper, broke through her reverie. However, that your phrasing seems a bit awkward, does it not? It is merely treating your injuries, yet it sounds as if we are engaged in something ambiguous. Suddenly, the icy touch of his fingers traversed her thigh, meandering upward, as if composing a melody upon her bloodstained skin. Mu Chang'an's expression shifted abruptly as she seized that audacious hand. What are you doing? Jinan Heng feigned innocence. I am merely treating your injuries. Her body bore not only burn marks from fire, but also numerous scratches from tumbles down the mountainside and into the icy chasm, leaving her once flawless skin marred. Even her thighs were not spared. Let's skip this area. Mu Chang'an awkwardly attempted to push his hand away, but her weakened state rendered her efforts futile, creating an unintended invitation. Jinan Heng's gaze reflected her discomfort, yet his hand continued its advance toward the most forbidden regions. No, if scars were left, how would her future husband view her? Mu Chang'an was speechless. They had known each other for less than an hour, and already he was meddling in her marital affairs. Furthermore, the Jinan Heng before her exuded none of the previous bloodthirstiness, instead appearing as calm and carefree as a gentle breeze dancing through falling snowflakes, devoid of any hostility. While she was lost in thought, Jinan Heng had tenderly applied medicine to her leg wounds, the coolness providing a sense of comfort. Yet, he did not withdraw his hand, nor did he help her adjust her clothing. Instead, he chuckled softly. Next. It is your turn to repay my life-saving grace with your body. Though not particularly well endowed, I could make do. As he spoke, his gaze roamed across Mu Chang'an, ultimately resting on her chest. Mu Chang'an's mind buzzed. Alarm bells ringing. This lecher was undoubtedly not extending his hand out of pure benevolence. While she was grateful to have been spared, it did not mean her virtue could be bartered. Moreover, what did he mean by not particularly well endowed? As a woman, she loathed being told her chest was small. Perhaps stung by his words, a surge of strength welled up within her, and with a sudden burst of energy, she forcefully slammed her head against Jinan Heng's chest, simultaneously yanking a hairpin from her bun and pressing it against his neck. The tables had turned. As she gazed down at the restrained Jinan Heng, a crescent smile graced her features, her eyes sparkling with triumph. This is what you get for trying to exploit a life-saving act as a pretext for ulterior motives, and for looking down on women with small chests. So what if you're a bloodthirsty demon? Right now, my weapon is poised against your vital artery. According to medical principles, having been frozen for such an extended period, that area should have long since succumbed to necrosis, rendering it uninhabitable. That I advise you to abandon any malicious intentions towards young women in the future, lest you inadvertently damage their self-esteem at a critical moment. Mu Chang'an, in an act of retribution, decided to mock him in return, since he had claimed she was underdeveloped. She believed it only fitting to taunt him about his vulnerabilities. Jinan Heng narrowed his cold eyes and chuckled softly. Little Chang'an, how about you sit a little lower and find out for yourself? It was only then that Mu Chang'an realized she was half kneeling on his abdomen. Just as their positions shifted, Jinan Heng hastily supported her knees with his hands. Otherwise, the stones beneath would have aggravated the wound on her knee, causing her immense pain. Mu Chang'an was momentarily stunned by his instinctive act of gentleness. Could it be that he was, in fact, a good person? Just as she began to contemplate reclaiming her hairpin, Jinan Heng exerted a slight pressure, pushing her body backward. Chapter 74. Resigning and returning home. Mu Chang'an's body stiffened, her face flushing crimson. What's wrong with me? The amusement in Jinan Heng's gaze intensified. He had merely intended to tease this intriguing little wildcat, yet she had unexpectedly struck back. Igniting a genuine fire, Mu Chang'an's hand, still clutching the hairpin, trembled slightly, her threat losing its edge. Aren't you afraid I might stab you with this? Oh, I am afraid. But little Chang'an, do you not know that a man's reactions heighten in perilous situations? Jinan Heng's smile was wicked as he gently pressed upward. The young girl felt her legs weaken, caught off guard. Suddenly, the man furrowed his brow, kicked out his foot, and the sword that had fallen from those pursuing them soared into the air. Slicing through the dark towards the cave's wall, the force of his movement nearly made Mu Chang'an scream, and her hairpin inadvertently pierced his carotid artery. With a swish, a gust of cold wind surged, several blades of wind slicing towards the cave wall, where a massive green lizard was cleaved into 4 pieces, crashing to the ground, still writhing in a grotesque display of blood and flesh. The chameleon lizard, renowned for its ability to conceal its body and presence, instinctively warned nearby beasts of the imminent danger within the cave, deterring them from approaching. However, the hungry chameleon lizard could not resist the alluring scent of Mu Chang'an's sweet blood. Creeping closer along the cave wall, it intended to extend its long tongue to ensnare her and flee. Yet before it could act, Jinan Heng dispatched it effortlessly, startled by the sight of the lizard's dismembered remains falling. Mu Chang'an quickly grasped that Jinan Heng had once again come to her rescue. "You are injured," she stammered, her heart racing. That was the carotid artery, a potentially fatal wound. What should she do? She had merely intended to subdue this man, not to truly harm him. After all, he had saved her life. "That it's nothing," Jinan Heng replied, a faint smile gracing his lips as he pulled the hairpin from his neck, blood flowing freely. His expression darkened as he grasped her wrist, saying, "The hairpin is a bit stained. Do you still want it?" Mu Chang'an, momentarily dazed, nodded. Jinan Heng wiped the hairpin on his sleeve and then gently returned it to its rightful place, leaning against him. Mu Chang'an felt an inexplicable sense of embarrassment. Wasn't the act of reinserting a hairpin something only close lovers or spouses would do? She desperately tried to banish such strange thoughts from her mind. It was merely an action, after all, and they had only recently met. How could there be any underlying implications? Yet, this man behaved so oddly. First, he saved her, then he seemed to take advantage of her. And now, just when she had deemed him a villain, he willingly injured himself to protect her. It was not just whimsical. It was utterly baffling. However, the fact remained that she had harmed her savior. And now, rather than feeling confused or angry, all she felt was guilt. "While I cannot offer myself, if you ever need my assistance, I will do everything within my power." Mu Chang'an's voice was barely above a whisper. Jinan Heng raised an eyebrow. "Oh really? You won't go back on your word?" "Absolutely not." "Very well," Jinan Heng said, lifting her chin with his long fingers, a teasing smile playing on his lips. "I wish to keep you safe." "What?" Mu Chang'an was taken aback. Jinan Heng released her chin and gestured toward the lizard's remains nearby. "Without me, do you think you could have escaped this place alive?" Though that may be true." "Why?" Mu Chang'an's face wore an expression of skepticism. She had grown accustomed to betrayal and manipulation, making it difficult to believe that this man, who had effortlessly slain dozens of pursuers, would genuinely go to such lengths for her out of sheer goodwill. Jinan Heng pondered for a moment before finally stating, "Because you caught my EYE. Mu Chang'an felt an immediate sense of resignation. It seemed she would not extract any further information from him. So she ceased her inquiries and continued onward into the woods with Jinan Heng. Jinan Heng watched Mu Chang'an's retreating figure. An indescribable joy filled his heart. The current Mu Chang'an had recovered remarkably. Having been trained so well by Prince Qin, it was indeed commendable. However, he could not help but reflect on his earlier teasing of her, which had been instinctual. Nevertheless, Jinan Heng's mind was consumed with worry, fearing that Mu Chang'an might remember something. Her behavior was commendable. As long as she did not recall anything, he could remain by her side, quietly protecting her, wishing to shield her from any memories. If she could misinterpret his intentions, then that would not be a problem at all. Thus, they walked together until they soon reached the wooden cabin where Mu Chang'an resided. After she entered, Jinan Heng turned to leave, feeling a sense of relief, for outside the cabin, Prince Qin had reinforced the defenses. That day, in the imperial capital, Jinan Heng found himself missing Mu Chang'an dearly, wondering how she was faring, whether she was resting well and eating properly. Upon this thought, he resolved to find a moment to check on her. However, just then, his steward informed him that the emperor requested his presence. Though the reason was unclear, Jinan Heng contemplated briefly before making his way to the palace. Upon arriving at the palace gates, he encountered eunuch Chun, a favored attendant of the emperor, waiting outside. Upon seeing Jinan Heng, the eunuch appeared extremely excited and hurried to grab his arm. Jinan Heng looked at eunuch Chun in surprise, puzzled by his eagerness. "Eunuch, may I inquire what this is about? Why the urgency?" Eunuch Chun, with a sharp voice, replied, "Oh, how could I possibly know the emperor's mind? However, he is currently in high spirits, so do not be afraid. Master Ji, it might very well be a fortuitous matter." Jinan Heng intended to ask further, but noticed that eunuch Chun seemed reluctant to elaborate, so he ultimately dropped the subject, following eunuch Chun deeper into the palace. Jinan Heng remained puzzled, his thoughts racing. What could the emperor want with him? Perhaps it was regarding the previous assassination incident, but hadn't Prince Qin already dealt with that matter? As he pondered, Jinan Heng soon found himself at the palace doors. Eunuch Qin called out Jinan Heng's name and escorted him inside. Jinan Heng shook off his musings, steeling himself for the encounter ahead. Once inside the grand hall, he saw the emperor seated upon the dragon throne, surrounded by Prince Qin and others. Indicating that he had arrived late, Jinan Heng approached Prince Qin's side and stood quietly beside him. The emperor glanced at Jinan Heng before addressing him, regarding the recent assassination incident. I owe you my gratitude, Jinan Heng. Were it not for your efforts, I might never have uncovered the identity of the perpetrator, allowing them to escape justice, which would have left my brother unable to find peace. Thus, I have summoned you to serve as an example to the others. Do you understand? At once, Jinan Heng felt the weight of every gaze upon him. He felt somewhat helpless, yet he turned to look at Prince Qin beside him. Realizing that had it not been for him, he would likely still be imprisoned. Prince Qin met Jinan Heng's gaze and smiled, though he remained silent. The emperor continued, I have decided to grant you a request. Any request you may have, and I shall agree to it. That's so. Jinan Heng, speak. What is it that you desire? Jinan Heng was taken aback, observing the emperor's serious expression, for the emperor's words were irrevocable. As thoughts of Mu Chang'an filled his mind. He pondered what she must be like now. Resolutely, Jinan Heng made a decision and nodded silently before addressing the emperor. Your Majesty, I wish to resign from my official duties and return home to travel, to see the scenery along the way. I hope you will grant this request. The emperor furrowed his brow, unable to believe what he had just heard. Other officials present were equally astonished, staring at Jinan Heng, who seemed utterly sincere, as if he had made a definitive decision. The emperor, visibly anxious, asked, Are you certain you wish to resign and return home? Should you depart, it may not be so easy to return, and there may not be a place for you in the capital. Are you certain of this? The Prince of Qin was taken aback by Jinan Heng's decision, yet he chose to silently support him. Perhaps only the prince understood the true motives behind Jinan Heng's choice and what he truly wished to accomplish. Thus, when Jinan Heng gazed at the prince, the latter smiled back and earnestly nodded, signifying his support. In that moment, Jinan Heng felt his resolve strengthen. With unwavering certainty, Jinan Heng addressed the emperor, stating, Your Majesty, I can only choose this path. If I had the opportunity to travel, it would bring me immense joy. When I reach my twilight years, I will undoubtedly reflect on the choices made in my youth. I sincerely hope Your Majesty can fulfill my wish. The emperor was about to plead for him to stay, but upon seeing Jinan Heng's resolute demeanor, he relented, saying, Since you wish to depart, I shall not retain you. However, I will bestow upon you a reward of 10,000 taels of gold and 8 acres of fertile land. Should you wish to return to the capital after your travels, your position shall always be reserved for you. Upon hearing the emperor's words, Jinan Heng quickly bowed, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generosity. I am truly thankful, and if I am able to return, I shall serve you loyally. The emperor's previously furrowed brow softened slightly. In truth, he had no particular attachment to Jinan Heng's position. He simply felt that, in front of so many courtiers, he must appear magnanimous to avoid any potential grievances. In front of all present in the grand hall, Jinan Heng removed his outer robe, neatly placing it before him, and set his black cap atop the garment, standing there clad only in his undergarments. Seeing that all had been said, the emperor dismissed the courtiers, who then departed in succession. As they passed Jinan Heng, they offered their congratulations, wishing him success and enjoyment in his future endeavors. Jinan Heng graciously acknowledged each well-wisher, and at that moment, the Prince of Qin approached him, turning to greet the prince with a smile. Jinan Heng said, Thank you, my prince. Had it not been for you, I fear long and might not have survived. Each time I think of you, I feel an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Let us go dine together. It is my treat. The prince chuckled. There's no need for such formality. Please, just treat me to this meal. After all, it is your last dinner in office. Who knows when you might next have the chance to host me? Jinan Heng laughed heartily and nodded, leading the prince away. They engaged in cheerful conversation throughout their journey. Jinan Heng expressed, I am immensely grateful for your support. Without you, I might not have made this decision. Had I leapt into despair, I would have regretted it. You saved me, and by extension, Longan, you are indeed our savior. The prince patted Jinan Heng's shoulder, replying, Do not view it as such. Why kindness stems from the recognition of your struggles and the compatibility between you two. To save one is to save the other. Thus, it is better to rescue both, for it brings joy to the heart. Nodding in agreement, Jinan Heng led the prince to a bustling tavern in the capital, where they secured a private room and ordered a selection of dishes. As they conversed, Jinan Heng suddenly recalled a pressing matter. By the way, is Longan's current residence secure? If she is alone there and encounters someone, it could spell disaster, especially since she has lost her memory. It poses a significant risk. The prince laughed. Jinan Heng, I did not expect you to be so attentive that it seems Longin is indeed fortunate to have you. However, given her memory loss, she cannot recall the past. You could adopt a different identity to appear before her, allowing her to feel your concern without realizing who you truly are. Jinan Heng was taken aback by the prince's suggestion and urgently grasped his hand. What do you mean by adopting a different identity? Seeing Jinan Heng's anxiety, the prince clarified. You are currently Jinan Heng, that if you fear that this name might trigger her memories, you could assume another name and appearance to assist her, ensuring she feels your care while remaining oblivious to your true identity. It is a sound plan that Jinan Heng pondered deeply. He recalled having previously assumed a different identity when encountering Longin, but that had been a spontaneous choice rather than a deliberate decision. Wasn't this simply a form of deception? Raising his gaze to the prince, he questioned, but wouldn't this be misleading Longin? What if she ultimately probes too deeply? Just then, the door swung open, and a server entered with a spread of dishes. Quickly placing them on the table before departing with a polite farewell, Jinan Heng turned to the prince, who seemed poised to impart further wisdom. The prince, though somewhat exasperated, stated, "Isn't this a simple matter? By adopting a new identity, you must remember your new persona and all relevant details. Given her memory loss, as long as she doesn't see your face, she likely won't recall anything. Should she bring up the past, simply steer the conversation elsewhere, and all will be well." Upon hearing this, Jinan Heng felt a wave of clarity wash over him. The prince's advice was indeed effective, and he resolved to follow it. Their meal concluded, Jinan Heng offered to escort the prince back, but the latter shook his head, saying, "There's no need for that. You should return and organize your affairs. I imagine you have much to arrange." Ultimately, Jinan Heng did not accompany the prince, making his way back alone. The steward had been waiting at the entrance, and upon his return, rushed to greet him. "My lord, you have finally returned. I heard from the outside that you are preparing to resign. What arrangements do you wish for us to make?" Jinan Heng regarded the steward and replied, "In a moment, I will convene a meeting to discuss our future direction and ensure everyone is properly arranged." The steward nodded in understanding and departed. Jinan Heng changed into a more casual attire and proceeded to the hall, where he had instructed the steward to gather the household staff to deliberate their future. Seeing that most had arrived, he felt reassured and addressed them. "I have decided to resign to explore other places. For everyone in the household, I have made arrangements. Please go to the accounts office to collect your shares. I will distribute resources for you. As for the belongings here, I will take some with me. If you wish for anything else, I can provide it. From here on, your paths are your own, and I will support your choices." Upon hearing Jinan Heng's words, the steward responded, "My lord, if you give us everything, what will you keep for yourself? Perhaps you should retain some items for your own journey. It would be difficult to travel without funds." His statement was echoed by the other servants, with one maid adding, "My lord, you have treated us so well. It would trouble our hearts to see you left with nothing. Please keep some silver for yourself." A chorus of agreement followed, urging him to retain something for his own needs. Jinan Heng, touched by their concern, contemplated the matter before responding, "Let us proceed as discussed. Find a suitable family for yourselves, and live well. This is settled. Prepare yourselves, and you may leave as soon as tomorrow." After finishing his words, Jinan Heng departed. Leaving the butler and others speechless, he entered his room, surveyed the surroundings, and began to pack his belongings. Summoning a shadow guard, he instructed, "Go find someone to construct a wooden cabin in the outskirts forest. I shall reside there. Ensure the safety of the woman nearby." Once the shadow guard departed, Jinan Heng resumed his organization. Upon completion, he lay on the bed, gazing at the beams above, his heart secretly yearning for the morrow when he would once again meet Mu Chang'an. He hoped she was faring well that moment. Jinan Heng recalled that there were mechanisms near Mu Chang'an's residence, and he possessed some knowledge of such mechanisms, having been taught by her when he still held memories of her. However, with her memories lost, how would he decipher those mechanisms? Yet, he quickly concluded that the mechanisms must have been devised by Prince Qin, and thus, if he consulted Prince Qin, all matters could be resolved, making his task much simpler. With that thought, Jinan Heng rose from his bed, peering outside. Though dusk was approaching, visibility remained adequate. Contemplating briefly, he leapt from the window and soared towards Prince Qin's residence. Chapter 76. A determination to visit the outskirts. Presumably, Prince Qin was still awake, and inquiring at this hour might prove beneficial. Jinan Heng appeared before Prince Qin, who was taken aback, for he had been engrossed in painting in his study when Jinan Heng suddenly materialized before him. The unexpected presence of someone staring at him fervently caused Prince Qin a moment of irritation, as he pondered the implications of such an abrupt visitation. Once he recognized Jinan Heng, He felt an impulse to strike him but restrained himself, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Appearing so suddenly. Do you intend to startle me to death?" Jinan Heng, feeling somewhat embarrassed, stepped back a few paces and replied, "I apologize. I did not mean to startle you. I have come with urgent matters and did not wish to disturb you. Especially since you seemed preoccupied." Prince Qin, with a hint of exasperation, retorted, "What do you mean by preoccupied? I was nearly startled to death. Speak. What brings you here?" Jinan Heng took another step back and said, "I have come to inquire about the mechanism you set up at Chang'an's gate. Could you enlighten me on its nature? I wish to understand it better to assist Mu Chang'an." Upon hearing Jinan Heng's request, Prince Qin was momentarily speechless. "You came all this way, startling me, merely to ask this?" he questioned incredulously. Jinan Heng nodded, leaving Prince Qin on the verge of despair. "The mechanism is not particularly sophisticated. I do not understand it well myself. That I engage someone to create it. If you wish to decipher it, I can have the master explain it to you. It is quite straightforward." Jinan Heng eagerly nodded, urging Prince Qin to summon the master. After what felt like an eternity, as Jinan Heng grew anxious, word arrived that the master had arrived. He rushed to the entrance only to discover it was a familiar face. Song Jin, someone he had known previously. Jinan Heng was taken aback, and Song Jin appeared equally surprised. Upon seeing Jinan Heng, he glanced at Prince Qin, seemingly realizing something. That Jinan Heng approached Song Jin. "Song Jin, what brings you here? I thought you were elsewhere. I heard from Chang'an that you and Aunt Song had gone to Hangzhou. Why are you in the capital now?" Song Jin shook his head. "We were indeed in Hangzhou, but upon hearing of Chang'an's troubles, we came here. We are currently residing in the capital, while Aunt Song and Qingsu remain in Hangzhou." Jinan Heng pressed on. "Do you know where Chang'an is now? Was the mechanism at her door you're doing? How do I break it? Please teach me." Song Jin cast a glance at Jinan Heng but remained silent. Jinan Heng, bewildered, asked, "What's wrong, Song Jin? Why won't you tell me?" With a scoff, Song Jin retorted, "Why should I inform you? Do you not think you have already harmed Chang'an enough? What do you intend to do? Appear before her once more, prompting her memories only to bring her sorrow?" Jinan Heng shook his head vigorously. "That is not my intention. I merely wish to ensure Mu Chang'an's happiness. That I do not want her to remember me. I will protect her quietly and assist her. You must trust me." Song Jin, skeptical, perceived Jinan Heng's words as somewhat disingenuous and chose not to engage further. Instead, he addressed Prince Qin. "What did you summon me for? If there is no further matter, I shall take my leave, as I plan to return to Hangzhou soon." Prince Qin, noting Jinan Heng's anxious demeanor and Song Jin's indifferent attitude, felt a sense of helplessness. "I indeed called you for a reason. Jinan Heng wishes to learn how to dismantle that mechanism, aiming to safeguard Chang'an from further harm, allowing her to live peacefully each day. You are aware of her situation." Song Jin shot a glare at Jinan Heng, who remained anxiously attentive. That a realization dawned on him. Perhaps Jinan Heng's intentions were genuine, and currently, Chang'an needed someone to care for her, with Aunt Song aging and Qingsu needing to accompany him. Relying solely on Prince Qin for her care would leave Chang'an alone, which would be detrimental to her. With this thought, Song Jin's resentment towards Jinan Heng lessened slightly. However, he still felt anger towards him. So he stated, "If you truly wish to help Chang'an, you must not present yourself to her as you are, for your image is deeply ingrained in her memory. You must adopt a humble identity, one that would not trigger her recollections. Otherwise, I shall not permit you to proceed." Jinan Heng nodded fervently. Disregarding the conditions, he was willing to do anything to be near Mu Chang'an, even at the cost of his own life. He had long wished to make amends with her. Seeing Jinan Heng's determined nod eased Song Jin's concerns, and he began to explain how to dismantle the mechanism. To be cautious, Song Jin also taught Jinan Heng various other mechanisms, ensuring he could protect Mu Chang'an should the initial mechanism fail. Jinan Heng diligently absorbed the teachings, eager to master the mechanisms. However, Song Jin only imparted a limited amount before taking his leave. Prince Qin, witnessing Jinan Heng's elation, felt a mixture of exasperation. "Now that you have learned what you sought, is there anything else? Return to your affairs. I must attend to my own." Jinan Heng, somewhat sheepish, nodded and prepared to take his leave. Prince Qin yearned for solitude, having long desired a moment of respite. Yet, with both Jinan Heng and Song Jin present, he could not find peace. With one departing, the remaining individual became easier to manage. Jinan Heng, amused by Prince Qin's demeanor, expressed, "Thank you, Prince Qin, for your assistance. Your help has been invaluable, allowing us to survive. Without you, we would have perished long ago." Prince Qin shook his head, offering no reply, merely casting a resigned glance at Jinan Heng before turning to leave. He thought to himself that once he was out of the residence, Jinan Heng would surely take his departure as well. Just as that thought crossed his mind, Jinan Heng turned and exited, bringing a hint of relief to Prince Qin, who returned to his study to continue his work. As Jinan Heng walked home, his thoughts were consumed by Mu Chang'an, wondering what she might be doing. At this moment, Mu Chang'an felt a slight ache in her head, though the cause eluded her. She simply sensed an overwhelming fatigue, unsure of how to remedy it. As she surveyed her surroundings, she noted the exquisite beauty of the environment and the refreshing air. Yet, the solitude weighed heavily upon her. There was not a soul in sight. Indeed, apart from herself, all were absent. Mu Chang'an possessed a rudimentary understanding of the mechanisms of the door, and she had a vague intuition that she could decipher the intricacies before her. However, the specifics of the mechanism remained elusive, leading her to abandon the matter altogether. In that moment, she felt akin to a beauty ensconced within a gilded chamber, rarely venturing out. The thought of her isolation drove her to the brink of despair. Just then, King Qin arrived, and Mu Chang'an's spirits soared at the sight of him. Upon hearing him call her name, she hurried to the entrance to greet him. Upon arrival, King Qin noticed Mu Chang'an waiting eagerly and chuckled, saying, "Chang'an, why did you rush so? I barely had time to react before you were here." Eager to see me, Mu Chang'an replied with a smile. "Of course, there's no one here, and it's dreadfully dull. I feel as though I might wither away, but I am deeply grateful to you. It is thanks to you that I have the chance to live, so I must extend my warmest hospitality." King Qin, startled by her reference to her survival, inquired, "Chang'an, why do you mention a chance at life? Do you?" Chapter 77. The arrival of the maid. Seeing the confusion on King Qin's face, Mu Chang'an laughed joyfully and reassured him. "Indeed, were it not for you, I would have perished by now. Do you not recall? You have been by my side since I awoke, and you told me that you saved my life. Hence, I must express my gratitude." Upon hearing her words, King Qin felt a wave of relief wash over him. Though Mu Chang'an remained unaware of his unspoken thoughts, he suggested, "Let us not linger here any longer. If we do, we shall have to forego our meal. It's nearly cold." Mu Chang'an, returning to her senses, smiled sheepishly and followed him inside. King Qin arranged for them to dine in the courtyard, and soon, a table was set. During the meal, Mu Chang'an stole glances at King Qin, causing him to feel somewhat helpless. Unable to eat under her scrutiny, he paused and asked, "What is it? Why do you keep staring at me?" "How am I to eat?" Startled by his question, Mu Chang'an lowered her gaze and absent-mindedly fiddled with her food. King Qin, observing her demeanor, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Once she gathered her thoughts, she slowly lifted her head and said, "I merely wish to ask if I might invite someone to keep me company, or if you could assist me in finding someone. That I find myself quite alone here and long for conversation." Her words, laced with a touch of vulnerability, tugged at King Qin's heartstrings. He could not help but respond, "Rest assured, a neighbor will be arriving soon. That I trust they will help you become acquainted. However, as a woman alone in this place, it would be prudent for me to find someone to accompany you." Delight washed over Mu Chang'an upon hearing his promise, and she expressed her gratitude profusely. Prompting a smile from King Qin. In the course of their conversation, she inquired about the neighbor's identity and appearance, but King Qin remained nonchalant, replying, "I do not know. I doubt they are particularly handsome. You will learn in due time. It's best to ask them yourself." Though she sensed his genuine ignorance, curiosity lingered in her mind. After finishing their meal, King Qin prepared to depart, saying, "By the way, I will have a maid brought to you shortly. As for myself, I fear I shall be quite busy and may not visit often. Should any issues arise, you must rely on yourself. Be cautious." Mu Chang'an felt a pang of reluctance at his impending departure, but understood his obligations. Nodding, she assured him, "It's all right. That I will manage everything well. As long as someone is here to keep me company, I will be content." "Thank you truly." King Qin shook his head with a smile, gently ruffling her hair before turning to leave. Mu Chang'an watched his retreating figure, pondering her thoughts, after tidying up the remnants of their meal. She intended to lounge in the courtyard with grapes tea that moment. However, she noticed someone at the gate. Due to the mechanism, the visitor could not enter. Resolving to investigate, she stepped outside and recognized one of King Qin's closest aides. Though she felt a strange familiarity with the maid accompanying him, unable to recall where she had seen her before, Mu Chang'an greeted the aide. "You've brought her so swiftly. Thank you so much for your efforts. Please extend my gratitude to King Qin. Should I ever be able to assist in any way, I will certainly do so." The aide shook his head and guided the maid to Mu Chang'an's side before taking his leave. The maid, upon seeing Mu Chang'an, was struck with disbelief. She had long believed her mistress was dead, yet here she stood, vibrant and alive. Tears streamed down her cheeks, but fearing it was an illusion, she pinched herself hard. Wincing at the pain, it was a small price to pay for the overwhelming joy of realization. Mu Chang'an, noticing the maid's tears, felt a wave of concern and instinctively reached out to wipe them away. Startled, the maid recoiled. Puzzled, Mu Chang'an wondered what could have caused this reaction. Had the maid been mistreated? With a surge of protectiveness, she embraced the maid and declared, "Have you been wronged? Fear not, I shall protect you. Just tell me who it is, and I will confront them." The maid, touched by her mistress's concern, felt a swell of gratitude. Despite Mu Chang'an's amnesia, her instinct to protect remained intact. She truly was the one closest to her heart. Embarrassed by the intensity of her gaze, Mu Chang'an added, "Please, do not look at me like that. It makes me uncomfortable. Later, I shall take you to explore. You must rest well, as I wish for you to keep me company. If anything were to happen to you, I would be at a loss." The maid nodded obediently, resolved to safeguard Mu Chang'an. She recalled King Qin's warning about Mu Chang'an's memory loss and the potential dangers of her regaining it. To prevent any harm from befalling her mistress, the maid vowed to conceal any irregularities. The maid noticed the plentiful grapes on the table. She offered, "Mistress, allow me to prepare the grapes for you. Eat while I do, or I shall retire to bed, and you will be left alone." Mu Chang'an, feeling a tinge of exasperation, quickly replied, "No, please don't leave. I would be dreadfully bored without you, and I might very well fall ill from the solitude." The maid chuckled at Mu Chang'an's plight and urged, "Hurry, mistress, you still need to introduce me to this place." Thus, as they enjoyed the grapes, Mu Chang'an shared tales of her surroundings. She concluded, "There are many books in the room. Feel free to read them any time. If you struggle with the words, I will gladly teach you. But do not venture outside. The mechanisms could be perilous." The maid nodded in understanding. After Mu Chang'an finished her introductions, exhaustion overtook her, mirrored by the maid's own weariness. Observing the maid's drowsy demeanor, Mu Chang'an suggested, "You should rest. I too shall sleep. When we awaken, we can explore together. I hear a neighbor will be moving in soon." The maid nodded, and Mu Chang'an designated a room for her before retreating to her own quarters to rest. The maid gazed at Mu Chang'an's departing figure, her heart swelling with emotion. Meanwhile, Jinan Heng, in the capital, was elated upon receiving word from his covert agents that the wooden house had been completed. With all arrangements in place, he set forth towards the outskirts. Not long after arriving in the outskirts, Jinan Heng spotted himself standing before his wooden cabin, glancing at his dwelling and then at Mu Chang'an's. He couldn't help but nod in approval. Indeed, it was quite satisfactory, similar to Mu Chang'an's. It seemed these shadow guards were quite commendable. Elated, Jinan Heng entered the cabin, which contained several items brought from his previous residence, perhaps to be presented to Mu Chang'an as gifts in the future. This thought filled him with joy. Thus, he settled into the cabin alone, leaving a few shadow guards hidden nearby to ensure Mu Chang'an's safety. Yet, a sense of unease lingered in Jinan Heng's heart regarding Mu Chang'an. He wondered if she would recall anything upon seeing him again, or if she might suddenly flee. Consequently, he was tormented by his thoughts concerning her. When he saw Mu Chang'an step outside, he discreetly concealed himself and quietly followed the woman ahead. Soon, they arrived at a nearby town, and Jinan Heng couldn't help but muse. She remained as charming and beautiful as ever, particularly after having lost all her memories. He felt her eyes had gained an added clarity and brightness. Perhaps it was because she truly remembered nothing, her mind and heart unburdened by past pains and sorrows, allowing her spirit to return to a state of pristine purity. The initial beauty of Mu Chang'an was akin to a fledgling bird, the warmth of new life radiating in an almost unbelievable manner. Reflecting upon this, Jinan Heng felt a deep regret for his past mistakes and resolved to protect Mu Chang'an diligently. Before long, Mu Chang'an wandered into the bustling part of town, reaching an area where few souls ventured. Such places often harbored bandits or wild beasts that it was concerning enough for a girl like her to traverse alone. And Jinan Heng himself felt apprehensive. Should she encounter a bandit, he might be able to handle it, but a wild beast was an entirely different matter. Yet, Mu Chang'an, in her innocent naivety, felt no fear in this environment. Before he could ponder further, Jinan Heng spotted a figure lurking not far away, evidently plotting mischief against Mu Chang'an. Observing closely, he discerned that the rogue was alone, which made the situation easier to manage. The bandit was wholly fixated on the woman ahead, oblivious to Jinan Heng's presence until he was swiftly subdued. "What, young man, are you also interested in this lady?" Jinan Heng asked coldly, his tone laced with derision. The bandit had spent the day seeking a substantial haul, only to unexpectedly encounter a stunning woman, a awakening his base desires. However, he never anticipated being disrupted by the sudden appearance of this man. Armed with a weapon, he attempted to strike Jinan Heng, but the latter deftly evaded the blow, seizing the bandit's arm and throwing him to the ground. I warn you, if you dare to lay a hand on this woman, you will regret it, Jinan Heng declared, his words chilling and precise, evoking a sense of dread as if he could indeed take a life at any moment. The innate aura of a king emanated from him. Unmatched and formidable, the bandit, frightened, nodded rapidly, struggling to articulate his fear. I understand, sir. Leave, Jinan Heng commanded furiously. The rogue scrambled away in haste. Mu Chang'an, unaware of the danger she had just escaped, continued on her way. Jinan Heng's heart tightened as he hurried after her. Anxious to ensure her safety. As he searched, he realized he had lost sight of her, and with a growing sense of panic, he felt the urgency to find her. Suddenly, it struck him. What if Mu Chang'an had returned home? What then was he doing here? With that thought, he made his way back to the outskirts. Indeed, he soon spotted Mu Chang'an engaged in conversation with her maid, the specifics of their discussion unknown. Yet she appeared genuinely happy, relieved to see her safe and sound. Jinan Heng felt a weight lift from his heart. He decided not to intrude further, opting to return to his cabin to rest. From a distance, Mu Chang'an noticed Jinan Heng's return and was somewhat surprised by her neighbor's apparent wanderings. However, she dismissed the thought, preferring to continue her delightful chat with the maid. The maid had endeared herself to Mu Chang'an, bringing her much joy, and as such, she was enjoying her current life immensely. Having forgotten the earlier incident in town, Mu Chang'an opted for a shortcut back to her cabin, unaware of how Jinan Heng would react if he learned of her oblivion. Did you see? That was our neighbor, Mu Chang'an remarked to her maid. He doesn't seem too bad, but I wonder what he is truly like. It would be nice to get to know him better. The maid, upon realizing the man was Jinan Heng, was taken aback. How could he be here, and so close to the young lady? Assuming Mu Chang'an was surprised by the presence of a man near her house. The maid replied, I suppose it is quite a shock, Mississippi, but perhaps you will get to know him better in time. Mu Chang'an nodded thoughtfully, her heart lightened by the prospect of companionship. Meanwhile, the maid was consumed with her own worries as they sat together. Each lost in their thoughts that Jinan Heng had long been away from the imperial capital, residing in his wooden cabin. Feeling aimless, he yearned to see Mu Chang'an, but had hesitated until today, when he learned she was in her cabin. This knowledge brought a hint of color back to his otherwise dreary heart. Perhaps it would be good to see her. He resolved to do so, but as he prepared to step out, he pondered what identity he should adopt. He couldn't simply present himself as he was now. That wouldn't do. After pacing back and forth in his cabin, a plan formed in his mind. He would present himself as the wanderer of the wilds, a seeker of nature and the untamed. Satisfied with this persona, he declared, excellent, and strode purposefully toward Mu Chang'an's abode. Upon reaching her doorstep, Jinan Heng furrowed his brow, noting the intricate mechanisms surrounding her home. A direct approach would be ill-advised. If he barged in, she would surely question how he possessed knowledge of such devices. Just as he was lost in thought, Mu Chang'an's maid noticed him. Miss, there's a peculiar man outside, the maid exclaimed, her heart racing at the sight of Jinan Heng. Yet she felt compelled to inform Mu Chang'an, albeit with a hint of apprehension. Perhaps he's just a passerby, Mu Chang'an replied, not lifting her gaze. It doesn't seem so. Mississippi, he's been standing there for quite some time, as if he's looking for someone. Mu Chang'an's interest was piqued, her eyes lifting slightly. Few people knew she resided here. Who could possibly be searching for her? Surely it wouldn't be anyone but the neighbor. While musing, she scrutinized Jinan Heng from a distance. He was handsome and exuded an extraordinary presence, almost ethereal. Mu Chang'an felt a flicker of recognition. Was this truly her neighbor? To quell her curiosity, she instructed her maid, go and bring him in. There are numerous mechanisms outside. If he accidentally triggers one, the consequences could be dire. Yes, miss, the maid replied with a smile, turning to comply. She thought to herself how wonderful it would be for her mistress to have someone to converse with after being confined indoors for so long, even if it was the former fiancé. Meanwhile, Jinan Heng continued to pace outside, uncertain of his next move, when suddenly, the maid approached him. It was indeed the former maid of Mu Chang'an, leaving one momentarily taken aback. However, the maid offered a slight bow, stating that if Lord Ji had come to see the young lady, he was welcome to enter. The mechanism outside had already been deactivated. Jinan Heng felt a surge of joy in his heart and promptly replied, then I shall trouble you to lead the way. Lord Ji is too courteous, yet I hope you will not cause the young lady to remember you, the maid added, turning gracefully to guide Jinan Heng inside. In the study, Mu Chang'an had already prepared tea, awaiting him with respect. "Greetings, young lady," Jinan Heng said, clasping his hands in salute upon seeing Mu Chang'an. Mu Chang'an smiled gently, urging him, "There is no need for such formality. Please take a seat." After he settled, she inquired, "From where does the young gentleman come? How did you discern that there were mechanisms outside my residence?" Jinan Heng replied, "I have always roamed the world, seeking out unfrequented natural landscapes. Recently, while traveling in this area, I was struck by the beauty of the scenery and the concentration of spiritual energy. Thus, I rented a small cabin here to stay for a while. Today, while exploring, I discovered other dwellings nearby and whimsically thought to pay a visit to the owner, not expecting to find such a young lady." He chuckled lightly. "There's truly nothing astonishing about it. I merely happened to encounter some matters that led me to stay here," Mu Chang'an clarified, then continued, "By the way, may I ask how you are addressed? Within our circle, I am known as the Wild Mountain Seeker." "You may simply call me Anan," he replied. "Anan?" Mu Chang'an mused, a smile breaking forth. "What an intriguing name. Your praise is undeserved." Jinan Heng responded modestly, By the way, Anan, you have yet to answer my second question. How did you discern that there were mechanisms outside my house?" Mu Chang'an's inquiry seemed casual, yet bore an unmistakable intensity. Fortunately, Jinan Heng remained composed, responding slowly, "In truth, not only did I perceive them, but I also grasped their intricacies." "Oh," Mu Chang'an was evidently taken aback by his forthrightness. Her interest piqued as she wondered if he could elaborate further. Jinan Heng paused before continuing. "The mechanisms of your residence, if I am not mistaken, are not merely a single system. How many are there?" Mu Chang'an's eyes narrowed. "3 systems," Jinan Heng declared with certainty. Indeed, Mu Chang'an's gaze shifted, her skepticism replaced by complete belief. Tio discerned that there were 3 systems surrounding her home indicated that he was undoubtedly a master of mechanisms. "However," Jinan Heng continued, "while I can identify the 3 systems, I must confess that I cannot unravel them. The complexity of their interplay renders them exceedingly elusive. I can only regard them with trepidation." It must be said that Jinan Heng's words struck the perfect balance, showcasing his talent while simultaneously acknowledging Mu Chang'an's prowess, leaving both parties pleased. Naturally, this led to an engaging conversation. "Who would have thought you possessed such knowledge of mechanisms?" "Truly, you are young and accomplished," Mu Chang'an remarked, her admiration evident. "Not at all. I have simply traveled extensively and gleaned a bit of understanding along the way. It is nothing remarkable. Ah, how humble you are, young Master Anan." Jinan Heng chuckled awkwardly. "However, while the art of mechanisms is commendable, it is hardly wise to confine oneself within them. Oh, do you have a suggestion for a better place?" "A better place?" Jinan Heng laughed heartily. "It is the season of spring. Outside, the birds sing and the flowers bloom. This secluded spot, far from the bustling city, is filled with harmony and freedom. How could it not be considered a fine location? Listening to you, I find myself inclined to venture out for a stroll," Mu Chang'an admitted earnestly. "Is it merely an inclination?" Jinan Heng teased. Mu Chang'an paused, realizing his implication, and soon a smile graced her lips. "Very well, I shall heed your suggestion. Let us take a walk. It would not be wise to remain cooped up all day. I would be honored to accompany the young lady. After you." Thus, the two stepped outside, walking towards the nearby scenery. The day was overcast, lacking the brilliance Jinan Heng had described, yet the misty ambience imparted a unique charm. Along the way, silence enveloped them. Both were lost in their thoughts. Strangely, those who had shared lively conversation indoors now found themselves quiet outside, yet neither felt discomfort. It seemed only natural that at this moment, they should walk and admire the view rather than converse. After 100 paces, Jinan Heng halted, for they stood before a precipice. The wind howled below, and the fog thickened. He gestured for Mu Chang'an to step back, but she instead advanced a few paces. Jinan Heng refrained from forcefully restraining her, knowing her sense of caution well. "Life, at times, holds less value than a cliff," Mu Chang'an mused, gazing at the shifting fog. "Observing the fog gather and disperse is a certain kind of elegance." Jinan Heng replied, "Yet, as a cliff, you must remain here. This elegance you perceive is merely a choice born of necessity. After all, it lacks the ability to resist." Suddenly, Mu Chang'an fell silent, fixing her gaze on Jinan Heng. "Why do I feel as if we have met before?" Jinan Heng's heart raced, but he maintained his composure. "Perhaps it is fate. I too share this feeling. Is that so?" Mu Chang'an smiled softly. "Perhaps it is." Jinan Heng sensed the atmosphere shifting, the previous harmony dissipating. What had gone awry? He searched for the source of the awkwardness and realized it lay within himself. He had approached her under a false identity. How could he not feel uncomfortable? After a moment of hesitation, he contemplated confessing, but a sudden gust of wind swept through, causing Mu Chang'an to stumble precariously towards the edge of the cliff. "Chang'an!" Jinan Heng exclaimed, instinctively pulling her into his embrace. Seeing her unharmed, he exhaled deeply, yet when he caught sight of her expression, a blend of amusement and curiosity, he felt an unsettling premonition. "Since when have I disclosed my name to you?" Mu Chang'an queried slowly. Jinan Heng's countenance shifted, stammering, You did this on purpose. Who are you? Do I know you? Why do you seem so familiar?" she pressed, disregarding his questions. "No, I do not know you, nor do you know me," he asserted firmly, releasing her. "Are you lying?" "I am not." "Then why do you avoid meeting my gaze?" "This that I have matters to attend to. Let us discuss this another time." Jinan Heng hastily concocted an excuse and turned to leave. But Mu Chang'an pursued him with agility, though she could not catch up. "Even your agility feels familiar." Mu Chang'an watched Jinan Heng's retreating figure, puzzled by his sudden flight. It appeared time to inquire further into her neighbor's identity. After running a distance, Jinan Heng regretted his decision to escape. Such actions would only deepen Mu Chang'an's suspicions and perhaps lead her to remember something crucial. Having realized this, he chastised himself and decided to wait outside her cabin. Upon her return, Mu Chang'an noticed him and inquired, "Anan, why are you here? Weren't you just fleeing? Speak. How do you know me?" Recalling his earlier ruse, Jinan Heng replied, "I simply overheard your maid mention your name, which is why I recognized you. Otherwise, how could I possibly know you?" Mu Chang'an, seeing the earnestness in his demeanor, found his explanation plausible and accepted it. "That makes sense. When we have the opportunity, let us become better acquainted." Jinan Heng nodded and retreated into his own cabin, while Mu Chang'an returned to hers. That day, the sun shone brilliantly, the sky a clear expanse, devoid of clouds. Having been cooped up for days, Mu Chang'an felt a sense of monotony. Living in the cabin for some time, she had not received any visitors, save for the maid sent by the king. This maid, though clever and attentive, had initially raised Mu Chang'an's suspicions, but over time, she recognized the maid's kind-hearted nature and gradually accepted her presence. Staying indoors all day proved to be quite dull. As Mu Chang'an rested her head on the table, the silver ear and snow pear soup grew lukewarm. Untouched, with little activity, her appetite dwindled, prompting concern from the maid, who observed her state with increasing urgency. In this desolate place, human presence is scarce. At times, an entire day may pass without a soul passing by outside. Although this arrangement is orchestrated by the king, the secluded location of the wooden cabin is rather excessive, and one can certainly empathize with Mu Chang'an's feelings of restlessness. "How about I accompany you for a stroll?" suggested the maidservant. Mu Chang'an shook her head. "It's not as if I haven't ventured outside. I have grown weary of the scenery. Perhaps we could explore further this time. That I heard yesterday, while shopping, that the nearby wild woods have borne fruit. And many people are going to gather it. Is that true? Can we also bring some back if we go?" Mu Chang'an's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Indeed, being wild woods, no one oversees them. If others can gather, why can't we?" replied the maid. "Splendid. Let us depart at once." Mu Chang'an clapped her hands in delight. Just as she stood up, her attention was drawn to the untouched bowl of snow pear and tremella soup on the table, which the maid had painstakingly prepared for several hours that very morning. The pear soup, with its golden hue, contained tremella, goji berries, and flower petals, and even though it had cooled, it still appeared enticing. The thought of venturing into the woods to pick fruit lifted Mu Chang'an's spirits. And without waiting for the maid's objection, she lifted the small green porcelain bowl and drank it all in one go. "This pear soup should be consumed warm. I ought to have heated it for you." The maid lamented. Mu Chang'an smiled with forgiveness. "The soup is delightful. I enjoy it. Just refrain from waking early to prepare it in the future. If you lack sleep, how can you attend to me?" The maid, grateful, bowed slightly, and then followed Mu Chang'an outside. Observing their departure, Jinan Heng decided to accompany them. Since his resignation from official duties, he had remained almost inseparable from Mu Chang'an. Residing near her daily brought him immense comfort. Jinan Heng, ever observant, surmised that Mu Chang'an would soon grow restless, yet he was at a loss as to how to bring her joy. He could not simply enter her abode each day as a stranger. The traps set by Song Jin were not easily deciphered by an ordinary person. Only someone like Jinan Heng, who had sought Song Jin's counsel, could navigate them with ease. Several nights, when sleep eluded him, Jinan Heng would ascend to the roof of Mu Chang'an's dwelling. Peering through the crevices to observe her activities, he found himself unable to contain his amusement when he witnessed her engaging in cheerful conversation with the maid.